Chapter 1. The Malicious Woman's Judgment System. The thatched cottage, ancient and weathered, had its tiles sagging, with vines entwining around the eaves. Amidst the dim light, the flames of war danced. By the cracked earthen wall, a ragged boy knelt helplessly before several female cultivators. A woman in green, wielding a silver sword, clasped her fists and addressed the woman in white before her, reporting to the sect leader. This individual is the scoundrel Xiao Yu of the Harmony Sect, possessing the third level of body tempering. The white-clad woman's expression was frigid, her gaze upon the boy as if he were an insignificant insect. What are the next plans of the Harmony Sect? Xiao Yu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, wore a look of defiance. Sect leader Bai Yue, are you truly going to divulge the sect's grand plans to a lowly disciple? As soon as he spoke, Bai Yue's consciousness pierced through to Xiao Yu's limbs. Xiao Yu felt an icy chill in his hands and feet, followed by excruciating agony. Ah! Bastards, you righteous harlots! In the moment his tendons were severed, he collapsed weakly to the ground. A girl in a plain dress rushed forward. Don't kill Brother Xiao Yu. He's a good person. He's a good person. The green-clad female cultivator cast a cold glance at the girl, unleashing a wave of consciousness that caused the girl to spatter blood and die before Xiao Yu's eyes. Fueled by rage, Xiao Yu shouted, "Vile harlot! She was merely immortal, and you dared to strike her down. Yijiro, I will make sure your remains are scattered to pieces." Before his words faded, Yijiro severed his right ear with a sword, her voice as frigid as ice. To consort with the demonic path, you deserve death. A worthless body-tempering waste, a dog of the Harmony Sect. How dare you gaze upon us? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you refuse to speak, bear the consequences. Xiao Yu was instantly filled with fury. I spit. Righteous harlot. Scum. A shameless woman seeking fame. I would rather die than utter a single word to you. Yi's Xyrus veins bulged as she thrust her fingers. In that instant, she blinded Xiao Yu. His complexion turned pale as paper, blood streaming down his cheek. He had traversed to this realm with aspirations of joining a righteous sect. Yet, after meeting all the qualifications, he was rejected. The reason was simple: he was a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 elements, lacking a background or spirit stones, and thus the righteous sect would not accept him. He then joined the Harmony Sect, which disregarded qualifications, and had been there for a year. Throughout this year, he had diligently trained, laboriously reaching the 3rd level of body tempering, only to be dispatched to the front lines as a combatant. Months ago, during a mission, he was injured and lost consciousness, only to be saved by a peasant girl named Xiang. They had developed a fondness for each other. However, he could never have imagined that today the Jade Maiden sect would find him here, leading Xiang to him. And then he was subjected to such cruelty. Reflecting on his arduous journey, Xiao Yu's heart was filled with immense resentment. What prestigious righteous sect, what utter nonsense! They even spare not the mortals. With fervent declarations of vanquishing evil, they secretly perpetrated heinous acts, mercilessly annihilating the entire family of Xiang. A torrent of intense loathing and resentment surged within him. Should he survive, he vowed to eradicate these hypocritical wretches without hesitation. At that moment, the sect leader, Bai Yue, cast a cold glance at Yijiro behind her. Disciple, remember that in the pursuit of slaying demons, sometimes necessary measures must be taken. Do not let the lives of a mere handful of mortals jeopardize our grand endeavors. One must leave no trace in their actions. Our Jade Maiden sect has always valued its reputation. At this, Yijiro sprang into action. Die, you worthless fool. Xiao Yu's countenance twisted with madness, and the air was filled with shouts and curses. Meanwhile, at the frontline stronghold of the Harmony Sect, an elderly female cultivator clad in a seductive red flower-patterned outfit gazed dreamily at the young boy, her eyes fluttering with affection. Xiao Shidi, why not yield to your elder sister? I've recently mastered the dragon summoning technique and have long wished to seek your guidance. Xiao Yu jolted awake, bewildered, and scanned his surroundings. What was happening? Hadn't Yijiro killed him? Confused, he looked at the elderly cultivator, who frowned upon his refusal. Why so cold, Shidi? Do you find me too old? In our sect, it is a rarity for someone in your refinement stage to find a partner. I am at the chi refinement stage. If we cultivate together, I can guarantee that you will also step into the qi refinement stage within a decade. Xiao Yu recognized her as Mei Chunlan, the sister of the Harmony Sect. She was already 123 years old, her lifespan nearing its end, and stuck at the second level of the qi refinement stage. As she spoke, she began to cough, revealing a face lined with deep wrinkles, heavily painted with layers of makeup. In her fit of coughing, her dentures fell out. Xiao Yu's expression grew somber. What was happening? Was he reborn? Yet everything around him suggested otherwise. Mei Shiji was the current state of the war. Mei Chunlan, momentarily elated, replied, "Naturally, it is a grand victory. Don't you know? In this battle of the 100 sects, our sect leader shot dead Bai Yue, the leader of the Jade Maiden sect. We have slain 100 disciples from the Jade Maiden sect, captured 33 female cultivators, and seized countless magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. The sect leader is in high spirits and today has arranged a lottery for the disciples. I believe the prize includes some of the female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect." Xiao Yu was taken aback by Yu. Was dead? Had he not been reborn, but resurrected? Resurrected the very next day? Noticing Xiao Yu's momentary daze, Mei Shiji quickly added, "I hold genuine affection for you. Shidi, do you not comprehend my earnest intentions?" Upon hearing that the prizes included female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect, he immediately thought of Yijiro, who had murdered him, and Xiang. He disregarded Mei Shiji's advances and turned towards the lottery area, where a considerable crowd had gathered. The female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect. He had to win one, and then refine her into a furnace. Those despicable wretches would not escape his wrath. Just as he stood in line, suddenly, a pallid young man rushed in, his face awash with panic, exclaiming, "Xiao Shidi, it's bad. Sister Mei is likely to attack you tonight. You must flee." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the thought of the old woman whose lower half was buried in the ground. Although the Harmony Sect accepted individuals of all talents, it was far from the paradise he had envisioned. Men with superior constitutions were often refined into cauldrons, while someone like him, with 4 spirit roots, had even less chance of such a fate. The potential partners vying for his affection were either elderly women nearing death or older men with peculiar preferences. The messenger before him, Zhao Feiji, had suffered greatly this year due to his 3 spirit roots, rendering him almost unrecognizable. His voice trembled as he looked at the silent Xiao Yu. "Shidi, you must run as far away as possible. The Harmony Sect is no place for someone like us." "I cannot escape. I have already been refined into a cauldron by Brother Ma. My life is forfeit," Xiao Yu replied solemnly, nodding. "Yes, I shall leave after the draw. I have had enough of this place." At that moment, a sinister-looking old man stepped onto the stage, announcing, "Line up according to your military contributions. Those who have slain 10 righteous cultivators shall be the first to draw lots. The rest shall stand behind according to their merit." Upon hearing this, several high-ranking cultivators stepped forward, their expressions haughty. With a casual wave of his hand, the old man sent dozens of storage bags floating into the air. Treasures cascaded forth magical instruments, talismans, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones. There were even garments belonging to female cultivators, some of which were rather intimate. The men gazed in awe, their eyes gleaming. At that moment, the old man produced a blood-red jade gourd, grinning malevolently. Instantly, dozens of disheveled disciples from the Yinu sect were released from captivity. The disciples below widened their eyes in astonishment. These women, with faces radiant as dawn and eyes shimmering like autumn waters, were utterly unlike the ordinary mortal women they were accustomed to capturing. At the forefront stood a woman with hair like clouds cascading to her waist, her skin as smooth as fine jade, and lips as red as if painted. Some of the women bore glances filled with unspoken resentment, captivating the hearts of onlookers. Though shackled and caged, their elegance could not be concealed. The disciples of the Harmony Sect stared, entranced. Such beauties! Elder Wu, are these female cultivators also prizes for this draw? Elder Wu, gripping his black serpent staff with a smirk, replied, "Indeed. These women are inner disciples of the Yinu sect. Whoever draws them shall take them back to refine as cauldrons." Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in raucous laughter. "Ha ha! Righteous female cultivators. I have heard that the women of the Yinu sect are fiercely proud tonight. I shall see if they truly value their chastity, as their reputation suggests. Nearby, someone scoffed by dawn, they may not wish to die. How many women who come to our Harmony Sect wish to return? The women's faces were filled with sorrow and indignation, scanning their surroundings for any escape, but finding none. Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, his demeanor tense and uneasy, for he had already spotted Sister Mei approaching this moment. Another elderly female cultivator was engaged in hushed conversation behind him. Xiao Yu instinctively shrank back, a shiver coursing through his body. Perhaps it would be best to wait before departing. If he could bring back a woman from the Jade Maiden sect to exact his vengeance, it would not be a death in vain. Soon, a figure ahead drew a female disciple from the Jade Maiden sect. The individual broke into a wide grin, hoisting the female cultivator and planting a forceful kiss upon her lips. Ha ha ha, truly delightful, absolutely splendid. I swear my undying loyalty to the sect leader. Brothers, continue drawing. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he prepared to carry the pallid woman away from the cave. The other cultivators looked on with envy. Gazing at the remaining women on stage, their imaginations ran wild. A flirtatious female cultivator, glowing with a rosy hue, chuckled to the side. They're still our own. Recently, I have also learned a few methods for enhancing yin energy. The men, instinctively recoiling at the sight of her, appeared quite wary. Shortly thereafter, several disciples drew their rewards, while some expressed their dissatisfaction at not securing a female cultivator. Others suggested exchanging their drawn female cultivators for spirit stones and techniques. Xiao Yu remained in the back, patiently waiting. As a low-ranking disciple, it was wise for him to stay put if he wished to avoid death. The stage was now stripped of numerous magical artifacts and spiritual herbs. Only a few female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect remained. Next, with a light call from Elder Wu, the person before Xiao Yu slowly approached. The next draw would soon be his. The individual before him casually drew a lot, only to be momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the woman before him, he erupted into joyous laughter. Haha, I've drawn a beauty. With that, he hoisted the woman and began to leave. Before he could take more than a couple of steps, the female cultivator suddenly erupted. In an instant, she broke free from her restraints and blinded him with a fierce strike. Her face twisted in madness. She cried out, "Wicked demon cultivator, let all rise against you." In the blink of an eye, Elder Wu unleashed a dark flame. The female cultivator was engulfed in fire, her screams echoing in the air. Xiao Yu felt his hair stand on end. Unable to believe his eyes, it was as if she had been present when he was slain the previous day. She was burned to death before them. The air thickened with black smoke. Had he drawn that woman, he surely would have lost his eyes. Perhaps he would have even met his own demise. It seemed that those low-ranking disciples who had taken female cultivators would not fare well. Either there would undoubtedly be casualties. Elder Wu cast an unhappy glance at the disciple who had been blinded and fainted, commanding, "Take him away for treatment." He then turned to the remaining few, saying, "These are the only prizes left, each of you may take one." No sooner had he finished speaking than several individuals rushed forward. Quick of hand and eye, some even unleashed spells. In the end, only a rather rotund female cultivator from the Jade Maiden sect remained, weighing no less than 200 pounds. She bore leg hair and seemed to be blind. Xiao Yu had never encountered a woman so grotesque in his life. Blind, scarred, and as corpulent as a barrel, her skin was rough, and her face resembled the bottom of a pot. Especially her physique, resembling a grotesque blend of a pig and a waste, was utterly unbearable to behold. The disciples of the Harmony Sect, witnessing this scene, erupted in mockery. Ha ha ha! How did this portly woman manage to join the Yu sect? Is there not already a dead fat pig among them? One might mistake her for a man. Indeed, one must admit, her appearance is nothing short of hideous. It could easily be mistaken for some kind of beast. The crowd buzzed with commentary, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily speechless. What ist? In the end, he was left with a soft, plump maiden weighing 200 pounds, complete with chest hair. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for binding the evil woman judgment system. You have unlocked a judgment chamber. The Evil Woman collection allows the host to confine any wicked woman whose evil value reaches 100 into the judgment chamber for an uninterrupted 24-hour eternal trial. Detection of a shape-shifting evil woman, Bai Yue, in close proximity. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Bai Yue? After such a prolonged period of traversing time and space, the system had finally arrived? Just as he felt a surge of joy, an information panel appeared before him, detailing the 200-pound woman. Name: Bai Yue. Age: 230 years. Cultivation: perfect golden core, now wasted. Appearance: a score of 98 for beauty, standing at 176 centimeters, weighing 103 pounds. Talent: innate law body, supreme water spirit root. Personality: willing to forsake humanity to uphold her righteous path, proud, unreasonable, and indiscriminate in her slaughter of the innocent, eternally unrepentant. Background: sect master of the Harmony Sect, a saint of the righteous path, the dream of countless male cultivators across the Xiao Yu continent. Crimes: responsible for the indiscriminate slaughter of 4,399 mortals in her quest to eradicate the demonic path, viewing mortals as mere ants. System prompt: initial privileges granted the host may directly confine Bai Yue to the judgment chamber. Xiao Yu's heart soared with elation. Bai Yue, just wait until I make you pay. Chapter 1. The Wicked Woman's Judgment System. The dilapidated, thatched cottage stood with its sagging roof, vines entwined around the eaves. Amidst the dim light, the flames of war danced. By the cracked mud wall, a ragged youth knelt helplessly before several female cultivators. A maiden clad in green, wielding a silver glimmering sword, clasped her fists and addressed the woman in white robes before her. Reporting to the sect master, this individual is the traitor Xiao Yu from the Harmony Sect at the third layer of body refinement. The white-robed woman's expression was frigid, gazing down at the youth as if he were an insignificant insect. What is the next plan of the Harmony Sect? Xiao Yu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, revealed a look of defiance. Sect Master Bai Yue, are you truly so naive as to divulge the sect's grand designs to a lowly disciple? Upon uttering these words, Bai Yue's consciousness pierced through Xiao Yu's limbs. Xiao Yu felt an icy chill envelop his hands and feet, followed by an excruciating fire. Ah, you bastards! You righteous harlots! In the instant his tendons were severed, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. In the courtyard, a girl in a simple robe rushed forward. Please, don't kill Brother Xiao Yu. He is a good person. He is a good person. The green-clad female cultivator cast a cold glance at the girl and unleashed a surge of consciousness, causing the girl to spurt blood and perish before Xiao Yu's eyes. Fury surged within Xiao Yu. Vile harlot, she was merely immortal, and you dare to strike her down. Yijiro, I swear I will tear you to shreds. Before his words could fade, Yijiro severed his right ear with a single stroke of her sword, her voice icy. To consort with the demonic path, you deserve death. A worthless body refinement waste, a dog of the Harmony Sect. How dare you gaze upon us? I shall grant you one final chance. Speak, or bear the consequences. Xiao Yu erupted in rage. I spit upon you, righteous harlot. Scum, a shameless woman seeking fame. Even in death, I shall not utter a word to you. Ye's Zyrus veins throbbed, her fingers darting forward. In an instant, she blinded Xiao Yu, his face turning as pale as paper, blood streaming down his cheeks. He had traversed realms, originally aspiring to join a righteous sect. However, despite meeting all the qualifications, he was ultimately rejected. The reason was simple. He possessed a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 attributes. Lacking both background and spirit stones, the righteous sect would not accept him. Thus, he joined the Harmony Sect, which overlooked qualifications, and it had been a year since. Throughout this year, he had diligently toiled within the sect. After a year of hard work, cultivating to the third layer of body refinement, he was dispatched to the front lines as mere fodder for battle. Several months ago, during a mission, he was injured and fell into unconsciousness, only to be rescued by a farm girl named Xiang. They had developed mutual feelings. Yet, he could never have imagined that today the Jade Maiden sect would find him here, leading to his current torment. Reflecting upon the trials he had endured, Xiao Yu's heart brimmed with resentment. What esteemed righteous sect! What utter nonsense! They did not even spare the mortals. With fervent indignation, He lamented the hypocrisy of those who professed to vanquish evil while stealthily committing heinous acts, annihilating Xiang's family without mercy. A potent mix of hatred and resentment surged within him. If he were to survive, he vowed to exact vengeance upon all these duplicitous wretches. At that moment, the sect leader, Bai Yue, cast a cold glance at Yi Jiro behind her. Disciple, remember, the eradication of demons may necessitate certain measures. Do not let the lives of a mere few mortals jeopardize our greater mission. Our sect, the Jade Maiden Sect, has always valued its reputation. We must leave no trace behind. Yi Jiro, upon hearing this, sprang into action. Prepare to meet your demise, worthless fool. Xiao Yu's expression was one of madness, amidst the cacophony of curses echoing around him. At the frontline stronghold of the Harmony Sect, an elderly female cultivator adorned in a seductive, floral red belly wrap gazed dreamily at the closed-eyed youth ahead, sending him flirtatious glances. Xiao Shidi, why not yield to your senior sister? I've recently mastered the dragon summoning technique and have longed to seek your guidance. Xiao Yu jolted awake, bewildered, scanning his surroundings. What was happening? Had he not been slain by Bai Yue's disciple, Yi Jiro? Confusion enveloped him as he noticed the elderly cultivator's brow furrow upon his refusal. Why so distant, Shidi? Do you find me too old? In our sect, it's rare for someone at your body refinement stage to find a partner. I am in the chi refinement stage. If we cultivate together, I can assure you within a decade, you too shall enter the chi refinement stage. Shall you recognize her as Mei Chunlan from the Harmony Sect, now a venerable age of 123 years. Her lifespan was nearly spent, yet she remained stuck at the second layer of chi refinement. As she spoke, a fit of coughing overtook her, causing her false teeth to dislodge and fall. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. What was going on? Had he truly been reborn? Yet, observing his surroundings, it seemed improbable. Mei Shiji, what is the current state of the war? Mei Chunlan's face lit up with joy. Why, it is a great victory. Are you not aware? In this battle of 100 sects, our sect leader eliminated the Jade Maiden Sect leader, Bai Yue. We have exterminated 100 disciples from the Jade Maiden Sect, captured 33 female cultivators, and seized countless magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. The sect leader is in high spirits, and today, a lottery is being held for the disciples, with prizes that include female cultivators from the Jade Maiden Sect. Xiao Yu's heart raced upon hearing the news Bai Yue was dead. Could it be that he was not reborn, but rather resurrected? Resurrected on the very next day? Noticing Xiao Yu's dazed expression, Mei Shiji hurriedly continued, I have genuine feelings for you. Shidi, do you not comprehend the depth of my sincere intentions? Upon hearing that female cultivators from a Jade Maiden Sect were among the prizes, Xiao Yu immediately thought of Yi Jiro, the very one who had orchestrated his and Xiang's demise. Ignoring Mei Shiji's advances, he turned and made his way to the lottery area, where a throng had already gathered. He was determined to obtain a Jade Maiden Sect female cultivator, no matter the cost, and transform her into a furnace for his own purposes. Those despicable harlots could not allow them to escape unpunished. As he stood in line, suddenly, a pale-faced young man rushed in, his voice trembling with urgency. Xiao Shidi, it's bad news. Sister Mei is likely to take action against you tonight. You must flee. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brows. The thought of that half-buried old woman filled him with trepidation. Although the Harmony Sect accepted individuals of all talents, it was far from the paradise he had envisioned. Men endowed with superior physiques might even be refined into cauldrons, while someone like him, possessing four spiritual roots, was not even granted the opportunity to serve as one. The candidates wishing to become his Tao partners were either near-death elderly women or aging men with peculiar tastes. The man delivering the warning was Zhao Feiji, who, having 3 spiritual roots, had suffered so much this year that he was barely recognizable, his voice taking on a somewhat effeminate tone. Zhao Feiji looked at the silent Xiao Yu, his voice trembling. Shidi, you must run. The farther, the better. The Harmony Sect is no place for individuals like us. I can no longer escape. I have already been refined into a cauldron by Brother Ma. There is no hope left for me, Xiao Yu stated solemnly, nodding his head. Yes, once the lottery is over, I shall leave. I have had enough of this place. At that moment, An ugly, sinister-looking elder stepped onto the stage. Line up according to your battle achievements. Those who have slain 10 righteous cultivators will be the first to draw lots. The rest shall stand behind according to their merits. As soon as he finished speaking, several high-ranking cultivators stepped forward, their expressions filled with arrogance. With a casual wave, the elder conjured dozens of storage bags that floated into the air. Treasures spilled out in succession. Magical artifacts, talismans, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones. There were even garments belonging to the female cultivators, including some intimate belongings. The sight left the men below awestruck. At that moment, the elder produced a blood-red jade gourd, smirking ominously. Instantly, dozens of female disciples from the Xiao Yu sect, stripped of their powers, were released. The disciples below widened their eyes in disbelief. These women, with beauty like the dawn and skin as flawless as snow, were a stark contrast to the ordinary mortal women they typically captured. Leading them was a woman with hair cascading like clouds down to her waist, skin as smooth as cream, and lips as red as vermilion. A few of the women gazed with a mixture of resentment and allure that was utterly captivating. Though shackled and caged, their grace and beauty remained undeniable. The Harmony Sect disciples below were entranced. Stunning. Beauties? Elder Wu, are these female cultivators also prizes in this lottery? Elder Wu, gripping his black serpent staff, smirked slightly indeed. These female cultivators are all inner disciples of the Xiao Yu sect. Whoever draws them shall take them back to refine as cauldrons. Upon hearing this, the disciples below erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! Righteous female cultivators. It is said that the women of the Xiao Yu sect are fiercely independent. I shall see tonight if they truly value their chastity as their reputation suggests. Someone nearby mocked. I wager that after tonight, they will no longer care for their lives. How many women who come to our Harmony Sect wish to return? The women's faces turned pale with indignation as they looked around, finding no escape. Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, his brows knitted with anxiety, for he had already spotted Sister May approaching. I could see this moment. A venerable female cultivator was engaged in hushed conversation with another elder behind the scenes. Xiao Yu instinctively shrank his neck, trembling all over. Perhaps it would be best to wait a while before departing. If he could manage to bring back a disciple from the Jade Maiden sect to satiate his deep-seated hatred, it would not have been in vain to risk his life. Before long, someone had drawn a female disciple from the Jade Maiden sect. That individual burst into hearty laughter, hoisting the woman and planting a fervent kiss upon her. Ha ha ha! Truly delightful. By my honor, I vow to serve our leader till death, he exclaimed. Brothers, continue drawing. I must take my leave. With that, he began to carry the pallid woman out of the cave, eliciting envy from the other cultivators. They gazed longingly at the remaining women on stage, their imaginations running wild. Amidst them, a beguiling female cultivator, radiating a delicate glow, chuckled lightly. There's still hope for us. Recently, I've learned some techniques for enhancing yin energy. Upon seeing her, the men instinctively recoiled, evidently wary of her. Soon, several disciples had drawn their rewards, while others grumbled in dissatisfaction for not acquiring a female cultivator. Some proposed to exchange their drawn female cultivators for spirit stones and techniques. Xiao Yu remained at the back, waiting patiently, as it was wise for a low-ranking disciple like him to bide his time. Many magical artifacts and spiritual herbs had already been claimed. Only a few female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect remained. Next, Elder Wu called out, and the person in front of Xiao Yu slowly stepped forward. He was next. That individual randomly drew a lot, and to his surprise, he burst into joyous laughter. Huh, I've drawn a beauty. He proceeded to carry the woman away, but before he could take more than a couple of steps, the female cultivator suddenly erupted. She broke free from her restraints and blinded him in an instant. With a frenzied expression, she screamed, "Wicked demonic cultivator! I'll strike him down." In the blink of an eye, Elder Wu unleashed a dark flame. The woman was engulfed in fire, her screams echoing throughout the chamber. Xiao Yu's hair stood on end as he watched in disbelief, recognizing that the woman had been present when she had attacked him the previous day. She was consumed by the flames, and the air filled with acrid smoke. Had he drawn that woman, his eyes would surely have met the same fate. Perhaps he would have even been slain by her. It seemed that the low-ranking disciples who had drawn female cultivators were not faring any better. There would undoubtedly be casualties. Elder Wu, his expression dark, gazed at the blinded and unconscious disciple, commanding, "Take him away to receive treatment." He then turned to the remaining individuals, stating, "There are only these few prizes left. Each of you may take one." As soon as he finished speaking, several rushed forward, quick on their feet, with some even casting spells. In the end, only one rather rotund female cultivator from the Jade Maiden sect remained, weighing at least 200 pounds. She appeared to have leg hair, and perhaps was even blind. In his entire life, Xiao Yu had never encountered such an unattractive woman, blind, scarred, and as portly as a barrel, with skin as rough as bark and a face akin to the bottom of a pot. Especially her physique, reminiscent of a hefty pig, was simply unbearable to behold. The disciples of the Harmony Sect nearby could not contain their derision, bursting into laughter. Ha! How did this rotund woman manage to join the Yu sect? Is there not already a dead pig among them? One might mistake her for a man. Indeed, her appearance is utterly grotesque. One could easily mistake her for some sort of beast. The crowd murmured incessantly, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. What a jest, to be left with a soft, chubby maiden weighing 200 pounds, complete with chest hair. Suddenly, a mechanical system prompt resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have bound the Evil Woman Judgment System, unlocking a judgment chamber. The Evil Woman Collection allows the host to confine evil women with a sin value of 100 into the judgment chamber for a continuous 24-hour eternal trial. Detected an easily transformable evil woman, Bai Yue, in the vicinity." Xiao Yu was taken aback. "Bai Yue? After traversing through this realm for so long, the system has finally arrived?" Just as he was reveling in his fortune, an information panel materialized before him regarding the 200-pound woman. Name Bai Yue. Age 30 years. Cultivation perfect golden core, now wasted. Appearance beauty score 98. Height 176 centimeters. Weight 103 gene. Talent innate law body. Supreme water spiritual root. Personality in her quest to uphold her righteous path. She is devoid of humanity, arrogant, unreasonable, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, ungrateful, and perpetually unrepentant. Background leader of the Yu sect, holy maiden of the righteous path, the dream of countless male cultivators on Xianyue continent. Malefactions in her campaign to eradicate the demonic path, she has indiscriminately slaughtered 4,399 mortals, viewing them as mere ants. System prompt. Initial privileges granted the host may directly confine Bai Yue into the judgment chamber. Xiao Yu's heart surged with ecstasy. "The Bai Yue? Just watch. I shall bring your end." Chapter 2. Master Bai, can you guess who I am? Xiao Yu turned his gaze once more towards the imposing figure of the 200-pound woman. To the uninitiated, she might have appeared to be a grotesque aberration. Instinctively, Xiao Yu clenched his fists, pondering whether she had employed some enchantment to alter her appearance. The surrounding crowd continued to mock the woman, their laughter unabated, prompting Xiao Yu to step forward hastily. He clasped his fists and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, if no one desires her, I shall take this female cultivator under my wing." The crowd erupted into even greater laughter. "Ha! Does this fellow truly fear that someone will contend with him for her? How ludicrous! Quickly, take her away. She occupies too much space here. If no one claims her, she'll likely be cast into the blood pool to be dissolved." Xiao Yu approached the corpulent female cultivator, who seemed almost blind. She appeared to regard him with a hint of trepidation, standing there like a lifeless statue, silent and unmoving, observing the iron chain around her neck. A cold smile crept across Xiao Yu's lips. Amidst the scornful jeers of the crowd, he departed from the grand hall of the sect. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of battle and anguished cries echoed from afar. "This is dire. Those female cultivators have revolted and slain our brethren. Some have even taken their own lives. This is a monumental loss. Weren't they said to be devoid of power? How could they possibly rebel?" A few disciples of the Harmony Sect fled in panic. The overweight female cultivator behind Xiao Yu trembled at the news, her blind eyes scanning the surroundings aimlessly, as if seeking direction, her hands outstretched in search. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Xiao Yu raised his hand and executed a swift motion. In an instant, the woman vanished. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Xiao Yu as he beheld the woman in his mind's judgment chamber, unable to contain his excitement. The prior dozens of women paled in comparison to her. They were worlds apart. Despite her reputation as a notorious femme fatale, her beauty was undeniable. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters. Clad in a flowing white gown, with a delicate pink ribbon cinched at her waist, she exuded an enchanting grace and noble demeanor. Her skin was as flawless as jade, and her visage unparalleled. The only blemish upon her beauty was the blindness that shrouded her eyes beneath a veil. Yet, for Xiao Yu, a modern individual, the presence of an eye patch seemed almost fitting. At that moment, the woman was howling in his consciousness, hurling curses. Xiao Yu contemplated activating the judgment button, but the system abruptly displayed a prompt. This wicked woman is a gift from the system. To initiate judgment mode, please elevate her sin value against the host to 100. Current sin value, 0. Successful judgment will yield corresponding rewards. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue continued to scream in fury, "Demonic scoundrel! Unleash whatever you have. Where's this place? What tricks do you intend to play? You, a despicable wretch, deserve a grave without a resting place. Die, die." Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He was indifferent to any system rewards. Even without them, he was determined to seek vengeance. Not even Jesus could deter him. Retreating to a secluded area, he proceeded directly to the judgment chamber. Bai Yue raged on, her face contorted with madness. "Cursed demonic path. The esteemed one shall drag each of you to the underworld. Even in death, you will face retribution. You will face retribution." Bai Yue, with a countenance as cold as frost, shouted in a fit of rage. A dignified cultivator at the Golden Core stage had been confined by a mere individual at the body refinement stage. She was utterly perplexed about her current location. After all, she was the sect leader of the Jade Girl sect, revered as a celestial maiden by all righteous cultivators. Born with an innate law body, her cultivation speed was unparalleled. Even if her prowess was not the highest among humanity, how could such a paragon of excellence find herself a prisoner to a villainous sect? Reduced to the state of a shattered golden core, her powers obliterated. If not for her unique constitution, she would have perished the moment her golden core was destroyed. Her eyes were also injured by the opponent's techniques. She had hoped that her transformation into a plump form would allow her to evade calamity, but it was too late now. Sensing the aura of the man beside her, her expression turned frantic. As a cultivator with an innate law body and exceptional beauty, if the man outside harbored ill intentions, she would be at his mercy. Yet, the thought of her deceased disciples steeled her resolve. If she perished, who would avenge them? If she died, how could she face her sect members in the afterlife? Just as these thoughts plagued her, Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. "Long time no see, sect leader Bai. Can you guess who I am?" Bai Yue was taken aback and furious. This voice sounded eerily familiar. Where had she heard it before? Despite racking her brain, she could not recall. Xiao Yu, with a cold smile, approached her slowly. "Of course, a self-righteous saintess like you would not remember someone as insignificant as me. Justice and retribution are intertwined. Your fate is sealed now that you have fallen into my hands. You shall atone for your sins here for the rest of your life." Hours passed, and dawn broke. Xiao Yu, stretching languidly, declared, "I shall not let you die. You will remain here until your last breath. This is just the beginning. My sect leader Bai, I will nurture you well." Bai Yue cursed vehemently, wildly reaching out in an attempt to eliminate this scoundrel. Suddenly, Xiao Yu froze, staring incredulously at his palm, his eyes widening in disbelief. 7th level of body refinement. I toiled for a year to reach the 3rd level. How could my cultivation have surged to the 7th level overnight? Shocked, he gazed at Bai Yue. Is this the profound mystery of an innate law body? Chapter 3. Sect Mission. Observing the cursing Bai Yue, Xiao Yu spoke coldly. "I shall ask you once more, where is that wretched Yi Zhiro?" Bai Yue glared furiously, her anger boiling over. "How despicable. You are that damned ant from yesterday? How are you still alive? You worthless, incompetent fool. Just wait until I regain my powers. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh, yanking Bai Yue's hair and forcefully pressing her down to the ground. A gentle breeze swept by, fluttering her skirt wildly. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Before long, Xiao Yu, invigorated, stepped back outside. It was no longer wise to squander time with his adversaries. He needed to depart from this place swiftly. Although he had attained the 7th level of body refinement, Sister Mei was at the Qi refinement stage, and it was likely she would come searching for him. Before he could gather his belongings, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Xiao Yu's face turned pale. Indeed, Sister Mei had arrived, accompanied by an elderly woman at the second level of qi refinement, clearly prepared for confrontation. In that instant, he fled through the back window, changing his attire and concealing his face as he dashed towards the guards at the entrance. Upon reaching the guards, he clasped his fists, anxiety palpable, and implored, "Might I request leniency as 2 of my fellow disciples are being pursued by Sister Mei? I assure you, I shall return before the midnight hour." The leading guard chuckled with amusement. "Do you truly think you can sneak off the mountain? The righteous are currently in a frenzy, unable to capture us. If you wish to leave, you must at least wait 3 months. I care not for your Sister Mei or Sister Hua." Realizing he could not escape, Xiao Yu turned and walked away. It appeared that today, his only route to freedom lay through undertaking a sect mission. However, this was perilous, for many mission sites were frequented by righteous sect members, and he could easily lose his life. Accepting a mission required teaming up with others. Venturing forth alone was simply out of the question. It was undoubtedly troublesome. Arriving at the bulletin board, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly. Numerous tasks and requests had already been posted. Nearby, several cultivators from the Harmony Sect were perusing the listings, and he too began to examine them. Seeking spirit beasts, a first-tier foam bird is sought. Reward includes a vial of second-tier Harmony powder and a second-rate offensive artifact. Herb gathering. Collect 10 50-year-old herbs from Jianglu Mountain. Any variety will yield a human pill. Discipleship task. Eliminate 3 righteous cultivators to become an inner sect disciple. Seeking a partner. Sister Huang, aged 70 and at the qi refinement stage. Seeks a youthful partner aged 18, regardless of gender, serious inquiries only. As Xiao Yu scrutinized the postings, Bai Yue in the judgment chamber gradually regained her composure. Reflecting on her slain disciples, her gaze darkened. She had to devise a means of survival. This fool at the body refinement stage was merely a child of about 20 years. She could not afford to berate him further, lest her throat ache again. Exhaling slowly, she recognized that her yin energy was depleted. The events had transpired. She needed to persist and seek an escape. If she could eliminate this worthless individual, who would ever uncover her ties to the demonic path, she had to find a way out. Fellow cultivator, I may have spoken harshly earlier. Our sect has been annihilated, and I find it hard to contain my rage. I observe you to be a benevolent soul. Might you allow me to accompany you? Once I return to the domain of the righteous, I shall surely treat you as an esteemed guest. Xiao Yu was well aware of the woman's malicious intent. How dare she attempt to deceive him? Was she raised on 3-deer milk? Foolish. If she wished to play games, so be it. He would indulge in her little game. Yi Zhiro had slain his dear friend, Xiang. If she wished to live, she must reveal her whereabouts to him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's voice softened considerably. My young friend, I am aware of your animosity towards me. However, you too belong to the demonic path. What transpired yesterday may have been a misunderstanding. You have already acquired my primordial yin, which is something that cultivators in the golden core stage dream of. If you still seek vengeance, I am willing to teach you the ways of cultivation and inscribe techniques for you. Should I return to the sect, I shall ensure you receive an endless supply of treasures. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, having accepted a task to gather herbs. Leaning against the dilapidated fence as he awaited his turn. What a fool. He pondered, why not simply complete the judgment task instead? Once the judgment value reached 100, that person would become his servant, devoted to him for eternity. Indeed, Bai Zhongzhu possesses great magnanimity. There is no rush. We shall communicate further this evening. If you wish for me to take you away, then tell me, where has your disciple Yi Zhiro gone? Bai Yue exhaled softly. My apprentice was dispatched to the Jade Maiden Sect S branch to deliver a message before the battle commenced yesterday. She is likely not here. Xiao Yu clenched his right fist. That woman was the one who had killed him and Xiang yesterday. He vowed to bring her back, no matter what. She appeared to be at the foundation establishment stage. Once he cultivated with this innate physical body, he would seek retribution. At that moment, 5 disciples from the Harmony Sect approached. The leader, at the 3rd level of qi refining, sported disheveled black hair. Observing Xiao Yu, who was collecting his task, he scoffed. How dare someone at the 7th level of body refinement take on tasks? Aren't you afraid of dying out there? Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists and greeted them. I have encountered esteemed seniors, and I am honored. The leading disciple waved his hand impatiently. Follow behind, but do not wander off when we exit. Anyone caught by the righteous sect will bear the consequences. The group then proceeded to the entrance. The leading disciple produced a long bamboo pole, suspending it in the air. Xiao Yu stepped onto the pole, following the group as they soared into the night. As the sunset faded, darkness enveloped the world. The stars sparkled like woven threads, heralding the arrival of night. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the vast earth, while Xiao Yu stood upon the bamboo pole, surveying his surroundings. The mountains and forests were tranquil, filled with the sounds of birds and insects, with the presence of fierce beasts lurking nearby. Their destination for herb gathering was known as Jianglu Mountain. Xiao Yu's countenance was contemplative, observing the Harmony Sect cultivators on either side. He pondered when would be the opportune moment to escape. Where should he flee to? The only nearby place was Jianglu City. Was there a more peaceful location? After what felt like an eternity of flight, one person in the front stretched lazily. I wonder why we haven't arrived yet. It's already dark. What if we encounter righteous cultivators? Xiao Yu smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. The individual in front, noticing Xiao Yu's indifference, mockingly retorted, I say you, a mere 7th level body refinement, dare to embark on a herb gathering task? Are you attempting to take advantage of us? Do you think that by mingling with the group, you can avoid labor? The leader chimed in with a half smile. Come now, we are all from the same sect. Let us speak without disdain. Fear not, junior brother, I have a life-preserving pill here. Should danger arise, and you find yourself unable to fight, you can consume this. As he spoke, the man produced a purple pill, and Xiao Yu smirked as he stepped forward to accept it. Did he think him a newcomer? This elixir, known as the blood-boiling pill, may temporarily enhance combat prowess, yet it carries the perilous risk of excessive blood loss leading to death. Without a month of recuperation, recovery is surely unattainable. It is no wonder they have brought him along, evidently intending for him to serve as cannon fodder. Before long, Xiao Yu found himself accompanying them to the summit of Jianglu Mountain. The mountain air was frigid, and wild grasses thrived abundantly. Observing the herbs being gathered by the others, Xiao Yu mimicked their actions. Escaping now would undoubtedly lead to certain death. He must wait for the opportune moment. Suddenly, one of the men foraging for herbs let out a strange cry, startling the others into a tense alertness. Instinctively, Xiao Yu crouched low, scanning his surroundings. In the next moment, he heard the man exclaim, Not good. There are footprints. Xiao Yu quickly flattened himself on the ground, eyes darting around, poised for action. Soon, he spotted 3 white-robed cultivators charging forth with swords drawn. The leader, upon noticing them, sneered and brandished his magical artifact, proclaiming, You righteous dogs. Do you truly dare seek death with just the 3 of you? Unfazed, the 3 men raised their hands to unleash their magical swords, their movements perfectly synchronized. I am Lin Su, the foremost disciple of the Xianling sect. How dare you annihilate the Jade Maiden sect, you despicable rascals? Surrender and meet your demise. As he finished his declaration, he lifted his sword, and his magical sword whistled through the air. The 2 comrades behind him readied themselves to flank their foes. Xiao Yu, unwilling to linger in battle, observed the fray and silently recited his movement technique, quickly retreating to a distance. Those men not only possessed the ability to fly but also wielded spells. He, with his mere 7th level of body refinement and lacking a magical artifact, would surely perish if discovered. In an instant, several streaks of light cut through the forest, swift as lightning, intertwined with golden brilliance. They transformed into 3 beams of sword energy that cleaved through the sky. One of the disciples from the Harmony Sect was instantly pierced, blood gushing forth. Lin Su, soaring through the air with his sword, raised a jade pendant as a magical artifact. The Harmony Sect members shouted in alarm, This cannot be good. A mid-grade magical artifact? Quick, flee. As the warning was uttered, Xiao Yu had already concealed himself. At this moment, fleeing equated to certain death. It was far wiser to hide amidst the chaos. Concealed in the grass, Xiao Yu covered his mouth and nose, observing the 3 righteous figures pursuing the Harmony Sect members, not daring to make a sound. Fortune had truly abandoned him. He seemed perpetually beset by misfortune. Before long, the pursuers vanished into the distance. Upon witnessing the fallen bodies of the 2 Harmony Sect disciples, his eyes widened in astonishment. His first windfall had arrived. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish from hunger. Ensuring the coast was clear, Xiao Yu sprang up and seized the storage pouches of the 2 fallen disciples, dashing away in the opposite direction with fervor. His speed was remarkable, everything blurring past him. At that moment, the system chimed once more. Please, host, promptly elevate the evil value of the wicked woman Bai Yue and bring her to justice. Failure to do so within 3 days will result in the forfeiture of your reward. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Increase Bai Yue's evil value? How is one to accomplish that? Wait, there are righteous cultivators nearby? What if he were to release Bai Yue as a shield? The other party does not believe that righteous individuals would rescue her, does she? With this thought, Xiao Yu raised his hand to release Bai Yue. Overwhelmed with an indescribable excitement upon seeing the light of day once more, Bai Yue, though blind, felt the breeze and sunshine. Am I free? Where's this place? At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the mountainside, as if something had detonated. Xiao Yu swiftly scooped up Bai Yue and hastened away, not daring to look back. Bai Yue, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you going to fight?" Xiao Yu hurriedly replied, "Righteous pursuers are closing in. Stay still. I will take you to safety." Upon hearing this, Bai Yue became even more agitated. "Righteous allies are here?" She shouted, "Righteous fellow cultivators, please assist me in slaying the villains." Xiao Yu inwardly cursed while continuing to flee. Yet, each time he quickened his pace, his vision grew increasingly blurred. What was happening? Suddenly, a figure lunged at him, a cultivator at the 6th level of body refinement. Xiao Yu's heart sank. The assailant swung a blade, and Xiao Yu narrowly dodged the attack. Bai Yue was unceremoniously tossed to the ground as he turned to flee. The man wielding the knife paused in surprise upon seeing Bai Yue, his face flushing red. What a beautiful woman! Bai Yue, unable to see him, discerned his position through sound. "Fellow cultivator, you must be from the Harmony Sect, correct? I am Bai Yue, the sect master of the Harmony Sect, and I have been trapped here by treacherous individuals. I implore you to assist me in leaving this place. A generous reward shall await." The man stared at Bai Yue in disbelief, noticing the black cloth covering her eyes. Was she blind? Wait, sensing her faint aura, his gaze filled with fervor. "Sect Master Bai Yue? Are you truly Bai Yue? Your cultivation level?" Bai Yue sighed softly. "It's a long story. I beseech you, fellow cultivator." Just then, she heard 2 more figures approaching, one at the 7th level of body refinement and another at the 8th. A smile crept to her lips. Finally, salvation seemed near. However, before she could speak, she overheard the newcomers exclaim, "Isn't that Sect Master Bai Yue? My goodness, disciples of our standing rarely see her." The earlier man added, "Indeed, Sect Master Bai Yue is blind and has lost her cultivation." The other suddenly widened his eyes and whispered, "I heard she possesses an innate. If we capture her, we might directly break through to the Qi refinement stage." As the allure of immediate advancement sparked within the eyes of the other 2, Bai Yue took a step back in alarm. Aren't they righteous disciples? How? The next moment, she turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. The 3 men immediately chased after her, laughing. "Ha! What a tremendous fortune! My brothers and I are truly blessed today." There was no way Bai Yue could escape. Furious, she shouted, "Impudent! Stay back! Aren't you righteous disciples? You dare?" The leader bellowed with laughter. "Indeed, we are honorable disciples, yet we are men, master. Rest assured, we shall not speak of today's events to anyone." The man beside him chimed in, laughing heartily. "I have long fantasized about Master Bai. If I could but experience her grace today, I would gladly trade 50 years of my life for the chance. Ha ha ha, the most exquisite Bai Master of the righteous sect. Truly magnificent." In that moment, Bai Yue found herself unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Despair engulfed her, her heart shattered in an instant. The disciples who usually revered her now seemed distant, leaving her to cry out for help. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" System alert. Detection of the wicked woman Bai Yue about to be judged by others. Host, swiftly take her away to prevent her demise at their hands. Xiao Yu anticipated the alert. Bai Yue was undoubtedly losing faith in the righteous path. Her only hope for survival rested with him, and she remained blind to her fate. The thought of escaping was futile, yet a plan formed in his mind. He swiftly consumed the blood fury pill given by the earlier assailant and leaped to his feet, his cultivation surging to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. The group had already lined up before Bai Yue, but at that moment, a scream erupted from behind. "Ah!" Turning to see, one of their arms had been shattered. The remaining 2 exchanged alarmed glances. Who dares? In the blink of an eye, they witnessed a figure, drenched in blood energy, charging towards them. The foremost individual raised his hand and swung a blade, striking fiercely at the assailant's shoulder. A scoundrel of the demonic path. Finish him off quickly. Yet, the assailant moved with incredible swiftness, dispatching them all in mere moments. After securing Bai Yue in the judgment chamber, he darted out in an instant. At that moment, Bai Yue's tears ceased. She realized it was that rogue of the demonic path who had saved her. Yet, how could he possess the aura of the Blood Fury pill? Wasn't its consumption fatal? With the enhancement of the Blood Fury pill, Xiao Yu felt his vital energy surge and boil within him. The searing blood spilled onto the ground. Rising in smoke, he fled rapidly, aware that the Xianling sect disciples were still nearby. Even with the Blood Fury pill, he could not endure for long. Spotting a fork in the path, he navigated along the sheer cliffside and soon discovered a small burrow of 5 square meters. He crawled in, sealing the entrance behind him. The opening was narrow, but the interior spacious. Upon entering, Xiao Yu suddenly coughed up blood. Enduring the excruciating pain, he slowly shifted stones to barricade the burrow's entrance. Then, he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, hastily making his way into the judgment chamber. Glancing at the dazed Bai Yue, he whispered, "I saved your life. I borrowed your innate law body for a moment." For hours later, dawn broke. With the aid of the innate law body, the side effects of the Blood Fury pill dissipated, and his injuries healed. Detected that the wicked woman Bai Yue, after being saved by the host, still intends to attack him, showing ingratitude. Evil value has risen to 40. Chapter 5. Escape in the silent night, stars twinkled in the sky, and moonlight cascaded like water over the mountainside. A few wild rabbits frolicked in the valley. The morning breeze swept through, intertwining clouds and wind. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Bai Yue, who lay beside him. At that moment, Bai Yue's face was ashen, as if she had lost all vitality. Her cultivation had regressed to the 2nd layer of body refinement, while Xiao Yu had ascended to the 8th layer. Hearing the already awakened Xiao Yu, Bai Yue instinctively tugged at her clothing, as if the glory and pride she once possessed had completely vanished. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her expression growing increasingly melancholic. The members of the Xianling sect had abandoned her in her time of need. Where was she supposed to go now? What was she to do? Whether it was the Harmony Sect or the righteous path, they were all ravenous beasts. What righteousness was there in their reverence for her? They would extol her virtue in public, proclaiming their commitment to vanquishing evil. Yet, when she found herself in distress, they were all too eager to take advantage of her plight. And then there was this fellow. Once she extricated herself from her predicament, she would ensure he met a fate worse than death. He would not find peace in the afterlife. While Xiao Yu donned his attire, he swallowed hard, unable to suppress a cold smirk. However, the sight of Bai Yue's demeanor piqued his interest. After all, they had shared tribulations. There was no need for such a gaze. Did she truly believe that righteous cultivators would still regard her as the paragon of virtue in her current state? Though I may lack understanding of the cultivation world, I am well acquainted with human nature. Others revered and admired you because of your previous high cultivation and status as a sect leader. Now, you are presented with 2 choices. First, teach me the ways of cultivation. As long as I remain alive, you will not fall into the hands of others. Do you truly wish to entertain the notion of acquiring more men? Bai Yue remained silent, lost in thought. Xiao Yu grinned. The second choice is to follow me and become my personal pet or alchemical furnace. Choose whichever you prefer. Upon hearing this, Bai Yue shuddered, her expression darkening with rage, utterly delusional. Yet, as she spoke, she found herself frozen in place, recalling the vivid scenes of yesterday, her brows knitting together in distress. As a virtuous maiden of the righteous path, she had always maintained her integrity. How could she possibly face the world if word of this spread? Some female cultivators had already resented her for her position as the paragon of virtue. Now, if they learned of her entanglement with the demonic path, what fate awaited her? Perhaps Xiao Yu was right. She was no longer the venerated saint of the righteous path. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Enough with your futile escape from reality. From this moment on, I shall be your master. If you wish to eat, you had better behave, or you can feast on dung instead. Huh. With that, he retrieved the storage bag he had acquired the previous day and began examining its contents. A subpar artifact, the eagle claw blade, Harmony pills, bewitching fragrance. Half a bottle of Blood Fury pills, the first half of the Harmony technique, the Phoenix summoning technique, and 18 spirit stones. Upon discovering the Phoenix summoning technique, his eyes lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Bai Yue could see nothing, but her insides churned with an indescribable disgust. Yet, fear began to creep in. She dreaded the thought of Xiao Yu revealing their secret. As a sect leader, if it became known that she had associated with the demonic path, her life would be irrevocably altered. If she managed to escape, She would have to eliminate him. Only the dead could keep secrets. Xiao Yu examined the Hehuan technique with keen interest. His gaze grew increasingly serious as he read word by word. With the energy of the other circulating through the heavens, with the blood connecting the meridians, with the spirit condensing the essence, harmonizing yin and yang, and the 5 elements nourishing one another. Xiao Yu meticulously observed the text, which was accompanied by illustrations. As he focused on the image of 2 small figures meditating face to face, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Yue beside him. Previously, in films, it seemed that ordinary cultivators usually cultivated on their own, circulating energy through their bodies. The Hehuan technique utilized the energy of the other. If he were to master this technique, combined with Bai Yue's innate physique, his cultivation should progress swiftly. Noticing that Xiao Yu had been silent for a while, Bai Yue felt a surge of anxiety. Can you take me with you? I apologize. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Yes, I will first secure you in my ancestral artifact's safe house. Bai Yue, unable to see, genuinely believed it was some sort of artifact and was thus taken in. Xiao Yu cautiously stepped out of the cave. With his body tempered to the 8th level, he could now traverse tree branches with ease. Holding the eagle claw blade by his side, he dashed forward with ghostly speed. Before long, he had departed from the mountain peak. At this moment, the sky began to brighten, and the distant sun slowly revealed its forehead. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue's stomach had been grumbling for a while, a soft gurgle echoing through the silence. She hadn't eaten for 4 days and was parched. She had no idea what this safe house artifact was, nor whether it contained any food. Can you give me something to eat? What do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Xiao Yu chuckled softly at the berries on the tree. Do you eat berries? Bai Yue quickly responded, I want meat. Can you catch a chicken for me? Before I met you, I had been on the run, fighting without a single grain to eat. Xiao Yu was momentarily speechless. This woman still craved meat? It seemed she hadn't had her fill yesterday. Just then, Bai Yue earnestly began to speak. I possess the 9 transformations spirit technique, Jade Maiden sword technique, 5 elements goddess technique, limitless blade technique, mystic maiden carefree technique, divine origin technique, 8-part wave cutting ruler, and sky slaying 9 styles, among others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression shifted to one of mockery. Do you think I'm foolish? Chapter 6. The Cangyu 9 provinces while the other possessed numerous techniques. They were certainly not to be accepted at this moment. He must ensure the other faced judgment and became a handmaiden before proceeding. Yet, as Xiao Yu contemplated the system's schemes and Bai Yue's character, he couldn't help but chuckle. He could further increase her sin value. He truly went to catch a wild chicken. In less than half an hour, half a roasted chicken was placed into Bai Yue's hands. Xiao Yu also brought over some water in a cut bamboo section. Seeing the blind Bai Yue, he unabashedly took her hand and guided her to hold the bamboo section. This is water. Bai Yue instinctively tugged at her collar, unsure if he was stealing glances at her, given her blindness. The aroma of the meat before her evoked memories of her previous time at the Jade Maiden Sect. Xiao Yu sat nearby, eating while holding a hawk's claw knife. Inquiring, let us set aside the techniques for now. I have some fundamental questions. To be honest, my understanding of cultivation is rather limited. Since joining the Harmony Sect a year ago, I spent 8 months as a menial disciple, and I've only been an outer disciple for less than 4 months. Lacking even a master, I wish to know why I am unable to wield magical artifacts at present. Those individuals can manipulate flying knives from a distance. Why can I not do the same? Bai Yue took a bite of roasted chicken, her expression one of resignation. Well, you are currently in the body refinement stage. This stage is the initial step of cultivation, essentially making you a somewhat more skilled mortal without any magical power, thus rendering you incapable of harnessing the might of magical artifacts or utilizing spells. You can only rely on physical skills, internal energy, weapons, and similar tools. The body refinement stage is about enhancing your physique and opening your meridians before you can attempt to draw in qi. Once you successfully draw spirit energy into your body, you will enter the qi refinement stage, at which point you will be able to use spells. As she spoke, Bai Yue took another bite of the meat in her hand. The texture was dry and lacking flavor. Previously, as the sect leader, she feasted on delicacies and sipped on divine nectar. After chewing a few times, it became increasingly difficult to swallow. Yet, when she thought of her deceased disciples, she forcefully swallowed the morsel. Currently, her cultivation had reached the 2nd level of body refinement. However, to recover from her injuries, she required elixirs and resources. It was inconvenient for her to procure them, so she had to rely on others. She needed to keep her composure with Xiao Yu. She was unsure of what had transpired. Those 4 hours yesterday were etched in her memory. Her ears still burned with embarrassment, and her hair was styled up, as if she had somewhat resigned herself to her fate. A hint of fear lingered. Every time she scolded him, Xiao Yu would respond with a retort, which frightened her. After taking another bite of meat, she spoke softly. Beyond the Qi refinement stage lies the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, and the nascent soul stage. However, those are far too distant for you. If you wish to cultivate, seeking out techniques now would be futile. You must first refine your body and temper your physique. You need to find a low-tier technique for body refinement. You must begin your training from the very beginning. Laying a strong foundation is essential for a more profound magical essence in the later foundation establishment stage. I considered this as well, and currently providing you with techniques would be pointless. You must first reach the Qi refinement stage before you can begin cultivating. Detected that the wicked Bai Yue, after acquiring food, denies the host any technique rewards and deceives him. The evil value has risen to 72. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled upward. He had discovered a method to elevate her evil value. That was simply to treat her with a bit more kindness. After all, as a villainess, she would still seek to harm him despite any kindness shown. While savoring the roasted meat, he looked towards her and said, "Then help me with body refinement." Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, "Body refinement cannot be assisted by others. It must be done by oneself." Xiao Yu's expression turned mocking. "How did you refine your body before? Weren't you trying to recover your cultivation? What do you plan to do?" Bai Yue's voice grew frantic. I was born with a congenital physique, and I have never undergone body refinement. To achieve body refinement requires physical training and the aid of medicinal materials and elixirs. For me, it could take a year or two at a slow pace, and a few months at best. For you, it may take even longer. Xiao Yu squinted slightly. Recalling the concept of body tempering he had encountered in the book on the Harmony technique. The method outlined therein was remarkably swift, yet it necessitated the cooperation of 2 individuals. As he lifted the tome once more and scrutinized the descriptions, he sensed an impending challenge. Across from him, Bai Yue, momentarily exasperated, huffed in irritation, "What are you looking at?" Upon hearing her audacious tone, Xiao Yu swiftly delivered a sharp slap. The sound resonated in the air, and Bai Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mix of anger and shock. Xiao Yu grasped her hand firmly, declaring, "Understand your standing. Dare to insult me again." Bai Yue's instinctive reaction was one of fear, her fingers tightening around the hem of her garment. Yet, beneath her outward composure lay a profound resentment at being treated so harshly. Had they not been conversing amicably? How could their dialogue devolve into violence so swiftly? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu pondered deeply, pulling Bai Yue closer to him. With a flushed complexion, she quietly remarked, "Earlier, you mentioned wanting to leave this place. You should head west. We are situated at the far west of Heshi Prefecture, with the sea to the west and south, Donghua Prefecture to the east, and Hulhua Prefecture to the north. If you attempt to flee eastward from here, you will undoubtedly be apprehended by righteous cultivators." Xiao Yu's voice dropped to a grave whisper as he tightened his embrace. "Did you not say the west is the sea?" Bai Yue's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Indeed, you could take the waterways southwards to Nanhua Prefecture, where there is no conflict. However, if you traverse eastward by land, you will meet only death." Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He was skeptical of her proposed route. He tore off a generous piece of roasted meat and washed it down with water, recalling their encounter with the Xianling sect while gathering herbs nearby just the day before. Had they already encroached upon their territory? Had the Harmony Sect vanquished the Jade Maiden sect, only to be subdued by the Xianling sect? With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Yu rose to his feet. "This is becoming rather troublesome." Bai Yue exhaled slowly. In these tense times of war, not only loose cultivators, but even members of prominent sects are subjected to scrutiny and verification at checkpoints. Someone of your ambiguous origin is likely to attract suspicion, and your identity as a denizen of Majo will soon be revealed. Xiao Yu leisurely sipped from a bamboo bucket, contemplating as he contemplated bringing Bai Yue into the judgment chamber. He glanced toward the edge of the forest, his countenance pensive. Venturing up the mountain was too perilous. Who knew how far those individuals had advanced? Observing the distant Jianglu city, Xiao Yu remarked solemnly, "Let us venture to Jianglu city." Chapter 7. Testing the spirit root, Xiao Yu ambled through the thicket, a piece of grass clenched between his teeth. Righteous cultivators seldom disrupt the lives of mortals. Despite their penchant for reputation, They generally uphold a semblance of honor. The same could not be said for those of the demonic path. For instance, the Harmony Sect thrived on chaos, particularly relishing the abduction of beautiful maidens and handsome men. As he continued on his path, he suddenly perceived a throng of people ahead. Anxiety washed over him, and he crouched low within the underbrush. Peering cautiously, he discovered a tumult of refugees spilling forth along the winding trail. A group of individuals, supporting the elderly and carrying children, trudged towards the city of Jianglu, their garments tattered and worn. The few in front bore faces covered in dust, their burdens heavy, resembling lost dogs in despair. The crowd behind, some assisting one another, wore vacant expressions, their conversations steeped in desolation. The cries of infants mingled with the sighs of the aged. Xiao Yu's gaze was somber as he contemplated his next move. Should he blend in with them? At that moment, a man in the sky, perched atop a luminous jade gourd, cast a dark look upon Xiao Yu below. The man then glanced towards the direction of Jianglu Mountain. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, he was already being watched. He snatched a garment from a deceased person behind him, draping it over himself, and smeared dirt upon his face. Thus, he followed the group of refugees, leaning on a stick as he limped along. The man above chuckled at the sight and transmitted his thoughts. What a cunning lad. How did you manage to survive the siege of the Xianling sect yesterday? Xiao Yu halted, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Yet, upon noticing the man's attire signifying the Harmony Sect, his spirits lifted instantly. He hastily drew out an eagle-claw knife from his storage pouch, feigning anger as he shouted, "You righteous dogs! If you have the guts, come at me. Even if I die, I shall take someone with me. Do not underestimate me." The man in the sky found amusement in this and beckoned, drawing Xiao Yu onto his gourd. Upon realizing that this was Elder Wu, the one who had orchestrated the lottery the previous day, Xiao Yu's face lit up with excitement. "Elder Wu, it's truly you," he exclaimed, quickly kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists in respect. Elder Wu, with a sinister smile as he stroked his beard, replied, Where do you think you are running off to? Why not return to the sect?" With an unflinching demeanor, Xiao Yu clasped his fists and said, "Yesterday, I ascended the mountain with several senior brothers to gather herbs, but unfortunately, I encountered Lin Su, an inner disciple of the Xianling sect. He pursued me down the mountain, and as my cultivation is still shallow, I dared not confront him, thus I fled. I intended to return to the sect, but fearing more righteous dogs awaited me on the mountain, I thought to blend in with the refugees." Elder Wu scoffed coldly. "You think you can just slip into Jianglu City among the refugees? Do not underestimate the cunning of the righteous sects. They have stationed disciples disguised as ordinary soldiers at the city gate. You might find yourself dead upon arrival. Fortunately for you, you've encountered me." Hastily, Xiao Yu clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Wu, for saving my life. I will remember this kindness." Yet, his heart was heavy with apprehension. Returning to the Harmony Sect would be perilous. After all, Sister May had failed to apprehend him yesterday and would surely harbor resentment. The thought sent a shiver through Xiao Yu. At that moment, Elder Wu stroked his beard once more and gazed towards Jianglu Mountain, stating, "With the destruction of the Yunu sect, the scoundrels of the Xianling sect have emerged, slaughtering our disciples hidden within Jianglu City, and have seized control of Jianglu Mountain. Tomorrow, we shall settle the score with them. Come, return with me. I find myself in need of a capable assistant. You seem quite astute. Consider yourself my disciple." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu's brows lifted in surprise. Had he truly been elevated from an outer disciple to a direct disciple? Was he to bypass even the status of an inner disciple? He pondered, why would this old man be so kind to me? Could it be a trap? With this thought, Xiao Yu hastily knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and exclaimed, "Disciple Xiao Yu expresses his profound gratitude for your immense grace, Master." Elder Wu nodded in satisfaction from across the way. Subsequently, he took to the skies, carrying Xiao Yu towards the direction of the Harmony Sect. Their flight was exceedingly swift, far surpassing the speed of the previous day's bamboo pole. It felt akin to a roller coaster, with the wind tousling Xiao Yu's hair. Elder Wu, catching a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Xiao Yu, grinned widely and remarked, "How is it that a mere 8th-level body refining disciple like you has found a furnace? You carry a scent reminiscent of a woman." Xiao Yu, with a cheeky grin, replied, "It's not quite a furnace, Master. I possess nothing of my own. It was my senior brother who took care of me yesterday, and having grown weary of it, he let me have a taste of something new." Elder Wu chuckled knowingly, then whispered, "Ah, no matter. Once we reach the alchemy chamber, you'll certainly have your fill of furnaces. Xiao Yu feigned delight, smiling broadly. Thank you for your immense grace, master. He was nearly speechless. The denizens of this world of cultivation were as ferocious as wolves. He, being merely at the body refining stage, wondered why they sought to scheme against him. Was Elder Wu perhaps suffering from some ailment? Did he already know about Bai Yue? Xiao Yu, being at the body refining stage, questioned why Elder Wu would accept him. Historically, sects would only accept direct disciples under a few circumstances: significant merit, connections and favors, or outstanding innate talent. Wait a moment. Hadn't Elder Wu just mentioned heading to the alchemy chamber? This old rascal might intend to transform Xiao Yu into an alchemical being or a human pill. Xiao Yu felt a surge of frustration. Just then, Elder Wu summoned him with a gesture, and he landed before the grand entrance of the Harmony Sect's alchemy chamber. Xiao Yu shivered, apprehensive yet maintaining a smile as he clasped his fists. Master, this alchemy chamber is truly impressive. Elder Wu, with an amused expression, patted his shoulder, then turned to the alchemical furnace behind him, saying, Come here, let me assess your spiritual roots. If I am not mistaken, your spiritual roots should be quite remarkable. Your abundant yang energy is palpable, likely a golden fire root. While Xiao Yu remained bewildered, Elder Wu produced a spiritual assessment stone. With a mischievous grin, he gestured towards Xiao Yu, beckoning, Good disciple, place your hand upon it. Xiao Yu, with reverence and sweetness in his tone, declared, Master is too kind to me. Even measuring my spiritual roots, I vow to brave fire and water for you in the future. He placed his hand upon the stone. As a surge of spiritual light emanated from it, Elder Wu's expression darkened. What? You possess 4 spiritual roots of gold, wood, fire, and earth. Why not 3? Why is it a pseudo-spiritual root? Such a pity. Why is there not even a water root? Having an additional water root would have been advantageous. Why must it be this most useless for system pseudo-spiritual root? Truly lamentable. Elder Wu's face fell in disappointment. Once again, he glanced at Xiao Yu, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chapter 8. Hualian, the esteemed disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect. Naturally, Xiao Yu sensed the ominous aura of hostility. Hastily, he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and exclaiming, Master, when I fled for my life yesterday, I stumbled upon 2 of my senior brother's storage bags. This is all that I possess. I humbly request that Master accept it. With that, he presented the 2 storage bags. Elder Wu, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's pretense, waved his hand dismissively. I have no need for your trifling possessions. Go to the back and refine some medicinal herbs. I shall be stepping out. Having said this, Elder Wu released the jade gourd and departed. Xiao Yu, with a smile plastered on his face, performed a respectful bow, and only after the elder vanished did he exhale in relief. It was likely that the old man was off in search of new materials for human pills, leaving Xiao Yu's fate uncertain. Recalling the reward for the herb-gathering task he had accepted, he pondered if it included human pills. Could that task have been assigned by Elder Wu? To be prudent, it would be best to obediently refine the herbs. However, he was utterly incapable of distinguishing the various herbs. Staring at the numerous baskets of plants, he sought the assistance of Bai Yue in the adjudication room. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu had once again been captured by the Harmony Sect, Bai Yue's expression darkened. You couldn't escape again? What use do I have for you? Xiao Yu, feeling irate, retorted, Are you coming back for more? Just as Bai Yue was about to plead for forgiveness, he continued. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu, observing Bai Yue's speechlessness, remarked, That person has left. The situation is dire. If I do not refine the herbs before he returns, I might very well become the medicine myself. At this moment, Bai Yue ceased her concealment. I am a third-grade alchemist. I shall teach you. You must ensure to take me with you when you have the chance. If the experts of the Harmony Sect discover me, you will certainly be unable to keep me. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Of course, I would be quite reluctant to part with you. Master Bai, teach me well in alchemy. I still need to seek vengeance on your disciple, Yijiro. Thus, the two became tightly bound in their shared fate. Yet, Xiao Yu dared not release Bai Yue, for he had witnessed Elder Wu's keen senses. He could only describe the herb's appearances and scents while activating the communication function in the adjudication room, ensuring Bai Yue could hear the happenings outside. This is Xianin grass. Sort it out and place it in a cool area. The aroma upon inhalation suggests this to be Meixiang grass. Place it in a wooden box to prevent the fragrance from escaping. Xiao Yu remained tense, concentrating on his tasks, fearful of making a mistake. Just as he was fully absorbed in his work, he suddenly heard an unusual noise emanating from the storeroom behind him. Bai Yue in the adjudication room also caught the sound, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it. Though Xiao Yu was reluctant to interfere, wishing only to focus on refining the herbs, Bai Yue leaned in to listen, her voice trembling with excitement. "Lianer, is that you?" Rising in anticipation, she urged, quickly, "Go and check. It must be my disciple, Hualian." Xiao Yu, however, was displeased. "Do you think I dare to wander around now? If that old man discovers us, we are doomed." Listening to that voice, Bai Yue pleaded desperately, "In my lifetime, I have never asked anything of anyone. It must be my poor disciple. I implore you to help her. I am willing to teach you the art of alchemy. I will guide you in the ways of cultivation. Please, I beseech you to assist Lianer." Xiao Yu glanced around, clearly reluctant to comply. Yet, at that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. "New villainess detected. Please proceed to unlock the task." Xiao Yu stood up. "Another one?" As he followed the voice to the rear storage room, his expression shifted to one of unease. Even before entering, he was met with a nauseating scent of blood, an overwhelmingly foul stench. Upon stepping inside, his eyes widened in shock. Before him stood several enormous cauldrons, each exuding a bizarre medicinal aroma. Just then, he noticed a woman in a long blue robe hanging on the wall. Her features were exquisite, her skin pale and beautiful, with curves that resembled a work of art. New villainess detected. Name, Hualian. Age, 18. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 4, debilitated. Appearance, 97 points. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Talent, Supreme Ice Spirit Root. Personality, overbearing, unreasonable, arrogant, deeply concerned with her reputation. She would slay the innocent to protect it. Enamored with the prominent righteous sections. Background, Chief Disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, candidate for the next Holy Maiden of the Righteous Path, an orphan. Activate the task of judging the villainous Hualian. Please ensure her life is safeguarded. Upon completing the judgment of Bai Yue, the second judgment room will be unlocked. Each judgment room can accommodate only one individual. Hualian. Xiao Yu slowly raised his gaze, and then realized that the woman's features were smeared with blood around her eyes, mouth, and nose. However, it seemed that those who had attacked him yesterday were not related to her. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Could she have been fed the phoenix capturing pill by Elder Wu? If she doesn't find a man, it could burn her blood out entirely. Although Bai Yue could not see outside, her intuition honed over the years allowed her to sense something amiss. What is near you? Xiao Yu, glancing at the numerous cauldrons, instinctively swallowed hard. Your disciple's pipa bone is suspended by 2 steel hooks, hanging on the wall. The phoenix capturing pill has likely been acting for a long time. If it is not addressed soon, she may perish. The blood from your disciple has flowed onto the ground and into those cauldrons. Bai Yue trembled violently at his words. She could surmise the dreadful contents of those cauldrons. Upon hearing a man's voice, Hualian twisted in agony, frantically pulling at the steel hooks, blood gushing forth. Xiao Yu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of fear. Stop moving. If you continue, you will die. Hualian, seemingly deaf to his warning, screamed hysterically in Xiao Yu's direction. In the judgment room, Bai Yue cried out in despair, "Help her. Please help my disciple. Hurry." Xiao Yu frowned, contemplating the situation before deciding to take action. Half an hour later, Hualian struggled to open her eyes, feeling the excruciating pain of the steel hook piercing through her body. She was so disoriented that she didn't even realize what Xiao Yu was doing. Noticing her stillness, Xiao Yu hurriedly retrieved a hemostatic pill as instructed by Bai Yue. Surely, the Elder Wu would be oblivious to the loss of one pill? Don't move. Take this hemostatic pill, he urged, presenting the medicine. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Hualian's expression twisted in fury. In that moment, she finally grasped the reality of the situation. Demonic thief. Despicable lecher, she thought, and attempted to kick him, only to be restrained by the hook. Detected the ungratefulness of the villainous Hualian. The host bravely came to her aid, yet she retaliated, raising the sin value to 15. Xiao Yu, uninterested in explanations, forcefully placed the hemostatic pill into her mouth. Stripped of her powers, Hualian was no match for him and coughed as she swallowed the pill. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue shouted in panic, "Lianer, quickly tell her not to move. You must think of a way. Tell her I sent you." Xiao Yu had become wiser. The system only assigned him tasks without regard for his safety. He certainly could not simply rescue her. Currently, he lacked the means to accommodate her, as the judgment chamber could only hold one individual at a time. He needed to first judge Bai Yue to gain access to his second chamber. Moreover, to claim Hualyan, he had to elevate her sin value to 100. Bai Yue had been able to be taken in immediately due to the system's initial rewards. Xiao Yu promptly dismissed Bai Yue's suggestion. Don't be foolish. What if she betrays us? Bai Yue, in distress, exclaimed, No, my disciple would never harm you. I have watched her grow. Xiao Yu replied coldly. I refuse to take any more risks. Who knows if she would betray us to save her own life? I can only assist you this far. I must go prepare medicine. With that, he closed the storeroom door. Inside, Hualyan continued to curse, her voice a relentless echo. Xiao Yu diligently ground all the herbs needed. And on top of that, he cleaned the alchemy room. He realized that to survive, he needed to appease that old coot. After contemplating, he rushed to the boiler room to prepare a meal. Why not showcase some modern culinary skills? If Elder Wu enjoys it, perhaps he won't kill me, he thought. He heated the oil and began cooking. Meanwhile, Bai Yue wore a melancholic expression, reminiscing about the first time she met Hualyan, who had been but a child, rescued from a pile of corpses in the mortal realm. She had always nurtured Hualyan as her own daughter. Master, one day, Lianer will become an outstanding cultivator like you. Revered by all, Bai Yue's mind wandered through memories, lost in the past. If only she had not placed her trust in her second disciple, their sect would not have suffered the ambush. She had always regarded Lianer as her daughter. She understood that Hualyan's choice to live rather than take her own life might have been fueled by a desire for vengeance. Everyone believed her dead. Yet how could she face the world now? She was engulfed in anguish. Many of her remaining disciples, unwilling to endure humiliation, chose to end their own lives. Some, it seemed, might not even have the opportunity for self-destruction now. As their master, she had to devise a way to rescue them. Just then, she caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting in from outside. The dishes smelled exquisite. Yet, despite the enticing fragrance, she had no appetite. Her sole desire was to save Hualyan. Listening to the sounds of cooking outside, Bai Yue trembled in desperation, pleading, Please help Lianer. You have at least received her primordial yin. Do not be so heartless. If you save my disciple, I shall gladly teach you my techniques. Before she could finish, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Where are the people from the alchemy chamber? Elder Wu is in trouble. Hurry, someone. Chapter 9. Elder Wu is dead. Am I truly the disciple of a master? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe what he had just heard as he rose to his feet. His expression one of confusion as he faced two approaching individuals. The moment they spotted Xiao Yu, their faces turned frantic as they exclaimed, Elder Wu just went out on official business and fell victim to a scheme by the Xianling sect, perishing on Jianglu Mountain. Are you Elder Wu's disciple? Instinctively, Xiao Yu nodded. Indeed. I am Xiao Yu, the direct disciple of Elder Wu. How may I assist you? The leader of the two, exhaling impatiently, replied. Since you are Elder Wu's disciple, the alchemy chamber of the Jianglu branch of our Joyous Union sect is now your responsibility. The sect master has gone east to establish a new branch. We are under the authority of the newly arrived Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang will arrive tomorrow. Given the urgency of the situation, you must present 100 blood-staunching pills, 20 marrow-cleansing pills, and 50 Joyous Union pills by noon tomorrow. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Wait, that is far too much. The time frame is too tight. The individual, visibly annoyed, retorted, Your protests are of no consequence. Elder Wu must have amassed a stockpile of pills from his usual alchemical work. Handle it as you see fit. The new Elder Zhang is not to be trifled with. After delivering their message, the two hastily departed, eager to distance themselves from any potential association with Xiao Yu. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yu quickly turned to Bai Yue in the judgment chamber. Good news. Elder Wu has passed away. We can rescue your disciple. The bad news is that another elder is arriving tomorrow. We are likely trapped. You are a third-grade alchemist. Even without your powers, surely you can produce some first-grade pills? Upon hearing this, Bai Yue's expression suddenly shifted to one of exuberance. The prospect of saving her disciple overshadowed all else. She sprang to her feet. If it is merely first-grade pills, that should be manageable. Xiao Yu, elated by her response, swiftly secured all doors and windows. He then released Bai Yue, taking precautions to dress her in male attire for safety. You begin the alchemy process. I will go rescue your disciple and see if there are any treasures here. Bai Yue, anxious at the thought of being left alone, felt a surge of panic. She feared that Xiao Yu might abandon her, in her current state. She could see nothing, and what if someone were to come? Upon observing her demeanor, Xiao Yu contemplated for a moment before deciding to usher her into the judgment chamber. It's of no consequence. A brief delay in alchemy won't matter. Let's first ascertain what we have here. Perhaps Elder Wu has some ready-made elixirs. With that, Xiao Yu departed swiftly, making his way to the storeroom where he promptly released Bai Yue. Bai Yue, with no time for hesitation, rushed forward. Lianer, is that you? Hearing this, Hua Lian's eyes quivered with emotion. Master? Master, your eyes. The moment she beheld the eye mask covering Bai Yue's eyes, a wave of sorrow surged within her. Bai Yue hurriedly reassured her. This person is a friend of Master. Master can no longer see and has lost her cultivation. Lianer, do not be afraid. Master will find a way to take you away. But this is not the right time. Casting a glance at Xiao Yu, who was rummaging through items, Hua Lian was momentarily overcome with joy and tears. As she surveyed the surrounding medicinal vats, tears streamed anew. Junior sisters, oh, I am so helpless. The two of them, master and disciple, embraced in tears. Bai Yue, filled with compassion, removed the steel hook from Hua Lian and administered a hemostatic pill to her. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu observed the contents of the storeroom. Most of it consisted of firewood, grain, herbs, and tools, nothing of value. His gaze soon drifted to the adjacent bedroom, the dwelling of Elder Wu. After casting a glance back at Bai Yue and Hua Lian, he proceeded towards Elder Wu's chamber. Upon entering, his eyes brightened with delight. There lay hemostatic pills, marrow-cleansing pills, detoxification pills, harmony pills, and meridian-opening pills. Nearly all were first-grade elixirs. Although the quantity was modest, the variety was ample. Tomorrow, only 30 hemostatic pills were needed for submission. Xiao Yu continued his search. This chamber resembled more of a study than a bedroom. Stepping inside, he was surrounded by towering bookshelves filled with a wealth of literature, ancient tomes piled high. By the window stood a rosewood table, complete with the 4 treasures of the study, the scent of ink wafting through the air. The walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings, the strokes dynamic and imposing. The room was tastefully decorated in an antiquated elegance, with a white-skinned drum resting quietly in one corner. After examining it, he carefully stowed the drum in his storage pouch. He rummaged through each drawer until he finally discovered a storage bag within an exquisite jade box. It appeared less refined than the one Elder Wu possessed. Upon opening it, he found complete harmony skill, alchemy techniques, yin-yang borrowing life technique, an old alchemy furnace, 5 immobilization talismans, and a jade gourd. The sight of the jade gourd instantly reminded Xiao Yu of the scene during the sex lottery when Elder Wu had summoned a throng of female cultivators using that very gourd artifact. He picked up the fist-sized jade gourd to inspect it. The moment he touched it, he felt a refreshing chill emanating from it, accompanied by an indescribable sense of joy. Merely holding the gourd was akin to grasping a delicate jade hand. Upon closer examination, he noticed 4 small characters inscribed upon it, Jade Maiden Gourd. Xiao Yu surmised its purpose. It was a discarded low-grade auxiliary artifact from Elder Wu, possessing average offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet this object possesses the ability to absorb living beings. It is likely that the other party has acquired something superior, thus setting aside this inferior jade gourd. Xiao Yu gazed at the gourd, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He surmised that Bai Yue had already conveyed something to Hua Lian. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu's expression turned grave as he clenched his fists. Caution was essential, otherwise he might fall victim to this master-disciple duo. Observing the alchemy chamber before him, he pondered whether he should remain. With Elder Wu deceased, this place now served as the most ideal sanctuary for cultivation. He was now the sole authority of the alchemy chamber. Mei Chunlan would undoubtedly hesitate to trouble him. Furthermore, having acquired the complete manual of the harmony technique, he could comprehend it and subsequently cultivate alongside Bai Yue. Within half a month, he was certain to break through to the Qi refinement stage. At that point, he would be able to wield magical artifacts. To be prudent, he resolved to master the art of alchemy as well, aiming to at least attain the status of a first-tier alchemist. With the enhancement of a secondary profession, the Harmony Sect would surely regard him with greater esteem. Stability was paramount. He would not flee. Once he had subdued Bai Yue, persuading her to draft a letter to Lure Yijiro over would be a trivial matter. With this thought, Xiao Yu concealed Elder Wu's storage bag within his robes. He then took a separate storage bag, collecting the various elixirs before making his way toward the storeroom. Upon arriving at the storeroom, he noticed Bai Yue conversing with Hua Lian, who appeared to be scanning the surroundings with a look of ire. Xiao Yu entered with a light chuckle, remarking, "I have only discovered these elixirs. That old fellow must have carried all his valuables with him. You may still need to practice alchemy. After speaking, he proceeded to unveil the vials of elixirs from the storage bag. Hualian, with a face of sorrow and indignation, nudged Bai Yue forward. Xiao Yu glanced upward and softly remarked, "It was your master who implored me to rescue you. As cultivators, some matters need not weigh heavily on our hearts. Your master has likely informed you of our current predicament. We are in the alchemy chamber of the Harmony Sect, and escape seems implausible. A new elder shall arrive tomorrow, and if I cannot produce elixirs, I may face serious consequences. As long as I am present, the two of you shall remain undiscovered. You should understand the principle of mutual reliance." Hualian nodded in response, expressing, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your life-saving grace. I am deeply grateful." Though she said this, she did not bow. Xiao Yu was well aware that she held disdain for him, a practitioner of dark arts. Did all righteous women possess such pride? Gazing at the two women before him, Xiao Yu wore a benevolent smile. "Let us proceed to practice alchemy. Miss Bai, come, teach me." Hualian, smiling slightly, responded, "We are eternally grateful for your assistance, Xiao Taoist. You need not trouble yourself. I shall handle the alchemy." A subtle smile graced Xiao Yu's lips. He knew these two women were likely scheming. A glance at Bai Yue revealed that, having just weathered adversity together, she now harbored ulterior motives after he had saved her disciple. Ah, women. Was this their nature? What were they planning? Surely, they did not intend to seize this place for alchemy and healing? Would she recover her cultivation and then flee? Or could it be that she intended to silence him permanently? It is highly probable that, after all, a virtuous saintess would regard him, a mere insect of the demonic path, as insignificant. I pondered for a moment and realized that it would be quite perilous to have you two concocting elixirs outside. Should the disciples of the Harmony Sect appear unexpectedly, it would spell trouble. Therefore, Bai Yue, it would be best for you to remain within my artifact, while Miss Hua assists me in alchemy outside. Hualian, in her moment of nervousness, tightened her grip on Bai Yue's arm. After a brief contemplation, Bai Yue ultimately acquiesced. Xiao Yu instructed Hualian to turn her head away, and then, with a wave of his hand, he stored Bai Yue within. Inside the judgment chamber, Bai Yue spoke softly, "You currently lack spiritual energy, making it quite challenging to refine elixirs. We can only utilize spirit stones in conjunction with mundane fire for the process. Furthermore, the entire procedure must be conducted manually, likely resulting in flawed first-grade elixirs. To concoct elixirs of minor or no flaws, one must at least be at the 5th level of qi refining." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Very well. Let us commence the alchemical process. The sun will set in 2 hours. Time is of the essence." Chapter 10. Alchemy. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the alchemy chamber, the flickering flames dancing beneath the cauldron. Hualian stood nearby, tending to the fire with spiritual wood, her face alight with a smile as she coaxed the flames to life. Bai Yue, hearing the crackling of the fire, murmured, "Typically, alchemists use flames catalyzed by their spiritual energy for refining elixirs. However, none of us possess the ability to transform air into fire at present. Thus we must rely on spiritually imbued wood to kindle the flames. We will then manually grind the spiritual herbs into the appropriate shapes and mix the powdered spirit stones with the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron. This method, while somewhat counterproductive, severely diminishes the value of the spiritual herbs, yet it is the only option available to meet tomorrow's assessment." Following her guidance, Xiao Yu gathered several decades-old spiritual herbs and materials. He mused, "It seems Elder Wu is aware that a new supervisor is arriving tomorrow. Hence the need for me to prepare the medicinal materials." Hualian diligently monitored the flame throughout, her smile unwavering as she assisted Xiao Yu in sequentially adding the ingredients to the cauldron. The fire surged, growing ever more intense, and the materials within began to melt, transforming into a cauldron of elixir. Bai Yue closed her eyes in concentration. The next steps require manual intervention, resembling the process employed by mortals in elixir refinement. "Allow me to demonstrate, my disciple." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu called out, "Miss Hua, your master requests you to illustrate the forthcoming steps." Responding promptly, Hualian took several pieces of spiritual wood and adjusted the flame's intensity. She then used a metallic ladle to guide the elixir, skillfully forming the elixir into shape, which emitted a faint luminescence. Xiao Yu observed in astonishment, stroking his chin. It was remarkable that the three of them could not utilize spiritual energy, yet these two were adept at alchemy. However, the more proficient they became, the more wary Xiao Yu felt. From this moment onward, He resolved to minimize their conversations and ensure that Bai Yue would not have the chance to be alone with Hualien. Should they seize the opportunity while he was distracted to concoct elixirs that could enhance their cultivation or create poisons, it could lead to dire consequences. Then, when they harm him again, he will have no room for retaliation. If the two of them wish to engage in underhanded tactics, they should not blame him for abandoning the principles of martial ethics. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed Hualien picking up a type of spiritual herb he did not recognize, intending to toss it into the alchemical furnace. Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up and snatched the two herbs away. With a proud demeanor, Hualien softly inquired, "What is the matter, benefactor? Is there a problem?" Xiao Yu gazed at the herbs, puzzled, and asked, "Aren't we concocting a hemostatic elixir? What are these two herbs?" Hualien replied without hesitation, "This is blood-solidifying herb. When paired with the hemostatic herb, the efficacy of the elixir will be significantly enhanced." Detected the malevolent intent of the villainous Bai Yue to concoct a poison pill to harm the host. Evil value increased to 98. Detected the malevolent intent of the villainous Hualien to concoct a poison pill to harm the host. Evil value increased to 50. Xiao Yu nodded, seemingly understanding, and then turned his attention to the herbs behind him, saying, "I would like to try refining the elixir myself. Could you kindly assist me in grinding some herbs? Let us strive to complete the elixirs before nightfall. I have significant matters to discuss with you this evening." Hualien's expression tightened, her right fist clenching the hem of her dress. Casting a glance at the alchemical furnace, she forced a smile. "If you need any assistance, feel free to seek me out." With that, she went to grind the herbs in the back. Xiao Yu cast a cold gaze at the woman before retreating to a corner to retrieve Elder Wu's alchemical techniques. After flipping through a few pages, he found the herb Hualien had just taken. Poison blood herb can be combined with hemostatic herb to concoct a poison blood pill. The consumer will experience poisoning at noon each day, and if no antidote is taken within 1 hour, they will suffer a fatal blood collapse. Upon reading this, Xiao Yu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. If he were to consume the poison blood pill, he would become a pawn in their hands. He had no intention of concocting an antidote. He would not tolerate waste, especially not of something that appeared so appealing. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue had waited for quite some time without hearing Xiao Yu starting a fire, which caused her concern. "What is wrong with you?" Feigning deep contemplation while holding the elixir Hualien had just refined, Xiao Yu remarked, "I am examining the flaws in this elixir. You are truly remarkable. Even using mundane methods of alchemy, you managed to produce a pill with slight imperfections. Truly, the Jade Maiden sect is renowned for its mastery in alchemy. I shall give it a try as well." As he spoke, he imitated Hualien's actions and ignited a fire. Bai Yue let out a sigh, her expression troubled. Reflecting on her disciple's earlier words, she felt a mix of emotions. Initially, she had no intention of acting against Xiao Yu, as he had indeed saved her. However, her disciple had warned, "Master, do not be deceived by him. You are the most beautiful cultivator of the righteous path, and countless men have schemed to win your favor. Wasn't he just trying to escape? He knew he couldn't flee, so he risked his life to save you. All men are deceivers. If the righteous path is like this, one can only imagine the wicked." His expectations were quite grand. Not only did he wish to claim our shared essence, but he also intended for us to teach him cultivation and alchemy. Bai Yu's face was etched with conflict. "But we are no match for him at present. If we provoke him, Master, he has already obtained our primordial yin, a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. Even if we were to kill him, he would have gained enough. Master, you are the holy maiden of the righteous path. If this scoundrel reveals our connection, we would be the laughingstock of the world. If you are unwilling to take action, then I shall. Please provide me cover. Once he succumbs to our poison, he will be at our mercy." Bai Yue hesitated momentarily. "But where can we go? We must find a way to escape. Master, you simply have not encountered a worthy ally. Why not head to the branch of the Yunus sect? Didn't Sister Yijiro go there? We can seek out the elder of our branch. Surely, we would be safe then. I understand there have been disagreements between you and the elder, but is this not an extraordinary time? The priority now is to subdue this demonic rascal and have him lead us to safety. Once we are in a secure location, we can eliminate him. Who would ever know of our entanglement with the demonic path? Good and evil cannot coexist. Even if he saves us, what of it? The demonic path is the demonic path. It must be eradicated." As Bai Yue pondered in the judgment chamber, she reflected on her disciple's words. What her counterpart said was not unfounded. Other righteous sects were untrustworthy, Yet the Yunu sect had its branch. If they could reach Donghua Prefecture and locate her rival, her second disciple, within 50 years, she could restore her cultivation to the Golden Core stage. At that time, she would be capable of avenging her deceased disciples. It was merely a loss of primordial yin. How many among her peers could truly maintain their chastity? To seek immortality, one must cast aside such matters of intimacy. If she did not destroy the Harmony Sect, she would surely fall into a state of inner turmoil. Failing to avenge her disciples would cloud her thoughts, and her cultivation in this life would cease. Just as Bai Yue was lost in these thoughts, a wisp of black smoke suddenly erupted from the alchemical furnace. Boom! Bai Yue was startled, and Hualien, who was grinding the herbs, was also taken aback. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, covered in soot and debris, Hualien could not help but scoff coldly. Xiao Yu's face was completely blackened, and he looked mournfully at the 3 pills in his hand. Just moments ago, Hualien had successfully refined 10 slightly flawed pills, while he had labored for half a day to produce merely 3, each of inferior quality. This was undoubtedly a consequence of his insufficient technique. Bai Yue, filled with concern, inquired, "What happened? Did you fail?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "Well, sort of. I managed to create only 1 flawed hemostatic pill. Let me try again." Bai Yue spoke softly, in the realm of mortals. The essence of alchemy lies primarily in mastering the fire. The fact that you succeeded in refining even 1 on your first attempt indicates your innate talent for alchemy. Do not be impatient. The age of the hemostatic herb varies, requiring different levels of heat. Currently, without spiritual awareness, you must rely on your eyes to judge, and you can only control the temperature through touch. For a 50-year-old hemostatic herb, you need to use less spiritual wood for the fire, and the spiritual stone powder should be diluted. Be patient. Xiao Yu nodded and resumed his alchemical efforts. This time, he did not emulate Hualien. Instead, he secretly began to study the art of alchemy. Hualien's technique was far too advanced for a novice like him to grasp. After perusing it twice, Xiao Yu attempted it once more. This time, his success rates surged significantly. He produced 5 hemostatic pills, 4 of which were of flawed quality, and 1 was merely slightly imperfect. He continued the process undeterred. Hualien occasionally brought over freshly ground herbs. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. Xiao Yu gazed at the jars of elixirs before him, a satisfied expression crossing his face as he stored them in his spatial pouch. Bai Yue was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated Xiao Yu's remarkable talent for alchemy. It is worth noting that she was a 3rd-tier alchemist, effortlessly capable of concocting 1st-tier elixirs without the use of mana. However, Xiao Yu had never before studied alchemy, nor had he even reached the qi refinement stage. How could he possess such keen insights into pharmacology and timing? Was he truly a prodigy in alchemy? Seeing Xiao Yu complete his work, Hualien approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Thank you for your hard work. Why not let Master out so we can heal his eyes together and discuss how to escape this place?" Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly locked the door behind him. "I believe we might not be able to leave after all." Chapter 11. 9th layer of body refinement. Hualien watched as Xiao Yu suddenly closed all the doors, instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. Unfazed, Xiao Yu continued, "You may not be aware of the routines of the Harmony Sect. Although it is dark outside, the cultivators of the sect are often more alert at this hour than during the day. Closing the doors and windows is to prevent others from discovering your presence." Hualien feigned admiration, nodding her head. "Oh, is that so? Should we not let Master out? We could discuss how to leave together." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu slowly seated himself in a chair. "I've given it some thought, and at this moment, we may indeed be unable to leave." Hualien, perplexed, approached him. "What? How could that be?" Xiao Yu sat back in his chair, pouring himself some tea. "It's quite certain. I am now an alchemist. Given the current state of affairs and the death of Elder Wu, do you think they would allow me to leave? I suspect that if I were to request to gather herbs, they would undoubtedly send other disciples along." He continued, "I am now a crucial strategic asset. Essentially a half-tier 1 alchemist. They certainly won't let me go." As Xiao Yu placed the brewed tea on the table, Hualien instinctively swallowed hard. She dared not drink it, for she had never trusted this individual from the very beginning. Contemplating, she sat down across from him, feigning anxiety. Perhaps we should let Master out to consult him? He is well-versed in many matters and might devise a solution." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, then slowly closed his eyes, pretending to communicate with Bai Yue. "Oh, I see. She says she is tired and wishes to rest now." Hualien was taken aback. What was happening? In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue sensed something amiss and stood up in a panic, her face filled with alarm. What are you planning to do? Don't harm me in her. What do you want? Xiao Yu completely disregarded her, turning instead to the unrefined Hualien. Indeed, your master once mentioned that you should become my woman, for I saved your life. She instructed you to be grateful and not to forget kindness. Hualien felt a sudden wave of panic, sensing that Xiao Yu had become somewhat different. Yet, she dared not speak too firmly, forcing a smile instead. Rest assured, benefactor, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me shall forever be etched in my heart. I will always remember your great kindness. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu offered her a cup of tea. Here, have a cup of tea. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yue was thoroughly flustered, shouting in agitation. Xiao Yu, do not lay a hand on my disciple. Do not touch her. Whatever it is, direct it at me. If you dare to harm her, just try it. I have been benevolent in teaching you alchemy, yet you repay me thus? What do you truly desire? Xiao Yu paid no heed to her, fixating his gaze on the flustered Hualien. Sensing an unspoken tension, Hualien instinctively shrank back. I am not thirsty. Thank you for your kindness, benefactor. Xiao Yu nodded. Then come sit over here. Since you understand that I saved your lives, come and repay me. Hearing this, Hualien sprang to her feet, her expression one of sheer panic. What? What do you mean by repay? Before she could finish, she abruptly leaped up, turning to flee. Yet, in the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision. What was happening? She had not consumed the tea. Could it be the black smoke resulting from his failed alchemy? This man. With a gasp, she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yu grinned wryly. I prefer not to repeat myself. Bai Zhongzhu. You may handle it as you wish. The following morning, detected Bai Yu's intention to kill the host. Evil value increased to 100. Judgment mode activated. Unlocking judgment value. Current Bai Yue judgment value. 3. Congratulations to the host for successfully judging the wicked Bai Yue. Rewards included Judgment Chamber, Rare Physique, 9 Yang Divine Body, and a heavenly rank technique, Supreme Pleasure Harmony Technique. 9 Yang Divine Body, a physical form as robust as a demonic beast, when combined with the Supreme Pleasure Harmony Technique, aids female cultivators in overcoming realms, refining their essence, improving their constitution, enhancing comprehension, and recovering from injuries. Its potency increases with the host's cultivation level. Supreme Pleasure Harmony Technique, a divine dual cultivation method. Seeking the path of supreme pleasure, shattering myriad laws, the higher the cultivation of the opposite sex practitioner, the greater the host's benefits. In that moment, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, akin to a thorough cleansing of his essence, revitalizing his spirit. With one punch, the wall cracked. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile. At this rate of body refinement, he would break through to the qi refinement stage in no more than 3 days. As for Bai Yue, she remained at the second layer of body refinement. Xiao Yu glanced at the time. Dawn had arrived. It would not be long before Elder Zhang would come. He stepped outside to find Hualien still furiously cursing. Scoundrel! I will surely kill you. I swear. I will make you suffer. That wretched beast. I, Hualien, vow to make you wish for death. You shall die? Die. Before she could utter another curse, Xiao Yu swiftly delivered a forceful slap. Annoying. The impact was so intense that it left Hualien dazed, stars dancing before her eyes. Just as she was about to retaliate, Xiao Yu struck again. Understand your current position. I saved you out of kindness, yet you wish to poison me? This is entirely your doing. Did you think I lacked a backup plan? From this moment onward, you shall not leave. Resign yourself to your fate. With another resounding slap, Hualien stood frozen in shock, her teeth clenched and her blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Xiao Yu. Since being brought to the sect by her master, she had been revered as the eldest senior sister. Yet here she was, being treated like a mere plaything by this scoundrel. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, brimming with confidence, awaited in the grand hall of the sect's stronghold, clutching alchemical pills in hand. He needed to ascend to the qi refinement stage post-haste. The thought of that ungrateful master-disciple duo filled him with determination. Surely, it would not be long before they wished to abandon their righteous path. Just as Xiao Yu was lost in contemplation, a disciple approached him, accompanied by an elderly woman. Xiao Shidi, I have searched high and low for you. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yu's expression soured. Sister Mei's companion, Sister Lu, gazed at him in admiration. Indeed, he is worthy of Sister Mei's attention. So young and quite handsome. Sister Mei, her excitement palpable, nearly dislodged her dentures as she hastily pressed them in place. Xiao Shidi, Today, you shall not refuse me. Once the newly arrived elder assigns tasks, you must accompany me. Otherwise, I shall be forced to take drastic measures. With that, Sister Mei produced a subpar magical artifact, one intended for offensive use. In a panic, Xiao Yu raised his voice. Someone intends to harm our sect's sole alchemist. The outer disciples plot to poison a direct disciple. The more he shouted, the more animated he became, gesturing emphatically at the pill bottles on his person. Where are the supervising disciples? Is no one going to intervene? Sister Lu, momentarily flustered, responded, Alchemist? Why didn't you mention he is an alchemist, Mei? Sister Mei Chunlan chuckled merrily. Young men often boast. Does that not add to their charm? I am utterly enamored. Her laughter resonated like an ancient goose in the fields, sending chills down Xiao Yu's spine. If I cannot have him today, I shall ensure his ruin. She cackled. Just then, a woman clad in purple robes strode in, with dark hair and violet eyes. Her entire presence exuded an alluring aura. The surrounding disciples quickly clasped their fists in respect. We greet Elder Zhang. The woman surveyed the room before fixing her gaze on Xiao Yu. So, you are the alchemist here? How is it that you possess only the cultivation of the 9th layer of body refinement? In the next instant, Xiao Yu's system beeped once more. Instinctively, he thought it was a notification pertaining to the purple-robed elder, but upon glancing at the information board, he was left utterly astounded. Detection of a new villainess, Mei Chunlan. Please proceed swiftly, host. Before the system could finish, Xiao Yu cursed, damn it. Chapter 12. Elder Zhang Xiling of the Harmony Sect, Detection of a New Villainess. Please judge her promptly. Name, Mei Chunlan, age, 123 years, nearing the end of her lifespan. Cultivation, 2nd layer of Qi refining. Appearance, a score of -7 in looks. Height, 152 centimeters, weight 68 gene. Talent, a mixed spiritual root of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and darkness. Character, mercenary and unscrupulous. Willing to commit heinous acts to win the affection of her beloved man. Background, outer disciple of the Harmony Sect. Xiao Yu glanced at the abruptly appearing system panel. His face contorted in anger as he pressed the close button. His expression was one of exasperation. What the hell is this? Just as he was cursing and reaching out, Elder Zhang suddenly slapped him with great force. How dare you? With a resounding crack, Xiao Yu was sent crashing against the wall, which crumbled under the impact. Debris fell, burying him beneath it. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, nearly losing consciousness. That single slap almost led him to an untimely demise. Had it not been for his 9 sons' divine body, he would surely have been incapacitated. Feeling the excruciating pain in his back, Xiao Yu clenched his fists in frustration. Who dared to ambush him? Climbing out from the rubble, he was determined to seek the assailant. Yet upon raising his head, he saw Elder Zhang blushing furiously, clutching her collar with her left arm, while her other hand brandished a magical artifact. At that moment, his bravado evaporated. A foundational stage master was a terrifying existence, far beyond his capacity to provoke. A nearby attendant hastily interjected, Elder, this person appears to be an alchemist from the alchemy room. Elder Wu has fallen yesterday. Please temper your anger, as he is the only alchemist we have. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang's brows furrowed, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at Xiao Yu, who dared to mock her in front of everyone. When she discovered that Xiao Yu's cultivation was merely at the 9th layer of body refinement, her magical artifact was lifted once more. A mere fledgling, not even at the Qi refining stage, claims to be an alchemist? Do you think the Harmony Sect has no one of worth? Sister Mei, witnessing the scene, was momentarily puzzled. How had this young man only reached the 9th layer of body refinement? Just days ago, he had been at the 3rd layer. Had he stumbled upon some treasure? Seeing that the elder was poised to strike again, Xiao Yu hastily produced the elixirs he had prepared in advance, stating, I am indeed a 1st-grade alchemist, a direct disciple of Elder Wu. My alchemical skills are still rudimentary, allowing me to barely concoct a few 1st-grade pills. Elder Zhang had requested elixirs, and I worked through the night, refining until dawn. I lost focus and inadvertently offended you. I beg your forgiveness. Elder Zhang trembled with rage. Yet she surveyed her surroundings and refrained from unleashing her wrath. If this person truly was the only alchemist of this branch, he might be spared from death. However, you claim to be an alchemist, yet you possess no magical power. Show me your alchemical skills. If what you say is true, I shall spare you. But if you dare deceive me, I will ensure you suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu promptly clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Disciple obeys. Thank you for your kindness, elder." He followed the other party towards the alchemy room, not daring to lift his gaze, keeping his head bowed as he walked. Yet, even from a distance, he sensed that this woman was extraordinary. The fragrance she emanated was intoxicating, nearly ensnaring his very soul. He certainly did not dare to look up. After all, she was undeniably at the Foundation establishment stage, and should she wish to harm him, it would be a trivial matter. As he walked, the wounds on his body began to heal gradually due to the 9-yang divine body. Curiously, he wondered why he could not perceive Elder Zhang's information. The system had not classified her as a wicked woman. Could it be that this esteemed elder of the Harmony Sect was truly virtuous? Was that even possible? However, recalling the blush that adorned her cheeks earlier, he found himself uncertain. Did the Harmony Sect harbor any ordinary women? He vaguely remembered that this woman was named Zhang Xiling, a cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. She seemed to be one of the few female elders in the Harmony Sect, and she was rumored to possess the heavenly fragrance body, one of the 7 beauties of harmony. In contrast to the pure and sacred aura of women like Bai Yue and Hualian, Zhang Xiling exuded an indescribable charm and allure that was captivating. Just a glance could evoke certain tantalizing images, stirring restlessness within. At that moment, Zhang Xiling could not help but steal a few glances at Xiao Yu, secretly astonished. This fellow was merely at the 9th level of body refinement. Although her earlier strike had not employed any spiritual power and was merely intended as a lesson, she had not exerted her full strength. It was merely a casual flick. Yet, even so, it was astonishing that he remained unscathed. How could someone in the body refinement stage endure such an attack without consequence? With a hint of curiosity, she extended her spiritual sense towards him, and soon discovered something unusual about Xiao Yu. A special physique? Such a rich aura of yang energy. Moreover, his injuries had completely healed. To think that a mere branch sect could harbor disciples with such unique attributes. Had no one noticed this? Why had no one reported it? At that moment, Mei Chunlan approached Zhang Xiling with a sycophantic demeanor. "Elder, this Xiao Yu is merely an outer disciple. He must be deceiving you. I am called Xiao Mei, and I am more than willing to serve you." Zhang Xiling nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the alchemy room as she murmured, "I shall grant you half an hour. Go now." Xiao Yu hastily clasped his fists and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, made his way to the alchemical furnace. Those familiar with him erupted into laughter. "Ha! A mere 9th level of body refinement is boasting? How many Qi refinement disciples struggle with alchemy? What is he bragging about? Indeed, alchemy is not a skill just anyone can master. Look at him. He probably cannot even identify all the spiritual herbs." The crowd jeered mercilessly. Mei Chunlan, meanwhile, contemplated her strategy. If she could imprison Xiao Yu, then bribe the guards, she could extract his secrets. If he had managed to ascend to the 9th level of body refinement in just a few days, he must possess some treasure. With this thought, Mei Chunlan began to chuckle. He can refine pills? Humph. If he can, then so can I. Junior brother Xiao, I suggest you humbly bow and admit your mistakes to the elder. If the elder is in a good mood, you might escape with your life. Before Mei Chunlan could finish her words, her small eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Xiao Yu placing the spirit herbs into the alchemical furnace. Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow. The methods of mortal alchemy were rudimentary, using spirit wood to ignite the fire and spirit stones to provide air. However, she refrained from interrupting, for she had already discerned through her divine sense that the spirit herbs were liquefying within the furnace. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Xiling extended her divine sense to probe the alchemy chamber further. Soon, she spotted the splendid lotus hanging in the storeroom, appearing lifeless like a dead fish. She remained silent. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the Harmony Sect. Just as she pondered, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Could it truly be that he has succeeded in refining the elixir? Incredible!" Hearing this, Zhang Xiling stepped forward, observing Xiao Yu's success in producing 5 first-grade marrow-cleansing pills. Her gaze lifted in astonishment. For were of flawed quality, while one was slightly imperfect. Who would have thought he was indeed a first-grade alchemist? Very well. I shall absolve you of your transgressions, but there are matters that require your report. Come to my study at sunset tonight. Everyone else, follow me to the main hall for discussions on launching a surprise attack on the Xianling sect to reclaim Jiangliishan. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Xiling collected all the pills and led the group away. Mei Chunlan gazed at the now alchemical Xiao Yu, her eyes brimming with fervor. An alchemist, If she could possess Xiao Yu, her worries over elixirs would vanish. Perhaps she could even persuade him to concoct beauty elixirs for her, a true rarity. With this thought, she followed Zhang Xiling, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Xiao Yu observed the old woman, his eyes twitching in irritation. Even if Mei Chunlan offered him 1,000,000 spirit stones as a reward, he would never subject himself to her judgment. The psychological trauma would be insurmountable. It could give rise to inner demons. Many cultivators had succumbed to such demons, forever stagnating in their progress. Xiao Yu was genuinely frightened. He would wager that the old woman would return tonight. Absolutely. She was a second-tier qi refining cultivator, capable of wielding spells and possessing offensive magical tools. Furthermore, she had accomplices. With this in mind, Xiao Yu instinctively locked all doors and windows. No, he needed to set up a formation, a small protective array for the alchemy chamber. Otherwise, it would lead to fatalities. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had not yet reached the qi refinement stage and lacked the spiritual energy to utilize formations. Leaving him somewhat speechless, he quickly turned to the storeroom, intending to ask the splendid Lotus for assistance in body tempering. After a short while, a voice interrupted, "Please, host. Cease the coercive measures. The malevolent Hualien may be in peril." Seeing this, Xiao Yu hastily halted, realizing that without cultivation, Hualien would struggle to endure. His gaze shifted to Bai Yue in the judgment chamber. At that moment, Bai Yue was in despair. "I'm so sorry, Lian it's all my fault. It's my master's fault. That damn Xiao Yu. I will not let you off so easily. You will pay dearly for this." Observing her distress, Xiao Yu's expression darkened, and he directly entered Bai Yue's judgment chamber. Meanwhile, at that moment, Hualien in the storeroom gradually began to awaken, releasing a faint sigh of exhaustion. She felt as though her entire body had lost all sensation. Strangely, however, she sensed an unusual stirring within her. To her astonishment, her previously damaged meridians and spiritual roots appeared to have healed, once rendered utterly incapacitated, devoid of her master's innate physique. She had believed that the destruction of her spiritual roots meant she would never cultivate again. Even if her meridians were restored, it would be of no consequence. She had resigned herself to a life devoid of cultivation, determined only to rescue her master, indifferent to her own fate as a mere invalid. Yet now, she was astonished to discover that her spiritual roots had indeed mended. Could it be due to Xiao Yu? A shiver ran down her spine, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Unlike Bai Yue, she now felt an inexplicable sensation, a flicker of attraction towards Xiao Yu. What on earth am I thinking? Chapter 13. The treatment of alchemists. Bai Yue raged in her trial. How could she possibly concede? As the head of the Jade Maiden sect and a holy maiden of the righteous path, she had faced countless adversities. There was no way she would surrender over such matters. Her hatred for Xiao Yu had reached unprecedented heights, and she vowed that if ever she were to escape, she would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Yu remained in the trial chamber. Bai Yue's trial value increased to 31. Bai Yue's trial value increased to 35. Bai Yue's trial value increased to 39. Xiao Yu gazed at the setting sun, a wave of panic washing over him. Throughout the afternoon, his cultivation had not advanced, while Bai Yue's had risen to the third layer of body tempering. Time was of the essence. He needed to seek out Zhang Xiling. If he were to be intercepted by Mei Chunlan, it would spell trouble. If she arrived and discovered Hualien in the storeroom, she would surely kill her. It was an instinct of nature for women who are less attractive to harbor jealousy towards those who surpass them in beauty. Now that both Hualien and Bai Yue were his women, he could not bear the thought of their demise. Nurturing them into attendance would provide significant assistance. Moreover, Hualien had yet to claim her trial rewards. He absolutely could not allow her to perish. He needed to devise a plan. Damn it, that wretched Mei. If only she would grant him a day or two, he was certain he could break through to the qi refining stage. Should he seek assistance? The first person who came to mind was Zhang Xiling, the only alchemist at this stronghold. Zhang Xiling was currently leading a team in battle, and elixirs were essential supplies. Furthermore, she had requested him to meet her at sunset. Perhaps he could ask Zhang Xiling to set up a formation for him? With that thought, he set off. Before leaving, he felt a twinge of unease. Would Hualien cause trouble in his absence? Upon entering the storeroom and seeing Hualien, who had awakened and was huddled in a corner, he feigned concern and said, I need to step out for a while. During my absence, you must stay here and not be discovered. An old witch may come after me, and if anyone finds you here, the consequences would be dire." Do you intend to serve only me or the entire sect? Reflect on your choice. I have brought you some clothing and daily necessities, and I shall not loosen this chain. Remain here. Do not wander. There is a bit of food as well. Enough. If you wish to prevent any misfortune from befalling your master, you will behave yourself. With that, Xiao Yu departed, securing the doors and windows with utmost diligence. Hualien glanced at the garments and food Xiao Yu had provided, instinctively scoffing. He even brought her food? She had been quite satiated over the past few days and occasionally felt nauseous. Furthermore, she would never consume anything he offered. It surely contained poison. Could it be that he was genuinely concerned for her? Did he fear she might escape and be captured? Hualien clenched her fists. Huh? Spare me your feigned concern. Should I find the opportunity, you shall not escape unscathed. Despite her words, she donned the clothing Xiao Yu had brought. Observing the arrangement in the storeroom, she noticed what appeared to be a hatchet among the firewood. Hualien tightened her fists once more. Her spiritual roots seemed to have mended somewhat, and her cultivation had reached the first layer of body tempering. That fellow likely had yet to enter the qi refining stage, and her plan to rescue her master hinged on tonight. Although her cultivation was not as advanced as his, she had practiced martial arts since childhood. Disciples of major sects differ from rogue cultivators. Many rogues embark on their journey midway without any prior training. In contrast, disciples from significant sects often practice martial skills, spear techniques, knife arts, body techniques, and combat skills from a young age. A qi refining stage disciple from a major sect can easily outmatch their rogue counterparts due to this foundational difference. Hualien was certain that Xiao Yu lacked martial skills. His superiority lay solely in his cultivation level. Eyeing the distant hatchet, she kicked a piece of firewood, sending it flying and causing the hatchet to tumble back to her feet. She swiftly picked it up, exhaling slowly, striving to avoid recalling the moments shared with Xiao Yu. Upon his return, she would certainly capture him. The last time she had fainted was due to the noxious smoke, but this time she was fully prepared. Just you wait. I will make you regret this. Meanwhile, in the judgment chamber, Bai Yue continued to endure her trial, her thoughts undergoing a subtle transformation. Remarkably, her cultivation had reached the fourth layer of body tempering. Astonishingly, her damaged meridians and spiritual roots had begun to heal. It was utterly unfathomable. She had been gravely injured by a golden core stage master. The resources required to restore her meridians and roots were astronomical. Why had her condition suddenly improved? Could it be because of Xiao Yu? At that moment, the voice of judgment resonated once more in the chamber. Wicked woman Bai Yue, do you acknowledge your crimes? Bai Yue scoffed. Why did the voice of the judgment chamber belong to a woman? Was there another woman present in this room? The tone seemed all too familiar, as if the woman knew her intimately. Before Bai Yue could fully comprehend the situation, she let out a piercing scream. The judgment chamber continued its inquiries. Wicked woman Bai Yue, ungrateful and deserving of punishment, do you acknowledge your crimes? Bai Yue was instantly enraged. Why do you keep asking me this? What crimes have I committed? Do you think I was raised on idle whims? Huh. Utilize any means necessary. You wretched harlot. A soft voice echoed within the courtroom. The judgment of the wicked requires a process. As long as you continue in your obstinacy and unrepentance, the severity of your punishment will escalate, doubling each day until your mind is shattered, your senses collapse, and you forget your very self. Once more, I ask you, wicked woman Bai Yue, do you acknowledge your sins? Bai Yue scoffed. I am innocent. In an instant, grotesque mechanical tendrils and cables ensnared her, and she screamed in agony as electricity coursed through her. The judgment value for the wicked woman Bai Yue has risen to 41. I am innocent. What have I done? I seek vengeance for my disciple. I wish to eradicate the demonic path. I have lived my life with integrity. What sin have I committed? To impose a crime without justification is an affront. I refuse to submit. I would rather die than yield. Xiao Yu, if you have the courage, kill me. Do not expect my submission to your grandiose dreams. I curse you. I curse you to an untimely death. You shall descend to the depths of hell. Before Bai Yue could finish her tirade, she fell silent, as if she had sensed something. Faced with the rapidly spinning object before her, panic engulfed her. It seemed to be some kind of magical artifact. Wicked woman Bai Yue, your hatred has no connection to Xiao Yu. He saved you, yet you have harmed him repeatedly. Is this what you call innocence? Is it true that those born of the demonic path are inherently evil? Is the distinction of good and evil in this world determined solely by your righteous sect? Are all who join the righteous path virtuous? You distort truth, are ungrateful, hold yourself in high regard, and possess a heart as treacherous as a wolf's. Do you acknowledge your sins? Bai Yue remained silent. Soon, the courtroom was filled with a haunting, prolonged scream that echoed throughout its depths. In a study, Xiao Yu respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Elder Zhang." Zhang Xiling, seated and poring over various documents, did not turn around but spoke while examining the latest reports on battle losses. "Yes, I called you here. Recently, our Harmony Sect has been expanding its front lines and requires a substantial supply of cleansing and meridian-opening pills to enhance the capabilities of the newly arrived disciples. Additionally, we need a large quantity of hemostatic and recovery pills, as well as other strategic elixirs. I do not concern myself with how many pills Elder we use to produce daily. You are to deliver 1,000 first-grade pills to me each month in a single installment. As for spiritual herbs and materials, I will provide them to you. You will refine whatever I send. If a single pill is missing in a month, I will hold you accountable." Xiao Yu immediately clasped his hands, assuring, "Elder, rest assured. I will do my utmost." But Zhang Xiling raised her head, gazing at the silent Xiao Yu with a soft voice. "Speak. What benefits do you seek?" Xiao Yu replied, "It is not about benefits. I merely wish for a protective formation for the alchemy chamber, as there are many within the sect who harbor ill intentions towards me." Zhang Xiling's lips curled slightly, her brows arched gracefully like willow leaves. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yu. "Is it due to your unique constitution? It seems Elder Wu also took notice of your pure yang body. No matter, I have this matter under control." With that, Zhang Xiling summoned a flying magical artifact, and Xiao Yu gasped in astonishment. It was a mid-grade flying artifact. "The esteemed Zhang Xiling possesses considerable resources. Allow me to assist you in arranging a formation, and I shall issue a notice. Any who dares to disturb my alchemist shall find themselves facing dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of joy. "Thank you, Elder, for your graciousness." Zhang Xiling then led him to the upper chamber of the alchemy room. As she gazed down at the alchemy chamber, her attention gradually shifted to the storeroom, the herb garden, and the sleeping quarters. After contemplation, she turned her gaze towards a nearby well. With a flourish, she produced 6 formation flags and cast them in various directions. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback as he realized that she had encircled a substantial area for him, including the herb garden and the well. As the flags settled into position, a layer of azure runes instantly rose, resembling a dome. The formation shimmered with a blue tortoiseshell pattern, occasionally revealing the fierce visage of a serpent. This formation, a minor Xuanwu array, though of lower grade, was sufficient to safeguard him from external disturbances. "I have set this up. Only you and I may enter or exit this array, so you need not worry. With Elder Wu deceased and no additional support from the sect, I am in urgent need of assistance. If you commit yourself wholeheartedly to my endeavors, I assure you shall not be neglected. Once you reach the Qi refinement stage, I will take you as my disciple." Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder, for your kindness. I will strive to elevate my cultivation as swiftly as possible." Zhang Xiling nodded. "Yes. Shortly I shall provide you with a personal puppet, possessing the cultivation of the 4th layer of Qi refinement to ensure your safety." As she spoke, she withdrew a wooden puppet eagle from her storage bag. Xiao Yu swallowed hard. Did this woman truly intend to accept him as her disciple? The treatment he was receiving was astonishing. The most delightful surprise was that the system presented a judgment. Zhang Xiling does not meet the criteria for the evil woman assessment. Her attributes cannot be detected. Chapter 14. Elder, I yearn for progress. Zhang Xiling. Xiao Yu gazed in disbelief at the information panel above Zhang Xiling's head. She was not an evil woman. She had immediately provided him with a formation and a puppet, ensuring his protection. If any other person treated him with such kindness, he might have suspected ulterior motives. Yet this woman, who seemingly harbored no malicious intent, raised questions about why someone would show him such benevolence. Moreover, her beauty was striking, her every gesture imbued with allure. With skin like fine jade and features like a painting, her eyes sparkled with countless charms. Draped in flowing purple silk, her graceful figure was tantalizingly revealed. Each step she took seemed to resonate deeply within one's heart. Her voice, crisp and melodious, was akin to a celestial melody, captivating all who heard it. Her demeanor was both noble and enchanting, her every smile and frown possessing an almost soul-stealing power. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed again. Why did Zhang Xiling, one of the 7 beauties of the Harmony Sect, extend such attention towards him? Was she planning to remain here? Zhang Xiling continued. I recently observed a dozen medicinal cauldrons in Elder Wu's storeroom. I shall not concern myself with how he previously managed you. Under my jurisdiction, do not engage in any nefarious deeds. The Harmony Sect practices the path of harmony, not malevolence. The furnace and Tao companions are matters I shall not impose upon you. However, do not let me witness any harm inflicted upon children mortals, nor should you attempt to concoct any elixirs or human vessels. As Zhang Xiling articulated these words, she suddenly noticed that Xiao Yu was gazing intently at her from across the way. His audacious eyes held no hesitation, fixated squarely upon her visage. Zhang Xiling's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her tone imbued with an air of authority. Do you comprehend my words? Xiao Yu merely held his fists, his gaze unwavering and intensely assertive. He had already surmised the reasons behind her favorable treatment towards him. Firstly, he was a half-fledged alchemist, and she, newly arrived, was in urgent need of assistance. Secondly, she might have discerned his 9-yang divine body, and her claim of wanting to accept him as a disciple was likely laced with ulterior motives. She would certainly not allow him to perish. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's unabashed stare, Zhang Xiling's countenance trembled. Is there something on my face? How dare you be so impertinent? Xiao Yu gradually lowered his head. Forgive me, Elder. I have never encountered a woman as beautiful as you, surpassing even those virtuous fairies of the righteous path. I was momentarily entranced, Elder. For your beauty is beyond my control. I implore your forgiveness. Zhang Xiling, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, turned slightly aside. How dare this scoundrel speak so disrespectfully? She longed to strike him down with a single blow. How could a mere junior in the body refinement stage dare to meet her gaze so directly? Had it been any other time, should someone in the sect have the audacity to look her in the eye, she would have ensured they regretted it profoundly. The irritation caused her form to tremble, veins bulging with fury. Calm yourself. This individual possesses an extraordinary physique. He may serve a significant purpose. Moreover, he is an alchemist from the Jianglu branch, and should he be killed, the sect would unlikely provide another alchemist in her stead. She had originally proposed to manage a branch on the front lines due to her dissatisfaction with the sect's regulations. Ever since the Harmony Sect established itself in the demon state, many individuals had altered their natures. Observing Xiao Yu before her, Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. Your name is Xiao Yu, is it not? What prompted you to join our Harmony Sect in the past? Xiao Yu clasped his hands in salute. Naturally, I sought the path of the Immortal. Previously, I had visited righteous sects. Many of those places were concerned with qualifications, backgrounds, and wealth. I, lacking in talent, barely passed a rigorous assessment of a righteous sect, only to be eliminated for possessing merely 4 pseudo-spiritual roots. They demanded at least 3 spiritual roots to qualify. While our Harmony Sect is different, we accept anyone with spiritual roots. We particularly welcome the young, especially those of pleasing appearance. Zhang Xiling strolled forward, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. Indeed, we were once one of the righteous sects, later relegated to the demon state. Our sect champions the union of hearts in the pursuit of the Tao, and our teachings include high-level techniques suitable for both men and women, even grand spells for joint use. Initially, our sect was renowned for having the most Tao companions among all sects. The balance of love and discipline between men and women was revered, with each person committing to but one partner. Do you know why it has devolved into its current state? Xiao Yu gazed at the enchanting curve of the other's waist, instinctively swallowing hard. Ah, the internal and external troubles, he mused. The righteous female cultivators outside perceive the women of our sect as licentious and unworthy. This misconception stemmed from the enchanting disciples of the Harmony Sect, whose allure left the virtuous men utterly entranced. Even when these Harmony disciples had no desire for entanglements, the men would relentlessly pursue them. Over time, the righteous female cultivators banded together, declaring that the women of our sect were unworthy, driven by the fearsome jealousy inherent to women. As Xiao Yu spoke, he stroked his chin, a smile gracing his face. The internal trouble lies in the fact that free love is strictly prohibited within the Harmony Sect. Essentially, every inner disciple's partner is assigned by the sect. Zhang Xiling nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was a case of a fairy from our sect becoming enamored with a disciple of false spiritual roots. After 50 years, the fairy broke through to the golden core stage, while the disciple of false roots remained at the qi refining stage. The disparity in cultivation levels, magical power, and spiritual consciousness was too great, rendering them unable to practice the Harmony technique together. Eventually, issues arose, and some even developed inner demons. Xiao Yu shook his head vigorously. No, that's not correct. Elder, you must be unaware of the true circumstances. What you describe is merely the exception. Zhang Xiling frowned at his words. What is incorrect? Xiao Yu, brimming with confidence and the demeanor of an experienced individual, replied, certainly, it is incorrect. Within our Harmony Sect, there exists a saying, once on shore, sever ties with the beloved, whether man or woman. Once they cultivate to a higher level, they will cast aside their partner and seek someone of greater cultivation to practice Harmony techniques. The allure of power and novelty breeds countless heartless individuals. How could such people ever master the true essence of the Harmony technique, which necessitates a deep connection between partners? Many who joined our sect sought shortcuts, lured solely by beauty. As Zhang Xiling absorbed this, she noticed Xiao Yu's gaze lingering upon her once more. How brazen. Oh, are you, young one, also seeking a shortcut? Xiao Yu, unfazed, replied, Elder, I am simply eager to progress. Zhang Xiling, exasperated, pursed her lips. Focus on your work. Without my permission, you are not to leave the alchemy room. In a month, I expect 1,000 pills. Xiao Yu continued to stare, causing her face to redden to her neck. Zhang Xiling raised her brows. Do you wish to provoke me? Begone at once. Xiao Yu chuckled and dashed away, grinning, Elder, you are truly the most beautiful in the world. Zhang Xiling, unwilling to linger any longer, found his audacity infuriating. She summoned her flying artifact and soared away in an instant. Within the formation, Xiao Yu gazed in admiration at Zhang Xiling as she vanished into the clouds. Her scolding had been oddly invigorating. She was not a villainess. Perhaps her intentions differed from those of the other elders in the sect. Was she attempting to recruit him? She frequently mentioned the Harmony Sect, praising its virtues, and forbade him from mischief. Could it be that she had been assigned to the front line due to ideological discord with the other elders? It was a possibility. For now, he had entered a brief period of safety. In the span of a month, to concoct 1,000 first-grade elixirs, one must produce over 30 each day. He was disinclined to undertake such a monumental task, having already devised a plan. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. First, he would pass judgment on Bai Yue, and only then would he allow her to refine elixirs. His focus should be directed towards punishing the wicked and eliminating evil. Particularly that Hualien. That little girl was extraordinarily fragile, constantly triggering death warnings. Forget it, he thought, with the formation in place. That old witch Mei Chunlan could not intrude, granting him the opportunity to enter seclusion. With this in mind, Xiao Yu hurried towards the storeroom, jogging along the way. One could not deny that the plot designated by the elder was quite expansive, akin to a private estate of 1,000 square meters. Gazing through the formation at the luminous moon above brought forth a unique charm. Behind him, the puppet eagle gifted by Elder Zhang accompanied him on the rooftop, providing steadfast protection. Soon, he arrived at the storeroom, and as he pushed the door open, a glint of cold light flashed. Hualien, concealed behind the door, struck with a knife. Before she could reach Xiao Yu, the puppet eagle swooped down. Its talons, gleaming with a frosty sheen, aimed directly for Hualien's head. She was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Where did this first-grade puppet beast come from? Observing her distress, Xiao Yu quickly shouted, Do not harm her. She is my mate. Upon hearing this, the puppet eagle retracted its claws, though its momentum still carried it forward. A fierce wind swept through, knocking Hualien to the ground. Rising in disbelief, she glared at the puppet eagle circling above Xiao Yu, her expression rife with resentment. How infuriating! Where on earth did you acquire this puppet eagle? Xiao Yu shrugged, casting a glance at her figure with an uplifted gaze. It is dark now. Where do you intend to flee? It is cold outside. Shall we return indoors for a chat? Hualien's face flushed crimson. Nonsense. You will not persuade me to implore you to release my master. My uncle is likely on his way here with reinforcements, and she is a formidable golden core expert. If you possess any sense, you will hasten to release my master. Xiao Yu glanced at Bai Yue in the judgment chamber, admiring her beauty. Do you truly believe the Harmony Sect is idle? Since the demon state dares to wage war, they must be prepared. You shall never return to the righteous path. I saved your life, yet you wish to kill me. It appears you are better suited for the demonic way. Next, we have a month to engage slowly. Upon noticing Xiao Yu approaching, Hualien panicked and leaped backward. After barely running a few steps, she suddenly felt somewhat unwell. Why did she feel a bit dizzy? Xiao Yu observed her darting into the woods, calling out, "Lianer, have you not learned your lesson? How dare you wear the clothes I provided? I soaked that attire in Hahuan powder overnight." In the forest, Hua Lian began to wail. This is not over between us. Chapter 15. She had grown reluctant to flee. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yu made his way towards the woods. After all, she could not escape the formation, and as darkness fell, in this place, it was as if heaven and earth turned a blind eye. Xiao Yu continued his leisurely stride forward, reassuring, "Fear not, we are well acquainted, and I have no intention of harming you. What are you afraid of? You never consumed what I provided, did you? Oh, perhaps it was the excessive drinking from a few days prior that has left you famished now?" Upon hearing this, Hualian's eyes widened with fury. She had never encountered such shamelessness. How much longer would he continue this farce? She was on the verge of tears, having finally escaped her chains, ready to retaliate. Little did she know, he possessed a puppet beast, and even his garments were ensnared with trickery. Despicable. Infuriating. You wretch. Just wait. You shall pay for this. Xiao Yu strolled on nonchalantly, pondering why he once thought villains in films were deranged for their incessant monologues. Today, however, he found a certain delight in it. Observing Hualian's frantic flight, he was eager to witness her reaction upon encountering the formation. Surely, she would weep on the spot. Moreover, due to her attire, she could hardly escape far. He called out to her, "Lianer, I have always found you rather charming, even a bit amusing. How audacious of you to think that, as a cripple, you could conspire with your master against me. Is this not a jest? How dare you tamper with the alchemy in my presence? Have you never been educated? Do you know why I enjoy playing with you? Because you are still young and naive, unlike your master, who has lived for over 2 centuries and possesses a far stronger resolve than you, an 18-year-old child. It will take me no less than a year or 2 to subdue her." With a triumphant expression, Xiao Yu shouted from behind. Raising his gaze, he noticed that Hualian had already collapsed in fear, her form quivering slightly. Upon realizing that Xiao Yu was gaining on her, her face drained of color, and she brandished a hatchet against her own arm, instantly awakening her senses. Today, she had to escape at all costs. Yet, before she could take 2 steps, she collided with something. Raising her head, she paled further. How could there be a formation here? Her pupils constricted in terror. Yuru's complexion faded instantly. Her features dulled. Lips parted in a silent gasp. The skin on her cheeks, once smooth, now appeared ghostly pale, her frightened gaze darting about like a startled fawn, filled with helplessness and dread. How could there be a formation? "Master! Master!" Hualian's body trembled slightly, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, fingertips turning white from the force. Her disheveled hair danced with the gentle breeze, adding to her panic. There was no escape. Gazing at the vaulted Xuanwu formation, despair enveloped her heart. She dared not contemplate what would ensue. Xiao Yu was correct. Her master, having lived so long, possessed extraordinary willpower. But how young was she? The memories of her previous encounters with Xiao Yu sent uncontrollable shivers coursing through her body. As she looked again, her palms were drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Yu approached with a heart full of compassion, observing the terrified Hua Lian on the ground, and said with a teasing tone, "Do not be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. In fact, I feel deeply for you. Have you not eaten in quite some time? Brother has prepared a feast for you. Just be obedient, and I assure you that this place is far better than your Jade Maiden sect." As he spoke, Xiao Yu produced some roasted meat and tea, settling beside Hua Lian to savor his meal. Based on his understanding of the judgment system, he believed that to increase another's malevolence points, one must first show kindness. This would subsequently trigger the rise in those points. Noticing Hua Lian glancing at the roasted meat, Xiao Yu slowly took out a memory orb, which he had exchanged for a pill prior to seeking out Zhang Xiling, and placed it before her. Hua Lian instinctively shuddered. What was this scoundrel planning? Upon seeing the orb, her complexion drained of color, turning pale as a ghost. As the chief disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, if he were to capture evidence against her, she would never have a chance to rise again. This rogue was truly plotting something sinister. At that moment, Hua Lian's vision suddenly blurred, her heartbeat quickening to an alarming rate, as if it would leap from her chest. Her face flushed, glancing at the wound on her arm. She felt even more lightheaded than before. Could it be that the powder from the Hehuan sand had entered her injury? This scoundrel! How could he be so wicked? Why treat her in such a manner? As she watched Xiao Yu nearly finish his roasted meat, Hua Lian, without a second thought, seized a chopping knife and swung it at him. Yet, the blade barely grazed his defenses. Xiao Yu gazed at her with a mischievous expression, relishing her fear. I told you, you are foolish. I am now a 9-yang divine body, and you, merely at the first layer of body refinement, dare to challenge me? Did you not ruin your foundation? Would you like to join me so I can assist in restoring it? Do not be afraid. I have no intent to kill you. What is with that look in your eyes? With that, he took another bite of meat. Hualien, overwhelmed, began to cry, throwing off Xiao Yu as she lunged for the last piece of roasted meat on the ground. She was utterly famished, having been confined by Elder Wu for several days, and had scarcely eaten during her previous battles. How dare this rogue treat her so repeatedly? Xiao Yu merely held her close, and she ceased her flight, indulging herself in a feast. For hours later, with the bright moon hanging high, Xiao Yu embraced Hualien and declared, from now on, you shall be my maid. Do you understand? With tears in her eyes, Hualien felt a sense of unwillingness, yet her right hand instinctively pressed against her dantian. To her astonishment, her spiritual root had indeed been restored, even better than before. Not only that, she felt as though she had undergone a profound transformation, her entire being imbued with clarity. Remarkably, her cultivation had risen to the second layer of body refinement. It was utterly astonishing. Even more shocking was the fact that the wound she had inflicted upon her arm with the chopping knife had healed completely, leaving no scar. Was this truly the legendary 9-yang divine body? Hualien found herself in a state of unease, inexplicably unsettled. The tenderness and kindness that Xiao Yu had shown her were overwhelming. Memories of the time she had been pierced by a steel hook through her pipa bones surfaced in her mind. Wait, how could she even entertain such thoughts? It was utterly bizarre. Upon reflection, it seemed that they had erred in their actions. Had her master not crossed paths with Xiao Yu, she might have faced a far graver fate. She could have been refined into a human pill. How could she possibly be lying here gazing at the moon? Initially, Xiao Yu had done nothing to harm them, but once she began to instigate her master into plotting against him, the situation had shifted. Perhaps, he merely sought to retaliate against them. Confusion washed over her. In this place, escape was impossible, and sustenance relied solely on this man. Her master was still imprisoned by him, and her whereabouts were unknown. What was she to do? Moreover, she was now bound to him. He owned her in every sense. The thought of her beloved Lin Su from the Xianling sect brought her a sense of helplessness. Shouldn't her man be a righteous figure? How could he be such a rogue? It felt surreal. She found herself reluctant to flee. Perhaps, being with this man was the only way to save her master. No. What was she thinking? He was a villain. As a person of virtue, how could she conspire with such a rogue? Yet, despite her thoughts, she could not tear her gaze from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was on edge. Hurry up and plot against me. Why aren't you making a move? Your master intends to kill me once this is over. Why are you hesitating? Are you planning to eat and sleep instead? Aren't you going to escape? His eyelids twitched in agitation. What was this woman's intention? She hadn't even drawn her weapon, despite him placing it conveniently beside her. If she did not strike him, how could she elevate her wickedness? Just then, he felt a pair of delicate hands wrap around him. As a weary sigh escaped her lips, Hualien fell asleep in his embrace, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly asleep? Had she abandoned her escape? System notification. The wicked woman Hualien has begun her self-reflection, unlocking the judgment mode in advance. The host may execute automatic or manual judgment based on her repentance. Xiao Yu contemplated the sleeping Hualien in his arms. She appeared to be nothing more than a frightened young girl. If only her heart were a touch kinder. Or perhaps she was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, modern terminology for when a victim develops affection for their abuser and assists them in their wrongdoing. It was a psychological condition. Based on Hualien's previous demeanor, she should not have felt remorse. Why should a proud prospective saint offer him repentance? Her character was haughty and unruly. Could it be that she harbored unusual feelings for him? Xiao Yu cautiously lifted his hand, transporting Hualien into the second judgment chamber, watching as she slept soundly. Upon reopening the information panel of the other party, he exhaled softly upon noticing the word orphan inscribed upon their background. Yet, he was acutely aware that Hualien had slain countless demonic cultivators throughout her life. In her eyes, all inhabitants of the Demon Island, regardless of age, deserved death. Perhaps her tumultuous childhood had left her with such a bleak perspective. Thus, upon becoming a cultivator, she had become devoid of humanity. Or was she merely foolish? Was her mind salvageable, hence the call for her repentance? Xiao Yu did not activate the judgment function of the second trial chamber. Instead, he allowed Hualien to rest peacefully within. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, merely a step away from the first level of qi refinement. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned towards the first trial chamber. Observing the resolute Bai Yue, he raised his gaze and remarked, "Thank you for your patience." Chapter 16. Do you not feel any remorse? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Bai Yu's previously fatigued expression transformed into one of bitter resentment. Being an astute individual, she was naturally curious about what Xiao Yu had been engaged in outside. "You scoundrel! I will ensure your demise. I swear, even as a ghost. I shall not spare you. Prepare yourself. I curse you to an untimely death." Xiao Yu, instead of being angered, displayed a pleased demeanor, resting his chin on his hand with a playful expression. "Conversing with you is rather delightful. Your temperament is quite fiery. It makes things interesting, doesn't it, Sect Master Bai? However, I must admit my confusion. You have been here for quite some time and do not feel any sense of wrongdoing? Is that truly your belief?" Bai Yue erupted into a frenzied scream once more. "What wrong have I committed? Is it so difficult to fabricate accusations? You know well the schemes you harbor in your heart. Dare you claim you had no ulterior motives from the very beginning? All men in this world are of the same ilk. Not a single one is virtuous. Just wait until I, Bai Yue, escape. I shall rend you into pieces. Into pieces. I will slice your flesh bit by bit." Xiao Yu shook his head in exasperation. It seemed that reason was futile. This woman had lived for over 2 centuries, and her thought patterns were likely entrenched. How could a golden core cultivator ever recognize their own faults? Such a realization was not easily attained. Gazing at Bai Yu's contorted visage, Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. "If I am not mistaken, in your and your disciple's eyes, I am inferior to a mere dog of the righteous sect. My act of saving you harbors ill intentions, and my offer to take you away is also tainted with malice. You claim your actions are for the sake of purging evil. So, it seems all matters are dictated by your righteous sect. Is that so? I am eager to witness how steadfast your words truly are." The following morning, Xiao Yu's cultivation had ascended to the first level of qi refinement. As he pondered, the trial chamber suddenly announced, "Good morning, wicked ladies. The second day of judgment has commenced." At this moment, he could distinctly sense the flow of mana within him, though it was sparse. He was now capable of wielding magical artifacts. Stepping into the courtyard, he picked up the inferior magical artifact, the Eagle Claw Blade, and began to practice alongside the Jade Maiden Gourd. Under the manipulation of his magical power, the Eagle Claw Blade danced around him as if it were a living entity. Then, with a swift motion, he struck at a distant rock, leaving a clear mark. Xiao Yu grasped the handle, channeling his mana to guide the Eagle Claw Blade forward. As he activated the divine movement technique beneath his feet, a frown instinctively crossed his brow while he observed the ethereal waves of mana manifesting once again. With the blade raised skyward, a blade aura, 1/2 meter long, was unleashed in an instant. Was this the enhancement brought by the Supreme Bliss harmonization technique? It carried a hint of a sweet fragrance. After uttering this thought, he swung the blade again, the aura surging forth and cleaving through a nearby shrub with ease. The destructive power was apparent, though its other effects remained to be seen. He pondered this as he retrieved the Jade Maiden Gourd. Sensing the extremely cool aura above, he couldn't help but focus his thoughts. Concentrating his mind, he projected his spiritual consciousness outward. The moment his consciousness touched the gourd, he detected the presence of living beings within. There were indeed people inside the gourd. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in anticipation as he eagerly extended his spiritual sense to investigate the situation inside. It resembled an incinerator. Soon, he beheld several women huddled together in the center, bracing against the surrounding flames. Some of the women bore burns. Yet after observing for a while without any alerts from the evil woman system, uncertainty crept in. Were those 4 women virtuous? Wait, why were 3 of them mortals? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in confusion. Only one woman, clad in red, was a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement. This red-clad cultivator fiercely shielded the mortal women. Her lips pale. Behind her, a 20-year-old girl cried out in despair, "Mother, I'm so scared. I want to go home. I will never climb the mountain again." Xiao Yu turned his gaze back to the women. The leading red-clad cultivator possessed a fair beauty, though she fell short compared to Bai Yue. Yet, her face bore a resilience and integrity absent in Bai Yue, alongside a hint of youthful innocence. The other three mortals appeared to include a mother and daughter pair, while another mortal woman exuded an impressive presence, reminiscent of a noble lady. In Xiao Yu's recollection, whether righteous or demonic cultivators, mortals were regarded as mere ants. In such dire circumstances, why protect mortals with magical power? Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly raised his hand to release the four women. The moment they appeared, they collapsed to the ground. As Xiao Yu approached to offer a greeting, the female cultivator succumbed to exhaustion and fell. The other three rushed forward, pleading earnestly. Maintaining his composure, Xiao Yu approached the unconscious cultivator, producing a recovery pill and feeding it to her. He then lifted her gently and made his way inside, instructing, "Do not fear, I am not Elder Wu. Go fetch some water from the well and take care of this young lady." The mother and daughter exchanged glances, hesitant to move. In contrast, the noble lady stood up. After ensuring the female cultivator was settled, Xiao Yu directed the mother and daughter to assist. The maiden, resembling an official's daughter, hurriedly approached and knelt, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. I, Li Qingyun, am eternally grateful." The two women behind her quickly followed suit, kneeling as well. "Thank you, Immortal, for your great kindness. I am Zhang Lan, and this is my daughter, Huang Xiang. Xiang, do not forget to bow to our benefactor." The young girl promptly prostrated herself in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life." Xiao Yu could not help but frown. Noticing his silence, Li Qingyun hastily whispered, "I have been saved by the Immortal, and should you have any requests, I would gladly risk my life to fulfill them. I humbly beseech you to allow me to return home briefly to reunite with my family and assure them of my safety. Afterward, I would be willing to serve you faithfully." Xiao Yu pondered silently. Although the system had not classified these four as malevolent, it did not imply they posed no threat. It was wiser to proceed with caution. If I am not mistaken, there must have been more than just you four within that gourd. Many others likely perished inside. You were captured by Elder Wu, presumably for the purpose of refining human pills. But what is the story behind your presence here? Li Qingyun quickly bowed in response. "To report back to you, honored benefactor, we three were informed by Elder Zhao that we seem to possess spiritual roots, and they aim to refine us into human pills. We have been trapped there for half a month. Had it not been for Elder Zhao providing us with sustenance and protecting us with her life, we might have turned to mere bones." Xiao Yu glanced at the female cultivator in the room. Li Qingyun, visibly anxious, continued, "Honored benefactor, Elder Zhao Hongye is a solitary cultivator without a sect. She is honest and kind-hearted and would never harm you." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "That may not be the case. Otherwise, why would she pretend to be dead upon awakening?" Chapter 17. How could I, a young lady, speak of injustice? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongye sprang up from the bed. Her expression filled with agitation as she took a defensive stance. Observing Xiao Yu's demeanor, she appeared extremely flustered. "Qingyun, come quickly. He is of the demonic path. Do not be deceived." Zhao Hongye then gazed at Xiao Yu with palpable fear, her eyes darting around. His cultivation was at the first level of qi refining, equipped with magical artifacts, and he had a puppet in the sky. He was not an easy opponent, and she was completely defenseless, her magical energy depleted. Xiao Yu regarded her with a hint of amusement. Though Zhao Hongye lacked the allure of Hua Yin or Bai Yue, she exuded the aura of a righteous maiden. In such a precarious situation, she still thought to protect three unrelated mortals? Seeing her distress, Li Qingyun quickly interjected, "Elder Zhao, this young master just saved us and has not harmed us. He is also the one who healed your injuries with his elixir. He is our savior." Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan chimed in. "Indeed, it was our benefactor who freed us." Zhao Hongye instinctively recoiled, stammering, "What is your true intention? If you have any grievances, direct them at me, but do not bully them." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu stepped forward, raising his hand to reveal a pile of vegetables and clothing, declaring, "I have saved you, and from this moment forth, you shall serve as my maidens. From now on, you will assist me in the alchemy chamber by washing clothes, cooking meals, and cultivating spiritual herbs. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. This is the Harmony Sect. Beyond this place, your fate is assuredly bleak, as a battle rages outside. As for the young lady's desire to return home and send word of her safety, she must wait. It is decidedly unsafe to venture to Jianglu City at present. When it is safe, I shall make a trip to the city." Zhao Hongye gazed at the vegetables and clothes before her, instinctively swallowing hard. Zhang Lan, noticing her reaction, hastily bowed with her daughter, exclaiming, "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you so much." Xiang'er, quickly tend to the fire. Li Qingyun watched Xiao Yu with a hint of anxiety, then glanced at Zhao Hongya. Xiao Yu fixed his gaze upon Zhao Hongya, stating, "I have saved you. How will you repay me? If I do not release you soon, I fear you may perish within 3 days." Zhao Hongya instinctively clenched her fists, stammering, I. Seeing her distress, Xiao Yu stepped forward and lifted her into his arms, prompting a startled cry from Zhao Hongya. Li Qingyun quickly approached, pleading, "Benefactor, I am willing to serve you faithfully. Senior Zhao has been protecting us within the gourd due to her frail condition. I earnestly beseech you." Xiao Yu chuckled softly at her words. In terms of beauty, Li Qingyun surpassed the other 3 women, exuding the charm of a youthful maiden with an exceptional aura, unmistakably from a wealthy family. Her striking features resembled a delicate painting, with eyes shimmering like autumn waters, brimming with life and spirit. Her lustrous black hair danced in the wind, cascading like a waterfall. Xiao Yu wasted no words. An hour later, Li Qingyun stared incredulously at her palm, exclaiming, "How have I achieved a layer of body refinement? How have I cultivated?" Xiao Yu embraced her, remarking, "You are astute. You wish to repay Zhao Hongya for her life-saving grace, do you not? Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall not neglect you. Henceforth, the household duties of this alchemy room shall be entrusted to you. Are you from an official family?" Li Qingyun shook her head, replying, "My family hails from the Li residence in Jianglu City, engaged in business. I have studied a little in my youth." Xiao Yu smirked. "You have entrusted your body to me. Do you not feel aggrieved?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun's heart jolted, her mind frozen for 3 seconds. Subsequently, she lowered her gaze, dejectedly stating, "I was destined to die. My life is owed to the benefactor. What right do I have to speak of grievances?" After bidding farewell to Li Qingyun, Xiao Yu turned his attention back to the judgment chamber. Hualian had awakened, gazing with a pitiful expression. Within a month, he aimed to refine 1,000 pills, and he must begin with Hualian. Failure to produce the pills would surely displease Elder Zhang Xiling. Having reached the first layer of qi refinement, did this mean he could now take her as his master? He would claim that he had consumed the pills left by Elder Wu and fortuitously achieved a breakthrough. Thus, he needed to meticulously plan for the upcoming month, ensuring Hualian's complete submission while also producing 1,000 pills. During this time, he would also need to manage Zhao Hongya, Zhang Lan, and Huang Xiang, as they all possessed spiritual roots. With his 9-yang divine body and the ecstasy of Huan technique, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly flourish. For the sake of caution, one must learn a soul imprint. Should they ever contemplate betraying him, they shall meet a dire fate. Xiao Yu vaguely recalled a tome titled Yin Yang Borrowing Life Technique from Elder Wu's storage bag. He began to rummage through it. Unlike the Harmony technique, this borrowing life technique contained records of dubious and sinister practices. As he searched, he soon came across a page that held a secret art wedged between leaves. Blood refinement soul restriction. The caster nourishes a servant with their heart's blood, inscribing a restriction upon the other's soul. Feed them once during the day when the yang energy is at its peak, and once again at night when the yin energy is most potent. After 7 days and nights of nourishment, the recipient's soul will bear the restriction, allowing the caster to dominate their actions and mind. Remember, the subordinate must never use this against their superior, lest they suffer a backlash. Xiao Yu could not help but glance at Hualian in the judgment chamber. It seemed this blood refinement soul restriction could not be applied to the wicked woman, for the system compelled them to repent. Observing the few women outside, engaged in laundry and cooking, Xiao Yu clenched his fists. Thus, he would commence with them. Even a virtuous woman must not be taken lightly. What if Li Qingyun, the so-called good woman, conspired to harm him to save Zhang Lan and the others? In this melodramatic world, he had no inclination towards righteousness or morality. Only life held true significance. As Xiao Yu pondered how to impose the soul restriction upon them, the system chimed once more. Detected that the second judgment chamber has yet to commence. Please select a judgment mode. Rewards for judging the second wicked woman will only be granted post-judgment. Opting for manual mode will also increase judgment points. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yu had forgotten that Hualian had already been captured, and he had yet to claim his reward. Gazing at the 2 options presented, Xiao Yu's eyes glimmered. Then manual judgment it shall be. In the next instant, he found himself within the second judgment chamber. Upon witnessing the instruments of punishment before him, a faint smile crept across his lips. Hualien, upon seeing Xiao Yu, grew frantic once more. How long do you intend to confine me? Where's my master? What do you truly desire? Xiao Yu chuckled. What is this? Just yesterday, you bore a different expression. After a night's rest, you wish to flee again? It appears you still fail to grasp your predicament, Lian. Hualien, now somewhat fearful, stammered. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll take my own life right before you. Xiao Yu's smile widened. It seems yesterday's efforts bore some fruit. You no longer curse me, but instead threaten me. Have I been unkind to you? Fear not, for from this moment forth, I shall not leave this room. I will remain here with you. Hualien's gaze turned frantic as realizations dawned upon her. An hour later, successfully judged the wicked woman Hualien. Rewards for the second phase have been granted. Reward, Third Judgment Chamber. Reward, Supreme Artifact. Qinxiang Wanmei 2, Chapter 18. Hualien's concerns Qinxiang Wanmei 2. A supreme artifact capable of conjuring countless stunning illusions to bewitch adversaries. When the scroll unfurls, ethereal melodies resonate, and celestial maidens dance gracefully. The beauties depicted within possess diverse charms, whether gentle and amiable, alluring and seductive, or cold and regal, altering according to the enemy's preferences. When the adversary gazes upon the scroll, they become ensnared within its depths, losing all sense of control. With both offense and defense at their disposal, they can unleash the ethereal brilliance of 1,000 fragrant lights while simultaneously wielding the celestial formations of unparalleled beauty. Xiao Yu regarded the exquisite magical artifact before him, his brows arching in intrigue. With a mere flick of his wrist, radiant beams of light erupted forth, accompanied by the ethereal melodies of enchanting maidens. Parting the forest ahead into two halves, Xiao Yu felt a surge of astonishment. Even at the first level of qi refinement, he possessed such formidable power. Should Sister Mei return, he would harbor no fear. He then stepped once more into the judgment chamber of Hualien, remaining there for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening, Hualien beheld Xiao Yu beside her, her expression one of bewilderment. Reflecting on the events of the past 3 days felt akin to a dream. For reasons she could not comprehend, she found herself reluctant to leave this place, truly reluctant. Here, she could mend her spiritual roots and restore her cultivation. Moreover, she was now bound to Xiao Yu, her master still in his hands. If she were to flee again, would he not, in a fit of anger, harm her master? Hualien and her master sought to rationalize their situation. Gazing at Xiao Yu, she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Master, I will not leave. Can you help me heal my wounds? Please, do not harm my master, and I am willing to be your servant. She spoke in a tone that evoked sympathy as she nestled within his embrace. However, Xiao Yu, upon observing her judgment value, felt a cold smirk rise within him. Over the course of 3 days, her judgment value had soared to 90, yet it had stagnated there, indicating that she had yet to fully grasp the extent of her transgressions. Despite her current pitiful demeanor and her apparent acknowledgement of guilt, there remained a barrier within her heart. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, tightening his hold around her delicate waist. I am genuinely curious. How could the illustrious Jade Maiden sect be vanquished by the once fated Harmony Sect? Hualien whispered softly against him. This is primarily due to my master's second disciple. She betrayed us. However, master, you must also prepare for what lies ahead. The Demon Island has dispatched your 4 sects to invade Hushi State, merely as pawns in their game. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, amused that she had begun to worry for him. I understand your concerns. The warring Harmony Sect, along with the 1,000 Poisoned Sect, Blood Refinement Hall, and the Demon Refinement Sect, hold little significance in the demon state. I suspect it will not be long before they are repelled. Hualien continued. Yes, master, you mentioned wanting to leave here. I suggest you prepare. I do not wish for any harm to come to you. With a tender yet firm embrace, Xiao Yu replied, Indeed, this all seems quite favorable. By the way, aside from your master, do you have anyone else you hold dear? At this, Hualien instinctively clenched her fists and hurriedly shook her head. No, not at all. Xiao Yu, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, Is that so? I had thought, since you were willing to stay with me, that if you had any wishes, I might assist in fulfilling them. But if there are none, then so be it. Hualien hesitated, her thoughts swirling, yet she ultimately chose silence. Xiao Yu resumed his examination of her hair, her attire, her embroidered shoes. At last, he caught sight of a crimson love knot at the waist of the other party, and he immediately seized it. Hualien's eyes widened in panic as she exclaimed, Give it back to me. Yet, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, one arm encircling her while the other scrutinized the intricate knot. The red ribbon, entwined with delicate threads, was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Its hue resembled that of cinnabar, vibrant and striking, akin to the glow of the evening sky. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow slightly. If I am not mistaken, this love knot serves as a token of affection, does it not, Lianer? Hualian, momentarily flustered, tightened her grip on her skirt, her fingers nearly drawing blood. And no, that's not it. Xiao Yu regarded the love knot with a serious expression, contemplating the final bastion of the woman's psyche, love itself. After all, it required a deft touch to navigate her feelings. Although he was confident that given a few more days, he could elevate her judgment to 100, he had never been one to squander time. So, Lianer, which senior brother do you fancy? It wouldn't happen to be someone from your Jade Maiden sect, would it? I recall your master mentioning that romantic relationships are strictly forbidden among your disciples. Does this imply that you have concealed certain matters from her? If I were to divulge your secrets, I fear she might be driven to fury. At this, Hualian's pupils constricted sharply, her lips turning pale. No, that is one thing you must not do. Xiao Yu suddenly shouted, if you do not speak, I shall inform your master. In an instant, Hualian recoiled. The fear etched across her face. Xiao Yu's voice brimmed with indignation. After all I have done to save both you and your master, you intend to repay me with betrayal? You fancy someone who can restore your spiritual roots? Are you merely waiting to heal here before seeking him out? Were it not for my 9-yang divine body, your fate would be that of an ordinary mortal. Consider this carefully. I have had my fill. As he spoke, he began to don his clothing, causing Hualian to hastily interject. Yes, it is senior brother Lin Su from the Xianling sect. I have made a private vow with him. Please do not be angry. Lianer acknowledges her mistake. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's mind raced. Xianling sect, Lin Su? Was he not the one who had led the pursuit against him on Jianglu Mountain? The other party seemed to consider himself a paragon of virtue, with numerous admirers, while also proclaiming his mission to vanquish demons and monsters. For some reason, the mere mention of such self-righteous individuals now filled Xiao Yu with revulsion. Not long ago, several of Xianling sect's disciples had sought to undermine Bai Yue. Though Bai Yue was not without her faults, she was nonetheless his possession. Sooner or later, she would come to submit to him. Seeing Xiao Yu silent, Hualian feared he would reveal her secret engagement with Lin Su to Bai Yue. At that moment, she burst into tears, her face filled with injustice. Master, Lianer has erred. Lianer vows never to meet Lin Shixiang again. Please do not inform Master. For she will hate me. She truly will hate me. The second junior sister fell in love with a man of the demonic path, and when Master opposed it, she had that man's spirit root extracted. She absolutely forbids us disciples from becoming emotionally attached before we have attained golden core. I beg you, do not tell Master. Lianer will go nowhere else but serve you for all eternity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a stir of agitation within. Are you implying that the betrayal of your second junior sister stemmed from your master previously incapacitating her beloved? Hualian nodded, her expression one of deep grievance. Indeed, in our Yunu sect, there is a saying, when a female cultivator becomes emotionally involved, the path of immortality is fraught with peril. In our esteemed sect, our partners are predetermined by the sect. Master has shown me immense kindness, and I truly cannot let her know. Please, Master, grant Lianer this one mercy. Xiao Yu regarded her with a teasing glint in his eyes, noting that her judgment value had yet to rise. It seemed this woman still harbored fantasies about Lin Su. Lianer, if I were to tell you that just days ago, it was your Lin Su's junior disciple who intended to act against your master on Jianglu Mountain, would you still cherish this bond of hearts? Hualian momentarily fell into a daze, hesitating before lowering her head, clearly in disbelief. Xiao Yu spoke softly. On that day, I helped your master escape and encountered some individuals from the Xianling sect. That Lin Su boldly proclaimed himself a disciple of the inner sect and then drew a sword, joining forces with his fellow disciples to besiege us. Do you know why I harbor such resentment towards your master? It is because that day, those individuals sought to tarnish her purity. If I hadn't consumed a blood-boiling pill to rescue her, she might have ended up with a horde of Xianling sect partners. Hualian had previously heard Bai Yue mention this incident, yet she was unaware that it was Lin Su's people involved. Noticing her continued disbelief, Xiao Yu grew impatient. So you still wish to indulge in treachery, do you? Very well, continue to exist as you please. But I have no desire to nurture a woman whose heart belongs to another man. You might as well forfeit your spirit root. Upon speaking, Xiao Yu unleashed the thousand fragrance and beautiful image, causing Hualien to panic. Master, master, please, Lianer swears she will never see him again. By the time Hualien uttered these words, her tears had streamed down her face. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, observing that her judgment value remained unchanged. It is no wonder they say that beautiful women can deceive. She was in utter despair, yet still withheld the truth. Lianer, I actually have quite an affection for you. But do not test my limits. I, as your master, prefer obedient children. If you follow me, with my 9 yang divine body, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary folk, and within a few years, you shall surely attain golden core. Moreover, I promise you, as long as you swear with a devoted heart to follow me wholeheartedly, I will never harm you or your master, and I shall provide you with tremendous opportunities. Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of your master. As Xiao Yu spoke, he opened a window to the adjacent judgment chamber, and the anguished cries of Bai Yue echoed instantly. Hualien wept uncontrollably, her body trembling uncontrollably. Master, master. Xiao Yu softly murmured, I implore you to swear by your heart. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall not make things difficult for you. Listening to Bai Yue's anguished cries, Hualien's tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Although her master forbade her from showing emotions, she had raised her for a lifetime. Recollecting her past as an orphan, she realized that without her master Bai Yue, she might have perished long ago. Master, apprentice, I am sorry, she lamented. Chapter 19. Hualien's judgment is fulfilled. Xiao Yu observed the weeping Hualien, his eyes devoid of any compassion. In this world, he understood the true worth of a wicked woman's tears better than anyone. He was indifferent to whom she had genuinely fallen in love with, or whether she had any engagements. From the moment she attempted to poison him with a deadly pill, her fate had been sealed. Hualien sobbed, her memories of childhood flooding back vividly. She recalled the famine that struck Heshi province when she was but a child, where human flesh was valued less than that of pigs or dogs. The biting cold, severe drought, locust plagues, epidemics, soaring prices, and wars left the populace in dire hunger, resorting to cannibalism. She vividly remembered the onset of winter, when heavy snow fell from the sky, and she followed her parents barefoot into the frigid wilderness. The roads were strewn with the frozen and starved corpses, numbering in the thousands. She could still feel her frost-bitten feet, numb yet trudging through the snow. In the chaos, mothers devoured their children, husbands feasted upon their wives, and families turned against one another. The mountains were littered with bones, reeking of decay. Her father succumbed to the cold, only to be consumed by her mother, who soon met the same fate, devoured by others. Hiding amidst the icy snowdrifts, she watched expressionlessly as the frenzied predators roamed. She pondered her purpose in this world. Just as she was on the brink of freezing to death in the snow, Bai Yue appeared. Her master resembled a celestial being, effortlessly melting the snow and ice that plagued the suffering populace. However, upon seeing her master's visage, the mortals harbored malicious thoughts. Those men, knowing their demise was imminent, chose to indulge in their last moments. They surged forward, intent on overpowering Bai Yue. Disgusted by their intentions, Bai Yue swiftly eliminated them all. In this harsh land, the wicked and the depraved deserved their fate. Among them were indeed innocent souls caught in the fray. Yet, Bai Yue remained unmoved, pulling Hualien from the snowdrifts. It was the first time in a month that Hualien tasted warmth. Such exquisite ice spirit roots. I am now recruiting disciples. From this day forth, I shall be your master. From that moment, Hualien became the most formidable inner disciple of the Harmony Sect. In the face of treachery, regardless of age, she would execute justice on the spot for any wrongdoing. Emerging from the pile of corpses, she believed that the more destitute and desperate a person was, the more dangerous they became. Even if she were to err, she would not let a single wrongdoer escape. Yet, despite her fierce demeanor, she found herself enamored with someone, the esteemed inner disciple of the Harmony Sect, Lin Su. The other party proclaimed her beauty, asserting she was the most exquisite maiden of Heshi Prefecture. She admitted to having long admired her, and though she consented, who could have anticipated the onset of war? Leaving her utterly devastated, Hualien wept inconsolably, reminiscing about her childhood. Although her life was spared by Xiao Yu, it was also her master who rescued her. The individuals beneath Lin Su intended to violate her master, and she had lost the desire to ascertain the truth of the matter. Upon hearing Bai Yue's anguished cries, tears streamed down her face anew. Please, do not harm her any further. I beg you, spare my master. I am willing to swear an oath by my Tao heart. I am willing. As she spoke, Hua Lian, with tears flowing, raised 2 fingers. I, Hua Lian, swear by my Tao heart to serve my master in this life and the next, and I shall never entangle myself with any other man. Should I breach this vow, may the heavens strike me down with thunder. In this lifetime, may I not retain any cultivation. I swear, I will absolutely never betray my master. Hua Lian's judgment value is full, activating the Maid Cultivation function. Maid Pavilion has been opened. Maid Pavilion. It provides a residence for maids to live and cultivate. Currently unlocked exclusive maid attire includes chi pao, black stockings, and high heels. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Xiao Yu's spirit soared. He embraced her warmly, saying, "Your master is not as obedient as you. She still does not realize her mistakes. If you wish for her to receive the master's rewards like you, then do not concern yourself with her." Hua Lian's eyes reflected some confusion. After pondering for a moment, she unexpectedly embraced Xiao Yu. Everything shall be at the master's discretion. Xiao Yu smiled gently, raising his hand to open Hua Lian's cultivation panel. Over the past few days of body refinement, she had already ascended to the 5th level. He vaguely remembered that Hua Lian had once been a 2nd-tier alchemist. If he could elevate her cultivation to the 1st level of qi refinement, she would be able to concoct pills using her magical powers, significantly enhancing her alchemical speed. With this in mind, Xiao Yu selected the cultivation option. To elevate Hua Lian to the 1st level of qi refinement, an additional 120 hours of blissful harmonization refinement is required. If paired with opening meridians pills and washing marrow pills, the time can be halved. It is recommended that she cultivate supreme ice attribute techniques and harmonization skills to enhance her cultivation speed. If she stays in the Maid Pavilion, her comprehension and cultivation speed will also improve. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurried to the alchemy chamber. "Lianer, concoct a batch of opening meridians pills and washing marrow pills. I will accompany you in seclusion later." Hua Lian smiled brightly. "Yes. Thank you for your generous favor, master. I shall begin refining the pills right away. By the way, master, our sect's senior uncle from the Jade Maiden sect may have already arrived near Jianglu City. You should inform the disciples of the Harmonization sect at the front lines to avoid being ambushed," she cautioned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, indicating that she had genuinely aligned herself with him. "Ah, you are practicing the 5 elements divine maiden technique, correct? Please write down all the techniques you possess, as well as any indiscretions of Bai Yue that you are aware of." Hua Lian hesitated momentarily. "The misdeeds of my master?" Xiao Yu replied, "Indeed. You surely do not wish for your master to suffer endlessly. The sooner she acknowledges her mistakes, the sooner she can emerge. What do you think?" Hua Lian nodded repeatedly. Yes, master speaks wisely." The master had previously mentioned seeking revenge against Sister Yi, but perhaps it would be prudent to wait. She is the daughter of our branch's elder and a formidable practitioner in the mid-foundation stage. Currently, even if we deceive her, we would not stand a chance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and walked away. He first sought out Li Qingyun and the other 3, raising his hand to refine them once more using the blood-refining soul restriction. Li Qingyun, somewhat anxious, gazed at the blood on his fingertips. After a moment of contemplation, she leaned in closer. Once she consumed the blood, something seemed to flicker at her brow. Xiao Yu murmured, "In just a few days, it will be complete." Li Qingyun timidly asked, "What is this, benefactor?" Xiao Yu replied, "It is nothing of consequence. You are already advancing to the body refinement stage with my assistance. This substance will aid in enhancing your cultivation." After speaking, Xiao Yu turned his attention to Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang, who were washing clothes in the yard. It seemed they had managed to wash every garment from the alchemy room over the past few days. The entire alchemy chamber sparkled with cleanliness, and even the previously disordered woods appeared much tidier. "Come over, it is your turn." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang hurried over, with Huang Xiang's eyes wide with excitement as she exclaimed, "Benefactor, will we also become as formidable as you in the future?" Zhang Lan, feeling a bit embarrassed, pulled Huang Xiang aside and admonished, "Xianger, do not be rude. Do not disturb the benefactor." Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. "It is fine. Come here." Zhao Hongya, who had been cultivating quietly inside, approached with her head lowered upon seeing Xiao Yu refining the others. Glancing at her, Xiao Yu slowly raised his hand before her. "What is it? You seem unusually compliant today, not causing any trouble?" Zhao Hongya's eyes reflected sorrow as she replied, "I was saved by you, and I know of your proclivities. I am willing to accept your restrictions, but could you allow me to preserve my original essence until I reach the golden core stage? My cultivation method is rather unique and requires me to maintain my purity. As she uttered these words, both Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang turned their heads away. Feeling exceedingly awkward, Xiao Yu stroked his chin contemplatively. If you harbor no ulterior motives, I shall certainly grant you the respect you deserve. Zhao Hongya instinctively clenched her sleeves, gazing at Xiao Yu's elevated finger. After a moment of thought, she finally spoke. Actually, I am from the Xianling sect. Elder Zhao of Xianling sect is my father. I previously claimed to be a rogue cultivator out of fear that you might consider me a hostage. I will forever remember your act of saving my life. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I shall not forget that you rescued me from the gourd. Xiao Yu had long suspected that she was concealing something. To his surprise, he had caught a significant fish, the daughter of an elder from the Xianling sect. This woman might serve as a potential escape route from the Harmony Sect in the future. Women from the demonic path are indeed fewer than those of the righteous path, and the chances of encountering a wicked woman are quite low. He must take the initiative to judge and deal with those wicked women outside. With a smile, Xiao Yu raised his hand and refined her with blood. Once he had completed the tasks for the day, Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards the array outside. If what Hualyan had said earlier was true, it would indeed be necessary to send a message to Zhang Xiling. The elder of the Yunu sect branch appeared to be at the golden core stage, while Zhang Xiling was merely at the foundation stage. Encountering such an opponent would be troublesome. The emergence of a golden core practitioner could potentially alter the entire course of the battle, so it would be prudent to inform her. Upon this realization, Xiao Yu summoned the puppet eagle and soared beyond the formation. In the very next moment, Mei Chunlan, with a scowl, remarked to the elderly woman behind her, I told you he harbors secrets. Even Elder Zhang has bestowed upon him a companion puppet eagle. The aged woman, grinning with a mocking expression, revealed her prominent buck teeth. He is now a pill master. Are you not concerned about being discovered by the higher-ups? Mei Chunlan retorted coldly. Ma Cuehong, do you truly believe that the demonic sect sent us from the Harmony Sect merely to conquer the world? We are but cannon fodder. The Xianling sect is far superior to the Yunu sect. How could our sect leader possibly contend against the 3 old masters of Xianling? They possess 3 golden core experts. Surely they will overwhelm us. Our sect leader and his wife have been silent for days. I doubt they can hold out much longer. Ma Cuehong, with a sly smile, stroked her wrinkled chin. Indeed. So you suggest we flee and uncover the secrets of Xiao Yu? Mei Chunlan continued. Zhang Xiling is merely at the foundation establishment stage. If our sect leader falters in the east, she will likely flee as well. Those who covet wealth perish, and I, Mei Chunlan, shall not allow what I cannot attain to remain intact. When the time comes, the spoils shall be divided between us sisters. Hurry and prepare. Chapter 20. The new villainess. Shortly after Xiao Yu arrived at the administrative hall, a young girl with dual ponytails approached him, her face adorned with curiosity. Are you the first-grade pill master my master spoke of? She inquired. Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. Indeed, that would be me. Might I ask what guidance this senior sister has for me? The girl smiled gently. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. My master is currently setting up defensive formations and shall arrive shortly. I am her second disciple, El Linger, at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Xiao Yu again clasped his fists. It is an honor to meet you, senior sister El. El Linger chuckled softly. Typically, my master does not accept male disciples. So you must possess remarkable qualities. Hee, I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, You flatter me, senior sister. Dressed in a pink gown, El Linger toyed with a short blade in her hand, appraising Xiao Yu with a playful yet contemplative gaze. Xiao Yu, in turn, scrutinized her. This female cultivator bore a striking resemblance to Huang Xiang. With pearly teeth and bright eyes, her charming smile radiated innocence and vitality, reminiscent of a crystal-clear mountain spring. Her hair flowed like silk, brushing against her cheeks, exuding a playful charm intertwined with an innocent exuberance. She moved gracefully, each step akin to drifting clouds, with every turn seeming to scatter petals, bringing a sense of serenity. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a nightingale's song, captivating all who heard it. She embodied the essence of a spirited young girl, yet the system offered no judgment. Perhaps she was akin to Zhang Xiling? It was indeed surprising to discover that the Harmony Sect harbored women of commendable character. How peculiar. Bai Yue, a righteous figure, resembled a celestial being. And had he not heeded Hualien, he would never have imagined that thousands of mortals had perished at her hands. In this realm, one must not judge by appearances. Just as Xiao Yu pondered these thoughts, a man and a woman entered the administrative hall once more. Before the woman even stepped inside, she provocatively shouted, "Oh, is that you, Sister Linga? You've come from the Demon Island too? How dare you venture to the front lines at the initial stage of chi refinement? Aren't you just causing trouble for our esteemed master?" Her tone was imbued with sarcasm, and upon hearing it, Xiao Yu felt a pang of discomfort, sending shivers down his spine. Just then, a man following her chimed in, "Haha, I was wondering what Sister Linger was doing here. Turns out she's on the hunt for a man. How amusing. And she's even settled for someone at the first layer of chi refinement? Haha." The woman waved her fan, her smile radiant yet laced with mockery. "I heard that our master is seeking a first-grade alchemist to take as a third disciple. I expected someone of great skill, but it seems you are merely a waste at the first layer of chi refinement. Has our master run out of options? Is she now taking in anyone?" Upon hearing this, Lu Linger widened her eyes in shock. "Sister Wang, you shouldn't speak so harshly. Junior brother Xiao is, after all, an alchemist. You know many alchemists lack time for cultivation. It's common for them to have low levels of cultivation. Right now, our master has been sent to the front lines by the elders of our sect and urgently needs assistance. Instead of helping her, why bully a newcomer?" Suddenly, the woman slapped Lu Linger across the face. Caught off guard, Lu Linger stood frozen, her cheek reddening from the blow. "You, the woman," fanning herself with an air of indignation, retorted, "After so long, is this how you speak to your senior sister? You have no manners whatsoever. What a disgrace." Xiao Yu observed her cultivation at the fourth layer of chi refinement, feeling a sense of foreboding. The man behind her, boasting the fifth layer of chi refinement, was clearly her accomplice. As he pondered this, the system notification chimed in again. "New villain detected. Please judge her promptly. Name, Wang Mei. Age, 37. Cultivation, fourth layer of chi refinement. Appearance, score of 93. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 95 gene. Talent, dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Character, venomous and jealous of all women who surpass her in beauty, driven solely by profit. Background, Zhang Ziling's eldest disciple of the Harmony Sect. Crimes, practiced dark arts, having killed 19 children to nourish her youth with their blood." Upon reading this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of excitement. A task had presented itself. Observing Wang Mei's alluring figure, he couldn't help but appraise her with a sidelong glance. She exuded an enticing charm, starkly contrasting with the virtuous demeanor of Bai Yue. She was clearly a woman of treachery. Her voluptuous form, broad shoulders, and slender waist swayed gracefully as she moved, like willows dancing in the wind. Her physique was reminiscent of a jade mountain, curvaceous and voluptuous, exuding an undeniable allure. To think she even practiced dark sorcery, showing no mercy even to children. This woman was truly devoid of conscience. As Xiao Yu contemplated this, the man beside Wang Mei turned to him, his cold voice slicing through the air. "The disciples of this branch have no sense of decorum. You don't even know to pay your respects to me, Zhao Gang. You there, what is your name?" "Yes, I'm talking to you. What are you staring at? Are you pretending to be mute?" Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Linger hurriedly approached Xiao Yu, exclaiming, "Zhao Gang, mind your tone. This is my master's alchemist." "What kind of attitude is that?" Zhao Gang grinned broadly, retorting, "Haha, so it turns out that you have indeed found a wild man, junior sister Lu. It seems you are truly desperate. You actually agreed to someone at the first level of chi refining?" Wang Mei cast a sidelong glance at the silent Xiao Yu and coldly demanded, "What? Do you think that just because you can refine pills, you no longer need to pay respects to me? I will count to 3, and if you still refuse to acknowledge your place, you shall not leave here today." Xiao Yu, with a cold smile, gazed at the approaching Zhang Ziling and suddenly devised a plan. He staggered and fell at Wang Mei's feet, crying out, "Senior sister, spare me. I shall never dare again. I was wrong. Please do not kill me." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Wang Mei stared at Xiao Yu, who was tugging at his own robe, bewildered by his antics. Lu Linger, momentarily lost for words, wondered how things had escalated so quickly. Xiao Yu then raised his voice once more, wailing, "It is all my fault as junior brother. In our branch, we never bowed as senior brothers and sisters of higher cultivation, but today I have offended you, senior sister. I beseech you, do not kill me. I am willing to surrender all my elixirs to senior sister Wang Mei and brother Zhao Gang." He then produced 2 bottles of elixirs. The disciples of the Harmony Sect nearby turned their attention to him, whispering amongst themselves. What is happening? I don't know. But it seems that the first great alchemist did not bow to Wang Mei, and now she wants to kill him? Is this new Wang Mei here to stir up trouble? How dare she demand his elixirs? The crowd in the sect affairs hall grew increasingly larger. Zhang Xiling, observing from the back, wore an ever darker expression. Upon noticing the sudden influx of people, Zhao Gang felt a wave of embarrassment and shouted at Xiao Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants your elixirs? Before he could finish, Xiao Yu cried out again, Do not kill me. I truly did not see you kissing senior sister Wang from behind. I shall never dare again. Lu Linger was already laughing uncontrollably at Xiao Yu's antics, and the crowd buzzed with chatter. As they watched Xiao Yu wailing on the ground, their gazes shifted towards Wang Mei and Zhao Gang. Unable to contain her anger, Wang Mei glared at the theatrics of the fallen Xiao Yu and snapped, Noisy. If you dare to speak again, I shall ensure you regret it. The disciple dared to be so reckless. Zhang Xiling could no longer bear to watch. As a newcomer, she needed to win hearts, and Wang Mei's arrival was only complicating matters for her. Enraged at Zhang Xiling's arrival, Wang Mei exclaimed, Master, this scoundrel is slandering me. I have never demanded his elixirs. Xiao Yu quickly retorted, You are talking nonsense. Do you dare to swear by your Dao heart? Just moments ago, you struck junior sister Lu twice simply because she did not notice you approaching. Look at junior sister Lu's face. Could she have inflicted that upon herself? The crowd turned to look, and indeed, there was a conspicuous red mark on Lu Linger's face. Zhao Gang's eyes glinted with fury as he glared at the one who dared to tarnish his reputation, vowing that he would make him pay. Zhang Xiling also noticed the handprint on LV Linger's face, and her brows furrowed in discontent. Aren't you going to step back? Wang Mei looked at Zhang Xiling in disbelief, unable to comprehend why her master would favor an outsider. After all, she was her most esteemed disciple. Xiao Yu rushed forward to shield LV Linger, confronting Zhao Gang. Did you seriously just say that you wanted to spend the night with Sister LV? Are you taking advantage of our branch's lack of support? LV Linger couldn't help but burst into laughter at that moment. Zhao Gang had seen many instances of inverting black and white, but he had never encountered someone who could turn white into black. You are slandering me. How could I possibly have thoughts about Sister LV? Xiao Yu retorted, Oh, then why did you just claim that Sister LV had not greeted you? Are you implying that in our branch, anyone with lower cultivation than you ought to bow to you, or you will punish them? You were the one who just declared that our branch has no rules. Dare you to deny it? Dare you to swear on your Dao heart? Zhao Gang would certainly not dare to swear on his Dao heart, for he had indeed made that statement. As Xiao Yu spoke, those around with cultivation below the 5th level of qi refinement glared at Zhao Gang. In the distance, several individuals expressed their fury, cursing, What the hell? Is being at the 5th level of qi refinement such a big deal? You're just an inner disciple who got in through the back door. If your father weren't an elder, could you even be an inner disciple? What are you? What is wrong with our branch? Get lost. Many of our brothers don't even have pills to consume. What do you think you are, making such outrageous demands? Zhao Gang attempted to retort, but Zhang Xiling erupted in anger. Her divine sense emanated forth, leaving Wang Mei and Zhao Gang feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles, too intimidated to speak further. Zhang Xiling was already troubled by the unfavorable situation at the front lines, and to return only to confront this matter filled her with dismay. She coldly declared, If I see any more oppression of fellow disciples, I will not let it slide. What kind of conduct is this? You too will copy the sect rules 10 times. Wang Mei dared not object and resigned herself to her misfortune. Watching Xiao Yu revel in her predicament, she committed his face to memory. Xiao Yu, too, had etched Wang Mei into his mind. A new member was about to be added to the Council of Judgment. How dare they conspire against him? He feared that they wouldn't come seeking trouble. Zhang Xiling exhaled, somewhat impatiently waving her hand. The rest of you may leave. Xiao Yu, come with me. Chapter 21. Apprenticeship. Xiao Yu followed closely behind Zhang Xiling, his head bowed and gaze averted. Once they reached a study, Zhang Xiling seated herself upon a wooden chair and remarked, You possess quite the audacity, boldly asserting yourself at the qi refinement stage. Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? Xiao Yu respectfully approached. Disciple cannot bear to witness those two bullying Sister LV. Your discerning eye, Master, cannot be deceived. Zhang Xiling replied softly, You seem quite presumptuous. I have not yet accepted you as my disciple, yet you are so certain of my decision? Xiao Yu promptly knelt on one knee. If you choose not to accept me due to the earlier incident, I bear no resentment. We cultivators strive for clarity of thought, even if given another chance. I would not allow Sister LV to be bullied. Since Sister LV came to my aid, I shall certainly avenge her. Zhang Xiling picked up a cup of cool tea and smiled. You are indeed a loyal and righteous lad. However, my tea has grown somewhat tepid. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu was elated and promptly channeled his magical energy to warm the teacup. He knelt down on both knees and presented the steaming tea, exclaiming, Disciple Xiao Yu, I am deeply grateful to Master for accepting me as a student. I, Xiao Yu, hail from a humble background and have long admired your esteemed name, wishing to study under your guidance to attain supreme sorcery. Furthermore, I pledge to follow your teachings and promote the path of harmony, vowing to alleviate your burdens. Zhang Xiling smiled lightly, choosing not to interrupt. Xiao Yu lowered his head and continued, I wish to uphold the rights of a disciple, to always remain by your side, and to obey your commands without fail, living up to your expectations. Zhang Xiling slowly accepted the tea offered by Xiao Yu, remarking, Indeed, you possess a silver tongue and display great cleverness. Xiao Yu remained kneeling, bowing his head 3 times. He understood the customs of the cultivation world. Bowing was essential in the master-disciple initiation, for without it, the tea would not be received. Disciple Xiao Yu, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your immense kindness. Zhang Xiling nodded and took a sip of the tea. Then, she gestured for Xiao Yu to rise, asking, Speak, what do you wish for as a protective charm? Xiao Yu, bowing with clasped fists, replied, Disciple already possesses the puppet eagle bestowed by Master, and dares not ask for anything else. Zhang Xiling waved her hand dismissively. No matter, that is your rightful possession as an alchemist. Here's the deal. You may choose one from the techniques, magical artifacts, or talismans. After pondering, Xiao Yu responded with clasped fists, Thank you for your generosity, Master. I choose a magical artifact. Zhang Xiling chuckled softly. Oh, so you already possess a cultivation technique? Is it our sect's harmony technique? Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard, realizing she was probing his background. He had overlooked this detail. Yes, Disciple has indeed cultivated the harmony technique. Zhang Xiling gradually placed the teacup on the table, observing, I noticed you seem to have acquired a few maidens in your alchemy chamber. You are certainly not idle. However, let me remind you, do not bring any commoners here. Xiao Yu replied, Disciple merely encountered a fortuitous circumstance where I released those 4 maidens from Elder Wu's jade gourd. They were not captured by me. Besides, I observed that they all possess spiritual roots, and I thought to recruit them as disciples of our Harmony Sect. Moreover, I have promised them that should they wish to leave after the war concludes, I will escort them back. The most pressing concern is the current war. If I were to send them back now, and they were discovered by those self-righteous cultivators, they would undoubtedly be seized and have their souls extracted. Those righteous factions would not hesitate to eliminate a few commoners to eradicate us. Zhang Xiling nodded slightly. Indeed, previously, the Suanelling sect besieged Jiangliashan, resulting in the slaughter of all our disciples on the mountain, and the commoners there were not spared either. As Xiao Yu spoke, he glanced around, his expression grave. By the way, Master, I have something to report. Zhang Xiling raised her hand and created a soundproof barrier, saying, Speak freely. Xiao Yu hurriedly approached and whispered. Before Master arrived at the branch, I overheard some individuals discussing matters concerning the Yunu sect. The Yunu sect's eldest disciple, Huayan, has made a lifelong commitment with the Suanelling sect's eldest disciple, Lin Su. And the Suanelling sect's massive offensive against Jiangliashan is likely connected to this affair. Moreover, it seems that Bai Yue, the leader of the Yunu sect, has sent her junior sister to the vicinity of Jianglu City. This individual is likely a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Should our branch encounter her, the prospects could be grim. Our master has already made plans, recognizing that this location is at the front line. If it can be defended, we shall defend it. But if not, our master should not force it. The individuals within our sect are all too eager to see us fail. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow. It is no wonder that the leader of the Harmony Sect has yet to return from the Eastern Front. It appears she has been entangled in matters there. However, Zhang Xiling was unaware of the private engagement between Lin Su of the Xianling sect and Hualian. It is thus understandable why Elder Wu met his demise atop Jianglu Mountain. It seems Lin Su's master was behind it all. Recently, rumors have circulated that Bai Yue, the leader of the Yunu sect, is still alive, as reported by 3 disciples of the Xianling sect, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. You are quite perceptive, Zhang Xiling remarked as she produced a low-grade short bow and placed it before Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu expressed his gratitude once more and accepted the bow. Zhang Xiling propped her chin on her hand, adopting a charming demeanor that caused Xiao Yu to momentarily lose focus. She cast a sidelong glance at him before softly instructing, "You should return and continue assisting me with alchemy. The month's time has not yet elapsed, and it may hinder your cultivation. Once this matter is resolved, I shall procure some century-old spiritual herbs as a reward for you. Though your cultivation is lacking, you have spent some time in this branch. What are your thoughts on this battle?" Xiao Yu's expression grew contemplative. Although he had not ventured much to the front lines, he had mostly been idle here. However, since she had inquired, he felt compelled to share his insights. Moreover, he sensed that Zhang Xiling was probing his depths, perhaps testing his sincerity. After a moment of reflection, he gazed at the map in the study and replied, "To report to Master, our Harmony Sect's leader, alongside the main forces, has joined with the Qian Duomen and Zuelian Tang to engage in battle at Yufeng Valley for several months now. The Lianyao Sect and Yuling Sect are embroiled in a fierce struggle for the title of the strongest beast-controlling sect in the East, showing no interest in the main confrontation. Naturally, the main forces of the Xinling Sect are also at the forefront of Yufeng Valley, leaving only a portion of their troops to guard Jianglu City and Jianglu Mountain. To put it plainly, our location is merely a peripheral area, with scarce supplies and a dearth of high-level disciples. We barely possess two large defensive formations. I have consistently regarded our branch as a mere cannon fodder outpost, lacking even a single golden core cultivator. Thus, I can assert that many disciples beneath us have already prepared their escape routes. Some have likely already contacted the righteous sect's hounds, intending to defect. Master must remain vigilant." Zhang Xiling was well aware of her purpose here. She was ostensibly assigned to restrain the combat strength of the Xinling sect and alleviate pressure on the front lines. However, she was the only Foundation establishment cultivator present. The balance of power would be disrupted with even one additional golden core cultivator, let alone another Foundation establishment practitioner. Furthermore, this very morning, she received a secret order from the sect to lead 300 disciples from the branch to take an alternate route to assault Jianglu City. Once Jianglu City is captured, the lives of all its inhabitants will serve as a shield, compelling the Xinling sect to divert their forces back. At that point, a gap will surely emerge on the front lines. I am certain that the righteous sect will show no mercy for the lives of the citizens of Jianglu City. Moreover, she was reluctant to involve mere mortals in their affairs. At that moment, Xiao Yu stepped forward, brandishing a small flag, and declared, "Master, we can consider an alternative. Those individuals wish to use us as cannon fodder. We must prioritize our own interests. The area we currently occupy is perpetually shrouded in fog, and to the west lies a concealed bay. We can deploy dozens of disciples to establish an underwater stronghold in that bay. Once the enemy launches a large-scale assault, we can have those disciples stage a surprise attack on the Jade Maiden sect. They will undoubtedly be compelled to retreat. We can simply maneuver back and forth, dragging them along. If they refrain from attacking, we shall not strike. If they do attack, we will target the Jade Maiden sect. Furthermore, we can set up a teleportation array. Should they send their golden core cultivators after us, we can make our escape." Zhang Xiling looked at the coordinates of the Jade Maiden sect with confusion and remarked, "But now the Jade Maiden sect is occupied by Lin Su's master, Huang Lin. He is at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, comparable to my strength. Though the Jade Maiden sect has been destroyed, that location is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault." Xiao Yu hurriedly responded, "We sent some disciples of the Jade Maiden sect from our branch before. Master can gather them for interrogation. Within 3 days, we will surely extract the strategic layout of the Jade Maiden sect. Once we comprehend the structure of the Jade Maiden sect, we can seek a point of breach. The Xinling sect has only held it for a few days. They are certainly not familiar with its layout. What if there are hidden passages inside?" Zhang Xiling's eyes suddenly brightened. "Are you suggesting that we shift the battlefield to the location of the Jade Maiden sect? To buy time?" Xiao Yu affirmed, "Indeed. The higher-ups are indifferent to our survival. Our actions can restrain them, and we can withdraw at any moment. However, we must arrange the teleportation array in advance and find a discreet location. In due time, we could also use the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect as hostages." Zhang Xiling hesitated for a moment, but Xiao Yu quickly added, "This disciple merely offers a suggestion. Whether to adopt it rests entirely with you, Master. I only wish to ensure your safety, harboring no ulterior motives. Even if it means committing acts that defy heaven's order, I would have no regrets. Those disciples of the Jade Maiden sect would undoubtedly strike us down if given the chance to wield their magical artifacts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling nodded. Very well. I will entrust all the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect in our branch to your care. Within 3 days, you must produce a detailed map of the Jade Maiden sect. Illustrate every corner clearly. You have done well. I did not misjudge you. If we seize the old site of the Jade Maiden sect, you shall be credited with the foremost achievement. Xiao Yu hastily clasped his fists. All thanks to your wise guidance, master. He then returned to the alchemy room. Along the way, he found himself contemplating Zhang Xiling's graceful figure. Should she genuinely harbor feelings for him, he would undoubtedly exert every effort to assist her. The mere thought of bringing all the captives from the sect to the alchemy room filled him with excitement, causing him to swallow hard. Just as he was lost in thought, a fireball talisman suddenly shot towards him from a distance, nearly knocking him off the Jade Maiden gourd. Mei Chunlan's expression darkened. How did you evade that? After just a few days, you have reached the first layer of qi refinement? You truly possess great secrets. I find myself increasingly fond of you, Xiao Shidi. Beside her, Ma Zuehong raised her hand and produced 3 fireball talismans, saying, why waste words with him? Let us take him down. Chapter 22. Did you perhaps practice some malevolent sorcery? Xiao Yujian raised his sword-like brows, his garments billowing dramatically as he descended swiftly, his feet alighting upon the Jade Maiden gourd. His aerial maneuvering could not possibly rival that of his adversaries, be it through mystical prowess or enchanted artifacts. Aerial combat was decidedly disadvantageous for him. He needed to leverage the terrain to his advantage. Ma Hongzue cast 3 fireball talismans with a flick of her wrist, but Xiao Yu deftly evaded behind a tree, successfully neutralizing the attack. She hurled another fireball talisman, only for it to be intercepted by a suddenly charging puppet eagle. The clash between the two, one person and one eagle, commenced. Mei Chunlan brandished her enchanted sword, its gleaming light piercing through the shadows toward Xiao Yu concealed behind the tree. He considered invoking the Joyous Union technique and the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties painting to defend himself, yet this was the branch of the Joyous Union sect. Should others witness him wielding such divine artifacts, he would undoubtedly attract envy and desire. In an instant, he unleashed his eagle claw blade, striking out into the void. The clash of blades sent Xiao Yu's weapon careening aside, presenting him with an opportunity to flee. However, Ma Hongzue had long been prepared, launching 3 low-tier fireball talismans once more while simultaneously releasing a red hairpin. Observing this, Xiao Yu hastily raised the Jade Maiden gourd for defense. The gourd emitted layers of azure light, withstanding the explosion of the fireball talismans unscathed. Ma Hongzue let out a cold laugh, pointing her sword skyward within the flames. The red hairpin surged forth with newfound speed, akin to a living entity, darting behind the Jade Maiden gourd to strike directly at Xiao Yu's forehead. In a fleeting moment, he fell backward, and the hairpin skimmed the ground, severing a strand of his hair. He could distinctly sense the heat radiating from the hairpin, mere steps away from his brow. Swiftly, he steadied himself and retreated, gripping the eagle claw blade in one hand and the Jade Maiden gourd in the other, continuing his flight. Ma Hongzue was ensnared by the puppet eagle, unable to extricate herself, while Mei Chunlan advanced once more. Junior brother Xiao, I cannot believe that a mere first-tier qi refinement practitioner possesses such agility. I almost hesitate to slay you. Why not we negotiate? You may become my furnace, entering my artifact, and I shall spare your life. As she spoke, she produced an old hand piano. Its melodies beckoned forth, and the vibrating strings sliced through the vegetation like blades. The puppet eagle abruptly shifted direction, engaging Mei Chunlan in battle, providing Xiao Yu with a chance to escape. Just then, Ma Hongzue lunged forward, extending her palm in an attempt to seize him. Xiao Yu's gaze darkened. She dared to confront him in close combat? A fool's errand. Before she could grasp him, Xiao Yu unleashed a punch that reverberated like thunder, its force surpassing even that of the eagle claw blade, obliterating her arm. Blood gushed forth, and Ma Hongzue's complexion turned ashen, racked with agony. Xiao Yu, astonished by the sheer terror of his 9-yang divine body, noted her apprehension as she raised her hand to reclaim the protective hairpin. Yet in the next heartbeat, he delivered another right hook, striking her squarely in the face. She shrieked, clutching her injured visage. Mei Chunlan, witnessing this, was instantly incensed. What audacity! With that, She charged forward wielding her enchanted sword. Before she could close the distance, Xiao Yu reached into a storage pouch and retrieved 3 fireball talismans. Ma Zuehong shouted in a state of panic. He just stole my storage bag. As Mei Chunlan turned around, 6 fireball talismans came crashing down. With a resounding boom, Mei Chunlan fell to the ground, her face etched with unwillingness. Xiao Yu swiftly seized the opponent's storage bag and magic sword, then turned his gaze to another individual. Ma Hongsue, her face filled with terror, cried out. Don't come any closer. You freak. What sorcery has granted you a physique comparable to a mid-grade magical artifact? You monster. Xiao Yu paid no heed to her frantic words and directly extracted all the remaining fireball talismans from her storage bag. He threw them in quick succession, as if dropping dumplings into boiling water. Ma Zuelan attempted to flee, but she was already injured. The other woman was brutally obliterated by the fireball talismans. After collecting the 2 women's hairpins and storage bags, he disposed of their lifeless bodies. Glancing around, he hastily fled the scene. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu's nerves remained on edge. This was his first time battling beyond his level, and he had faced 2 opponents simultaneously. Fortunately, the puppet eagle had helped him keep them occupied, or else he would have been in quite the predicament. His spoils were abundant. Opening the 2 storage bags, he began to tally his gains: a low-grade attack magical artifact, the Qingye sword; another low-grade attack magical artifact, the Honging needle; 32 fireball talismans, a vial of Hahuan powder, 53 spirit stones, and a low-grade spirit beast bag. Xiao Yu felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the 2 attack magical artifacts. These items were far superior to his eagle claw blade. The magic sword was versatile in both offense and defense, and could even serve as a means of flight. He could soar through the skies upon it. The other artifact, the Honging needle, was swift, compact, and agile, making it an excellent choice for stealthy strikes. Moreover, he now possessed fireball talismans, providing him with a means for ranged attacks. As for the spirit beast bag, Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed he didn't have a particular desire for any spirit beasts, although a humanoid demoness might be a splendid choice. At that moment, Li Qingyun approached, holding a tray of tea with a sweet smile. Master, please enjoy some tea, she said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, and then pulled her into an embrace. Huang Xiang, witnessing this scene, felt a bit awkward. Xiao Yu glanced towards her. A new elder has arrived at the sect. She told me not to harm you mortals. I have informed her of your circumstances. Li Qingyun's expression shifted in alarm. Master, are you asking us to leave? Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. I would never drive you away, for you are now my woman. Besides, I doubt I need so many people for washing and cooking. I can simply use the cleansing dust talisman for laundry. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiang grew anxious and hurriedly knelt before him. My benefactor, are you truly sending me and my mother away? I can work for you. Please don't cast us out. If we return like this, we will surely be captured by the Xianling sect. They will interrogate us. Those scoundrels will stop at nothing to undermine your sect. Xianger, I beg you, we are willing to work. Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at Li Qingyun in his embrace and let out a sigh. He no longer wishes to believe in the farce of love or the tenets of righteousness and morality. Even a virtuous woman could pose a threat to him. He has already faced death once and will not act foolishly again. Li Qingyun swallowed nervously. Could it be that he knows of her desire to escape? Xiao Yu slowly rose, extending his hand to escort Li Qingyun outside. Gazing into Zhang Lan's eyes, Xiao Yu softly declared, I do not harbor idlers here. There are rules within the sect, and I cannot act against mortals. Will you leave with your daughter, or shall we discuss this further? Zhang Lan immediately panicked, her complexion paling. What? How could this be? Our family has been devastated by those cultivators, and all my kin have perished. We are but orphans, without a place to call home. Kind sir, I implore you, we truly have nowhere to go. Xiao Yu pursed his lips. This complicates matters, Sister Zhang. If you wish to remain here with your daughter, then... Zhang Lan sighed helplessly. Well, after all, both my life and my daughter Xiang'er were saved by you. If it is your wish, I would gladly sacrifice my life 1,000 times over. An hour later, Li Qingyun returned once more. Seeing Zhang Lan just leaving, she fell to her knees in tears. Master, you are magnanimous. Please spare me. I beseech you. I promise not to divulge your affairs. If I were to betray you, may I face 1,000 deaths and never find peace. Chapter 23. A lifelong devotion without betrayal. Xiao Yu remained impassive, observing the kneeling Li Qingyun who pleaded desperately. In times past, He might have felt pity for such a stunning beauty, but now he was solely focused on strengthening himself by any means necessary. These women served as his training partners. Once they mastered the art of harmony, he would undoubtedly need to enter seclusion for cultivation. Releasing any one of them would be a loss. Moreover, he no longer trusted any woman, even if she were virtuous. Qingyun, I initially had a fondness for you because of your cleverness. You must understand that if not for me, you would have perished within the Jade Maiden Gourd. I not only saved you, but also taught you the path of cultivation. And you agreed to be my maid. Why, then, do you wish to leave at this early stage of your training? Did I not promise to take you back to Jiangliqing once the war is over? Why this pretense? Even if I were to release you now, you could not return to Jiangliqing, for you have already attained cultivation. Do you think those righteous individuals would simply allow you to enter the city? Li Qingyun was overwhelmed with grief, sobbing uncontrollably, a stark contrast to her usual compliant and spirited self. Having spent several days here, her heart longed to return home. She feared she might never see her mother again, destined to remain here until her last breath. How could she know how long these sects would continue their conflict? If the Harmony Sect were forced back to the Demon Isle, her chances of reuniting with her parents would vanish entirely. My master, I yearn to return home. My mother has been gravely ill, and after being captured by the sorcerer Wu Lao for several days, I have served you diligently. I long to reassure her, to let her know that I am safe. If only you would grant me this small favor, I would return to serve you faithfully for all eternity. I miss my mother dearly. I truly long for her. Master, considering my unwavering dedication over these many days, please allow me to go back. I would be eternally grateful and would remain by your side forever. Xiao Yu observed the genuine expression on her face and recognized that her words stemmed from the depths of her heart. Even if he wished to send her back, it would only be possible after the Joyous Union sect captured Jianglu City. Otherwise, he could not risk venturing into the city. As he looked at Li Qingyun, who knelt and pleaded desperately, Xiao Yu gently lifted her onto his lap. Qingyun, it is not that I do not trust you to leave, but the truth is, I have grown quite fond of you. I plan to entrust you with the management of the alchemy chamber. But tell me, how do you intend to descend the mountain? The area is swarming with members of the Xianling sect, and reinforcements from the Yunu sect have also arrived. Li Qingyun clung to Xiao Yu's arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had never considered betraying him. She merely wished to return home. Now that she had become a cultivator, if she were to return to Jianglu City, there was a high chance that her existence would be discovered by other cultivators, potentially endangering her family. The righteous cultivators were no different from those of the dark path. But what could a frail woman do? Is there truly no way, my master? Even if it is just to let my mother know I am safe, I would serve you with unwavering loyalty. I will train diligently to assist you in your cultivation. Should I fail in this promise, I would willingly descend to the 18th level of hell, never to be reborn. Xiao Yu pursed his lips. Unless the Joyous Union sect conquers Jianglu City, I, too, am powerless. If I were to write a letter, there would be no one to deliver it. No one wishes to court death. And if you were captured, not only would your family be implicated, but I would also be in danger, as they would extract souls. You cannot hide this. Reflecting on Xiao Yu's words, her gaze slowly turned towards the direction of Jianglu City. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyun spoke with a trembling voice. What must be done for the Joyous Union sect to prevail? If their cultivators enter the city, they will surely slaughter the innocent. Won't they? Xiao Yu hesitated, his heart tightening. Although he belonged to the dark path, he had no desire to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. If the Joyous Union sect truly entered the city, it would spell disaster for the mortals. He had joined the sect only because the righteous path had rejected him. Not yet, even in the qi refining stage, he could not pursue a solitary path. If Li Qingyun were to earnestly align herself with him, as Zhang Xiling had, he would not be averse to aiding her in any way. Among all the cultivators, he had only heard Zhang Xiling plead for the safety of mortals. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu spoke softly. In the near future, I may need to leave this place. Should I venture to other mortal cities? Please write a letter home, and have a mortal deliver it for you. Li Qingyun, her eyes swollen from crying, suddenly froze, and then her face brightened with excitement. Is your word true, master? Xiao Yu contemplated. Let us wait for a while, at least a month, or perhaps 3 to 5 months. I must enhance my strength. You have perused the Hehuan Gong, so you naturally understand how to assist me in this endeavor. His earnestness was not lost on Li Qingyun, who beamed with delight. Her previous melancholy evaporating. Master, I will diligently cultivate and swiftly help you elevate your prowess. Following this, Xiao Yu entered Bai Yue's judgment chamber. The increase in her judgment value was frustratingly slow. This woman was truly unrepentant, yet he found a peculiar enjoyment in it. Therein lay the intrigue. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. What is the matter? Why the silence? This is not your usual demeanor. Bai Yue, regaining her composure, turned her face aside defiantly. Beast. Smack. Xiao Yu struck her sharply across the face. Bai Yue's expression, filled with fury and tears glistening in her eyes, was met with another resounding slap. What is that expression? Understand your position. Bai Yue retorted, if you wish to kill me, then do so. Xiao Yu's laughter was cold and mocking. You surely do not wish for death. Otherwise you would have taken your own life. A woman like you, burdened with deep-seated grievances, cannot simply perish and face your disciples in the underworld. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I will cherish you until the day you acknowledge your faults. Bai Yue, in a fit of rage, cursed, you wretched dog. One day, I will. Before she could finish, Xiao Yu leaned in closer. Haven't you eaten? Don't let yourself go hungry. Without sustenance, how can you muster the strength to berate me? Upon hearing about food, Bai Yue's countenance flickered, turning ashen. 3 days later, at the Harmony Sect's branch task commission office, Wang Mei was lamenting to Zhao Gang. Tasks, tasks, tasks. Endless tasks to complete. I instructed you to eliminate that scoundrel Xiao Yu. Why have you yet to act? What are you doing? Zhao Gang, visibly flustered, glanced at the task commission board and replied, I wish I could. The last time I brought people to the alchemy room, there was a Xuanwu formation in place. What could I do? That turtle has been hiding in the formation for 3 days without showing itself. What do you suggest? I cannot risk an assault on the Xuanwu formation. The commotion would surely attract your master and result in our punishment. Wang Mei shot him a glare. Exasperation evident in her gaze as she studied the commission board's contents. The thought of Xiao Yu publicly humiliating her made her wish she could tear him apart. If only he would dare to show himself. At that moment, Zhao Gang suddenly had an idea. Mayor, while we cannot deal with Xiao Yu, we can certainly handle Linger. Wang Mei lowered her gaze, but she is Master's disciple. If Master discovers I have acted against a fellow sect member, I will surely be expelled. Zhao Gang, with a sycophantic demeanor, grasped Wang Mei's hand and said, What do you have to fear? Zhang Xiling is nothing but a discarded remnant of the sect, abandoned by the leader. Do you think this place can remain peaceful for long? Soon enough, it shall be razed to the ground. I have news that Lin Su from the Xianling sect is coming, and he is a late-stage foundation-building expert. Along with his master, Zhang Xiling will undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. When the time comes, Mayor will accompany me back to the core of the Harmony Sect. My father is Elder Zhao, so as long as you stay with me, you need not fear a lack of options. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei smiled coyly. Zhao Shixiao, you are indeed farsighted. However, when you plot against that vixen, Linger, be careful not to expose yourself. She possesses 3 inferior-grade magical artifacts, so you must tread lightly. Zhao Gang chuckled. Do I really need to lay hands on that wretch? We could manipulate things during the mission. Isn't there a task of scouting Jianglian? I can arrange for someone to infiltrate Linger's team. Wang Mei's eyes sparkled at this suggestion. In the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu regarded his cultivation, which had reached the second layer of the qi refinement stage, with a mixture of joy and concern. His progress was alarmingly rapid. He had initially intended to suppress his advancement. In such an environment, ascending even a small stage in 3 days would easily arouse suspicion. Mei Shiji was a case in point. The issue now was that he could no longer hold back. The main concern was not Li Qingyuan and Hualian, who were still at the body refinement stage, but rather Bai Yue's innate law body and Zhao Hongya, who was genuinely at the qi refinement stage. At this rate, he would truly have to devise a way to slip away early. Hualian, observing Xiao Yu's pensive expression, hurriedly approached him. Master, what troubles you? Xiao Yu lowered his head. I must exert some control. If this continues, I will reach the 3rd layer of the qi refinement stage in just a couple of days. At that point, I will certainly attract attention, especially from Wang Mei, who will undoubtedly conspire against me. I must find a way to deal with her. Hualian's eyes lit up with inspiration. This is simple. I can assist Master in concocting a concealment pill. A first-grade concealment pill can mask the user's aura, making it difficult for anyone below the foundation establishment stage to detect. Xiao Yu's spirits lifted at her words, but before he could respond, Hualian added, However, crafting the concealment pill requires concealment stones, and it seems we don't have any here. Xiao Yu rested his chin on his hand. contemplating the benefits of concealing his cultivation level. Concealment stones, you say? I will find a way. Do you know where to procure such items? Hualien earnestly wrapped her arms around Xiao Yu. They can be found on Jiangliishan, but it's quite perilous. Master might as well visit the market of your Harmony Sect. Just grab a few. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu set off, disguising himself. Arriving at the sect affairs hall, he surveyed his surroundings. The law enforcement hall, the servants' hall, the scripture repository, the task delegation office, and the market. His gaze inevitably fell upon the scripture repository, the coveted treasure trove of techniques and secrets that every disciple yearned for. However, only those who had completed significant tasks were permitted to select techniques from within. Seeing Bai Yue in a daze within the judgment chamber, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile. Once Bai Yue's judgment value reaches its peak, she will be compelled to transcribe all the techniques. According to Hualien, Bai Yue is nothing short of a walking repository of techniques, brimming with countless advanced methods. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yu made his way to the market. Upon entering the Sect's market, Xiao Yu was greeted by the vibrant atmosphere, with spiritual energy swirling around the archway, bustling with activity. The market was filled with a plethora of stalls, showcasing an abundance of pills, magical artifacts, and talismans. The fragrant air of the alchemy furnace wafted through the bustling marketplace, enchanting numerous cultivators who paused to admire its allure. Some engaged in haggling before stalls, while others exchanged insights and spirited discussions, creating a lively atmosphere. However, amidst this vibrant scene, Xiao Yu discerned darker elements lurking in the shadows, slaves, furnace dings, and a few confined mortal children. In the distance, a wolf-like spirit beast was caged, limping on one leg, yet its eyes radiated a fierce malevolence, likely procured from the spirit beast bags of righteous cultivators. At that moment, Hualien observed the happenings from the maidservant pavilion, earnestly elaborating to Xiao Yu as if she were an omniscient guide. Master, that is a second-tier gale wolf, clearly owned by someone. Whoever buys it will face misfortune. And over there, the martial arts manuscripts are all handwritten copies, of no real value. Puzzled, Xiao Yu inquired, Liener, what do you mean by handwritten copies being worthless? Hualien's eyes sparkled with excitement. There exists a plethora of martial arts, ranging from yellow, profound, high, earth, heaven, to divine tiers. Almost all cultivators practice from handwritten copies. The drawback of such manuscripts is that they fail to replicate the true essence of the original scroll, offering only the surface. For any martial arts above high tier, only golden core stage cultivators can transcribe them, and even then, they must infuse their spiritual energy to transfer the contents from the original scroll to the new copy. Merely inscribing the incantations allows for a maximum replication of only 7 layers of the original's essence. As Hualien spoke, her enthusiasm intensified. Master, your supreme joy harmonization technique is a heaven-tier martial art. Even if you write it down, others can only learn up to 7 layers at most. If a divine-tier martial art were to emerge, it would surely invoke phenomena throughout the heavens and earth, leading to a bloodbath. Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback, glanced toward Bai Yue in the judgment chamber and uncertainly remarked, So, it seems I cannot have your master assist me in transcribing the martial arts? Hualien, resting her chin on one hand, replied with a grin, my master possesses 3 caves, each laden with restrictions, housing countless treasures. Surely, there are original martial arts manuscripts within. You should ask your master to take you there. There are also superior-grade magical artifacts and talismans. A smile crept across Xiao Yu's face as he continued walking. As he passed a stall selling slaves, the vendor eagerly called out, Friend, this is a miscellaneous disciple of the righteous Xianling sect, tempered at the 5th level, only 20 spirit stones. The price is negotiable. Just look at this woman's skin. I assure you it is genuine. On the opposite side, another man shouted, Young sir, I have a young boy here with a tri-elemental spirit root. Purchasing him as a servant will undoubtedly be a worthy investment. Just 25 spirit stones. Hualien looked at them with palpable disgust. How utterly inhumane. How can they sell women and children? Xiao Yu continued onward, disregarding the vendors. Your righteous sect has committed similar atrocities. How many innocents have you and your master harmed in your quest to eradicate the demonic path? Hualien felt a twinge of grievance. Master, you truly misunderstand me. In the past, I could only follow my master's orders. Now that I am with you, I assure you I will obey. Whoever you command me to slay, I shall do so. Moreover, Do not be overly sympathetic towards those mortals. Some of them are far more despicable than cultivators. Do you truly believe they are all innocent? Xiao Yu remained silent, fully aware of the depravity that could exist. However, he would not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a female cultivator selling puppets ahead. She appeared to be at the 4th level of qi refinement. Remembering the formidable strength of the puppet eagle that had ambushed him previously by Mei Chunlan and Ma Hongse, he approached her. Hualien quickly chimed in from the maid's quarters. Master, puppets differ from spirit beasts. They lack emotions and will never betray you, unlike spirit beasts. To put it plainly, spirit beasts are akin to demon beasts. They require feeding with spirit pills and psychological guidance. Some may even flee, become negligent, or even turn against their master. One advantage of spirit beasts is their autonomy in battle, unlike puppets that require various commands. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stepped closer, scrutinizing the 7 or 8 puppets displayed at the stall. The array of puppets varied in form. Some were majestic, others petite, some ferocious, and others gentle and adorable. Each puppet bore intricate runes on its surface, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Xiao Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to a small puppet mouse. Yet he refrained from picking it up and instead examined a nearby puppet doll. The stall owner, a beautiful female cultivator clad in a blue robe, had slightly pale lips. Upon noticing Xiao Yu, she set down the puppet manual in her hands and began to explain, "Junior brother, the puppet doll you hold is priced at 150 spirit stones. It can be equipped with a low-grade offensive magical weapon, assisting you in breaking formations, reconnaissance, and restraining foes. This is freshly crafted by me, definitely not secondhand." She coughed delicately while covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, visibly dissatisfied, and set the humanoid puppet down. 150 spirit stones could buy a first-tier spirit beast. Besides, doesn't T controlling a puppet require infusing spirit stones as a source of power? The woman smiled slightly. What you say is true, but my puppet crafting technique is derived from the puppet manual of the 1,000 Mechanisms Hall. You can insert 3 spirit stones at once, and the duration of combat will certainly not be shorter than that of a spirit beast. Additionally, they are convenient to carry, easily stored in a spatial pouch. And some puppets can even be concealed in your sleeves. If paired with a concealing artifact, no cultivator of the same rank would detect your puppets. Xiao Yu picked up a puppet tiger for further inspection. It seems a bit pricey. I'm merely browsing. The female cultivator chuckled softly, then picked up a puppet doll, saying, "Junior brother, if you possess any qi recovery pills, I could trade you one for 2. Hualien from the maid's quarters couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, what a smooth talker. A single qi recovery pill costs 100 spirit stones. And she's raising the price. Xiao Yu's eyes glimmered with amusement at her words. Is this senior sister taking advantage of my ignorance? However, I am not interested in purchasing at the moment. As soon as the woman noticed Xiao Yu was about to leave, she hurriedly stepped forward and grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Junior brother, please wait." In the midst of their struggle, Xiao Yu caught sight of her extremely pale arm, clearly marred by an injury that seemed quite severe. The female cultivator, realizing his concern, quickly withdrew her arm and said, "Do not panic, junior brother. Business is a matter of negotiation. I have recently been wounded by Lin Su and am in dire need of medicinal pills. Otherwise, I would not resort to selling my prized puppets. If you could provide me with just 2 recovery pills, I would allow you to select any 2 puppets from my collection. My name is Lu Rue, a first-tier puppeteer, and I humbly request your assistance." Xiao Yu lowered his head in contemplation, recognizing that a puppeteer was a woman with a secondary profession. Moreover, the system had yet to classify her as a villain. He understood that while practitioners like beast tamers and puppeteers may not possess overwhelming strength individually, their combined might in groups was formidable, easily allowing one to take on 3 or 4 adversaries. "I do have recovery pills," he mused, "but with such a grievous injury, it seems unlikely that 4 or 5 would suffice for your recovery." Lu Rue let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, the current state of war has made healing pills scarce, hoarded by the inner disciples. How can we outer disciples possibly acquire them? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yu leaned closer and whispered, "I do have a method that could aid in your recovery. Should you be willing to discuss it with me?" Lu Rue's eyes widened in shock. Her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Yu. Chapter 25. Lu Linger in captivity. Observing her intense reaction, Xiao Yu felt a surge of confidence. He swiftly produced half a vial of recovery pills from his sleeve, displaying it proudly. If you wish to heal, it would require at least half a vial of recovery pills. Rather than that, let us find a quiet place to converse. You need only to speak with me, and I will give you this entire vial in exchange for just one puppet. I promise I shall not go back on my word." Lu Rue, visibly flustered, glanced anxiously towards a nearby stall, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. She had a partner who was currently selling hand-copied manuals across the way. Xiao Yu turned to look as well, only to find a man gazing back at him. My apologies. I didn't realize your beauty was matched by a partner. I mistakenly thought you were unattached. Since you already have a partner, I shall take my leave." Seeing Xiao Yu attempt to leave, Lu Rue panicked. She had been injured for several days, and her partner could not afford to provide her with enough spirit stones to purchase recovery pills. If this situation continued, being sent to the front lines again would spell disaster for her. As Xiao Yu turned to depart, Lu Rue quickly transmitted her voice, pleading, "Junior brother, please wait." Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, wondering if this was all a game. The system had clearly not deemed her a villain. Meanwhile, Hualien, in the maidservant's pavilion, laughed derisively, her face twisted with jealousy. Humph. What a flirtatious vixen. Even if she isn't a villain, she certainly isn't a good person. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Perhaps she is a heartbreaker, but that is not an issue for me. I have nothing to lose. El Rue promptly made her way to the stall across the street, exchanged a few words with her partner, and hurried back. "Let us go, junior brother. I informed my partner that you could fetch the elixirs. It should take no more than half an hour." Her face was already flushed crimson. Xiao Yu naturally did not hesitate and led her to a secluded spot. After half an hour, El Rue emerged with a half bottle of recovery elixirs. Before departing, she gazed at Xiao Yu with a tender expression. "I did not expect junior brother Zhao's skill in the harmony technique to be so profound. My injuries have shown signs of improvement, far surpassing my partner's abilities." Xiao Yu clasped his fists in gratitude. "It is but a small matter. Thank you, senior sister. For the gift of the puppet mouse, I shall cherish it dearly and carry it with me. Please take care of yourself." El Rue returned to her stall, subconsciously swallowing hard. She had previously attempted to use the harmony technique for healing, but her partner lacked the necessary skills. To her surprise, she encountered such a talent today. 5 recovery elixirs amounted to 500 spirit stones. Remarkably, she had not even consumed the elixirs, yet her condition had already begun to improve. Clearly, she had struck a good bargain today. Observing Xiao Yu as he went to purchase more items, El Rue began to scrutinize him. At that moment, her partner Li Yunma returned. "Did that fool really bring you a half bottle of recovery elixirs?" "Haha, I never knew the Harmony Sect had such simpletons." El Rue smiled awkwardly. "Yes, brotherly, but he also mentioned that I should bring the puppet manual tonight to teach him. He wishes to learn how to refine puppets." Li Yunma smirked. "See if he has any elixirs left. If he wants to learn puppet techniques, we must not allow him to benefit from us for free. Let us make it clear that if he cannot grasp it, it is not our responsibility. We will teach him just this once." El Rue instinctively tugged at her collar. "All right then, brotherly, you should rest tonight. I will be quick about it." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had successfully acquired the spirit-gathering stones. His spirits soaring as he strode through the market, he felt an increasing reluctance to leave the Harmony Sect. After all, he was now an alchemist. Once he became a second-tier alchemist, he could refine foundation-building elixirs. With so many female cultivators in the Qi refinement stage at the sect, they would surely flock to him. Possessing the 9-yang divine body and the supreme harmony technique, they would be enchanted by just one encounter. El Rue was undoubtedly well aware of this. He needed to prepare thoroughly for the evening, aiming to make this puppet master a valuable asset to himself, while also charming a few more puppets. Just as he planned to return, a voice suddenly called out from the Mission Commission office. "This is bad. Sister L has been trapped on the mountain by the Xianling Sect's hounds. We need several people to come with me. After completing the task, each person will receive 100 spirit stones." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Before he could react, El Rue rushed over, her face filled with panic. Accompanied by Li Yunma. "Is it Linger who is in trouble?" The frantic individual shouted. "Indeed, it is Elder Zhang's disciple, El Linger. She accepted a reconnaissance mission this morning, only to be caught by the Xianling sect. She has been trapped for an hour already. Time is of the essence. Hurry and follow me." Soon, the individual summoned 5 Qi refinement practitioners to take flight. Among them were Lu Rue and Li Yunma. Xiao Yu, bewildered, scratched his head. Lu Linger, Lu Rue? Could it be that Lu Rue is Lu Linger's sister? The thought of Lu Linger, who had previously come to his aid, suddenly struck him. Could it be that that wretched Wang Mei was behind this? At that moment, he clenched his fists. It was highly likely. He had hidden away in the alchemy chamber for so long, and since Wang Mei could not deal with him, she must be targeting Lu Linger. He had to intervene. After all, Lu Linger was one of the few who stood by him, and Xiao Yu valued loyalty deeply. If she was in trouble, he naturally had to help. In the northern region of Jiangliashan, Lu Linger strained to maintain the formation at the cave's entrance. Behind her, a man, filled with rage, cursed vehemently. Bastards! How could we be exposed? There must be a traitor among us. Just wait until I return. Damn it, there are spies within our sect. Lu Linger retrieved a spirit stone to replenish her spiritual energy. Observing the 3 survivors behind her, she realized that today's events were far from simple. This reconnaissance mission issued by their sect should not have been discovered by Harmony Sect. They had not intended to delve deep, they merely sought to scout the northern region. Yet, upon arrival, they were captured. Absurdly, even after using Earth escape talismans to hide underground, they were still detected by the enemy. Those adversaries did not even possess Foundation establishment practitioners. How could their spiritual sense be so formidable? During their escape, out of the 8 who had come, only 4 remained alive. Gazing at the precarious formation before her, Lu Linger's expression turned pale. This formation could not hold for much longer. Outside, those scoundrels from Harmony Sect included a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. What should she do? If they were captured, the consequences were dire. Those so-called righteous sects were not benevolent, especially when they encountered women of pleasing appearance from the demonic path. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the formation. A man behind her hurriedly stepped forward, brandishing a magical artifact to channel his energy. Damn it! Damn it! You filthy bastards! Come at me one-on-one. Have the guts to face me in a duel. The practitioners outside erupted in laughter. Ha ha, demons! Today is your day of reckoning. A duel? If it were a real duel, you'd be the first to back down. Brothers, let us show these scoundrels the consequences of being dogs. The leader, a man in white, looked mockingly at the formation's entrance and quietly stated, Lu Linger is Zhang Ziling's disciple. Leave her alive. The rest, kill them all. Once we capture Lu Ling, Zhang Ziling will surely fall into disarray. As long as she dares to come to Jiangliashan again, we will execute Lu Linger on the spot. Ha ha ha. Lu Linger was instantly enraged. Lin Ming, you claim to be a righteous sect, yet you are so despicable. I will never allow you to use me to threaten my master, even if it costs me my life. If you have the courage, come at me. As she finished speaking, Lu Linger's pupils dilated several times. Looking at the already crumbling formation, her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Behind him, a disciple of the Harmony Sect fell to the ground, bloodied. Lin Ming, his face alight with excitement, shouted, Charge! Today I, Lin Ming, shall vanquish the demons and uphold justice. In an instant, over a dozen disciples from the Xianling sect surged forward, each displaying their unique abilities. Before they could enter the cave, El Rue and her companions arrived. El Rue raised her hand, releasing 4 puppets, and brandished her sword, calling out, Linger, sister is coming to rescue you. Li Yunma, wielding a circular artifact, swiftly launched an attack towards Lin Ming. With a solemn expression, Lin Ming raised his hand and declared, Huh, you underestimate yourself. Form a formation. In a flash, the disciples of the Xianling sect soared into the sky. 7 beams of magical light shooting upwards as they engaged in battle. Observing the unfolding conflict, Li Yunma mounted a puppet tiger and charged at Lin Ming, exclaiming, A dog of the righteous sect. Prepare to perish. Lin Ming countered by unleashing a green sword of magic towards Li Yunma. Li Yunma, riding the puppet tiger, quickly dodged to the side and hurled the circular artifact. Lin Ming retaliated with a wind blade talisman. Li Yunma, unable to evade, was forced to abandon the puppet tiger. Despite being at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Li Yunma found himself at a disadvantage. Noticing his peril, El Rue hastily dispatched 2 puppets to aid him, shouting, Be careful, brotherly. Li Yunma, wary of the confrontation, swiftly mounted a beast puppet and fled behind a tree, his heart filled with trepidation. Lin Ming, being the younger brother of Lin Su, naturally possessed mid-grade artifacts. Inside the cave, upon hearing her sister's voice, El Linger rallied the others and charged out. The battle escalated fiercely. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having distanced himself, observed the chaotic battlefield at the cave's entrance with a grave expression. The Xianling sect had over a dozen practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, while the Harmony Sect had 3 fewer. Though El Rue, a puppet master, was present, El Linger's companions were already severely wounded. With Lin Ming at the 6th level of Qi refinement, none dared to confront him head-on. The highest cultivation level on their side was Li Yunma at the 5th level. Defeat seemed inevitable. Xiao Yu hesitated to join the fray. As he had yet to spot Wang Mei, he surmised that she was the orchestrator behind this turmoil. Others were inconsequential, but he was determined to rescue El Linger. Just then, he witnessed Li Yunma being struck down, on the verge of being eliminated by Lin Ming. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. If Li Yunma fell, their escape would be impossible. Do not panic, brotherly. I shall come to your aid. Chapter 26. Henceforth, you shall be my true brother. Xiao Yu charged directly at Lin Ming atop a puppet eagle. Upon seeing that his opponent was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, Lin Ming scoffed disdainfully and effortlessly evaded Xiao Yu's attack. Yet, in the next moment, a puppet mouse was hurled at him by Xiao Yu. Empowered by the Juyang divine body, the puppet mouse flew through the air with the speed of an arrow. El Rue immediately recognized the puppet mouse. It was the one she had given to Xiao Yu. What on earth? How can this man, only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, dare venture here? Could it be to save me? As memories of Xiao Yu's earlier declaration of his infatuation with her flooded her mind, El Rue felt her heart flutter. The impudent lad Lin Ming, upon noticing that his opponent possessed a puppet mouse, swiftly unsheathed his sword and struck. However, the puppet eagle in the sky charged once more. Comparable to the 4th level of Qi refinement, and Lin Ming was reluctant to confront it head-on. He deftly drew his sword and ascended into the heavens. Before he could complete his incantation, Li Yunma rushed forward. 2 circular blasts struck Lin Ming's sword directly. Observing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly maneuvered the puppet mouse forward, which was still clutching 3 fireball talismans in its mouth. Upon reaching Lin Ming's rear, it detonated instantaneously. Lin Ming's face contorted with fury as he widened his eyes, hastily channeling his magic to extinguish the flames on his back and soaring into the sky, shouting, "Retreat!" The remaining disciples of the Harmony Sect, upon witnessing Lin Ming's injury, swiftly took flight. Li Yunma, eager to pursue, was urgently halted by El Rue, who cautioned, "Li Gu, do not chase. Beware of traps." Li Yunma nodded thoughtfully and then staggered to the ground, gasping heavily. At that moment, El Linger emerged from the cave, and upon seeing El Rue, she burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, Sister, I was so frightened. I thought I would never see you again." El Rue affectionately stroked her forehead, reassuring her. "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Next time, do not be so reckless." Meanwhile, Li Yunma approached Xiao Yu, expressing his admiration by patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, my name is Li Yunma. What is yours? I truly appreciate your selfless rescue." Xiao Yu, with a gentle smile, replied, "I am Xiao Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Brotherly." Hearing this, Li Yunma beamed, recalling that he had even considered asking his partner, El Rue, to deceive him for his elixirs. Who would have thought that someone would risk their life to save him? In retrospect, it seemed quite absurd. Xiao Yu, merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, had dared to assist him, while an ordinary person would have fled. This was the bond of true brotherhood, a life-and-death friendship. Li Yunma wholeheartedly embraced Xiao Yu, exclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be my sworn brother. I shall not hesitate to lay down my life for you." El Rue instinctively swallowed hard, pondering what Xiao Yu was up to. Did he not fear that Li Yunma would discover their connection? His audacity was remarkable. Yet, recalling that Xiao Yu had risked himself to save her, she felt an unusual flutter in her heart. But did he truly come to rescue her? Just then, El Linger chimed in, "Oh, Junior Brother Xiao, is it really you? You came to save me?" Xiao Yu promptly clasped his fists. "Indeed. I heard that Senior Sister El was in peril and intended to accompany Senior Brother Li, but my cultivation is lacking, and I lagged behind." El Linger, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "You have already reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement so swiftly." Before she could finish, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, Xiao Yu's heart raced. Seeing this, El Rue quickly supported her onto a puppet beast, saying, "Little sister must have fainted from exhaustion. We cannot linger here. We must return to the branch." Before long, Xiao Yu followed them in retreat. Meanwhile, Wang Mei at the branch was already in a state of panic. Observing Zhao Gang, who was still sipping his tea, my expression grew increasingly anxious. "Brother Zhao, what shall we do? Was it not said that success was assured? How did they manage to escape? If Master learns of this, I am truly in trouble. Zhao Gang glared at the kneeling subordinate by the door, his eyes glinting with fury. What are you doing? Was I not clear in instructing you to lure the disciples of the Xianling sect to deal with her? How could you fail so miserably? The man, his face a mask of despair, lamented, I did lure Lin Meng, but Lu Ling has an elder sister here. Lin Meng was poised to triumph. Yet who would have known that Xiao Yu would arrive? He and Li Yunma joined forces to repel Lin Meng. You should have seen it. This is the first time I've witnessed such puppet mastery. He threw his puppets with a speed that surpassed my talismans. In an instant, he hurled one right before Lin Meng, injuring him. Zhao Gang instinctively furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that it was not Li Yunma who wounded Lin Meng, but Xiao Yu? How could that be? At this juncture, Wang Mei interjected, somewhat exasperated. What is so improbable about that? Clearly, Li Yunma was preoccupied with Lin Meng, allowing Xiao Yu to fortuitously strike. She urged, this is not the time for such debates. We must devise a plan. When my master arrives, she will surely. Just as Wang Mei was speaking, Zhang Xiling had already arrived with her entourage. One disciple immediately recognized the subordinate kneeling before Zhao Gang. Elder, it's him. This wretched man claimed he was going to relieve himself, and then vanished for ages. And then the disciples of the Xianling sect arrived. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Gang instinctively swallowed hard. Wang Mei, her anxiety palpable, clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, aware that Zhang Xiling's frigid demeanor meant her master would not spare her. In the sect, it was most taboo to turn against one's fellow disciples. If they could eliminate Lu Ling and her companions, their actions would remain concealed. Yet, who could have anticipated the fortitude of these individuals? Before Zhang Xiling could utter a word, Zhao Gang hastily interjected, I did not instruct him to entice the disciples of the Xianling sect. This matter bears no relation to me. I hold no animosity towards Lu Ling. This debacle is likely the doing of Wang Mei. Wang Mei, in a state of panic, cried out, No, master, please allow me to explain. Zhao Gang, how dare you slander me? Zhao Gang scoffed dismissively. I was not present this morning. Who knows what you told my subordinate? The man kneeling nearby instinctively swallowed hard, aware that his fate was sealed. However, the lives of his family remained in Zhao Gang's grasp. After a moment's contemplation, he bowed his head and spoke. It was indeed Wang Mei who instructed us to eliminate that harlot, Lu Ling. The instant the words escaped his lips, his head burst into a mist of blood. Startled, Wang Mei turned pale, collapsing to the ground before her master, exclaiming, Master, I swear it was not me. Zhao Gang incited me, claiming that defeat was imminent and that he would take me back to our sect. In a moment of folly, I strayed from the path, and I vow never to do so again. Zhao Gang let out a cold laugh. Wang Mei, cease your baseless accusations. I am betrothed. How could I possibly conspire with a woman like you? What do you possess that I would covet? My return to the sect is solely due to my father's grand birthday celebration. It has nothing to do with you. It is you who has clandestinely exploited my name to deceive those beneath me. What are your intentions? Elder Zhang, you should be more aware than anyone of the grievances among your disciples. Is this how you choose to educate them? Zhang Xiling is undoubtedly cognizant that this matter is inextricably linked to Zhao Gang. Yet he is the son of Elder Zhao, rendering her powerless to act against him. Elder Zhao oversees their logistical support, and any discord could lead to dire consequences. While she cannot regulate outsiders, she finds herself at a loss with her own kin. With so many eyes upon her, if she fails to handle this matter appropriately, her authority as an elder will surely be questioned, leading others to believe she is biased. Observing Wang Mei weeping on the ground, Zhang Xiling's brows furrowed. After nurturing you for so many years, you dare to lay a hand on your junior sister? Wang Mei, how blind was I to have trusted you? With that, Zhang Xiling raised her hand and struck. Wang Mei immediately spat blood and collapsed to the ground. System notification. Detection of the villainous Wang Mei in life-threatening danger. Host, please provide immediate assistance. Xiao Yu pondered deeply. Indeed, Wang Mei's demeanor starkly contrasts with that of all the women he has encountered thus far. She is a treacherous temptress, captivating and mesmerizing, a new version he has yet to explore. Moreover, he finds himself without other villainesses to recruit, making Wang Mei a pivotal task. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, and implored, Master, please spare my senior sister. She may be a pawn in someone else's game. You have already gravely injured her. It is likely she will not recover for years. After raising her for so long, can you truly bear to cripple her? Wang Mei continued to weep on the ground, her face a portrait of grievance. She could hardly believe that Zhao Gang, that scoundrel, would abandon her during her time of need. Though she intended to deal with her junior sister, the scheme had originated from Zhao Gang. Zhang Xiling regarded Xiao Yu, who was disregarding his own dignity to protect Wang Mei, her expression darkening. LV Linger felt a pang of sympathy as she witnessed her childhood companion being so brutally treated. At that moment, several disciples voiced their dissatisfaction from behind. Elder Zhang, we have lost several brothers. All were slain by that Lin Meng. Do you truly intend to show favoritism? This Wang Mei is your disciple. If you do not administer justice, who among us would dare to serve you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling raised her hand once more. Wang Mei, still sobbing, clutched at Xiao Yu's garment. Help me. I promise I will never do it again. I was wrong. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu, though somewhat resigned, spoke. Master, if you must punish her, why not entrust her to me? You are all aware that I require blood for alchemical purposes, just as Elder Wu did during his potion crafting, which necessitated a substantial amount of flesh and blood. I learned my alchemical skills from Elder Wu. It would be a waste to discard Wang Mei in such a manner. Better to let her serve my needs. Zhao Gang replied with a cold laugh. Are you certain that if she is entrusted to you, you will not bring about her demise? Xiao Yu responded with a gentle smile. Rest assured, I will not directly end her life. It would take at least 3 months of bloodletting, wouldn't it? Chapter 27. The Abandoned Wang Mei. Zhang Xiling cradled her chin with one hand, fully aware that Xiao Yu intended to preserve Wang Mei's life. Yet how could she uphold her principles while allowing Xiao Yulian to concoct human pills in front of such a multitude? Before she could issue a command, someone in the crowd shouted, Turn her into a human pill. The audacity of that wretched harlot to harm her own sect. I wondered why some had been slain by the Xianling sect. Perhaps this Wang Mei was behind it. Wang Mei trembled with great difficulty, her heart brimming with resentment. Zhao Gang had betrayed her so easily, professing eternal love. He had claimed that the marriage arranged by his family was merely a formality, that he would eventually bring her into his home. He even captured 2 young girls for her to practice her skills. She truly believed she would ascend to greatness. Kill her. Transform her into a human pill. Is there not a shortage of pills? Skin her alive and turn her hide into a magical artifact. She must pay the price. The crowd was fervent, a cacophony of anguished voices erupting in rage. Xiao Yu lowered his head slightly, fully aware that there were spies among this group. Those who shouted the loudest might have already prepared an escape route. Zhang Xiling cast a cold glance at Wang Mei and slowly raised her hand. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Last time, when I punished you with a writing assignment, I thought you would mend your ways. Since you refuse to change, do not blame me. As she spoke, she lifted her hand and released a golden talisman. Wang Mei, terrified, began to wail, Master, please don't. I understand my mistake. I truly know my mistake. Linger, junior sister, please. Before her plea could finish, the golden patterns on the talisman began to materialize in the air. Wang Mei was drawn into the talisman, as if she had never existed. The talisman floated gently before Xiao Yu and came to a halt. Zhang Xiling spoke in a hushed tone. From this day forth, anyone in the branch who dares to harm their fellow sect members, I shall not spare, regardless of who they may be. In her words, Xiao Yu detected a hint of reluctance. After all, she had nurtured this apprentice for many years, and there were indeed feelings involved. At that moment, Zhang Xiling surveyed the surroundings once more. Have you all gathered the disciples of the Yunu sect as I instructed? A few individuals from the crowd stepped forward, releasing the Yunu sect disciples they had drawn in the earlier lottery from their magical artifacts. The moment they were released, the cries filled the air. Xiao Yu frowned as he beheld the disheveled female cultivators, instinctively tightening his fists. Huo Yin from the maidservant pavilion immediately recognized several of her fellow disciples and cried out in anguish. It's Lu Shimi. How could they be so cruel as to mutilate their hands and feet? Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, cradling the talisman that had absorbed Wang Mei, remaining silent. He had initially intended to seize these female captives of the Yunu sect as well. Yet, upon seeing their condition, some with severed limbs, others filthy and disheveled, and a few appearing utterly deranged, he felt a deep sorrow. They resembled neither humans nor ghosts. Moreover, several of the female cultivators had aged prematurely, their essence seemingly drained by dark sorcery. Taking them back would likely serve no purpose. Zhang Xiling observed the Yunu sect captives before her, fully aware that those men had certainly concealed more. It is merely an act of superficiality to present these worthless items to placate her. Ladies and gentlemen, I am acutely aware that our current predicament is precarious. However, since I, Zhang Xiling, have arrived, I am determined to lead everyone towards a significant endeavor. The reason I have requested you to produce the captives of the Jade Maiden sect is, of course, for the forthcoming battle. I assure you all that if we emerge victorious, each of you shall receive a low-grade magical artifact. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, murmuring among themselves. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no one dared to release any captives. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, recognizing the cunning nature of this group. They were all aware that Zhang Xiling was merely spinning tales. Anyone who released a captive now would be seen as harboring ulterior motives. Observing the frenzied female captives, Zhang Xiling sighed in exasperation before raising her hand to summon her magical artifact, directly gathering the women into her possession. Everyone disperse. Xiao Yu, I leave the handling of these captives to you. I shall personally interrogate them. Xiao Yu once again clasped his fists in acknowledgement and subsequently escorted the captive containing Wang Mei back to the alchemy chamber. Zhao Gang, watching Xiao Yu depart, smirked knowingly. It was likely that Wang Mei would not fare well in the hands of the opponent. Moreover, that woman harbored a peculiar affliction, requiring the blood of young boys and girls to maintain her youthful beauty. Whether she lived or died was of no concern to him. Perhaps it would be better to return to our sect tomorrow, as this place has lost its appeal. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu was examining the golden talisman. This item was quite convenient, capable of even containing living beings. He pondered how it was crafted. Reflecting on the maidservants in his alchemy chamber, he mused that if he had such a talisman during their capture, it would have been much simpler. The Jade Maiden gourd was rather ruthless, possessing the ability to refine one's spirit and body. Lianer, what kind of talisman is this? Can you craft it? The maidservant Hua Lian, still with reddened eyes from reminiscing about her fellow disciples, appeared quite distressed. This is a human puppet talisman, but Lianer cannot craft it. Master, why do you not assist them? Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. In any case, they are not virtuous individuals, and since the system has not activated its judgment, why should I concern myself with them? It seems that my master has other plans. Hua Lian felt somewhat aggrieved, since she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Xiao Yu. She had come to realize that his heart was not entirely unkind, merely a bit lecherous. He would lend a hand to those who had previously aided him in times of need. Moreover, he was considerably gentler towards the likes of Li Qingyun and her companions, far more so than towards her and her master, Bai Yue. Observing her expression, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Your Jade Maiden sect must have been established not long ago. You are only 18, and I reckon the sect has been founded for at most 15 years? Hua Lian shook her head to report to the master. The Jade Maiden sect has been established for several decades. My master only began accepting disciples later on. I know my master despises us righteous female cultivators. From a young age, we have been indoctrinated with the ideology of exorcising demons and upholding justice, and the majority of cultivators align with my master's perspective. The more prestigious the sect, the more they obsess over public opinion. Should anyone utter a disparaging word, they would rally to attack. Xiao Yu's lips curled upwards as he gently stroked the head of Hua Lian after summoning her. Do not be disheartened. Your sole duty is to assist your master with unwavering dedication. There is no such thing as the Jade Maiden sect, and you have no senior sisters. They deserve their fate. Reflect upon it. How many of them are truly innocent? Hua Lian exhaled softly, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, Lianer. Proceed to concoct the calming pill and bring it to me later. Do not be so sorrowful. Tonight, your master will treat you to your mentor's favorite delicacies. Upon hearing this, Hua Lian's spirits lifted slightly as she took the calming stone and departed. At that moment, Xiao Yu picked up the humanoid talisman and examined it. It appeared to be a one-time use. Should he consider retrieving some? As he probed the internal structure of the talisman with his divine sense, it gradually began to glow. Inside the talisman, Wang Mei, upon sensing an intrusion, hastily covered her face in panic. Please, do not look at me. Xiao Yu initially thought he must be mistaken, his breath catching in his throat. Gazing at the woman within the talisman, her face lined with wrinkles and marred by dark spots. He questioned if this truly was Wang Mei. Upon feeling Xiao Yu's divine presence, Wang Mei cried out in despair, I told you not to look. What do you want from me? Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. How could Wang Mei appear even more grotesque than Mei Chunlan? At least Mei had dentures. Wang Mei lacked even that. No matter how one looked at her, she resembled a mass of decaying flesh. Were it not for her wearing that seductive black robe, he might not have recognized her as human. Moreover, her voice was disconcerting, a far cry from the enchanting tone that once entranced. Now, her voice resembled the grinding of a millstone, grating and unpleasant. Suddenly, Wang Mei spat out a mouthful of blood, then gazed around at the restrictive talismans, wailing in anguish. If you wish to kill me, then do it. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together, observing her zero in evil value, slowly exhaling. To bring her into the judgment chamber, he needed to elevate her evil value to 100. Merely committing wrongs against others would not suffice. She must perpetrate evil against him. Recalling his earlier experience with Hualien, Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. To provoke her malice, he must first treat her kindly. Ensuring she repays kindness with enmity was the most straightforward approach. Contemplating this, he turned his attention to her information panel. Wang Mei, age 37. 4th level of Qi refinement, severely injured. Appearance, 93 points. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 95 pounds. Dual spirit roots of gold and wood. Her talents were commendable. Yet her heart was venomous. She had slain numerous children to preserve her beauty. Envious of any woman more beautiful than herself, she harbored extreme resentment upon discovering such rivals. Wang Mei seemed to hear Xiao Yu's thoughts. Her face contorted as she sobbed, tears streaming down like a torrent, as if trying to expel all her suffering. Her fingers clutched tightly at her garment. My face, my face. Her cries were haunting, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. Observing the woman on the ground, consumed by despair, he couldn't help but press his lips together. Had her visage been corroded by some substance? Sulfuric acid, perhaps? Wang Mei remained there, weeping, tears streaming down her aged and unappealing visage. As she recalled the harrowing experiences of her childhood, when that group of women marred her beauty, her sobs grew increasingly heart-wrenching. She would rather perish than succumb to such a fate. No, no. Trembling voice, my face, return it to me, quickly, return it to me. Chapter 28. All faults lie with Mei. Wang Mei reminisced about her youthful self, once chosen by the emperor as a talent. At merely a tender age, she was forcibly submerged in a vat of medicine by those wretched women of the palace. Her enchanting beauty was shattered in an instant. From that moment onward, she harbored animosity towards all women who surpassed her in appearance. In her quest to reclaim her youthful allure, she relinquished everything she could forsake. Today, she found herself once more in this lamentable state. Large tears cascaded from her unattractive face, embodying her helplessness and despair, tearing at her heart. At that moment, she was unexpectedly released. Gazing upon the man before her, Wang Mei's composure faltered, and she hurriedly scuttled to the corner, curling up and shielding her face. Xiao Yu slowly produced a dagger and approached Wang Mei, speaking softly, Senior Sister Wang, we bear no deep-seated enmity. I possess a method to restore your appearance. Wang Mei stood frozen in confusion. Could he truly heal her? Xiao Yu chuckled gently. By drinking my blood, your wounds should mend. Or I could employ the Huan technique to assist you. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei instinctively clenched her fists. She had attempted this before. How could it possibly work? No, he meant to use the Huan technique on her current visage. Realizing this, panic filled Wang Mei, and she fled, exclaiming, You must not harm me again. You wish to kill me, believing me a mere child? Do you think you can save me? What a jest. Someone like you could never save me. You must have ulterior motives. Xiao Yu continued to smile softly, casually unfastening his sleeves as he walked, a vial of beauty elixir in hand. Wang Mei instinctively became flustered. Watching Xiao Yu approach step by step, she found the situation absurd. What folly! She was so hideous now. What could he possibly intend? Surely he wouldn't truly. Before long, Wang Mei indeed transformed back. Staring at the stern yet handsome Xiao Yu before her, she instinctively clutched her collar. She quickly turned her head to touch her face. Unbelievably, she had transformed back. Not only that, but her injuries had healed as well. She was completely restored. The memory of the potion she had consumed made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had been so grotesque, and yet he had shown no concern. In that instant, Wang Mei's heart melted. A glimmer of light danced in her lowered eyes, akin to ripples on a tranquil autumn lake. Her cheeks bore the hue of a sunset, reminiscent of the twilight glow over distant mountains. A gentle smile graced her lips, blossoming like spring flowers, shy yet restrained. You, she murmured, tilting her head slightly, her delicate brows arched, as if listening intently while concealing her joy. Her gently fluttering eyelashes resembled the wings of a butterfly, stirring ripples in the depths of her heart. Xiao Yu also noticed her demeanor, the corners of his lips slightly curling upwards. This is a beauty-preserving elixir, allowing you to eternally maintain your current allure. Sister Wang, you are truly exquisite. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell for you at once. My earlier anger stemmed from my belief that Zhao Gang was unworthy of you. I spoke many harsh words in front of Master. Please do not take it to heart. As Xiao Yu spoke, he took Wang Mei's hand in his own. At that moment, it felt as if a jade flute was being played within her heart, the melody flowing like crystal-clear springs, melodic and enchanting. A faint blush appeared on her face, and her heart raced like a startled fawn, gazing at the man before her, who seemed utterly unconcerned with her previously disfigured appearance. She found herself unable to look away. Throughout her life, she had sought numerous companions on her path, engaging in many morally reprehensible acts for the sake of cultivation resources. Everyone had approached her solely for her outward beauty. Never had a man regarded her scarred visage with such indifference. Moreover, he had healed her just moments ago. She feared she might be turned into an elixir herself. Xiao Yu continued to ponder, reminding himself that Wang Mei was, after all, a notorious femme fatale. Even if she currently harbored positive feelings towards him, it was likely that she would cause him harm in the future. He needed to find an opportunity to reveal her true nature. After all, her profile bore the inscription, profit-driven. Caution was imperative. Sister Wang, the ground is cold, please rise. At his words, Wang Mei glanced aside, lowering her gaze as she slowly stood up. There was a captivating allure in her eyes, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms. When she looked at Xiao Yu again, she directly wrapped her arms around his left arm. Brother, your loyalty is commendable. I shall protect you from now on. In this life and the next, I will never let you down. Xiao Yu's lips parted slightly, a smile playing at the edges as he regarded her. He decided to indulge her in this charade. Wang Mei's eyes shimmered like rippling waters under an autumn sky, brimming with emotion. As she gazed at Xiao Yu, an indescribable charm graced her cheeks. Even she could hardly believe that at 37 years old, with 2 decades on the path of immortality, she could still be so moved by affection. Indeed, she had fallen for him. She had loved many men and was no longer a naive maiden. She recognized her true feelings for him. At that moment, Hua Lian approached with a vial of qi-concealing elixirs, her face alight with joy. Master, Lianer has succeeded. These 10 elixirs will suffice for you for a while. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei lowered her eyes, instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. She looked at Hua Lian, who was even more beautiful than she, her gaze filled with malice. Dressed in flowing white, Hua Lian appeared ethereal, her jade-like feet encased in white stockings. Adding to her allure, the qipao hugged her curves, accentuating her graceful figure, much like a white lotus in bloom. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Thank you, Lianer. You have worked hard. Please continue with your tasks. Hua Lian nodded repeatedly before turning her attention to Wang Mei, who was nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace. As Hua Lian, a woman herself, caught sight of Wang Mei's provocatively charged gaze, she could not help but let out a cold laugh in her heart. How audacious of this woman to regard her with such disdain. Did she not realize that Hua Lian was now the most cherished maid of the master? This woman was courting death. Once Hua Lian had departed, Wang Mei, with a hint of jealousy, turned to Xiao Yu and inquired, Xiao, did I not find this young lady somewhat familiar? Clad in white robes, could she by chance belong to the Harmony Sect? Xiao Yu, with one arm wrapped around Wang Mei, smiled knowingly. Could it be that you, my dear senior sister? Wang Mei's expression darkened, her right fist clenched tightly. Yet at that moment, a sudden inspiration struck Xiao Yu. Why complicate matters with numerous tedious side quests? Wang Mei was not like Bai Yue, who had lived for centuries. She was merely in her 30s. How resolute could her heart truly be? Hua Lian's resolve was certainly stronger than that of Wang Mei, who would likely repent within days. Moreover, Wang Mei was currently enamored with him and even feeling jealous. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu carried her straight to the alchemy room. Wang Mei, taken aback, blushed fiercely, exclaiming, Junior brother, please put me down. With tender affection, Xiao Yu gazed at her and declared, The reason I wish to take Master as my teacher is that I admire you, senior sister. The reason I did not pay my respects that day was out of jealousy for Zhao Gang. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I have been deeply in love with you. For your sake, I would gladly face death. Today, Master has at least consented to entrust you to me. Otherwise, I would risk my life to rescue you. In the alchemy room, Huayan pouted in jealousy. She knew Xiao Yu's words were mere fabrications. Yet even falsehoods were sweet to her ears. What woman in this world does not relish sweet lies? How infuriating. Detected that the wicked Wang Mei is utterly in love with the host. Detected that the wicked Wang Mei, under the host's persuasion, has recognized her mistakes. Activating judgment mode. The host may choose between manual and automatic judgment. Please, host, proceed with the acquisition. Xiao Yu grinned with amusement, his smile stretching from ear to ear as he beheld Wang Mei, marveling at the effectiveness of his words. It implied that many women who had lived for 2 or 3 decades often lacked steadfast will. He need not employ the same methods used on Bai Yue to bring her under his influence. With a swift motion, he summoned Wang Mei to the judgment chamber, where she languidly reclined in the judgment chair. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. Sister Wang, do you acknowledge your crimes? You have harmed so many innocent children, and I. Before he could finish, Wang Mei had already reclined back, playfully lifting the hem of her skirt. Immortal knows her faults. All the blame lies with me. My lord, please come quickly. After a while, Xiao Yu stumbled out, feeling somewhat dazed. Detected that the judgment of the wicked Wang Mei has commenced. Awarding judgment rewards. Thunderwalk technique. Unlocking the 4th judgment chamber. Unlocking the ability to renovate the judgment chamber. The host may alter its structure at will. Detected that the wicked Wang Mei's judgment value is full. She may be sent to the maid's pavilion. 3 notifications flashed through his mind. Can you believe it? Has she truly submitted completely? As soon as Wang Mei opened her eyes in the maid's quarters, she called out, My lord, where have you gone? Please come quickly. Chapter 29, the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Xiao Yu, drenched in cold sweat, wiped his forehead in fear. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Clearly, Wang Mei's affection for him was not born out of sweet words. She was toxic. Her emotions were not those of a normal person. With a melancholic expression, Xiao Yu puffed on his pipe, resembling a little old man. No, it is time to cultivate. He tapped the tobacco in his pipe and took out the thunder movement technique. It appeared to be a footwork technique, a ground-level movement technique that could split clouds and shatter winds. Xiao Yu pondered, scratching his head in contemplation. The reward for judging Bai Yue had been the heavenly level technique, the supreme joy and harmony technique, yet Wang Mei offered only a ground-level formula? It seemed the system had mentioned that rewards were distributed based on the beauty of the villainess. The higher the beauty, the more generous the reward. Well, at least it was a life-saving footwork technique. He might as well learn it. Holding his breath and gathering his energy, he lightly tapped his toes, moving like a phantom in front of the alchemy room. Each step was profound, causing the grass and trees to sway. At times, he moved as swiftly as lightning, cutting through the air. At others, he flowed like water, silent and serene. His figure left behind a series of afterimages. Then, as he exerted his strength, a purple lightning appeared in the air. Xiao Yu's mind was filled with the contents of the thunder movement technique. An invisible force seemed to guide him in mastering this art. He dashed forward, captivated by the technique, appearing and disappearing without a trace, with only the sound of thunder echoing in the air. After an indeterminate time, Xiao Yu finally mastered the 1st layer of the thunder movement technique. Watching the sun slowly set, he turned and entered Bai Yue's judgment chamber with Wang Mei. Now that he possessed the concealing Qi pill, he no longer needed to slow down deliberately. Elevating his strength as soon as possible was the true path. Upon seeing another woman in the judgment chamber, Wang Mei's expression instantly turned hostile, her eyes wide with animosity. What a beautiful woman! She felt a twinge of envy. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Although she had encountered others more attractive throughout her life, none had been as breathtakingly exquisite as this one. Even in this situation, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. One could easily believe she was a celestial being from the heavens. Her face was so enchanting that Wang Mei felt an urge to ruin it. A hint of malice gleamed in her eyes as her right fist cracked ominously. Xiao Yu sternly called out, Behave yourself. You must learn to coexist peacefully. They have not harmed you. So what is this about? Wang Mei quickly lowered her head, saying, My lord, how can you say that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu slapped her. What is this my lord and husband nonsense? Who told you to say that? Wang Mei, feeling wronged, pouted and turned her head aside. Xiao Yu delivered another slap. Damn. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Wang Mei immediately wrapped her arms around him with a flattering smile. Master, the servant knows her wrongs. Wang Mei's words dripped with flattery, and she herself was perplexed by her behavior. Bai Yue found herself reminiscing about the past. She had begun her cultivation at the tender age of 3, achieving the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage by 13. A prodigy. By the age of 25, she had advanced to the later stages of the foundation establishment period. At 80, she successfully transcended to the alchemical stage, and by the age of 130, she reached the peak of the golden core stage. Her accomplishments were rare even across the vast Songyue continent. How could she have fallen to such depths? She could not resign herself to this fate. If she could just endure and survive, circumstances would surely shift in her favor. Time flowed like a river, and 20 days swiftly passed. Xiao Yu, emerging with a pallid complexion, broke through his confinement. Upon stepping outside, he immediately consumed a vial of qi recovery pills without a second thought. His complexion was as white as paper, and he appeared emaciated, resembling a withered corpse. Despite taking the qi recovery pills, Xiao Yu still felt utterly drained and hurried to the kitchen, ravenously devouring whatever food he could find, like a famished survivor. Suddenly, Li Qingyun, passing by, exclaimed, "Ah, there's an intruder. Sister, come quickly." Zhao Hongye rushed over, sword drawn, ready to strike. However, upon reaching the scene, she was taken aback. "Master? How could it be you?" What shocked her further was that Xiao Yu's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 4th level of the qi refinement stage. Just 20 days to achieve the 4th level? He seemed still to possess 4 spirit roots. "Master, your cultivation." While Xiao Yu continued munching on a radish, Li Qingyun called out, "Master, I shall prepare something for you at once. Please refrain from consuming anything indiscriminately. Do not harm your health." Unfazed, Xiao Yu continued to eat. Soon, Li Qingyun had prepared an entire feast. Upon learning of Xiao Yu's emergence, Hualien hurried over with a large box of elixirs. "Master, today, I must present the elixirs. Not only have I ensured their quality and quantity, but I have also crafted an additional batch." With an affectionate demeanor, Hualien playfully leaned against Xiao Yu, who remained silent, lifting a bowl of soup to drink. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang arrived, all adorned in vibrant attire, evidently having eagerly awaited Xiao Yu's return. After finishing his meal, Xiao Yu, with a bemused smile, scratched his head and chuckled. "So, how has your cultivation progressed?" Chapter 30. Once a big brother, always a big brother. Xiao Yu was clearly hesitant. He was human, not a beast of burden. His cultivation was still too low. He needed to elevate his abilities swiftly. Otherwise, should he encounter a formidable opponent, he might find himself without any means of resistance. The thought of his master's celestial fragrance body was now beyond his contemplation. He believed in honoring his master and the teachings of the path. Xiao Yu stowed away the elixirs and made his way toward the Hall of Affairs. First, he would deliver the elixirs, and then he would procure additional materials for crafting the Huanglong pill. Supplements were also necessary. He needed to gather more. After consuming a qi-gathering pill, Xiao Yu stepped out. Upon arriving at the Hall of Affairs, he spotted a familiar face. Lu Rui was reporting a task to Li Yunma. Noticing Xiao Yu's ghastly pallor and his cultivation level reduced to merely the 1st level of qi refinement, Li Yunma approached with concern. "Junior brother Xiao, why does your complexion appear so alarming?" With a sense of tranquility enveloping him, Xiao Yu realized that the qi concealment pill was indeed effective. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his fists and spoke. "Brother Li, you may be unaware that during my recent quest for a rare herb, I inadvertently sustained severe injuries. However, it's nothing to worry about. With some time for recuperation, I shall recover." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Rui. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Lu Rui instinctively turned her gaze to the side. The past 20 days had not been particularly comfortable for her. She had always thought highly of her partner, Li Yunma, but ever since she and Xiao Yu exchanged cultivation techniques, her perspective had begun to shift. Li Yunma, observing Xiao Yu's unsteady gait, was visibly enraged. "Which scoundrel dared to harm my brother? It infuriates me. Tell me his name, and I shall ensure he pays dearly for his actions." Xiao Yu instinctively glanced at Bai Yue in the judgment chamber and hastily replied, "Thank you for your concern. Brotherly, I have already dealt with her at the foot of the mountain. By the way, brotherly, what plans do you and sister-in-law have?" With a slight smile, Li Yunma patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder and replied, "Ah, Brother Xiao, you are yet to hear the news. Recently, Elder Zhang led a group to launch a surprise attack on the former grounds of the Harmony Sect. We confiscated over 100 low-grade magic artifacts, not to mention several cultivation techniques. Our branch has since received focused attention from the sect, and 2 elders in the foundation establishment stage have been dispatched to assist us. Xiao Yu felt a surge of astonishment, realizing that his master had indeed acted on his suggestion for a raid. Lu Rui cautiously observed Xiao Yu before stepping forward to present him with a puppet mouse. Brother Xiao, we have yet to properly express our gratitude for saving Li Gu. Your previous puppet mouse was destroyed, so I have brought you a new one. It will suffice to deal with cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Xiao Yu quickly shook his head in refusal. Witnessing this, Li Yunma hurriedly took the puppet beast and pressed it into Xiao Yu's hands. Come now, take it. If you refuse, it will seem as though you do not value our friendship. You aided me greatly last time. This puppet mouse is rightfully yours. Later, you must also collect a defensive artifact for me. If you continue to decline, I shall be displeased. Xiao Yu smiled faintly, about to respond when a figure appeared at the door. The newcomer approached Li Yunma eagerly. Brotherly, come quickly. I need your assistance. Li Yunma glanced back at Lu Rui. Rui, please escort Brother Xiao back to retrieve my Xian armor. I will return shortly. Brother Xiao, do not leave tonight. I invite you for a drink. Before Lu Rui could interject, Li Yunma departed, leaving Xiao Yu and Lu Rui to appraise one another. As Xiao Yu looked at Lu Rui, he instinctively clenched his fists. He was uncertain of his feelings. The thought of returning home weighed heavily upon him. Yet, Lu Rui belonged to another family. How could it be the same? He realized that if he did not take initiative now, opportunities might elude him in the future. He could savor what was in his own bowl at a leisurely pace, but if he did not partake in what was in hers, he might never have the chance. At that moment, he felt as though his legs no longer ached, and his back was no longer weary. It seemed he had regained his resolve. Rui, with a flushed face and lowered gaze, said softly, Xiao Xiao, please follow me to retrieve the Xian armor. Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled softly, mimicking Li Yunma's tone as he responded, I am much obliged, Rui. For a moment, Rui felt somewhat flustered, yet she still led Xiao Yu back. Half an hour later, just as Xiao Yu was becoming engrossed in his task, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Rui stood up in a panic, exclaiming, quickly, Li Gu is back. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu hastily donned his clothing in less than 3 seconds, leaving Rui momentarily stunned. What? How did he? Xiao Yu called out urgently, hurry. What are you waiting for? At that moment, Li Yunma had just returned to the entrance of their dwelling, stroking his chin while conversing with his disciples. These 2 newly appointed elders are truly unworthy. I had thought they were here to assist us. Yet they are merely coveting our spoils. Another disciple chimed in, indeed, they are less considerate than Elder Zhang, who has treated us well. All those inferior magical artifacts, which were rightfully ours, have been devoured by those 2 scoundrels. They even had the audacity to claim they were meant for the elite at the front lines. Do they believe we disciples are expendable? Li Yunma felt increasingly discontented. I propose that next time we acquire spoils, we should deceive them about our findings. Elder Zhang may be well-meaning, but he cannot outwit those old foxes. We must devise a plan. As the 2 conversed, they returned indoors, where Xiao Yu sat at the table, intently studying the puppet manual. Rui stood beside him, explaining a puppet figurine, Xiao Shidi. The art of puppetry is somewhat akin to weapon crafting. Both involve the use of spiritual materials for refinement. One simply needs to construct the components according to the manual's design, then incorporate the formations and inscriptions in suitable positions, and finally connect them. Just as Rui was speaking, Li Yunma returned. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, he instinctively smiled. At that moment, Rui suddenly noticed her icy silk socks beneath the bed and quickly shielded them from Li Yunma's view. Li Gu, is there trouble at the front lines again? Simultaneously, she transmitted a message to Xiao Yu. Quick, there is something under the bed. You must hide. Xiao Yu trembled at her words. Hide? What should I do over there? It's fine if it's discovered. At worst, I'll take care of you. Rui's face turned pale at that. Li Yunma continued. Those 2 newly appointed elders are indeed unworthy. Instead of assisting at the front lines, they enjoy a life of luxury at the branch. He added now, the Xianling sect has 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Si's father, Lin Tianhai, Lin Si's master, and someone named Yijiro. Upon hearing Yijiro's name, Xiao Yu's expression darkened significantly, his veins throbbing with rage. It was this vile woman who had murdered his dear friend Xiang and her family. Although Xiang was a mere mortal, she had shown him unparalleled kindness, never treating him as just a cultivator. He had harbored fond feelings for her. Yet because of this Yi Zhuro, Xiang's family had met a tragic end. Recalling that day's events, the pain surged vividly within him. Yi Zhuro not only severed his ear, but also blinded him. The deep-seated enmity demanded retribution. Such a wretch must endure a fate worse than death. Li Yunma continued to speak. Forget it. It doesn't concern us anyway. Xiao Shidi, sometimes you should advise your master not to be exploited. Xiao Yu slightly cupped his fists. Responding, thank you, Senior Brotherly, for your reminder. I happen to be on my way to find my master. Li Yunma feigned panic, saying, by the way, Xiao Shidi, could you lend your brother a few qi recovery pills? Hee, you know how it is. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu produced a vial. Then, with resolute conviction, he cupped his fists and declared, once a brother, always a brother. He cast a glance at El Rue, who quickly seized the opportunity to stow away the silk socks from beneath the bed into her storage bag. Li Yunma gazed at the entire vial of qi recovery pills. Tears brimming in his eyes, nearly moved to weep. Ah? Shidi, you truly are a blessing to me. Xiao Yu once again cupped his fists, stating, Senior Brotherly, please do not say that. Since we are brothers, we share everything. I shall take my leave. Let us gather again on another day. With that, Xiao Yu departed. Li Yunma exhaled, filled with emotion. I never expected Xiao Shidi to possess such a genuine spirit. I initially thought he would refuse. El Rue, feeling somewhat awkward, swallowed hard. Her throat slightly aching. Ahem, indeed, Xiao Shidi is quite admirable. As she spoke, Li Yunma turned to El Rue, reaching out to take her hand. El Rue instinctively resisted. Li Gu, I am feeling a bit weary today. Let us postpone this for another time. I am at a crucial juncture in my breakthrough and wish to avoid distractions. Li Yunma absent-mindedly scratched his head. Is that so? Very well. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had approached Zhang Xiling and presented the elixirs. Zhang Xiling observed Xiao Yu's concealed cultivation with a raised brow. I did not expect your progress to be so swift. You have the audacity to come before me? Are you not afraid of my displeasure? Xiao Yu, with utmost respect, cupped his fists and replied, Disciple knows well that I cannot hide from Master's discerning gaze. Yet upon seeing you for the first time, I felt you were unlike other cultivators. You possess a kind heart, and I am willing to assist you to the best of my abilities. Even if it costs me my life, I must repay your nurturing grace. Zhang Xiling sighed, gazing at Xiao Yu, and quietly inquired, How is Wang Mei faring? After looking around to ensure no one was listening, Xiao Yu hurriedly whispered, Rest assured, Master. Senior Sister Wang Mei's injuries have healed, and I will do my utmost to protect her. Zhang Xiling smiled with a hint of satisfaction. You are indeed thoughtful. I have a task for you. I need you to find someone in Jiangliqing. Xiao Yu shuddered. But Master, with my meager cultivation, how can I enter Jiangliqing? Zhang Xiling softly replied, I have my own clever plans. If you can complete this task, I shall grant you a wish, as long as it is within my power. Xiao Yu gazed at the ethereal figure beneath Zhang Xiling's purple robes, and, raising his hand, fervently proclaimed, For my master, I would brave fire and water, unafraid of death. Chapter 31. I see you are growing impatient with life. Zhang Xiling, witnessing Xiao Yu's boldness, felt a surge of joy in her heart. Disciple, this task bears immense significance and is closely tied to the ongoing conflict. You must exercise utmost caution. In the city of Zhonglu, there exists a master craftsman known as the Fire Monk, who possesses the ability to forge superior magical artifacts. I require your assistance in procuring one of these exquisite items. As you are aware, the Xian Sect currently has 3 foundational stage experts stationed here. Although our sect has dispatched 2 formidable cultivators to aid me, they are unlikely to take the initiative in combat. As Zhang Xiling spoke, she rose and retrieved a storage bag. With a sorrowful expression, she continued, While the presence of these 2 experts ensures our safety, launching an offensive or breaking the deadlock is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. If you can bring back a superior offensive artifact, I will have the means to turn the tide. Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat perplexed, bit his lip and stepped forward to examine the storage bag in Zhang Xiling's hand. Zhang Xiling was taken aback. Initially, she had intended to assign this task to Wang Mei. Although Wang Mei's character was questionable, her meticulous and cunning approach rendered her more dependable than El Linger. Presently, Zhang Xiling harbored doubts about the disciples within the branch. Should anyone discover her quest for the artifact, the Xian Sect would surely deduce that the superior artifact had been destroyed. Such a revelation would lead to complications. As she glanced back at Xiao Yu, Zhang Xiling slowly produced a verdant jade orb. This orb is known as the Concealment Jade. It is a personal talisman that can obscure your cultivation level, making it nearly impossible for anyone below the Golden Core stage to detect you. You may use this jade to disguise yourself as a mere mortal while entering the city. This storage bag contains 200,000 spirit stones and the skeletal remains of a ghost wolf. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall ensure your admission to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm next month. Xiao Yu was immediately taken aback. The 10,000 Beasts secret realm? Is that not the coveted treasure trove of spirit beasts that has been fiercely contended by the Beast Refining Sect and the Spirit Control Sect? Rumor has it that mutated spirit beasts roam there. Zhang Xiling nodded. Indeed, the Beast Refining Sect and the Spirit Control Sect stem from the same lineage. And the 10,000 Beasts secret realm has long been a battleground for their rivalry. Although we are in a time of war, both factions will temporarily cease hostilities to contend for the exquisite spirit beasts within. As Zhang Xiling elaborated, Xiao Yu suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head again, only to raise it once more. As he continued to gaze, Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow. Do you still harbor doubts? Nervously clasping his fists, Xiao Yu replied, Master, did you not say you would fulfill one wish of your disciple? I do not seek that opportunity for myself. Zhang Xiling was momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed by Xiao Yu's statement. He elaborated. Given the pressing nature of the conflict and the arrival of 2 elders from the sect who may deceive you, I fear for your safety. Perhaps the spot in the 10,000 Beasts secret realm should be granted to senior sister Elle instead. My only desire is to stay by your side and ensure your safety. Zhang Xiling's demeanor softened, and a gentle smile graced her lips. She slowly resumed her seat on the mahogany chair, adjusting her skirt and crossing her legs. Observing Xiao Yu's earnest and considerate expression, she remarked with a slight smile. My disciple is truly thoughtful. Your previous suggestion to reclaim the territory of the Yunu sect was laudable, and your act of rescuing Linger deserves commendation. I had initially intended to reward you with Linger, hoping to unite you both as partners. However, I have recently learned that Linger has already found a partner. Alas, Xiao Yu was left in a state of shock upon hearing this revelation. What? Linger has found a partner? What does it signify that he risked his life to engage in a brawl with Lin Meng? How could he possibly be unaware that Lu Linger had a partner? At that moment, he spoke with righteous indignation, clasping his fists. Senior sister Lu possesses an inherently kind nature. She must not be deceived. Our Harmony Sect harbors few virtuous individuals. Master Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. I am well aware of this, but our sect diverges from the orthodox path. The orthodox sects impose strict arrangements for their disciples' partners, while we advocate for romantic freedom. Since Linger already has a partner, it would be improper for me to disrupt that. How about this? Upon your return, I shall select a partner for you to assist in your cultivation. What say you? Xiao Yu swallowed hard at the prospect. Anyone will do? Zhang Xiling responded affirmatively. At that moment, Xiao Yu approached Zhang Xiling with a demeanor of utmost respect and whispered earnestly in her ear. Zhang Xiling, filled with delight, leaned in to listen, anticipating something profound. The next instant, her eyes widened in shock. With a swift motion, she struck him with a palm. Get lost. Voice cracking, Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth uncontrollably. Zhang Xiling's face flushed visibly from her neck to her forehead, her eyes fixated on him, speechless from fury. Xiao Yu, still on the ground, cried out with a face full of indignation, Disciple's heart is true. Zhang Xiling, filled with rage, stood up and stomped towards him. I command you to be silent. You have the audacity to covet even me. It seems you are tired of living. Zhang Xiling then withdrew her storage bag, raising her palm once more. The magical light, dazzling, poised to cripple Xiao Yu right there. Xiao Yu, with labored breaths, stated word by word, if I dared to speak, I never contemplated my survival. After uttering this, he coughed up more blood. If I am to be struck down by my master today, I shall bear no grievances, none whatsoever. Zhang Xiling's expression was one of fury, yet her spell hesitated in its execution. It was no wonder he had been so devoted to assisting her, nor the reason for his rapid advancement in cultivation and his audacity to appear before her. He had indeed harbored such intentions. How audacious indeed. Xiao Yu continued to bleed, declaring, if my master truly wishes to end my life, then I shall seek you out in my next life. Zhang Xiling's brows quivered. If this matter were to leak, how could she continue to navigate her standing within the Harmony Sect? Yet, Xiao Yu was undeniably talented. He had proposed the ambush strategy during their last operation, and he was the only one among her subordinates skilled in alchemy. If she were to kill him, her predicament would be dire. Just then, Xiao Yu laboriously produced a supreme magical artifact from his storage bag. It was the exquisite artifact he had acquired, the 1,000 fragrances and 10,000 beauties. The moment the artifact appeared, Zhang Xiling was rendered speechless. Even she had never encountered such a supreme artifact. Gazing at the mystical radiance and the resplendent hues emanating from the artifact, Zhang Xiling stood transfixed. Xiao Yu spoke with a face full of sorrow and indignation, saying, "This is a treasured artifact passed down from my ancestors. Since I am destined to perish today, I bestow it upon my master. I originally came here to present a treasure map to you. I am aware of my humble talents and limited cultivation, and even if I were to wield this artifact, I would be unable to unleash its true power. My master is all alone here, forlorn and unprotected, and I worry for your safety every day. Thus, I offer this map to you, fulfilling a long-held wish of mine. I shall die without regrets." At that moment, Zhang Xiling's thoughts became muddled. After all her years of cultivation, not even her master had bestowed upon her such a precious artifact. Such treasures, when they surface, are invariably sought after by countless cultivators, often resulting in bloodshed. Could it be that Xiao Yu truly harbored feelings for her? Zhang Xiling's face flushed with crimson, and she hastily turned her head away, her heart racing. How many in the world would be willing to gift such a treasure to another? Many companions, though they cultivate together, keep their artifacts and spirit stones to themselves, never revealing their treasures unless they are sincere. Observing Xiao Yu, who was still coughing blood on the ground, Zhang Xiling, in a flurry of panic, retrieved a healing pill, avoiding eye contact throughout the process. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lu Linger approached with her companion Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan, with a nervous expression, exclaimed, "Does your master truly wish to see me? What if she refuses?" Lu Linger confidently patted her chest, assuring him, "Do not worry, Brother Yi. My master is very kind to me. I will speak on your behalf." Chapter 32. For my master, I will give my all. Xiao Yu wore a proud expression, suspecting that Zhang Xiling had already grown attached to him. Just then, he caught sight of two figures entering. Upon noticing a handsome young man standing behind Lu Linger, he inwardly cursed, "Beast." Zhang Xiling sat there, her face flustered, absent-mindedly smoothing her reddened Dao heart, occasionally glancing back at Xiao Yu, lost in her thoughts. Once inside, Lu Linger clasped her fists and greeted, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Yi Haoyan followed suit, saying, "Disciple Yi Haoyan pays respects to Elder Zhang." Xiao Yu couldn't help but smirk internally, quickly sending a message to Zhang Xiling. "Master, do you believe this Yi Haoyan to be a good person? I suspect he is merely trying to deceive Sister Linger's affections. Ask him to present his finest artifact to her, and see if he is willing." Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist, her voice anxious. "I command you to be silent. Do not send me messages. Otherwise, I shall expel you from my teachings." Xiao Yu promptly fell silent. Zhang Xiling then feigned calmness and addressed Lu Linger. "So this is our sect's inner disciple, Yi Haoyan? 8th level of Qi refining. Quite commendable." Lu Linger grinned. "Of course. Brother Yi is splendid, master. He even provided me with an artifact." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Oh, I didn't expect Brother Yi to be so generous. What sort of artifact is it?" Yi Haoyan respectfully clasped his fists. "It is merely a low-grade artifact. Truly nothing of note." Having just encountered a top-tier artifact, Zhang Xiling clearly regarded the low-grade artifact with disdain. L. Linger stepped forward once more, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Master, you should be acquainted with Brother Yi's master. He mentioned that in due time, he would come to propose." Xiao Yu quickly transmitted a message. "Master, does he think he can deceive you with a mere low-grade magical artifact to lure away the disciple you have painstakingly cultivated? His intentions are most dubious." Zhang Xiling retorted sternly, "If you dare utter another word, I shall sever your tongue. Let not my ears be graced by your voice." She then turned her cold gaze towards Yi Haoyan, stating, "Linger possesses limited talent. Matters of marriage ought to be postponed. The war is pressing, and Linger, do you still have the heart for romance?" L. Linger was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. Wasn't it her master who always encouraged her to find a suitable partner? Why, then, was she opposing it now that he had arrived? Yi Haoyan, discerning her intent, hastily clasped his fists and said, "Disciple harbors genuine feelings for Sister Linger, and I earnestly request Uncle Zhang to grant us this blessing." Zhang Xiling lifted her skirt slightly, declaring, This matter shall be discussed another day. Yi Haoyan, you may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with Linger. Reluctantly, Yi Haoyan retreated after a moment of contemplation. Linger pouted, feeling wronged. After he departed, she rushed forward, imploring, Master, have you not always said I should find a good partner? Brother Ye's master is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and has recently been accepted as a direct disciple. He possesses a high-grade magical artifact and is quite distinguished, yet he has not sought a partner. Zhang Xiling coldly replied, just because he bears a high-grade artifact. Do you think I would allow you to settle for a mere low-grade one? Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Yu could not help but chuckle at this. Linger glanced at Xiao Yu with confusion, prompting him to cover his mouth and feign innocence, gesturing towards the ceiling. Ah, this hall of affairs is indeed impressive. He then turned his gaze to the plaque on the wall, commenting, this plaque is quite nice as well. Zhang Xiling regarded Linger once more, exhaling slowly. This matter will be revisited in the future. If Yi Haoyan is truly sincere, I shall, of course, acquiesce. But the time is not yet ripe. The 10,000 Beasts secret realm is about to open. Prepare yourself over the next month. You are not to venture outside without my command. Linger, with a look of grievance, bowed her head in agreement. Yes. After she departed, Zhang Xiling turned her attention back to Xiao Yu, who appeared resigned to his fate. Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist. Keep that treasure map to yourself. Do not bring it out unless your life hangs in the balance. If it is discovered that you possess such a precious item, the consequences are dire. Before she could finish, Xiao Yu interjected, Master, do not let small losses lead to greater ones. I understand your concern for my safety. Zhang Xiling raised an eyebrow, her demeanor shaking with agitation. Xiao Yu continued. There must be spies within the sect. Has the artifact been destroyed? If word reaches Xianyuan's sect, it would be catastrophic. I surmise you have lost your artifact. And I offered the map, anticipating this. Should you summon someone else, I cannot be at ease, nor will I agree. He insisted. Even if that person is not a traitor, what if they abscond with your storage bag or are captured by righteous factions? Would that not be an even greater trouble? I assure you, I will never disclose this matter. Should I be apprehended, I would rather take my own life than reveal anything about you. A month later, the disciples ceased their visits to the mystic realm of 10,000 beasts. In service to my master, I exert every effort. Zhang Xiling cradled her chin in one hand, her face betraying concern. Xiao Yu was correct. What if someone below pilfered her storage bag? The atmosphere was already fraught with anxiety, rife with traitors. There had been instances of disciples stealthily fleeing before. At present, the only person she could truly trust was Xiao Yu, known for his prudence. Furthermore, that fiery monk favored conversing with cultivators possessing secondary professions, exhibiting an eccentric disposition. Should Xiao Yu not be dispatched, even if other disciples encountered him, they might fail to persuade him to forge weapons. Observing her distress, Xiao Yu stepped forward once more, declaring, Master, I am currently unconcerned with the conflict between righteousness and evil. My sole focus is your safety. We ought to prepare the teleportation array in advance. When the adversary arrives, we shall have an escape route, and we might even redirect the trouble to those two inept elders, compelling them to assist you. Zhang Xiling lowered her gaze slightly, inquiring, What do you mean by inept? Xiao Yu recoiled slightly, contemplating momentarily before responding. They are merely troublesome. If they refuse to lend a hand, we could execute a ruse. Drawing in the Xianling sect, those two, eager to preserve their lives, would undoubtedly engage with the enemy. This would afford you the opportunity to utilize the teleportation array to flee or even launch a surprise attack on the Xianling sect stronghold. Capturing a disciple of Lin Che's caliber would enable us to dictate terms. Alternatively, we could privately negotiate a truce. Zhang Xiling's eyes brightened at this notion. Are you suggesting a fade of peace with the Xianling sect? Xiao Yu affirmed, indeed. Our sect is being used as cannon fodder. If we wish to survive, we must devise our own strategies. Master, your kindness is commendable, yet I cannot bear to see you exploited. I am willing to undertake all nefarious deeds on your behalf. Zhang Xiling instinctively swallowed hard. Gazing at Xiao Yu, who was so thoroughly concerned for her welfare, she exhaled a long breath. You must exercise utmost caution. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu seized the storage bag and the token resting on the table, departing without a backward glance. He hurriedly returned to the alchemy chamber, retrieving the Jade Girl gourd to summon Li Qingyun and the others. First, he diminished the gourd's potency using his spiritual sense, then promptly encapsulated them within. Inside the gourd, Li Qingyun cried out in overwhelming joy, "This is wonderful, master. I cannot express my gratitude enough. How splendid it is to finally reunite with my mother." For the sake of caution, Xiao Yu proceeded as planned. With the token in hand, he faced no obstacles. Upon stepping outside, his first action was to retrieve the breath-concealing jade, placing it within his garment. Disguising himself as a humble woodcutter, he shouldered a load of firewood and set off. After a long trek, he encountered 2 cultivators on the mountain, yet they paid him no heed. Soon, he successfully approached the vicinity of Jianglu City. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was taken aback. Before him stood a sea of distressed citizens, with a contingent of common soldiers guarding the city gates. He was certain that among that throng were righteous cultivators. Just then, an elderly man bearing a load of vegetables approached the city gate, only to be halted by the soldiers. Routine inspection. Stand still. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, observing as the soldiers thoroughly searched the old man, his shoes, cuffs, vegetable basket, and even his mouth. Chapter 33. What sort of beings dwell in Jianglu City? Xiao Yu stood tall, carrying a basket of firewood as he approached the city gates. He gazed with a playful expression at the soldiers stationed there, his demeanor infused with a hint of confidence. The location of his storage bag was so cleverly concealed that even 1,000 daring souls would hesitate to seek it out. As for the concealed jade that suppressed his aura, it was even more elusive. As he confidently approached the soldier with his firewood, the soldier suddenly trembled upon seeing Xiao Yu's expression. With a friendly smile, Xiao Yu remarked, "Esteemed officer, you have worked hard." He then imitated the soldier's earlier stance, raising his hands above his head, exuding an air of nonchalance regarding any potential search. The soldier, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's demeanor, spoke in a flustered tone, Next. Xiao Yu instinctively retracted his neck, momentarily perplexed by the soldier's reluctance to inspect him. Was it not so? The soldier, noticing that Xiao Yu lingered, drew his sword and barked, "You, the shameless one, move along. Do not obstruct my duties." Hastily, Xiao Yu lifted his firewood and made his way into the city. He could not afford to rush, as his storage bag was tucked away in his trousers. Was he truly allowed entry without inspection? What was the implication of being labeled as shameless? Having spent a year at the Harmony Sect, Xiao Yu was well aware of the term's connotation. It referred to men who took pleasure in the company of other men, while women who favored women were termed mawan. Had he not behaved normally just moments ago? Was a mere smile towards the soldiers so outrageous? As he passed through the city gates and entered the bustling metropolis, he beheld a dazzling array of palatial structures in the distance. Nearby, the cobbled streets thrived with life, bustling with carts and the incessant calls of vendors. The lofty eaves and intricately carved beams of each building were reminiscent of celestial abodes, adorned with fluttering crimson lanterns. The aroma of delicacies wafted from the taverns and tea houses, where patrons thronged in abundance. It was Xiao Yu's first visit to such a grand city, and he found himself entranced by the spectacle. Just as he was lost in wonder, a man with a white face approached him, exuding an air of delight. With a sly smirk, he leaned close and whispered, "My friend, you appear to be a person of refined temperament." With that, the man produced a silver ingot, suggestively offering it to Xiao Yu while lightly brushing a paper fan against his neck. Xiao Yu's scalp prickled in response. "Get away," he exclaimed, his voice cracking. The white-faced man was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his composure, Xiao Yu had already distanced himself, carrying his firewood away. The encounter left Xiao Yu feeling unsettled and disgusted for quite some time. It was then that he began to perceive the gravity of the situation. Shielding his face with a cloth, he cast a somber gaze around the street. There were men strolling with women, women supporting men, and even women embracing women. Yet, there were also men walking arm in arm with other men. In a hurry, Xiao Yu sought refuge in a secluded spot, grasping a pipe and taking a deep, shivering puff as chills ran down his spine. He seemed to have forgotten an exceedingly important matter. It appeared that this place had once been under the dominion of the Joyous Sect for a period of time, and it is worth noting that very few cultivators within the sect are of sound mind. Occasionally, when they are unable to find partners within their sect to exchange techniques, they would clandestinely venture into the realm of mortals in search of those unsuspecting souls. The distinction between the celestial and the mundane is profound, and after their encounters, these cultivators would vanish without a trace. Yet, some mortals are left with lingering afflictions, and there are not a few who suffer from various addictions. He vaguely recalled hearing someone mention that there was a 130-year-old qi refining elder from the Joyous Sect, who specialized in feeding the young men of Jiangliaching with joyous pills, employing the invoking dragon technique, which is utterly invincible, instilling fear in all who hear of it. Observing the morally bankrupt mortals in Jiangliaching, he dared to assert that this city must be teeming with depraved individuals. Just as he was smoking to alleviate his discomfort, he suddenly witnessed an old beggar darting towards a male wild dog by the roadside. The cacophony of barking filled the air. Xiao Yu, overwhelmed by the chaotic scene, fled. For even he found it hard to bear such a tumultuous sight. Such occurrences were certainly best avoided, as they would leave a lasting impression. After navigating through the chaos, he finally arrived at a marketplace that seemed relatively safe. Instinctively keeping a considerable distance from the men around him, he found it challenging to articulate this peculiar feeling. It was akin to when he unexpectedly stumbled upon videos of two men while browsing short clips, a visual shock that took him months to recover from. Who would have thought that the seemingly small Jiangliaching could be so perilous? After some contemplation, he decided to reach out to Li Qingyun through the divine sense within the Jade Maiden Gourd. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingyun advised, "Master, do not linger in the northern part of the city, as it is near the Joyous Sect. The mortals here suffered greatly in the past. The southern region is somewhat more normal. I reside there, yet it seems there are cultivators from the Xianling sect in that area." Xiao Yu pondered deeply upon hearing that there were Xianling cultivators in the south. "I shall hold off on going south for now, and instead seek a place to gather information. I will visit your residence later." Li Qingyun nodded repeatedly. "Understood, master. Please take care." After changing into a different outfit, Xiao Yu proceeded towards the west of the city. The streets were indeed bustling with soldiers, and at every other street corner, he could see a figure resembling a cultivator gazing down from the rooftops. After some effort, he finally found a tavern filled with patrons. Inside, the atmosphere was lively and boisterous, with guests arriving in droves, leaving little room to stand. Xiao Yu surveyed his surroundings and found a secluded corner. After ordering 2 jugs of liquor and a platter of dried meat, he attentively listened to the conversations around him. At a nearby table sat 4 young scholars, each possessing an air of elegance. One gentleman, leisurely fanning himself, took out a bag of sugarcane residue to steep in his teacup. "This residue," he remarked, "is what a beautiful maiden had left behind after a meal long ago, and I have cherished it for 5 years. Whenever I reminisce about that enchanting lady, I brew it in my cup and savor it slowly. It is not the tea I long for, but the heart-wrenching memories of that parting." Another young man, upon hearing this, slowly retrieved a frayed handkerchief from his garment. With an air of charm, he spoke, "This object is indeed something my beloved has used. Whenever I am engulfed in worry, I take it out and place it upon my face, as if the lady herself were tenderly nestled beside me, an indescribable sensation." Xiao Yu's eyelid twitched. What manner of beings inhabited this Jianglu city? Each of them seemed even more despicable than he. Observing the man who extracted a small piece of sugarcane residue to steep in tea, Xiao Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He had always believed himself to be quite eccentric, yet in comparison to these literary figures, he still fell short. No wonder it was said that authors were seldom virtuous. Today, he had borne witness to this truth. At that moment, he noticed 2 qi refinement stage cultivators clad in long robes entering. They appeared to be from the Xianling sect. "Waiter, bring us a pot of the finest Jianglu fragrance, and 2 plates of duck." After placing their order, the 2 began to discuss among themselves. Xiao Yu sat behind them, his back turned, feasting while eavesdropping. "That Shun Mingya from the Jade Maiden sect is truly insufferable. By what right does she criticize our Xianling sect? What does the annihilation of the main sect of the Jade Maiden sect have to do with us? That Bai Yue was foolish enough to duel the leader of the Harmony Sect and lost. How can she blame us for her misfortune? Why should that vile Yijiro come to divide our supplies?" The other man quickly interjected, "Keep your voice down. It would be troublesome if those women overheard us. I suspect Shun Mingya's intentions are not to avenge Bai Yue, but rather to seize advantages for herself. It's likely that Yijiro was sent by her to collect benefits. But isn't Yijiro Bai Yue's disciple? Why is she now acknowledging Shun Mingya from the Jade Maiden sect as her master?" The man across the table slapped it in exasperation. "Ah, you don't know? Shun Mingya is Bai Yue's junior sister. I had heard they were at odds. Now that Bai Yue has fallen, Shun Mingya has taken it upon herself to act as the leader of the Jade Maiden sect. Under the guise of avenging Bai Yue, she has swiftly gathered over 1,000 scattered disciples of the Jade Maiden sect and combined with the 1,000 from our branch. Their numbers are nearing those of Bai Yue's original sect. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, pondering deeply as he raised his cup to drink. Glancing at Bai Yue in the judgment chamber, he began to piece together the puzzle. It seemed that Yi Zhirou's betrayal of Bai Yue was orchestrated by Shen Mingya. There could be secrets lurking deeper still. At that moment, the two men resumed their conversation. Standing guard every day is exceedingly tiresome. We are cultivators. Why must we protect these mortals? If we are not well rested, wouldn't it be even more troublesome in battle? Indeed, it's all about maintaining appearances. As members of a prestigious sect, we must stand to protect the common folk. It's utterly absurd. How many cultivators embark on the path of immortality to safeguard mere ants? I suspect that old monster in the nascent soul stage is using the faith of mortals to nurture some treasure. Enough of that. We must go to Lingwang Temple. Perhaps we can seek the fire monk's assistance in crafting some magical artifacts for our protection. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu slowly exited. With the fire monk residing at Lingwang Temple, there was no need to search every temple individually. As he contemplated seeking the fire monk, an unexpected sight caught his attention. There appeared to be a bald figure ahead, but not the kind he had envisioned. Instead, it was a nun, her eyelashes gracefully curled and her figure remarkably voluptuous. At that moment, Xiao Yu found himself utterly captivated. Despite her lack of hair, it could not conceal her striking beauty. A true gem, she was indeed an exquisite enchantress. The nun held a string of prayer beads, conversing with a passing woman. Esteemed benefactor, this is the 9-spirit Bodhi, available for merely 3 taels of gold. It will ensure your financial prosperity. The woman frowned, responding, 3 taels of gold? Are you robbing me? The nun, with hands clasped in prayer, bowed her head gently, uttering, Ba, a monk does not speak falsehoods. The woman scoffed, who would believe your words? How shameless that a nun resorts to trickery. With that, she walked away. Xiao Yu, witnessing this, promptly approached, adopting a demeanor of reverence as he said, Esteemed nun, may I borrow this prayer bead to examine? Chapter 34. If I do not enter hell, who will? Upon uttering those words, Xiao Yu's astonishment grew, his eyes widening in disbelief. The nun before him was indeed extraordinary. Her figure was willow-like, her face akin to a lotus flower, exuding an ethereal quality that transcended the mundane. Her presence radiated a sanctity, a purity that felt almost sacred. Yet, her physique surpassed even that of Bai Yue in its exaggeration. If Bai Yue's form represented the epitome of proportion, this nun's thighs exceeded that ideal. Her waist was slender, yet her legs were robust, even more so than her waist, embodying a sumptuousness that, even through her gray robe, conveyed an unparalleled sense of strength. Esteemed benefactor, I am Lingxin of Lingwang Temple. Do you truly wish to purchase this Bodhi bracelet? The price is negotiable. As she inquired, Xiao Yu feigned examining the bracelet, his fingers toying with it. To his surprise, her voice was remarkably serene, imbued with a sense of purity unlike anything he had ever encountered. Listening to her, Xiao Yu felt as though his very soul had been cleansed. In a world filled with Bai Yue's incessant scorn in the courtroom, today he found solace in the nun's voice, which seemed to rejuvenate his spirit. Determined to engage her further, he reached into his pocket, producing 3 taels of gold, stating, No need to haggle. I have believed in Buddhism since childhood. My Buddha is compassionate. Lingxin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold, and she promptly clasped her hands in gratitude. Bowing deeply, she proclaimed, Ba, poverty is here to offer you a consecrated chaos god necklace, which will ensure your academic success. It requires merely 20 taels of gold. This item was personally crafted by the esteemed monk Huaxian of Lingwang Temple. It can avert calamity and misfortune. Honest dealings for all. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, glancing at the trinket she held. A smile almost escaped him. Was this little nun truly attempting to swindle money? How could she evade the judgment of a wicked woman? To exploit the name of the Buddhist order in broad daylight for monetary gain was utterly outrageous. At that moment, Lingxin produced a jade ring, proclaiming, This item is the Qilin Golden Light Ring, available for merely 50 taels of gold. It guarantees the owner a lifespan of 200 years. A monk does not speak falsely. Today, it is your fortune to encounter this poor nun. As she spoke, her eyes began to sparkle, and her tone grew more intimate. The price is negotiable, for Buddha guides those with affinity. It merely depends on your sincerity. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. I wish to purchase it, but I do not carry that much money with me. Would you accompany me to my home to retrieve it? Upon hearing this, Ling Xin smiled brightly. I shall wait here. If you find it too expensive, we can bargain. Xiao Yu propped his chin on one hand, thinking that luring her to a secluded area might prove somewhat troublesome. He couldn't simply use the jade girl gourd to conceal her in the streets. For if other cultivators happened to notice, it would be disastrous. Glancing at the necklace and the jade ring, Xiao Yu feigned deep contemplation. Perhaps these two together are worth a mere one tael of gold. Ling Xin burst into laughter. Deal. Pay up. Xiao Yu inwardly cursed, feeling he had overpaid. He had just been swindled, and a chuckle escaped him. Were it not for his Buddhist beliefs, he would have surely protested. Watching Ling Xin nun scurry away with the money, Xiao Yu felt increasingly uneasy. As a modern man, he had evaded deception in Myanmar, but had now fallen victim to a nun's trickery. It seemed he had been too distracted by her legs earlier, leading to his oversight. Determined to recover some of his loss, he followed her, resolved not to incur a loss. However, upon catching up, he was astonished to see her making her way to a rice shop, purchasing an entire cart of rice, along with various daily necessities. She pushed the cart away, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Yu trailed behind, initially expecting her to return to Lingguang Temple, only to discover she headed toward a dilapidated courtyard. As he approached, he heard the joyful shouts of children from within. Wow, Sister Ling Xin is amazing. Now we want tea. Go hungry. There are even raisins. Where did you get the money? Did the abbot actually give it to you? Ling Xin, with a reproachful expression, admonished. Children, do not speak carelessly. Put these things away and save some. We are in a time of war, and prices are soaring. Xiao Yu observed the children, each dressed in tattered garments, some even barefoot. He hesitated to confront her. This woman was worthy of reverence. Just then, a richly dressed woman approached, accompanied by several attendants. Spotting Ling Xin in the courtyard, she yelled, "You despicable nun! How dare you deceive me of my silver? You are courting death. Return my money at once." Ling Xin lowered her head, hands clasped in prayer, Amitba. Before she could finish her sentence, the attendants lunged forward. Xiao Yu had never intended to intervene. He never considered himself a do-gooder. Yet, witnessing the scene unfold, he felt compelled to act, even without using his powers. His 9-yang divine body could easily handle a few ordinary men. After swiftly incapacitating the attendants, he turned his gaze toward the richly dressed woman. After casting a fleeting glance, Xiao Yu cursed, "Why don't you just leave?" Thankfully, she is not attractive. Had she been, she would surely face a severe beating today. Ling Xian recognized Xiao Yu, feeling an instant wave of embarrassment. Observing the group of homeless children huddled in the corner, he could easily imagine the grim reality they faced during these war-torn times. Previously, he had seen a request on the Harmony Sect's task board seeking to purchase young boys and girls, particularly those like Wang Mei, who practiced dark arts. Witnessing their helpless and terrified expressions, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly. He then produced 10 taels of gold and handed them to Ling Xian, stating, "I have taken a liking to the prayer beads around your neck. Kindly sell them to me as well." Ling Xian instinctively clenched her fists, replying, "I cannot sell them. Benefactor, thank you for your kindness. The Buddha will surely bless you." Before she could finish, Xiao Yu removed the beads from her neck and placed the money in her hands before departing. Let us refrain from bullying her. One must have principles. However, just as he stepped through the gate, he suddenly heard the nun inside laughing. That fool actually believed I wouldn't sell them to him. Nearby, a girl named Yi chimed in, "Sister, you are quite mischievous. But is this truly all right? Who cares? That simpleton will be deceived, whether by me or by someone else." Ling Xian, with a joyful expression, tightened her fists, exclaiming, "Tonight, I shall treat you all to roast chicken." The children echoed her enthusiasm, chanting, "Roast chicken, roast chicken." At that moment, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. He re-entered the room, his expression fierce. "You damn it." Ling Xian, startled by his sudden return, widened her eyes. The children nearby shouted, "Oh no, the big fool has returned. Attack." They then armed themselves with slingshots, aiming at Xiao Yu's groin. Enraged, Xiao Yu charged into the throng of children, delivering blows left and right. After a short while, Ling Xian surveyed the unconscious children, her expression filled with fury. "Are you not a man? They are merely children. How could you stoop so low?" Xiao Yu paid no heed to her words, dragging her into a dilapidated room behind. Ling Xian's eyes widened in shock. "You dare? I am a disciple of the Buddhist sect. If you lay a hand on me, you shall surely descend into hell." Unfazed, Xiao Yu chuckled softly, tugging at his collar. To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a spirited ghost. If I do not enter hell, who will? Ling Xian was utterly flabbergasted. Ah, I curse you to be reborn as a frog in your next life. I am a disciple of the Buddha. If you dare to touch me, you will certainly become a frog in your next life. Brother, please. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Half an hour later, a few of the children in the courtyard had awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, they reached for their slingshots, intent on confronting Xiao Yu. Yet, at that moment, Ling Xian lay crumpled on the ground, having been subdued by him. In that instant, it felt as though she had lost her faith. Watching Xiao Yu prepare to leave, tears began to fall one by one onto the dusty table. In that moment, she truly wished for death. If the people in the temple were to discover that she had violated their rules, her fate would be sealed. Xiao Yu gazed at her pitiful expression while the sounds of children crying echoed from outside. He felt a surge of exasperation. Were it not for your benevolent deeds in aiding the weak, I would have pursued this matter relentlessly. Very well. I shall not take advantage of you without recompense. Here, I have 52 taels of gold, which I have no use for. Consider it yours. With that, Xiao Yu emptied his pockets. When Ling Xian beheld the gold on the table, she instantly sat up. Her expression illuminated. Do you think you can buy me off with these trinkets? Dream on. Saying this, she stuffed the coins into her clothing. I have no interest in your filthy money. Just then, Xiao Yu, who had just finished dressing, felt a bit dizzy. Her speed in stashing the gold surpassed even her swiftness in dressing. Could she possibly be a money-obsessed individual? A greedy nun? At that moment, Ling Xian suddenly spoke softly. Brother, if you give me another 50 taels, I want to report you to the authorities. A promise is a promise. Xiao Yu was taken aback, his eyes widening. He truly had no more money left, only spirit stones. I have no money. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian's expression changed, her voice turning icy. Safe travels. Then, Xiao Yu scratched his head in bemusement. Had he not witnessed her kindness towards the weak, he would have certainly confined her in the jade gourd today. Thus, he departed. After a winding journey, he finally arrived at Lingguang Temple. The temple, resplendent in its grandeur, momentarily dazzled his eyes. This temple was far more magnificent than their sect's administrative hall. The walls were adorned with intricately carved tiles. The golden roof tiles gleamed, a stunning display of wealth. Indeed, this was not mere affluence. As he marveled, Ling Xian's voice suddenly echoed behind him. If you're broke, it would be wise not to come to Lingguang Temple and humiliate yourself. I advise you to leave while you can. If the 18 bronze men discover your lack of funds, you will find yourself in dire straits. Chapter 35. The Enigmatic Gates of Buddhism. Xiao Yu looked at Ling Xian in surprise. This woman dared to speak to him again? Moments ago, she was in despair. Before he could respond, Ling Xian walked inside, her eyes reddened. Xiao Yu observed the mortals before the altar, offering incense and prayers, and stepped forward. The solemn, opulent temple was enveloped in swirling smoke. People knelt or stood, reverently placing bundles of incense into the burner. The incense burner was overflowing, its rich aroma wafting upwards like clouds. Xiao Yu wished to mimic the pious believers with his hands clasped together. Yet, inexplicably, he hesitated to raise his hands, merely standing there with a cold gaze. As he surveyed his surroundings once more, he realized that the temple's splendor extended beyond mere appearances. The incense boxes were overflowing, the offering platforms piled high. An elderly monk wielded a golden staff, while the abbot donned a vibrant robe. Even the incense burners for kneeling were gilded. Xiao Yu vividly recalled the multitude of disaster-stricken people outside Jianglu City. The enchanting gates of Buddhism stood in stark contrast to the destitution beyond the city walls, where the impoverished were scantily clad and countless went hungry. He had thought the saying "the rich indulge in wine and meat while the roads are lined with the bones of the frozen" was already quite ironic. How can one delve into the Buddhist realm? With a careful bow of the head and attentive ear, it seems that many seek peace, while others yearn for wealth and blessings. Here, the shadows of war linger, as some mortals beseech the heavens to bring an end to the strife. Xiao Yu slowly approached a young monk and inquired, "Young master, may I ask if the venerable Ling Hua is within the temple?" The monk, bowing and placing his palms together, replied, "Ba, this humble monk pays his respects." Remaining in that bow, he did not rise. Xiao Yu gazed at the shaven head and was momentarily taken aback. Was this monk soliciting money from him? Indeed, he had none to offer, and the monk continued to wait patiently for him to produce some coins. By the time Xiao Yu regained his composure, he had vanished from sight. Outside the temple, Xiao Yu wore a disdainful expression, pondering the avarice of the monastics. How could those devoted to the path be so greedy? Such a decline in moral standards. Just as he contemplated slipping away to find the fire monk, he heard a commotion from next door. Ling Xian, you lazy good-for-nothing. Dare you sneak away? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. You have truly gone too far, running off every few days. Xiao Yu hurriedly concealed himself in a corner. Ahead of him, 3 nuns were encircling Ling Xian, striking her mercilessly. A dark cloud crossed Xiao Yu's brow as he beheld Ling Xian, bloodied and battered, and a surge of fury welled within him. After all, she was one of his own. Ling Xian, her eyes vacant, shielded her arms as she endured their assault, seemingly accustomed to such treatment. At that moment, the leading nun suddenly seized a purse from her sleeve, exclaiming, "Ah, you dare to hoard your possessions? You still owe me your filial tribute from last time." Upon witnessing the theft, Ling Xian could no longer restrain herself and lunged to bite. The nearby nun, incensed, picked up a stone to hurl at Ling Xian. In the next instant, the 3 nuns vanished, and the purse fell to the ground. Ling Xian, in a state of panic, hurriedly picked up the purse, glancing around nervously. What is this gourd? Xiao Yu had swiftly concealed the jade gourd, yet it was still noticed by her. After casting his spell, Xiao Yu looked around anxiously, ensuring no one was watching from above before he approached Ling Xian. Observing her injuries, he intended to offer her comfort. However, Ling Xian suddenly stood up, her face flushed with shame and anger, and turned away from him. Yet she halted, glancing back at Xiao Yu. Memories of his previous purchase of her wares flooded her mind. He had just cast a spell, hadn't he? He was a celestial being. How could such a being be deceived by the falsehoods of her merchandise? Why had he chosen to assist her? But what of his actions afterward? Moreover, his reaction suggested a wariness of the heavens. Could he be of the demonic path? He had aided her, yet in her moment of distraction, Xiao Yu whispered, "Why linger in such a loathsome place? Abandon this life and follow me." Ling Xian turned her face away, unwilling to meet his gaze. "I merely sought directions, and those bald heads demanded money from me. How are you hurt? Let me see." As Xiao Yu approached, Ling Xin felt a sudden rush of embarrassment, her face flushing. "Don't come any closer." In their shared gaze, a thought struck her. "Quick, follow me." Surprised, Xiao Yu complied. After a few twists and turns, they arrived at a humble woodshed. Once inside, Ling Xin closed the door and exhaled slowly. "You really are audacious. Do you not realize there are righteous cultivators here? Do you dare to use magic?" Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with determination. "I cannot stand idly by while they bully you. Are you aware of my affiliation with the demonic path?" Ling Xin instinctively swallowed hard. "Please, spare my senior sisters. Many of us at Lingwang Temple are compelled by circumstance. The scoundrels from Harmony Sect come to collect tribute every month. They do not deserve death." Xiao Yu laughed coldly. "Those who dare to harm my woman deserve nothing less than death." Ling Xin, momentarily incensed, replied, "Do not kill them. Whatever you wish to do, I will assist you." Xiao Yu nodded. "I seek the High Monk of Linghua. Do you know where he is?" Ling Xin paused, taken aback by his inquiry. "Master Linghua is away. He will return in 3 days. Why do you seek him?" Xiao Yu remained silent, unwilling to divulge too much. Ling Xin, exhaling slowly, whispered, "You are a celestial being from the Harmony Sect, aren't you? I heard tales in the city of a group that cultivates by seizing others' life essence. You are incredibly bold to enter the city under such circumstances. You even dared to cast spells. If caught, the consequences would be dire." Xiao Yu's gaze hardened. "My woman is being wronged. I would not hesitate to act, regardless of the consequences." Ling Xin's heart raced. Having grown up in Lingwang Temple, she had never encountered such matters. Regaining her composure, she grasped her prayer beads and murmured, "Forgive me, forgive me." Upon seeing her clutch the beads, Xiao Yu strode forward. Ling Xin's eyes widened in shock, nearly crying out. But upon remembering the presence of righteous cultivators above, she tightly shut her eyes. Xiao Yu observed her reaction and reached out to touch her shaved head. An intriguing sensation. Her head felt warm, radiating a comforting heat. Ling Xin dared not move. This was utterly insane. Did he truly harbor feelings for her? A celestial being risking everything for a mere mortal. What should she do? Should she forsake her vows? But if she did, how could she earn enough to save those children? An hour later, with excitement coursing through her, Ling Xin grabbed a ladle and rinsed her mouth with water. Turning to Xiao Yu, she slapped him across the face. "You scoundrel!" Xiao Yu caught her hand mid-swing. "You can care for those children for a day, but not for a lifetime. If you join me, I will ensure they are taken care of. Will you rely on deceitful means for the rest of your life? Ling Xin, still struggling to accept this reality, felt as though she were dreaming. She had just been in the woodshed of Lingguang Temple. Feeling utterly wronged, she sat down, clutching her prayer beads, reciting a calming mantra, forgive me, forgive me. If the heart is like a clear mirror, it shall remain untainted, untainted. Before long, she donned her backpack and followed Xiao Yu out of Lingguang Temple. I am not leaving to follow you. I will return to the temple. I merely wish to assist those children, orphaned as they are, left in utter desolation. You wouldn't contemplate selling me, would you? Master Linghua has always shown me great kindness, and should you dare to mistreat me, he would undoubtedly confront you. Ling Xian chattered incessantly, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yu gazed at the 3 female monks within the jade gourd, a smile gracing his lips. While these 3 may not possess the same purity and sanctity as Ling Xian, they are indeed esteemed disciples worthy of discussion later that evening. Over the next 3 days, he intended to take a brief respite and visit Li Qingyun's family, for her mother was gravely ill, and as her prospective son-in-law, he felt compelled to offer assistance. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, Ling Xian eagerly called out, "Yi, DeLong, hurry out. Today we shall tidy up and accompany our sister to the Li family." The children looked at Ling Xian's return with bewilderment. "Sister, why have you come out again? Won't you be punished if caught?" Xiao Yu smiled gently. "Fear not. Your sister Ling Xian is simply concerned for you all and took a short leave to seek a good family for you." Yi gazed at Ling Xian with a hint of grievance. "Sister, will you not care for us anymore?" Instantly, Ling Xian's eyes welled with tears. No. How could I ever neglect you?" The older boy, DeLong, softly advised, "We are too many for our sister to manage alone." "The Li family? Is that the one in the southern part of the city? If we truly go there, we need not worry about food or shelter." Suddenly, a slingshot was fired, and Xiao Yu caught it with a swift move, his expression darkening. Ling Xian quickly exclaimed, "Wait. Do not act rashly. They are still young. Oh dear. You children must behave. This older brother intends to take us to the Li family. Let us show him some courtesy." The younger children shouted in excitement. "How could that big fool have good intentions? He must have been bribed by the Li family. He wants to sell us as servants. We shall go nowhere. Sister, do not be deceived. Indeed, how could such good fortune come our way? He is surely a servant himself." DeLong shook his head disapprovingly. "Stop your ruckus. Do you not realize how many would wish to serve at the Li family yet find no opportunity? Working there, each person has their own private room. Would you rather linger here, waiting for death, or continue to burden Sister Ling Xian?" The group of children lowered their heads, reflecting on his words. Ling Xian released a long sigh. "Very well, DeLong, let us proceed." Chapter 36. Hanqiu Shui. Thus, Xiao Yu led the group of children to the southern part of the city, with DeLong and the others pushing the cart behind. Ling Xian wished to assist, but was gently restrained by Xiao Yu. After all, they were orphans now, and it was essential for them to learn self-sufficiency. As they walked, the sun began to set, and upon reaching the estate, the children's eyes widened in awe. What a magnificent house! Is this truly the wealthiest Li family in Jianglu City? Can we really enter? Xiao Yu lifted his head, gazing at the imposing red lacquered doors flanked by a pair of stone lions, exuding a grandiose aura. Although twilight had yet to descend, the servants were already climbing onto high stools to hang the vibrant red lanterns high above. The doorman, upon seeing Xiao Yu and his companions, shouted, "Where do these beggars come from? Do you know where this place is? Do not linger here." Xiao Yu refrained from reacting and led Ling Xin and the others to a street corner. Nightfall was imminent, and they needed to enter swiftly. As the wealthiest individual in Jianglu City, it was certain he had dealings with cultivators, and it was likely that the Harmony Sect had also sought to exploit them. Entering through the main gate was not an option. After exchanging a few words with Ling Xin, Xiao Yu stealthily approached the back door. With a leap, he slipped inside. At that moment, Li Qingyun, nestled within the Jade Maiden gourd, was overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, Master, my mother's room is to the east, and there's a plum tree in front of the door. Please be careful. Everyone in my family knows about my abduction by the cultivators. The Harmony Sect has certainly come to inquire." She urged him, "You must be extremely cautious." Following Li Qingyun's guidance, Xiao Yu arrived at her mother Han Qiushui's chamber. As he reached the door, he overheard a man's mocking voice from within. "Sister-in-law, it's not that your brother doesn't want to help. But with my brother slain and Qingyun captured, it's not my fault. You must understand, my brother had no sons, and frankly, this Li residence was built by my father. Now that my brother is deceased, the estate naturally falls to me. You, sister-in-law, are frail and unable to manage this vast estate. Should I allow it to wither away? Peering through the window, Xiao Yu's throat tightened. He beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman, delicately wiping the blood from her lips with a handkerchief. Her demeanor was graceful, and her brows resembled distant mountains cloaked in emerald. Clad in an embroidered qipao adorned with plum blossoms, she radiated an ethereal beauty. No wonder she bore a daughter as lovely as Li Qingyun. Such beauty must surely be hereditary. Appearing to be no more than in her 30s, she was remarkably well preserved. One could easily mistake her for being in her 20s. Her pallid face was framed by a vibrant red mouth. Xiao Yu clenched his fists in anger. Han Xiaoshui's expression turned furious as the man continued. Sister-in-law, it is not my fault that my brother foolishly sought trouble with the Immortals. And do not speak of our family ties. My brother and I are of the same blood. Han Xiaoshui retorted heatedly. You scoundrel! Did you deceive Qingyun outside the city? If it weren't for you, how could she have been captured by the Harmony Sect? Li Wankai smirked disdainfully, his expression suddenly turning frigid. Sister-in-law, are you refusing to acknowledge the obvious? I will say this one last time. Hand over the keys to the treasury. Otherwise, I will not be so courteous. Han Xiaoshui's brows furrowed in alarm. What do you intend to do? Your brother's remains are not yet cold. Li Wankai's eyes glinted with malice as he stepped closer to the ailing Han Xiaoshui. When you married my elder brother, I found you irresistibly captivating, despite your allure. You always maintained a frosty demeanor. I had long harbored feelings for you. At that moment, Han Xiaoshui was enraged, raising her hand to hurl a red embroidered shoe from the bedside. How dare you? Someone come here. Cough, cough, cough. With those words, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Wankai grinned as he took the embroidered shoe and inhaled its scent. Now, in the Li residence, my word is law. Sister-in-law, it's time to give up hope. If you follow me, I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and honor. Moreover, I will find someone to cure your ailments. As he reached for Han Xiaoshui's delicate hand, he was suddenly yanked to the ground. Who dares? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, his face obscured. I am here to cure you. Upon realizing the stranger wore a mask, Li Wankai instinctively shouted, but in the next instant, he was enveloped by a gourd held by the mysterious figure. Regaining his senses, panic washed over him. Immortal, have mercy. Meanwhile, 3 nuns nearby were crying out in terror. Have mercy. We shall never dare again. Li Wankai was baffled. Were these not the nuns from Lingguang Temple? Raising his gaze once more, he was shocked to see the figure before him was none other than his elder brother's daughter, Li Qingyun. At that moment, Li Qingyun had learned from Xiao Yu of Li Wansai's misdeeds, and with her brows furrowed in anger, she raised her sword and struck. How dare you dishonor my mother? Die! With a single thrust, Li Wansai's heart was pierced, and he was subsequently kicked into the sea of flames. The remaining nuns cried out in fear. We dare not. We shall never dare again. Have mercy. Just then, Li Qingyun was released by Xiao Yu. Upon seeing her daughter, Han Xiaoshui's pupils constricted, her expression filled with emotion, trembling violently. Qingyun, my dear daughter. Li Qingyun, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at her bloodied mother, cried out, Mother, woe is me. I have failed you. The mother and daughter embraced, weeping sorrowfully. Xiao Yu observed them from the side. Han Xiaoshui exuded the aura of a noble lady from a prominent family, an indescribable elegance surrounding her. The qipao she wore was adorned with exquisite plum blossom patterns, resembling a blooming orchid. Her hair, styled in an intricate bun atop her head, framed her pallid face, devoid of color, evoking deep sympathy. At that moment, Li Qingyun's eyes widened in alarm, her tears flowing anew. Mother, please do not frighten me. What do you mean by only having 6 months to live? Han Xiaoshui sighed helplessly, a hint of affection in her eyes as she stroked Li Qingyun's hair gently. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Mother's health has always been frail, and with recent emotional distress, it has taken a toll on my foundation. The doctor has said I may have no more than 6 months left. Even divine beings cannot save me. Li Qingyun, filled with rage and sorrow, clung to her mother, weeping. No, mother, I cannot lose you again. I am now capable of cultivation. I am an immortal too. My daughter will surely save you. Mother, don't be afraid. As Li Qingyun cried, she instinctively glanced at Xiao Yu. He quickly feigned a look of helplessness and took up his pipe. Han Xiaoshui glanced at Xiao Yu with utmost respect. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for saving my daughter. I beg your pardon for not rising to pay my respects. After taking a puff of smoke, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. No need for formalities. In the next moment, Li Qingyun knelt before him, her face a mask of desperation. Please, save my mother. I implore you, my lord. Before she could complete her plea, Xiao Yu swiftly conveyed to her mentally, address me as husband. With a heart-wrenching cry, Li Qingyun sobbed, Husband, husband, I beg you, save my mother. Han Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback. So, her daughter was involved with this immortal? It was no wonder he would come to her aid and even teach her the ways of cultivation. In a world so filthy, allowing her daughter to become a free-spirited immortal seemed a blessing. Xiao Yu turned to Han Xiaoshui, displaying a look of resignation. It's not that I cannot save her, but the method may conflict with my conscience. How could I possibly do such a thing to my mother-in-law? It would tarnish my virtuous heart. Li Qingyun understood that Xiao Yu surely admired her mother. After all, in her youth, Han Xiaoshui was the dream of countless talented scholars in Jianglu City. Many suitors had penned letters and verses for her. What harm could come from ensuring her mother's survival? Husband, please, just agree for Qingyun's sake, she implored. Though she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Was such an act truly acceptable? Yet, gazing at her ailing mother, she felt utterly powerless. Recently, she had learned some pharmacological knowledge from Hualien and knew her mother's illness was beyond remedy. Her mother had not willingly married her father. She had been coerced into it with money in her youth, leading to a life of melancholy and heartache. Frequently burdened with managing her father's business affairs through wind and rain had only compounded her ailments. Given the recent events, it seemed her mother's condition had truly worsened. Using recovery and hemostatic pills would undoubtedly be futile. They needed a miraculous doctor from the mortal realm or a treasure capable of reviving the dead. But where could one find such a thing in these dire times? The only glimmer of hope lay in the Juyang divine body. Even Hualien, whose spiritual roots had been destroyed and cultivation wasted, had been healed by it. A mere mortal ailment should be a trivial matter. Yet, it remained uncertain how many treatments would be necessary. Hualien had undergone dozens before achieving complete recovery. How could she broach the subject with her mother? At that moment, Han Xiaoshui smiled warmly. Master Xiao, you have truly labored for us. My daughter has caused you much trouble. Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists. It's no trouble at all. Qingyun and I share a sincere love. Mother-in-law, please, just call me Xiao Yu. Han Xiaoshui's expression softened, as if life had regained its promise. At that moment, even the thought of death was no longer daunting. Her daughter had become an immortal. As she pondered this, Li Qingyun suddenly stood up, visibly anxious. She stepped closer to Han Xiaoshui and whispered, Mother, my husband has a way to save you. He can ensure your complete recovery. Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head. Do not speak recklessly. Li Qingyun, her expression fervent, replied, Why not? As long as it can save my mother's life, why should I concern myself with these trivial details? Upon hearing that the other party could heal her, Han Xiaoshui curiously turned her gaze toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Xianshi. Li Qingyun was still kneeling, pleading, My lord, I beg you. Xiao Yu reluctantly replied, This is what you requested. Just as Han Xiaoshui was momentarily dazed, Li Qingyun, blushing, had already closed the door. Han Xiaoshui was taken aback, observing Xiao Yu extinguishing the lamp and her daughter closing the windows. With a hint of suspicion, she inquired, Daughter, what are you two up to? Li Qingyun, her face flushed, stammered, to treat the illness. Chapter 37. The Essence of Cleansing Elixir. Han Xiaoshui looked at Xiao Yu, who was now smoking a pipe, with joy. She naively believed that he truly intended to heal her. The act of closing the door and windows was easily understood. It was surely to prevent the family of the Li residents from discovering their secret. After all, celestial beings often avoid the mundane. With a beaming face, Han Xiaoshui called out, Daughter, help me sit up. Li Qingyun, still blushing, assisted her mother, unable to utter a word. Xiao Yu had previously heard from Li Qingyun that her mother was a renowned talent in Jiangliaching, having been well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood. She was both beautiful and intelligent, captivating countless scholars in Jiangliaching, especially those who penned tales and verses. Even the storytellers in tea houses often recounted Han Xiaoshui's story, declaring that Jiangliaching could do without spring, but not without Han Xiaoshui. Her talents surpassed those of sages, and her beauty was likened to the elegance of orchids and plums. The praises sung in her honor were innumerable. Furthermore, Han Xiaoshui placed great importance on the virtues of obedience and propriety, dedicating herself to her husband and children, which endowed her character with a grace that would humble most women. Xiao Yu was well aware that Han Xiaoshui would never stoop to such actions. The intent to heal was evident. He then produced a complete vial of elixirs. Upon seeing the vial, Li Qingyun lowered her head, feeling guilty and unable to meet her mother's gaze. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoshui, now seated, gazed with bright eyes and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Xianshi. This kindness will forever remain etched in my heart. Should I ever be in need, I shall do my utmost. She instinctively believed that the elixir in Xiao Yu's hands was a miraculous remedy. After all, he was her daughter's savior. He could not possibly wish her harm. Just moments ago, he had heroically rescued her from the clutches of that scoundrel, Li Wankai. Han Xiaoshui's spirits lifted. Li Qingyun's mind, however, was in turmoil. Was that not the flawless cleansing elixir? Yet, seeing her mother's haggard countenance, Li Qingyun's resolve solidified. It was better than witnessing her mother perish before her eyes. With an earnest demeanor, Li Qingyun placed the 3 elixirs before Han Xiaoshui, exclaiming, "Mother, take the medicine." Han Xiaoshui's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling. A gift from a celestial being, the elixir of immortality. Ah, thank you, Xiao Xianshi. Thank you for this life-saving grace. Xiao Yu, embodying the presence of a sage, continued to smoke his pipe, declaring, "This is the cleansing elixir. The affliction that has befallen you can indeed be alleviated, yet a single pill proves ineffective. At the very least, 2 must be consumed. However, you are the mother of my beloved, thus my own mother. Dear mother-in-law, please do partake." Han Xiaoshui felt an overwhelming sense of relief as she smiled and accepted the tea, covering her face as she drank. The following morning, a maid from the Li residence approached Han Xiaoshui's chamber, carrying a copper basin. Inside, Li Qingyun knelt beside the bed. The intensity of Han Xiaoshui's gaze was nearly palpable. Her expression filled with shame and resentment as she beheld her daughter on her knees. Outside, the maid continued to call out, "Madam, please prepare yourself." Han Xiaoshui coldly retorted, "Wait." Her voice was frigid, causing the maid to nearly drop the basin in fright. Li Qingyun remained there, weeping. "Mother, please do not blame my husband. It is my unfilial conduct that has led to this. How can I bear to see you suffer so from illness? Have compassion for your daughter. With father gone, can you truly bear to watch your child struggle alone in this world? A daughter cannot live without her mother. Please, speak to me, mother." Xiao Yu pondered the situation. Last night, Han Xiaoshui had indeed contemplated taking her own life. Nearby lay a silk ribbon, evidence of a failed attempt at hanging. It was clear he had underestimated the unwavering resolve of ancient women. Han Xiaoshui's spirit was far stronger than those he had encountered in the courtroom. Bai Yue was the kind who would go to any lengths to survive. She sought the path of immortality and vengeance for her fallen disciples. No matter the torment, self-destruction was an option she would never entertain. Wang Mei would similarly never consider such an act. Yet here was Han Xiaoshui, seemingly returning to her senses and contemplating death. How fierce she was! His admiration for her deepened. At that moment, Han Xiaoshui slowly propped herself up. To her astonishment, she found she could indeed sit up. As she gazed at her daughter kneeling below, she numbly slipped on a pair of red embroidered shoes. Remarkably, she could stand, indicating a slight improvement in her condition. Though it was far from cured, the pain in her heart and lungs still persisted. Observing her daughter, now a weeping mess, Han Xiaoshui suddenly turned her face away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Who would have imagined that after living a life of purity, she would find herself resorting to such disgraceful actions just to survive? How could she face her husband in the afterlife? Although he had forcibly taken her as his wife in his youth, he had cherished her throughout the years and entrusted her with the keys to their household treasury. Her health had deteriorated further due to the distress caused by her daughter being deceived by Li Wankai and going missing. Her husband had searched tirelessly for renowned physicians and even sought elixirs from the Harmony Sect. Tragically, he never returned. Instead, his lifeless body was brought back. After merely glancing at the female cultivators there, he had been killed. Han Xiaoshui mourned at her husband's side for an entire day and night, ultimately collapsing from blood loss, contemplating her own demise. Yet, if she were to die, who would seek her daughter? How shall she manage her husband's family affairs? She is utterly desperate to cure her illness, longing to save her daughter. Yet who could have foreseen that the wretched Li Wankai would strike so ruthlessly against their family? The tribulations of these past days have left her utterly exhausted. Gazing at her daughter before her, Han Xiaoshui slowly exhaled a long breath. You all may leave. Li Qingyun, aware that her mother was speaking out of anger, hurriedly knelt and crawled forward, her face a portrait of grievance as she wept. Mother, please do not be angry. We promise not to speak of this matter again. All the blame lies solely with me. It has nothing to do with my husband. Had I not foolishly trusted Li Wankai, I would not have left the city that day to gather medicine for you. He claimed there was a miraculous herb on Jiangli Mountain that could cure you. I braved the mountain's harsh elements, nearly becoming prey to wild beasts, only to be captured. If not for encountering my husband, I would have perished long ago. Mother, please do not be angry. All I desire is for you to live well, even if I must endure endless suffering and bear your resentment for a lifetime. At that moment, Xiao Yu, with her head bowed and neck withdrawn, deemed it best to remain silent. Suddenly, a boisterous woman's voice erupted from outside. Li Wankai? You scoundrel, come out at once. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun's brows furrowed in alarm. Oh no, it's my uncle's wife, Zhang Yin. Han Xiaoshui's eyes glinted with a hint of hostility as she glanced at Xiao Yu, who was preparing to take action, and softly commanded, It is not your affair. Stay at the back. Xiao Yu smiled gently, helping Li Qingyun to retreat behind the screen. In an instant, Zhang Yin burst through the door, her face aflame with anger as she shouted, Li Wankai, you wretched creature, come out. How shameless. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware you were here last night. Han Xiaoshui, you shameless hussy. Where have you hidden Li Wankai? Chapter 38. An overwhelming aura of authority. Han Xiaoshui observed Zhang Yin, who was frantically searching the room, her expression darkening. Oh, what a fine morning, dear sister. Zhang Yin glared, surveying the surroundings. Han Xiaoshui, was Li Wankai here with you yesterday? Han Xiaoshui snorted derisively, signaling for the maidens at the door to enter. The two maidens hurriedly approached, bowing their heads as they draped a black robe over Han Xiaoshui, showcasing her maternal dignity. Zhang Yin continued to scan the room. Failing to catch sight of Li Wankai, she intended to peer behind the screen. How audacious! Do you presume to enter my chamber? Such a lack of decorum. Are you attempting to undermine my authority? Zhang Yin erupted in fury. You harlot! My brother has only just left, and you dare to seduce my family. With a swift motion, Han Xiaoshui delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Yan's left cheek. Zhang Yan's expression quivered, her lips paling. Before she could retort, Han Xiaoshui stepped forward, delivering another slap. Mind your manners. Do not forget I am the matriarch of the Li family. What are you to presume to act so brazenly before me? Zhang Yan, seething with rage and clutching her face, attempted to retaliate. But Han Xiaoshui swiftly drew a green sword, pointing it menacingly. Do you know the sharpness of my blade? Zhang Yan, taken aback by the audacity of her opponent, became even more convinced that Li Wankai was indeed hiding within the room. At that moment, she erupted with fervent exclamations. Li Wankai, you scoundrel! You heartless wretch! Your wife is about to be killed, yet you remain absent. Oh, the injustice of it all. The elder sister-in-law is seducing the younger brother-in-law. I shall report this to the authorities. I absolutely must report it. Han Xiaoshui, you are truly outrageous. Xiao Yu, who was standing behind, instinctively swallowed hard. Han Xiaoshui was astonishingly domineering, exuding an aura reminiscent of a formidable female CEO. Just last night, she had not displayed such fervor. Glancing at the tearful Li Qingyun beside him, Xiao Yu whispered softly, Qingyun, is your mother often this imposing? Li Qingyun nodded, indeed. Before my father married my mother, he was not the wealthiest man. My uncle, Li Wankai, is far richer than our family. We are merely in the fabric business. It was only after my mother gave birth to me that our family's business began to falter, and she took charge of the finances, proving herself adept in commerce. In truth, the majority of our family's wealth has been earned by her. You know, in a family of merchants, if the matriarch is not somewhat formidable, it can lead to numerous troubles. Xiao Yu's lips curled upward. No wonder Li Qingyun was so astute and articulate. It was clearly due to Han Xiaoshui's influence. When he treated Han Xiaoshui's ailment the previous day, he had sensed the presence of spiritual roots within her. Indeed, they were of the rarest kind. Unlike the conventional 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, her roots belonged to an entirely new category. They could be ice, poison, lightning, wind, or something else altogether. However, persuading Han Xiaoshui to accompany him would undoubtedly prove challenging. She would certainly not abandon her substantial family estate. and even if she wished to pursue cultivation, her pride would likely prevent her from joining him. Since acquiring the system, Xiao Yu had never felt such immense satisfaction regarding a woman. A talented scholar, shrewd and capable, noble and business-savvy, dominant, yet breathtakingly beautiful. This woman undeniably stood as a paragon among mortals. He could scarcely imagine the grace and poise Han Xiaoshui would possess after embarking on the path of cultivation. Her beauty was already on par with Bai Yue, and when coupled with her noble demeanor, she would undoubtedly befit the role of a queen in a harem. Xiao Yu paused in contemplation. If Han Xiaoshui were to assume the role of a harem matriarch, what would become of his master, Zhang Xiling? Upon reflection, it seemed that his master possessed a somewhat naive disposition for someone in authority, often exploited by others, and her combat skills were not particularly exceptional. Nevertheless, she had treated him with genuine kindness. If someone were to manage the harem, Han Xiaoshui would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. With her fierce determination, Wang Mei would surely think twice before causing trouble. At that moment, Zhang Yan, equally agitated, began to shout, "Ah, this is outrageous. The elder sister-in-law is seducing the younger brother-in-law and plotting against me. Woe is me. I must report this. I will see to it that this wretched woman is apprehended." Just as she cried out, two individuals came rushing in from outside, one male and one female. The young man, appearing to be in his 20s, and the girl, presumably around 18. Upon witnessing Zhang Yan's distress, the young man erupted with fury. "Who dares to harm my mother? I will not let this go unpunished." The young woman, her face flushed with anger, rushed up to Zhang Yan, exclaiming, "Han Xiaoshui, how dare you strike my mother? You are truly beyond the pale." Han Xiaoshui, casting a cold glance, was well aware that this family had come prepared. It seemed that Li Wankai genuinely intended to claim her, but Zhang Yan was opposed to that. Thus, she had taken advantage of the early morning to bring Li Jin and Li Weiwei to confront her. If they were to discover her adulterous liaison with Li Wankai, it was likely that officials would have already arrived. The charge of adultery was a grave matter. Zhang Yan sought to bring about her ruin. At that moment, Xiao Yu, upon seeing Li Weiwei alongside Zhang Yan, was momentarily taken aback. He had not noticed Zhang Yan's beauty earlier, but upon closer inspection, she indeed possessed a certain allure. And her daughter stood beside her. If Li Wankai were to perish, Zhang Yan would soon find herself a widow. Meanwhile, Li Weiwei exuded the demeanor of a spoiled heiress, clearly unscathed by the harshness of society. How dare she bully his esteemed mother-in-law? It was utterly reckless. As for Li Jin, Xiao Yu did not even spare him a glance. Han Xiaoshui, with a cold gaze fixed upon the trio, remarked icily, "You disturb the peace so early in the morning. It seems the rules of the Li household require a re-evaluation. Do you claim to have evidence that Li Wankai is here?" Li Weiwei, with a look of disdain, arrogantly lifted her chin and retorted, "Do you dare allow us to search? If we find nothing, we will simply leave. But if we do find him, then you may as well go report to the magistrate." Han Xiaoshui's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Xiao Yu, sensing the tension, quickly whispered from behind, "Rest assured, esteemed mother-in-law, we are well hidden. Let them search." Upon hearing his voice, Han Xiaoshui felt a surge of panic. Why did his words instill such fear in her? She could not help but recall the events of the previous night when she had treated him. Although she felt mortified, her husband was, in truth, no comparison to Xiao Yu. The sudden anxiety gave Li Jin an opening. "What are you afraid of? You just claim my father is not here. If you have the courage, let us search." Zhang Yan, noticing Han Xiaoshui's unease, shouted with conviction, "What are you afraid of? If you have the courage, let us search. Do you dare?" Han Xiaoshui quickly composed herself, her voice icy as she replied, "If you do not find anything, then get out of the Li household. Do you understand? Do you dare or not?" Zhang Yan, unperturbed, retorted with a scoff, "Who are you trying to intimidate? What if I find Li Wankai?" Han Xiaoshui stood tall, her eyes sharp as swords, declaring, "If you find Li Wankai, I shall bestow upon you my vast estate. But if you do not find him, you must leave this place and never set foot in my home again." Zhang Yan, momentarily taken aback by her boldness, hesitated. Li Jin hastily interjected, "I saw my father come this way yesterday. Don't be intimidated by her empty threats." Zhang Yan, her expression resolute, replied, "Very well. If Li Wankai is not here, we will vacate the Li residence. But if we find him, you, Han Xiaoshui, must pack your things and leave the Li household, leaving behind the land deeds, the keys to the storeroom, and the account books." Han Xiaoshui pretended to hesitate, biting her lip. Li Weiwei hurriedly shouted, "What? Are you afraid?" Han Xiaoshui retorted, "Who is afraid? Remember what you said." Upon hearing this, the woman rushed inside to search. Her expression was one of unrestrained joy. She scoured every possible hiding place, the wardrobe, under the bed, the desk. No corner was left unchecked. Li Jin even climbed up to the beams. But despite searching for quite some time, they found no trace of Li Wankai. Impossible. How could he not be here? Han Xiaoshui had already summoned the servants and the steward. Although the steward had been bribed by Li Wankai, he was taken aback to see Han Xiaoshui standing tall and vibrant. He knew well that the affairs of the Li residence were managed by Han Xiaoshui, while Li Wankai was merely a fool. If Han Xiaoshui had recovered, aligning with her would surely be far more advantageous than siding with Li Wankai. "Madam, your health?" the steward inquired. Han Xiaoshui glanced at him and replied, "My health has improved. Throw these treacherous dogs out." The steward immediately took action, followed closely by the servants. Zhang Yin and her companions cried out in desperation, "Ah? Li Wankai, where on earth are you? Han Xiaoshui, how ruthless you are." Han Xiaoshui, sword in hand, warned, "Speak another insolent word, and I shall sever your tongue." Zhang Yin felt a chill, realizing that Han Xiaoshui was capable of such threats. If she truly had recovered, it would spell great trouble. Was it possible that Li Wankai had fallen victim to her? The three of them were thus expelled. The steward approached Han Xiaoshui again, bowing as he said, "Madam, you are truly well again? This is wonderful. By the way, a group of little beggars camped outside our door all night yesterday, claiming that our Li residents would surely take them in. I saw them still there this morning and sent them away." In the shadows, Xiao Yu recalled the little nun Lingxin and widened his eyes in realization. "Mother-in-law, they are orphans brought by your son-in-law." Meanwhile, Lingxin, having been shoved into a narrow alley, grasped a wooden stick, her heart racing with anxiety. "It's over. Xiao Yu didn't return last night. Could he have been captured by those righteous ones?" De Long and Yi murmured nearby, "Could Brother Yu be in danger? Is he imprisoned by the Li residents? Should we report to the authorities?" Lingxin clutched the stick, trembling with fear. Tears welled in her eyes. She had finally met someone willing to help her, and now he might be lost forever. If he had been caught, where could she go to rescue him? In the next moment, she spotted Xiao Yu, nearly shouting out in fright. Regaining her composure, tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "You little rascal, I waited outside all night. Where have you been?" Xiao Yu, weary and exhaling heavily, replied, "It's a long story." Chapter 39. Little rascal, don't be ungrateful. Xiao Yu led Lingxin and the others around to the back gate of the Li residence, where the officials and Li Qingyun awaited. Upon seeing Lingxin, Li Qingyun instinctively clenched her sleeves. She knew Xiao Yu had a preference for good women, and she suspected that these children were taken in by the little nun. However, this is utterly absurd. The other party is a monk. Upon seeing Li Qingyun, Lingxin quickly clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Noble benefactress, you truly possess a heart of a bodhisattva. The humble nun shall certainly recite scriptures and chant for you." Li Qingyun, slightly embarrassed, covered her face with a smile. "It's nothing. Our family has plenty of houses, and the children consume very little grain. They can simply stay in the backyard and help out. I will find a tutor to teach them to read." Lingxin's face brightened with joy, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached Li Qingyun and whispered a few words. Li Qingyun's expression shifted to one of alarm as she glanced at Xiao Yu, hesitating to speak. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu continued to entertain the few children around De Long, saying, "If I hadn't knelt and begged all night, how could the Li family possibly take you in? Why would I deceive you? So tell me, why did they accept you? Every word I speak is true. Don't be ungrateful, you little rascal." Just as Xiao Yu was engrossed in his tale, Li Qingyun nervously interjected, "Husband, mother wishes to see you. She insists you go alone." The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth lifted visibly, and he turned to leave. Yet, before he could take a step, he noticed Lingxin's eyes widening in shock. Oh no, Li Qingyun had called him husband, and surely the others had heard. Li Qingyun instinctively covered her mouth, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lingxin, a nun, would certainly not dare to question Xiao Yu before so many people. Lingxin stared at him, her eyes growing wider, tears welling at the corners. So this fellow had an affair with the young lady of the Li family? No wonder they had taken them in. But she could not simply return to Lingguang Temple. What if De Long and the others were cast out? She began to recite the calming mantra, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yu as she chanted. Xiao Yu hastily communicated with her through thought. "Isn't it because of you? They agreed to take in these children only on the condition that I marry Li Qingyun. Otherwise, they would expose my situation to the righteous sect. If it weren't for you, would I be exposed? He continued. All right then, it seems I am to become the villain in this tale. Think as you wish. After finishing his thoughts, Xiao Yu feigned anger and walked away. Lingxin scratched her bald head in confusion. Why was he still upset? After all, he was an immortal. Could he truly be controlled by mere mortals? Was it really because of DeLong and the other children? Wait, what was she, a nun, even contemplating? She had no deep connection with him. The only reason she accompanied him was to find a refuge for these orphans, and once her task was complete, she would return. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she went to assist the children in moving their belongings. In the study of the Li residence, Han Xiaoshui regarded Xiao Yu with a contemplative silence. Xiao Yu sat with his head bowed, sipping tea. Esteemed mother-in-law, how is your health? Han Xiaoshui's gaze was pensive, devoid of the previous day's fury, as if she had transformed into a different person. The matriarch's imposing presence was palpable, causing Xiao Yu to feel a momentary pang of trepidation. What piercing eyes! After observing him for a moment, Han Xiaoshui spoke softly. Xiao Yu, you saved Qingyun. I shall consent to your marriage. However, your method of treating my ailment suggests you are not of the righteous path. Xiao Yu respectfully clasped his fists, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. So in the eyes of my esteemed mother-in-law, those who proclaim themselves as good are indeed good? Han Xiaoshui's expression remained unchanged as she declared, I harbor no ulterior motives. Since you align with the demonic path, our foes are undoubtedly the righteous. My husband was slain by a vile member of the Harmony Sect while he sought a celestial remedy for my ailment. Until I avenge this grievance, I shall not rest. Xiao Yu, do you recognize Yi Zhiro of the Yunu sect? She is a female cultivator clad in green, wielding the Yunu sword. Upon hearing Yi Zhiro's name, Xiao Yu's heart quaked. Could it be that Han Xiaoshui's husband was killed by Yi Zhiro? Well, I am merely a low-ranking disciple of the Harmony Sect. I have heard of the Yunu sect, but I do not personally know Yi Zhiro. Are you asking me to slay this scoundrel on your behalf? A flicker of anger ignited in Han Xiaoshui's eyes. This matter of avenging her father must be executed by my own hand. You mentioned yesterday that I possess spiritual roots. Was that true? Xiao Yu replied softly, Indeed, it is true. My esteemed mother-in-law, you have an exceptional ice spiritual root. Given time, I can select several superior cultivation techniques for you, and it is entirely possible to reach the qi refinement stage within a year. At this, Han Xiaoshui cast a sidelong glance. If she could survive, her sole purpose in this life would be to avenge her man, thus repaying the debt of gratitude he owed her throughout his life. As for what lay ahead, she had no interest in pondering it further. Xiao Yu, too, was lost in thought. Han Xiaoshui's ambition to avenge her husband was indeed audacious. If he remembered correctly, Yi Zhiro was at the foundation establishment stage, a level he himself could not contend with. Memories of Yi Zhiro mercilessly slaughtering Xiang's family, subsequently blinding him and severing his limbs, ignited a fierce fire within him. At that moment, Han Xiaoshui spoke again, Xiao Yu. It would be wise for you not to linger at the Li residence. It is best that you depart today. Many in the household are aware of Qing Tian's disappearance, and both the Xianling sect and Yunu sect are informed, as they have repeatedly come to demand money. In their eyes, this is merely robbing the rich to aid the poor, yet you know that the majority of such wealth fills their own coffers. I suspect that in a few days, someone will come to collect. Today, I will make preparations. Could you take me and Qing Tian away from here? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Having just summoned the children from Lingxin, departing was essential, as he needed to seek out the fire monk to forge artifacts the day after. Han Xiaoshui had already made her plans and spoke softly to Xiao Yu. The orphans can remain here. I will arrange for friends and family to look after them. And regarding those servants and stewards who saw you and Qing Tian today, do you have a way to silence them? Exercise caution, Xiao Yu, above all. I wish for your safety and that of Qing Tian. Xiao Yu clasped his fists together repeatedly. Rest assured, my esteemed mother-in-law. I have my methods to ensure they forget the events of these 2 days. As he spoke, he produced a bottle of Hahuan pills. My apologies. I mistakenly presented the wrong item. Here, I have the worry-forget pills. Consuming them will erase all memories of the past 12 hours. I shall attend to this immediately. Han Xiaoshui nodded. Very well. I will prepare the land deed, account books, and treasury funds. We must leave this place before noon. Xiao Yu swiftly administered a worry-forget pill to everyone in the residence. ensuring even the children of Dalong received one. Immediately, he took Li Qingyun and hid in a small alley outside the back door, waiting. Ling Xin gazed at the unconscious orphans, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, she understood that perhaps losing their memories was not entirely a misfortune for them. Once those individuals regained consciousness, Han Xiaoshui stated, "I will be away for a while, entrusting my household affairs to my aunt, with the steward assisting her. Furthermore, these orphans must be well looked after. Any negligence will not be tolerated." After ensuring that the household matters were settled, Han Xiaoshui departed through the main entrance in the carriage driven by Ling Xin. As she cast a glance back at the Li residence, where she had spent half her life, her eyes reflected the toll of hardship. Soon, they arrived at the designated meeting place with Xiao Yu. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu collected Li Qingyun and Han Xiaoshui into the jade gourd. Upon seeing the small box brought by Han Xiaoshui, he swallowed hard. Ling Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. The deed to the Li residence, the keys to the storerooms, and silver notes totaling over 30 million, alongside some unknown documents and deeds. Before Ling Xin could grasp the silver notes, Xiao Yu snatched them away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Ling Xin replied, her excitement palpable, "I just wanted to take a look." Xiao Yu promptly stored the items in his storage pouch, adopting a demeanor of righteous indignation. "What do you wish to see? Does this concern you? These are Lady Li's assets. You, a nun, only think about money." Ling Xin pouted defiantly, "Humph. If you won't let me see, I won't take you to find Master Linghua." In Chapter 40, Bai Yue expressed, "I wish to eat vegetables." Xiao Yu led Ling Xin back to the vicinity of Lingguang Temple. They returned to the dilapidated courtyard once more. Ling Xin's heart raced with excitement. Gazing at the wealth Xiao Yu now possessed, her expression akin to one under the influence of a stimulant. "You must let me see just one silver note of 100,000 taels. I have lived my whole life without encountering such a fortune. Just let me see." Xiao Yu pulled her close, teasing, "If you wish to see, you must call me husband." Ling Xin recoiled slightly, her face flustered. Xiao Yu chuckled with playful intrigue. "Are you certain you do not wish to renounce your vows? Have you not yet had enough of suffering at Lingguang Temple? If you follow me and become my little wife, I will provide you with boundless wealth, a lifetime's worth that you shall never exhaust." Ling Xin's heart raced. A lifetime's worth that shall never be exhausted. Then, Xiao Yu carried her to the back. When night fell, he finally placed Ling Xin to rest inside the jade gourd. He subsequently released the 3 nuns who had previously bullied Ling Xin. Under the moonlight, the 3 bald heads gleamed brightly. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting silver rays upon the tranquil Jianglu city below. The nearby mountains echoed with the gentle flow of water, accompanied by the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects, resonating through the deep valley beneath. As dusk descended, the moonlight flowed like water, and the stars twinkled sparsely. In the broken courtyard, the 3 figures fell silent, their dark hair cascading swiftly. The courtyard was enveloped in profound stillness, with the shadows of the pines swaying gently. The emerald bamboo in the garden danced gracefully, their reflections shifting incessantly, while a gentle night breeze caressed the leaves, producing a delicate rustling sound. The following morning, Xiao Yu, brimming with vigor, engaged in some physical exercises. The 9-yang divine body proved exceptionally formidable against mere mortals. As he basked in the resplendent sunlight, he stroked his chin, pondering the whereabouts of the fiery monk, who would not return until tomorrow. What could he be doing today? Perhaps he was venturing into the city to gather intelligence? It would be prudent to familiarize himself with Yi Jiro's background and capabilities beforehand. Wait, why should he go to the city to investigate Yi Jiro? Could he not simply consult Bai Yue? With that thought, he entered the judgment chamber, where he immediately spotted Bai Yue, proudly raising her head and shaking it back and forth. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's arrival, Wang Mei and Hua Lian promptly ceased their activities concerning Bai Yue. "Master, you have arrived," they exclaimed. "We have been quite busy these past few days. Master's judgment value has reached 30%. Wang Mei, noticing Hua Lian interjecting, bowed and added, "Reporting to you, Master, I have achieved the greatest contribution this time, increasing Bai Yue's judgment value by 5%. Hua Lian pouted slightly, acknowledging that she could not rival Wang Mei in this regard. As Xiao Yu approached, Hua Lian quickly wrapped her arms around his, saying, "Master, our teacher has gone several days without sustenance. In accordance with your command, we have refrained from providing her with any food. Our teacher is quite stubborn. Please, have mercy." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, it is time to feed her. You have both worked hard these past few days. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Bai Yu's previously serene expression flickered with emotion. Her first instinct was to anticipate a meal. An unexpected sense of expectation surged within her. How could she entertain such thoughts? As the esteemed leader of the Jade Maiden Sect, her composure should not waver. Yet, she was undeniably famished. Since her confinement, she had consumed but a single type of food. Initially, it had been difficult to accept, but it had granted her a sense of fullness. If she did not eat, she would have to endure hunger. Xiao Yu, observing her state, approached with some surprise. No matter when he looked at Bai Yue, he could not help but admire her resilience. Truly, she was the sect leader, while most others would have capitulated long ago. However, it seemed she had undergone some changes. I still prefer the way you used to shout at me, he remarked. By the way, I bear some unfortunate news. Your disciple, Yijiro, has betrayed you and joined forces with your nemesis, Shunmingya, even taking her as her mentor. At this revelation, Bai Yu's hands, bound by iron chains, clenched tightly, her veins bulging with fury. What did you just say? She managed to utter, her voice weak from hunger. Xiao Yu moved to her side, gently releasing her from the embrace and continuing. Your junior sister, Shunmingya, has re-established the Jade Maiden Sect. I have heard she has reclaimed your former sect. It was Lin Su and Lin Tianhai from the Xianling sect who aided her in this endeavor. Moreover, I have heard from those in Jianglu City that she has gathered many disciples of the Jade Maiden Sect who were scattered and is now actively recruiting forces to avenge you. The number of Jade Maiden Sect members has swelled to at least 3,000. Bai Yu's expression trembled further at this news. She attempted to rise, but her legs felt utterly powerless. With clenched teeth, she cursed vehemently. Shunmingya, you wretched creature, how dare you usurp my sect? Yijiro, after nurturing you for so many years, you betrayed me simply because I forbade you from pursuing a romantic relationship with a man. Are there no decent men in this world? You would turn traitor for one? Xiao Yu observed the furious Bai Yue, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is apparent to all that Shunmingya aims to seize your sect. She could launch a full-scale assault, yet she merely stands by, uncertain of your fate. If my conjecture holds true, your soul lantern must be in someone's possession, correct? Bai Yue was taken aback by his words. Xiao Yu slowly revealed a vial of elixir, adding, it is either in your master's hands or your junior sister's. However, I strongly suspect it resides with your junior sister. Can you imagine? She is likely scouring the land for you. But is it to reinstate you as the sect leader or to eliminate you to silence you? Especially given your current state. Bai Yu's expression darkened in resentment. What a farce. The Yunnu sect was the fruit of her relentless toil. Years ago, she had emerged from the goddess palace alongside Shunmingya, who was utterly inept. In a mere few years, Bai Yue had established the sect. Out of camaraderie, she had taken Shunmingya under her wing. Now, in her time of distress, this woman dared to covet her sect. The audacity was outrageous. Yet, what could she do now? Must she truly submit to Xiao Yu? No, absolutely not. He could dream on. A mere ant in the qi refinement stage was not worthy. As she pondered this, a familiar scent wafted through the air, prompting an instinctive swallow. She abruptly turned her head away. Xiao Yu quipped, are you sure you're not hungry? I could take my leave, but don't regret it. Bai Yue seized Xiao Yu's arm, her fists clenched tightly. An hour later, Bai Yue let out a contented burp. Hic. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. See? You are behaving quite well, Bai Yue. Now, let us discuss Yijiro. Do you not desire revenge? She is in the foundation establishment stage. Is there a vulnerability, perhaps involving her family? Allow me to assist you in avenging your grievances. Bai Yue blushed and tilted her head. I want to eat vegetables. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. The day you truly acknowledge your mistakes, I shall ensure you feast on the finest delicacies. Bai Yue exhaled slowly, her expression laden with reluctance. I was wrong. I should not have indiscriminately killed the innocent. I should not have allowed my disciples to harm you. Is that sufficient? Xiao Yu regarded her unyielding demeanor with a bemused smile. The tone in which Bai Zhongzhu admits her faults is rather stiff. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack. The force was tremendous, nearly causing Bai Yue to regurgitate. Alarmed, she covered her mouth, genuinely terrified by her hunger. After a moment of feigned contrition, she lowly implored. Yue understands her mistakes. Please forgive me, Master. At that moment, Hualien exclaimed, Master, you finally acknowledge your errors. Isn't this quite delightful? Xiao Yu gazed at the opponent's judgment value, feeling quite speechless. This woman still regarded him as a fool. Bai Yue, upon hearing her disciple Hualian's voice, lowered her head in shame. It was utterly inconceivable that she would kneel before someone in the Qi refinement stage and admit her mistakes in front of her own disciple. Xiao Yu took a few puffs from his pipe and chuckled softly as he observed Bai Yue, who was kneeling on the ground pretending to repent. Since she wished to put on an act, he would indulge her. Indeed, if one is to apologize, one should do so with the appropriate demeanor. Lianer, fetch your master a beautiful garment to change into. Hualian chuckled and promptly retrieved Xiao Yu's favorite outfit. Bai Yue felt a wave of panic. What garment? Why change clothes? Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. Since you have recognized your errors, it is time to don new attire and start afresh. Go ahead. Bai Yue instinctively swallowed hard. And after much hesitation, she reached for the garment. The fabric felt surprisingly silky. Seeing this, Hualian approached with a grin. Master, let me help you put it on. Bai Yue awkwardly smiled. Now that there was a rare moment of easing tensions, she could not afford to anger Xiao Yu further. She had to comply as much as possible. Once she wore the outfit, her face instantly flushed crimson. Although she could not see, she was acutely aware of where the fabric allowed for ventilation. Xiao Yu admired Bai Yue's enchanting figure and could not help but exclaim, Come, let us dance, Master Bai. Bai Yue clenched her fists in resentment. She truly wished to eliminate this beast. Yet, she was commanded to dance. Just then, an exhilarating melody erupted in the judgment chamber. A tune Bai Yue had never encountered before. Xiao Yu grinned mischievously. What is this? Master Bai, are you lacking sincerity? In that case, I shall let you go hungry for 7 days. Farewell. Bai Yue immediately panicked and hurriedly stood up. I will dance. I will. Chapter 41. The resigned Bai Yue throughout the ordeal. Bai Yue struggled to contain her rising fury. Her emotions were no longer solely directed at Xiao Yu. They also encompassed resentment towards Shun Mingya and Yijiro. She could not fathom why her painstakingly nurtured disciple had betrayed her. One thing had long eluded her understanding. Why had Yijiro summoned her to the residence of the young girl named Xiang on Jianglu Mountain? Claiming to possess crucial information to defeat the Harmony Sect? She had gone without question. Little did she know that after they had dealt with Xiao Yu and Xiang, the leader of the Harmony Sect and his wife had simultaneously arrived. In just a fleeting moment of distraction, she found herself at a disadvantage. That day had been a trap specifically set for her. Her soul lamp had not extinguished. Why had her master not come to her rescue after all this time? Could it be that, as Xiao Yu suggested, her soul lamp was indeed with her junior apprentice? Her master was likely in seclusion, for a Yuanying stage cultivator. Seclusion could last anywhere from a few years to several decades. What was she to do? Xiao Yu, observing the tears streaming down Bai Yue's face, remained unmoved. Are you crying? You're ruining my mood. Do you think I can't see your remorse? You, a woman who has lived for centuries and disregards the lives of others. What worth are your crocodile tears? Xiao Yu remarked, delivering another slap. Bai Yue was forcefully struck to the ground, clutching her face as she wept. Xiao Yu, with a cold, mocking smile, responded, Do you truly believe I would feel pity? Who has pity for Xiang? What grievance did her family have against you? Do you recall what you said when you instructed Yijiro to annihilate her entire family? We are of noble lineage, and we cannot allow the lives of a few mere mortals to jeopardize greater matters. Today you kill 2. Tomorrow he kills 3. Should mortals simply be condemned to death? Is the life of the common folk not valuable? Is Ma Lu's life not worth anything? Suddenly, Bai Yue, in a state of utter despair, cried out, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I was wrong. Xiao Yu remained unmoved. Bai Yue's tears did not elevate her judgment score in the slightest. How could a woman accustomed to power genuinely comprehend her errors? She merely sought to escape suffering. You weep because you feel wronged. You weep because no one has come to your aid. You weep because you were once the revered leader of the Harmony Sect, and now you find yourself in this plight. You do not truly recognize your faults. Rather, you are simply afraid. It appears that the intensity of judgment needs to be heightened. Upon hearing this, Bai Yue was instantly terrified and cried out, I will tell you everything. I will disclose all the secrets of the Harmony Sect. Although Yijiro is at the foundation establishment stage, she has a younger sister, Izume, with whom she has grown up. They both joined the Harmony Sect together. She should only be at the Qi refinement stage. There is also a spiritual vein beneath the Harmony Sect, and Shun Mingya must be after that vein. Xiao Yu rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. A spiritual vein, such a thing he had never encountered in his time here. It seemed the Harmony Sect possessed a minor spiritual vein, monopolized by its leader. The residences of all the elders were arranged in accordance with the vein's direction, for cultivating near a spiritual vein would yield significant benefits. Although Bai Yue had revealed this information, he remained skeptical. He turned to Huo Yan, who quickly added, "It appears that Yijiro's sister is at the late stage of qi refinement, and there is indeed a master of the spiritual vein within the sect. But only certain individuals can bypass the restrictions. I can enter." Upon hearing Huo Yan disclose everything, Bai Yue felt as if her spirit had withered. A transformation began within her heart, as various inexplicable emotions took root. She realized she could not return to her former status. Yet, she was unwilling to accept this fate. As the esteemed leader of the Yunu sect, on the brink of reaching the nascent soul stage, to have her path to immortality so abruptly thwarted filled her with bitterness. As she felt Xiao Yu's hand approach, Bai Yue, with a face full of grievance, clung to his hand and sobbed, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I won't run away again. I want to reclaim the sect. I want revenge." Judgment score for Bai Yue increased to 34. Judgment score for Bai Yue increased to 37. Bai Yue cried out hysterically, "I am truly unwilling, master. I will never run again. I will never unjustly take innocent lives again. Can you allow me to cultivate? I want to reclaim the sect." Judgment score for Bai Yue increased to 40. Had this been the Xiao Yu of the past, he might have indeed been moved by her expression. Though Bai Yue now possesses a modicum of awareness regarding her transgressions, it is evident that she is yet to genuinely repent. This predicament resembles the challenge of persuading elderly family members, whose minds have solidified over decades. A mere discordant word can incite their anger. Moreover, Bai Yue, who has lived for centuries, is even more entrenched in her ways. Xiao Yu observed her frenzied demeanor, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Since she has begun to express remorse, it would be prudent to extend some benefits. He anticipated that he might eventually paint a grand vision for Bai Yue. Indeed, he could assist her in her cultivation and restore her sight. But everything hinges upon her behavior. Bai Yue exhaled slowly. Yue will do her utmost. Xiao Yu's lips curled upward. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, I shall aid you in your cultivation and also assist you in exacting vengeance, while simultaneously reclaiming the sect. Bai Yue clenched her fists tightly. Yue wishes to follow the master's commands without reservation. Master, I am aware that Yijiro's sister frequently deceives other male cultivators for their spirit stones. If she is currently in Jiangliaching, she must have allied with the disciples of the Xianling sect. Yue swears that should master help her avenge her grievances, she shall never betray you in this lifetime. Even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of flames, Yue will not hesitate. The judgment value of Bai Yue has risen to 42. Xiao Yu patted her shoulder. As long as you obediently accept your judgment, none of this will pose a problem. It is getting late. I must visit the Lingguang temple tomorrow morning. Bai Yue breathed out slowly, as if she had rediscovered a glimmer of hope for survival. As long as she could reclaim all that was hers, nothing else mattered. She absolutely could not allow those wretched beings to stand over her, laughing. She would rather die than permit it. At this moment, she seemed to have genuinely resigned herself to her fate. Reflecting upon the countless mortals she had slain over the years, she never envisioned a day like this. If she were to be deemed a villainess, how many truly virtuous souls could there be in this world? Her master and her junior sister had committed even more killings. The female cultivators of the goddess palace would even transform mortals into puppets. For the powerful, the lives of the insignificant were as inconsequential as dust. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having returned to the dilapidated courtyard and released Han Xiaoshui, was arranging a feast upon the table. Han Xiaoshui gazed at the spread before her, her cheeks flushing with unease. Soon, she would have to tend to her ailments. Chapter 42. Encounter. Yizime the following morning, Xiao Yu, with his qi cultivation now at the 5th level, felt a surge of vitality. After stretching his limbs, he made his way alone to the front of the Lingguang temple. This time, he possessed a fortune amounting to millions, allowing him unfettered passage. In the blink of an eye, he was escorted to the meditation chamber of the fire monk. The chamber, constructed of ancient wood and adorned with azure tiles, had wind chimes swaying gently beneath the eaves. Xiao Yu stepped forward. The interior of the chamber was simply furnished, containing only a table, a stool, a couch, and a stove, with a few yellowed scriptures scattered across the bookshelf. On the table, the incense burner emitted wisps of smoke, the fragrance of sandalwood wafting through the air. Beside the couch, an oil lamp burned quietly, its flickering light casting shadows that danced upon a bronze tripod by the wall. Unlike the alchemical furnace Xiao Yu used for refining elixirs, this tripod was devoid of a lid. Xiao Yu gazed in wonder at the three-legged cauldron, sensing an immensely rich aura of magical energy emanating from within. It was profoundly mysterious. Just as he intended to reach out and touch it, he was interrupted. It's not a good habit to meddle with others' belongings. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Yu looked up to find a red-bearded monk lounging on the beam above. He had a large belly and eyes like copper bells, exuding an unmistakable scent of wine and meat. Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Junior Li Yunma pays his respects to the esteemed monk Linghua." The monk smirked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Yu before extending his hand and saying, "So, Sister Xiling has taken on such a glib-tongued disciple? Not particularly impressive, I must say. Nonetheless, hand over what she entrusted to you. I shall grant her this favor, as she is one of the 7 beauties of harmony." Feigning amiability, Xiao Yu presented the storage bag that Zhang Xiling had given him, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought that this old monk still had his eye on his master. What a sight he was. Wasn't it just crafting? He had already mastered alchemy. How difficult could crafting be? 200,000 spirit stones, plus the skeleton of a ghost wolf? What on earth does your master intend to forge? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu quickly bowed and replied, "I must report to the elder that my master wishes to craft a high-grade offensive magic weapon." The monk immediately let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to collect the items into the storage bag before returning it to Xiao Yu. "Begone. You think you can acquire a high-grade magic weapon for just 200,000 spirit stones? Do you take me for a fool? Go back and tell your master to personally bring 30,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. If she cannot conveniently come to Zhonglu City, we can arrange to meet elsewhere." Xiao Yu cursed inwardly. This wretched old man even expected to meet his master? "Elder, you know the current war is pressing, and my master is working tirelessly day and night, making it truly difficult for her to spare the time. That is why I am here on her behalf. If this amount is insufficient, I am willing to offer 5 more vials of elixirs." The monk looked at the vials Xiao Yu produced, momentarily taken aback. After opening one and taking a whiff, his expression turned stern. "Did you concoct this? You are an alchemist?" Xiao Yu replied, "Indeed, I am a first-grade alchemist." The monk's eyes gleamed with intrigue, and when he looked at Xiao Yu again, his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "So your master has recommended you for next month's 10,000 Beasts secret realm, has she? Since you are an alchemist, I shall grant you this favor. However, you must promise me one thing. You must take my grandson with you to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm next month." As the monk finished speaking, a head resembling a watermelon peeked out from behind the bookshelf. Xiao Yu was momentarily bewildered, observing the red-haired youth, who greeted him with a polite demeanor. The red-haired youth proudly declared, "I am Huofeng, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement." Xiao Yu lowered his head and clasped his fists. He looked at the monk with confusion, but before he could speak, the monk declared, "It is settled. Next month, you shall take my grandson to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, and I will forge the magic weapon for your master." With that, the monk began to act. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy. Sitting beside the alchemical furnace, he focused his mind, and flames leaped within the furnace, transforming into radiant hues. Then, he took cold iron and placed it into the furnace, refining it with fire until it gradually softened, becoming liquid. Collect the rare spiritual materials such as the bones of the ghost wolf, spirit stone powder, and blood from the elixir, and sequentially place them into the 3-legged cauldron. As they merge with the cold iron liquid, Xiao Yu, momentarily captivated, gazes in awe. What was that operation just now? If not for the fear of disturbing the process, he would have certainly probed into the cauldron with his divine sense. Time passed unnoticed. As the fire monk began to chant his incantation, the flames within the furnace gradually subsided, transforming into an ancient bone chain blade. The chain extended several meters, with one end adorned by a wolf's head and the other by a wolf's claw. The wolf's eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light, vividly lifelike. Xiao Yu, enraptured by the sight, completely lost track of time. The red-haired youth had already finished his training in the courtyard, yet the fire monk continued his forging. Xiao Yu observed intently, noting the similarities and differences between alchemy and forging. Before he realized it, he had been watching for a full 2 days. With a swift motion, the fire monk infused the bone chain with several streams of magical light. The wolf's howl echoed fiercely. As the brilliance swirled, spiritual energy surged forth. The fire monk exhaled slowly. Behold, your master's high-grade magical weapon, the Ghost Wolf Lock. It can be employed for close combat with the wolf's head or for long-range attacks with the chain blade. Xiao Yu, brimming with excitement, clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder. The fire monk glanced sideways at Xiao Yu, his gaze lifting once more. You wish to learn forging, do you? Did you comprehend it? Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly. I didn't fully understand, but it seemed somewhat akin to alchemy. After pondering for a moment, the fire monk began to demonstrate. It is said that secondary professions are less esteemed than dogs. Many of us blacksmiths and alchemists have little time for cultivation. Thus, our cultivation level is somewhat inferior. I want to have you assist me for nothing. Next month, take my grandson to the Myriad Beast's secret realm to capture a fire attribute spirit beast, and I shall personally teach you the art of forging. How does that sound? Here, take this forging manual and read it. Now, hurry along. If you linger in the city for 3 more days, you may find it difficult to leave. After receiving the magical weapon and the forging manual, Xiao Yu bowed slightly and turned to exit the meditation room. Just as he reached the threshold of the Lingguang Temple, he was suddenly confronted by a group of cultivators from the Xianling sect. 3 members of the Yunu sect followed closely behind. In that moment, he knelt among the crowd, bowing his head, observing the storage bags at their waists. A sense of unease washed over Xiao Yu. They must have brought at least a dozen storage bags. What were they planning to forge? Once the group entered the meditation room, Xiao Yu also exited the Lingguang Temple, disguising himself as a woodcutter. He hurriedly made his way to the branch of the Harmony Sect. Along the journey, he saw no cultivators from the Xianling sect in the sky. The silence was unsettling. Something unusual must be afoot. Reflecting on the earlier group with their storage bags, Xiao Yu's expression darkened further. These righteous individuals could not be scheming something sinister, could they? Was it related to the Myriad Beast's secret realm? Once it opened, would they launch a full-scale assault? Or was there another plan at play? To be safe, he should report to his master first. Just as Xiao Yu continued on his path, 3 women suddenly rushed out before him. He feigned reverence and said, Immortals. The leading woman gazed at Xiao Yu with a somber expression. Her gaze was piercing, sharp as a blade. Clad in dark armor, enveloped by a flowing black robe, she looked down from the heavens upon Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Xiao Yu's mind. New evil woman detected. Yizi Mei. Please adjudicate her promptly. Name, Yizi Mei. Age, 23. Cultivation, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Appearance, aesthetic score of 88. Height 169 centimeters. Weight 95 gene. Qualifications, dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Personality, views men as stepping stones, treating them as mere tools. Willing to go to any lengths to enhance her cultivation. Background, outer disciple of the Jade Maiden sect. Younger sister of inner disciple Yiji Ro. Crimes, responsible for the deaths of 688 mortals, has castrated over 80 male cultivators, holds contempt for men. Yizi Mei. Xiao Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Yizi Mei at the 8th layer of Qi refinement? She was on the cusp of becoming a branch leader. How could he possibly encounter a member of the Jade Maiden sect? Accompanying her were 2 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. This was troublesome. Yizi Mei regarded Xiao Yu with a smirk, her expression cold and disdainful as she looked down at him. Sisters, we have eradicated all the mortals on Jianglu Mountain. How is it that a mere woodcutter has appeared? This was akin to waiting for prey. Once all mortals were eliminated, any remaining figure must be a rogue from the demonic path. Feigning panic, Xiao Yu spoke, Esteemed fairies, I am but a humble passerby, with no intention of causing offense. Yizi Mei chuckled softly. Where do you see 4 of us? Have you perhaps been frightened out of your wits? Xiao Yu, somewhat puzzled, pointed behind the trio and said, But isn't there's still one over there? Yizi Mei, momentarily taken aback, turned to look. Upon turning, there was nothing there. She inwardly cursed her misjudgment. Suddenly, she beheld a bizarre treasure map radiating a blinding light, sweeping towards them. Yizi Mei's expression trembled as she gazed upon the map, which shimmered with golden brilliance, revealing countless breathtaking celestial maidens. How could there be so many fairies? Oh, save me, senior sister. As a piercing scream echoed from behind, Yizi Mei's very soul quivered. An exquisite magical artifact. This was indeed a supreme-grade artifact. In the next moment, she witnessed her 2 junior sisters meet a tragic end. Fury surged within Yizi Mei as she bit her finger, drawing blood to empower her sword, raising it skyward. Cursed be this fate. With a forceful strike, She repelled the ethereal images of the celestial maidens. Xiao Yu, with a playful demeanor, rolled his shoulders. Truly, it is said that foes are drawn together. Upon speaking, he unleashed his puppet eagle and puppet mouse. Chapter 43. The Secrets of Yi Mei soared ahead on her sword, her black armor glinting with a chilling radiance. As she faced the puppet beasts flanking her, panic set in, and she swung her blade. Yet, under the oppressive force of the thousand fragrance and beauty map, she found it difficult to exert her full strength. Her sword strikes fell short. Xiao Yu raised his hand, instructing the two puppet beasts to engage from a distance. The two creatures raised their heads, unleashing emerald-hued magical light, bombarding the ground beneath Yi Mei. To ensure caution, Xiao Yu raised his hand to release Wang Mei. Go. Check if those two female cultivators are truly dead. Retrieve their storage bags, clothing, socks, jewelry, everything of value. Then, incinerate their remains. I am not one to waste. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei chuckled softly, gracefully leaping to stand before the two, using her magic whip to extract all their possessions. Subsequently, she launched two fireball talismans at their corpses, igniting them in fierce flames. Yi Mei's brows quivered with rage. Ah, you treacherous fiends! How dare you slay my junior sister? Such actions invoke the wrath of both gods and men. I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. Xiao Yu, with head held high and a mischievous smile, manipulated the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties map with his right hand, while slowly retrieving 5 fireball talismans with his left. May I chastise you on behalf of the mortals? When others kill you, it is deemed an atrocity against heaven and earth, yet your slaughter of mortals is considered righteous. How many mortals have you slain in your lifetime? Have you ever counted? I simply cannot comprehend the hypocrisy. When the demonic sect kills, it is accepted. But when the righteous kill, they refuse to acknowledge it. Why do I find you so contemptible? As Yi Mei surveyed her surroundings, noticing the waning energy of her magic sword, she hastily produced 2 defensive artifacts for protection. Currently, she was outnumbered 4 to 1. Behind her, the woman wielding the whip possessed only a cultivation level of the 4th stage of Qi refinement, while the 2 puppet beasts were merely at mid-Qi refinement. The only formidable opponent was the one before her, Xiao Yu, who held an exceptional magical artifact. To secure victory, she needed to devise a plan to ambush him. After summoning her defensive artifacts, Yi Mei coldly declared, "If it weren't for your demonic kind, we would never resort to murder. Many who have perished at my hands were entangled with your sect. They deserve their fate." Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with mockery as he pondered his strategy. He currently lacked a powerful move and needed to wait for his opponent to reveal a weakness. With his cultivation suppressed to half, he had to seek an opportunity to prevail. He understood that his adversary was also on the lookout for a chance, and it was a matter of who would falter first. Gazing at Yi Mei below, Xiao Yu scoffed. The righteous always have myriad justifications for killing. Do you know why I despise waste? You likely have never experienced the hardships of mortals. If given the choice, they would eliminate both demonic and righteous cultivators alike. Do you understand why mortals remove their clothing when they fight? To them, garments are precious items. If damaged, they may never be replaced. In winter, they could freeze to death. For the common folk, winter is indistinguishable from a natural disaster. Do you comprehend why those impoverished souls risk being slain by you to gather firewood on the Jianglu mountain? Because they lack any means of warmth at home. All the trees outside the city of Jianglu belong to the landlords. If they cut them down, they will be imprisoned. If they encounter your demonic sect, do you think they have a choice? If speaking a word to the demonic sect equates to collusion, then your righteous sect is already tainted as black as the demons. Yi Mei shouted in furious indignation, "You twist the truth. You sharp-tongued minion of the demonic sect, you incite mortals everywhere, committing wrongdoing, and still have the audacity to claim righteousness? Can they not wear more clothing when it's cold? Ascending the mountain to gather firewood? Who would believe such childish excuses? Isn't going up the mountain now akin to delivering messages for the demonic sect? Even if it isn't a message delivery, once you capture them, extracting their souls will reveal intelligence about Jiangliaching. Shouldn't that warrant a death sentence? We have already stated that ascending the mountain is forbidden. Stupidity deserves punishment." Xiao Yu slightly exerted force with his right palm, and the ethereal images of the 1,000 fragrance and beautiful images began to multiply. Yi Mei's eyes trembled. Her mid-grade defensive artifact would not withstand for long. Cracks began to appear instantly. Xiao Yu's expression conveyed his thoughts. It seemed that none deemed as evil by the system were innocent. Yizime, at first glance, bore a resemblance to the female generals in dramas, a leading heroine. Clad in armor and splendid garments, she exuded an air of majesty, her appearance imbued with a sense of heroic spirit, reminiscent of a valiant female general. However, the sects that pride themselves on righteousness often fail to perceive the sufferings of the mortal realm. Cultivators, who have never experienced the biting cold, cannot comprehend why ordinary people venture so far to gather firewood. Yizime, may I inquire if you truly believe that those common folk, cold as they are, should simply wear more clothing? Pray tell, how can one dress without garments? Do you understand why the profession of woodcutters exists in the city? In the eyes of mortals, firewood is the lifeblood for families to survive the winter. Unlike you, who can summon flying swords to reach the peak of Jianglu Mountain in an instant, they endure a round trip that takes 2 full days to gather enough firewood to last half a day. They dare only to light a fire for warmth when on the brink of freezing to death. Open your eyes and witness how many have perished outside Jianglicheng. What nonsense about being a prestigious sect. I can't be bothered to engage in this futile conversation. After speaking, Xiao Yu raised his hand and fully activated the 1,000 fragrance and beautiful images. The puppet beasts and Wang Mei attacked from both flanks. Yizimei's eyes quivered. Raising her hand, she detonated the artifact before her and threw out a smoke bomb. Instantly, thick black smoke enveloped her. Wang Mei exclaimed, "Master, be careful." She flew forward. And even before she reached him, her whip had already extended towards Xiao Yu, only to be repelled by a green light that shot forth from the smoke. Xiao Yu remained undeterred, leaning his right shoulder forward, while his left hand held a fireball talisman. As another green light emerged from the black smoke, the ethereal images conjured by the 1,000 fragrance and beautiful images began to waver. Yizimei's cold voice emerged from the smoke. "It seems I have underestimated you. However, your good fortune ends here. Encountering me, Yizimei, is your misfortune." The next moment, she charged at Xiao Yu. Unlike before, Yizimei now donned a fierce appearance. Draped in resplendent red battle armor adorned with golden patterns, shining brilliantly like a phoenix ablaze in flames, a stark contrast to her previous black armor. In one strike, she shattered the nearby puppet eagle and puppet rat. Her chest armor, gloves, shoulder guards, cloak, belt, leg guards, and boots were all artifacts. The long spear she wielded was, in fact, a superior grade offensive artifact. What a farce, confronting someone at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Xiao Yu was reminded of Bai Yue's words. This woman had a penchant for deceiving other male cultivators out of their wealth. Her possessions were all obtained through trickery. As Yizime approached with lethal intent, Xiao Yu raised his hand and unleashed 5 fireball talismans. Confidence radiated from Yizimei's face as she released her arsenal of magical artifacts. With a flicker of her cloak, she deftly evaded the assault of Xiao Yu's fireball talismans. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu withdrew the Qinxiang Wanmei map for protection, while Yizime, with a cold smirk, hurled her long spear. Xiao Yu felt the crackle of lightning beneath his feet. As he activated the thunder step technique, his figure darted like a bolt of lightning, evading the spear and rushing to the unconscious Wang Mei before hastily fleeing. The long spear, still under Yizimei's control, pursued him relentlessly. With his left hand manipulating the Qinxiang Wanmei map to diminish the spear's attack, he gathered the mystical energy of the Jiao Hehuan technique with his right. His 2 greatest trump cards were the Jiao Hehuan technique and the Juyang divine body. To eliminate this foe, he needed to find the right opportunity. Operating such a multitude of artifacts would surely drain her energy before long. She seemed intent on risking everything against him. If he could just hold on a little longer, a chance would reveal itself. As Yizime closed in once more, Xiao Yu fully activated the Qinxiang Wanmei map. This time, he conjured not women, but a veritable throng of extraordinarily handsome men, each more striking than the last. Among them was one with long eyebrows and starry eyes, clad in snow-white robes, resembling a celestial being. Another boasted skin as smooth as cream, red lips and white teeth, holding a folding fan with an air of elegance befitting a noble scion. Yet another stood tall and imposing, exuding charisma with his chiseled physique. Upon seeing Yizime, the men extended their heartfelt greetings, their affections evident. "Fair maiden, may I inquire your name? You are so beautiful, I fear I might be enchanted." Xiao Yu wore a mischievous grin, knowing that employing the allure of handsome men to buy time seemed rather unscrupulous. After all, women could be even more captivated than men. He believed she could not remain indifferent. This was the manifestation of an exquisite magical artifact. Before he could revel in his cleverness, he suddenly noticed that the men's trousers were all stained with blood. Yi Zimei, livid, brandished her spear, prodding each one in turn. "Ah, keep your distance, you disgusting creatures. Shameless, despicable men. How dare you mock me? I will take your lives." Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned, hastily preparing to flee. Wait. Just a moment ago, the Qinxiang Wanmei map had evidently subdued this woman, and it was merely a crowd of women that held her back. How could transforming them into handsome men change the situation? Xiao Yu activated the Qinxiang Wanmei map once more, this time summoning even more celestial maidens, sacrificing a considerable portion of his energy. This was the utmost limit of his capability. Those celestial beings could hardly be resisted unless they were the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot. Indeed, upon seeing the celestial maidens, Yi Zimei was once again overwhelmed. Xiao Yu could not help but smile at the turn of events. The formidable strength of the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties painting lies in its ability to weave fantasies within the hearts of its subjects. Once such feelings are ignited, the opposing party becomes increasingly subdued. The deeper one sinks into this illusion, the stronger the suppression becomes, akin to being ensnared in a web of multiple dreamscapes. Observing Yi Zimei, who was brandishing a defensive artifact in a desperate attempt to resist, Xiao Yu felt a sense of triumph. "So, you have a penchant for women, haha? It seems you carry a story within you. No wonder you dress like a man. You consider yourself one, huh? My interest in you is growing. Let us see how you fare against this." With that, Xiao Yu consumed a blood-enhancing pill, instantly elevating his cultivation level to the 7th layer of qi refinement. As he fully activated the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties painting, celestial maidens began to play music and dance around him. Yi Zimei was thrown into a panic. "You despicable scoundrel." Chapter 44. 6th layer of qi refinement. Xiao Yu grinned widely, observing Yi Zimei becoming increasingly disoriented. He raised his hand to reveal the exquisite artifact, the ghost wolf lock, crafted by the fire monk, and struck at the dazed Yi Zimei. The artifact she wielded was immediately drawn towards him, along with her storage pouch. Yi Zimei, caught off guard, was entranced by the enchanting group of maidens before her. This extraordinary artifact was so powerful that it could directly attract her consciousness. Gazing at the remaining offensive artifact in her possession, Yi Zimei attempted to fight back. But in the next moment, the celestial maidens had surrounded her. Her face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a past experience when she had been captured by a female cultivator from the Harmony Sect. That woman was one of the 7 beauties of Harmony, exceedingly beautiful. She had been held for 7 days, an experience that lingered in her memory for a lifetime. The captor had neither harmed her nor neglected her. On the contrary, she had shown her great affection and care. When Yi Zimei expressed her desire to return home and wept, she was released. Ever since that incident, she seemed to have transformed, losing all interest in men while developing an affinity for women. Now, confronted with these stunning celestial maidens, Yi Zimei sought a means of defense. "No, I cannot withstand this." As one maiden reached out with a delicate hand to caress her cheek, Yi Zimei's spear clattered to the ground. Xiao Yu swiftly collected her last remaining artifact with a playful smirk. Once a cultivator loses their storage pouch and artifacts, their combat effectiveness plummets. Without further ado, Xiao Yu unleashed the profound effects of the supreme joy of harmony technique upon Yi Zimei. She coughed up blood immediately, exclaiming, "You vile, despicable scoundrel. I will." But before she could finish, the group of celestial maidens closed in again. Xiao Yu laughed heartily. "Fear not. Following me, you shall never lack for women. I assure you, you will live comfortably under my care." With a flourish, he wielded the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties painting and enveloped Yi Zimei within its folds. He then took out the jade mating gourd, a mischievous glint in his eye as he captured the wounded Yi Zimei from within the treasure map. He intended to seek out Bai Yue in the judgment chamber for her innate physical healing and restoration of spiritual energy. Afterward, he made a visit to the maid's quarters, and upon seeing Wang Mei, who had bravely put herself at risk to protect him and had sustained injuries, he gently embraced her, expressing his gratitude for her efforts. After half a stick of incense, the 9 Suns' divine body had healed Wang Mei's wounds. Xiao Yu began to examine the spoils within the maid's quarters. The treasures contained in his storage bag brought him greater joy than if he had acquired 30 million silver notes from Han Xiushui. Among the items were the exquisite Xin Nu spear, a complete set of mid-grade defensive gear known as the Phoenix Feather Armor, and the Insightful Eye, a divination artifact. What is an Insightful Eye? Hua Lian interjected, eager to explain. It is a tool for reconnaissance, capable of probing areas undetectable by divine consciousness, and can also ascertain whether an adversary is concealing their aura. Xiao Yu continued to peruse his findings. 30,000 spirit stones, a vial of marrow cleansing pills, 3 foundation establishment pills, the upper volume of the 5 elements goddess technique, a token from the Jade Maiden Sect, a teleportation talisman, and spirit herbs. Xiao Yu could hardly contain his excitement. Foundation establishment pills. Can you believe it? Suddenly, Hua Lian exclaimed, "Ah, a teleportation talisman? She is one too. It seems that junior sister Yi has quite long legs." With a grin, she added, "Master, with this teleportation talisman, we can utilize the Jade Maiden Sect's teleportation array. I know the locations." Xiao Yu examined the talisman, which resembled a fine piece of jade, roughly the size of a palm. Hua Lian continued, "With this, we can teleport to places like Hulua Prefecture and Donghua Prefecture. We can leave this place." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiao Yu's eyes. This talisman was indeed the most valuable item among the collection. Once he had a chance to discuss matters with his master, Zhang Xiling, and his senior sisters, El Linger and El Rue, as well as confront his enemies, Yi Zhiro, Li Wancai's wife Zhang Yin, his daughter Li Weiwei, Lin Su's mother and grandmother, and Shun Mingya's disciple and daughter, he could make his escape. Then, he would find a safe haven to cultivate until he reached the Golden Core stage. Before returning to dismantle the Jade Maiden Sect, he envisioned Bai Yue managing the sect's affairs, while he secluded himself in the training hall to assist the disciples with their cultivation. Ah, what a bright future lay ahead. At that moment, a voice erupted from the Jade Maiden Gourd, as Izume began to hurl insults with great vehemence. "Scoundrel, how dare you capture so many maidens? You, a thief of the demonic path, have the audacity to release me. If you have the courage, face me without your artifacts." Injured and furious, Izume glanced at Li Qingyun, Han Xiushui, and the others in the gourd, instinctively believing them to be captives of Xiao Yu as well. Upholding the ideals of righteous sects, she continued her tirade. Han Xiushui, her brow furrowed, realized that only female cultivators from the righteous path could be captured by Xiao Yu. Just then, Xiao Yu entered the room. He quietly addressed the women within the gourd. "Do not be deceived by her. This woman is Yi Zime from the Jade Maiden Sect, and her sister is Yi Zhiro. Furthermore, she is a mirror cultivator." Upon hearing that she was the sister of Yi Zhiro, Han Xiushui tightened her grip on her skirt. Xiao Yu, aware of her thoughts, quickly interjected, "Do not entertain any thoughts of harming her. I have great use for her." He stroked his chin, realizing that Han Xiushui had not yet considered joining him. The avaricious nun Lingxin has now joined her fellow sisters, yet her mindset remains somewhat unstable. To err on the side of caution, it is essential to attend to the emotions of those who cannot become attendants, as the presence of numerous women invariably brings forth complications. The saying goes, 3 women create a play, and with so many women gathered, one can only imagine the tumult. Lost in thought, Xiao Yu ventured out, making his way to a cave near the branch of the Harmony Sect, where he released Yi Zime. Instantly, Yi Zime burst forth with elation. "Ha! Foolish! Even in my severely injured state, I am at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Even without magical artifacts." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yu grasped her wrist, causing her to ponder. "His strength is immense." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "So, you wish to compare strength with me? Come." 2 hours later, a notification from the system echoed. "Host, please cease the forced interrogation. Izume's life hangs by a thread. Kindly win her over with virtue." With a confident demeanor, Xiao Yu lit a pipe and took a puff. Observing his cultivation level, now elevated to the 6th level of Qi refinement, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The 9-yang divine body and the supreme joy of Huan technique proved to be extraordinarily potent. Practicing with a woman of higher cultivation allowed his progress to soar, achieving in 2 hours what would take others several years. However, he was acutely aware that he could not yet seek practitioners of the foundation establishment period for the supreme joy of Huan technique, as the disparity in cultivation was too great. This technique required the absorption of another's magical power to enhance one's cultivation, unless, of course, he abstained from cultivation and merely engaged in magical exchanges. With an air of arrogance, Xiao Yu dusted off his attire and offered her half a Qi recovery pill before proceeding towards the Harmony Sect branch. In the southern part of Jianglu City lies the Yunnu Sect, perched atop a high peak, shrouded in ethereal mist, reminiscent of celestial palaces. The majestic palace, resplendent with gold and jade, boasts intricately carved beams and stunning architecture. Above the sect, celestial cranes occasionally soar, their melodic calls instilling a sense of reverence. Within the sect, female disciples, draped in flowing garments, exude an otherworldly grace as they wield their celestial swords, poised in midair. A congregation of women gathered at the martial arts platform, seemingly waiting for something. Atop the platform stood a jade altar, upon which a statue of the Jade Maiden was enshrined. Her demeanor solemn as she gazed down upon the masses. Etched upon the altar were 7 grand characters. Yunnu sect leader Bai Yue. At that moment, a stern female cultivator cast a sidelong glance at the elders flanking her, exuding an aura of dominance. One elder stepped forward, speaking, "Elder Shun, given that sect leader Bai has only recently passed, your eagerness to ascend is likely to incite discontent among the disciples of the various branches of the Yunnu sect. I would suggest you temper your haste, at least until you avenge sect leader Bai against the Harmony Sect." Elder Shinmingya turned her head slightly, her eyes sharp as swords, fixing her gaze upon the speaker without uttering a word. A nearby female cultivator, clad in a blue robe and wielding a blue sword, stepped forward with a cold demeanor. In light of the pressing conflict, our Yunnu sect stands leaderless, disorganized. Thus, we require someone capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Elder Shun, being a disciple of my master Bai Yue and a prodigy of the Divine Maiden Palace, undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to assume the position of sect leader of the Yunnu sect. Are the elders hesitating to make a decision? Perhaps wishing to squander this opportunity for action? Did Mo Fei and others receive benefits from the demonic path? The speaker was instantly rendered speechless, unable to respond. For the woman who spoke was Yi Zhiro, the sole surviving disciple of the Bai Yue sect's leader. The senior disciple, Huayan, had also been captured, while the remaining disciples had either perished or vanished. Shun Mingya gazed at the silent elders below, her tone gentle. "Rest assured, once I ascend to power, I shall promptly contact the esteemed seniors of the Divine Maiden Palace to send forth companions in the late Golden Core stage to assist us. To eliminate a mere branch of the Harmony Sect is certainly within our grasp. If there are no other matters today, let us disperse and prepare. On the day the myriad demons' secret realm opens, our Yunnu sect and the Xianling sect shall launch a dual assault, directly advancing towards the front lines of the Yufeng Valley. At that time, with the demonic path facing a crushing defeat, our Yunnu sect shall naturally cleanse its previous shame." Another individual below, appearing perplexed, interjected, "But Elder Shun, you are only at the Golden Core stage. Why do you not lead us to attack the Harmony Sect's branch? With your strength, annihilating them should be as effortless as lifting a finger, and there are still our captured disciples to consider." Shin Mingya responded coldly, "Do not allow the lives of 1 or 2 disciples to lead to a greater loss. What significance is there in my annihilating a branch at this moment? Once the demonic path discovers our reinforcements, they too will bolster their forces. How can you be so certain that their branch does not harbor experts? Follow my commands." The assembly fell silent, and shortly thereafter, they withdrew. Once the gathering had dispersed, Shin Mingya turned to Yi Zhiro, her expression grave. "Have you uncovered any news regarding Bai Yue and her disciples?" Yi Zhiro clasped her fists and bowed her head. "4th junior sister Li Kuer was slain by me yesterday. 5th junior sister and 6th junior sister perished in the Jianglu River, so you need not worry. However, the wretched Huayan and Bai Yue have yet to be located. And their soul lamps remain lit?" Shin Mingya's right fist tightened. "They have not, and surprisingly, Bai Yue's soul lamp, which was on the verge of extinguishing, glowed with 3 flickers yesterday. As long as that wretched woman lives, I shall not find peace. Go and search again. Investigate the site where we ambushed that wretched Bai Yue for clues. Depart at once." Yi Zhiro replied. Disciple obeys. Chapter 45. Rewards are of little consequence. Preserving one's life is paramount. Yi Zhiro's expression darkened as she soared on her sword. Upon reaching the mountain where they had previously ambushed Bai Yue, she extended her divine sense into the heavens. The shattered courtyard walls and charred dwellings marked the northern periphery of this farming village, precisely where Bai Yue had met her demise. Yi Zhiro searched the skies relentlessly and soon discerned some peculiar footprints. They appeared to belong to a man, suggesting a robust physique, at least 200 pounds. Yi Zhiro furrowed her brow, reaching down to touch the soil at the footprints location, sensing something amiss. After contemplating for a moment, she took flight once more. Just as she ascended into the air, her expression tightened, and she turned back towards the dwelling. Arriving in the courtyard, Yijiro trembled. Where are the corpses? She vividly recalled that day when she personally dispatched 4 individuals, the family of Xiang and a demonic scoundrel. Surveying the surroundings again, not a single bone remained. Only some bloodstains marred the ground. Could it be that beasts had carried them away? Impossible. There were no signs of any beasts. Yijiro raised her hand to produce a divination artifact, her consciousness guiding its power. In an instant, the artifact emitted a circular beam of mystical light, transforming the surrounding space into a monochromatic realm. With her eyes closed, Yijiro sought diligently, and soon she discovered some peculiarities. After lying in wait for Bai Yue, someone had returned to this place and removed the remains of the 4 deceased. It was undoubtedly the work of a cultivator. No ordinary person could possibly carry away 4 corpses at once. Instinctively, Yijiro glanced towards the northern part of Jiangliashan, contemplating whether to investigate the branch of the Harmony Sect. It was the only place nearby associated with demonic forces. Who could have taken the remains of those 4 individuals? Perhaps it was someone closely related to the body cultivator Xiao Yu, like his master, or a practitioner with connections to the 3 mortals. Yet, what of the enormous footprints? Suddenly, Yijiro's pupils constricted sharply, and she gripped her magic sword tightly. Yixing, she has transformed and fled. A manic grin crept onto her lips, an expression of unnatural joy. During her studies under Bai Yue, she had heard of several survival techniques: the escape of remnants, the transformation of form, and the feigned death. Her soul lamp dimmed significantly, indicating that Bai Yue was now devoid of her cultivation. Whoever could locate her would possess unparalleled treasures. The magical artifacts, spirit herbs, and techniques owned by that woman were coveted riches for every cultivator. If Yijiro could refine Bai Yue, all the treasures within her cave abode would rightfully belong to her. Her gaze turned towards the Harmony Sect's branch, a smile stretching across her face to an exaggerated degree. Such an opportunity could allow Yijiro to defy fate. She was convinced that Bai Yue was nearby, either lurking within the Harmony Sect's branch or having been transformed into a furnace. With this thought, Yijiro swiftly donned a mask, her appearance gradually morphing into that of a female demon cultivator. She then picked up a pink fan and attached the token she had acquired from a Harmony Sect cultivator to her waist, striving to resemble them as closely as possible. However, the lingering scent of rouge remained. She took a cleansing talisman and flicked it toward herself. Seeking a wild beast, she bathed in its blood, suppressing her cultivation to the mid-stage of chi refinement before soaring towards the Harmony Sect's branch. Her heart raced with exhilaration as she laughed maniacally, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Bai Yue's cultivation was undoubtedly lost. This was a truth she alone comprehended. Shenmingya still sought Bai Yue's cave? Yijiro was the true mastermind of this endeavor. Without her, would the sect leader of Harmony have come? Only a fool would share such fortune. She could hardly contain her anticipation. Soon, she passed through the checkpoint smoothly with her token, arriving at the entrance of the Harmony Sect's branch. Just as she arrived, she brushed past the masked Xiao Yu. To avoid alarming any potential threats, Yijiro quickly lowered her head, while Xiao Yu proceeded towards the administrative hall. Before reaching the hall, Xiao Yu suddenly paused, momentarily taken aback. How could he forget that the branch of the Harmony Sect had several attractive female cultivators? There were only a few disciples in the branch, and he remembered each female cultivator's appearance distinctly. Just as Xiao Yu was lost in thought, a system notification echoed in his mind. System notification, a new villainess detected. Yijiro, please, host, proceed with her judgment expeditiously. Name, Yijiro, age, 28, cultivation, foundation establishment level 8, appearance, aesthetics score 91, height 172 centimeters, weight 110 gene qualifications, exceptional with spiritual root. Personality, ungrateful, mercenary, willing to forsake everything for cultivation, betraying her master and ancestors, causing harm to the innocent. Background, Bai Yue's second disciple and direct apprentice from the Harmony Sect. Crimes, murdered 36 fellow disciples, killed 821 innocent lives, exterminated her savior's entire family, and murdered her own parents. Upon seeing the system notification, Xiao Yu swiftly shifted his gaze to the side. Suppressing his inner shock, he walked deliberately towards the sect affairs hall. How had this woman attained such high cultivation? How had she suddenly arrived here? As he brushed past her, his heart raced in alarm. Foundation Establishment Level 8, higher than his master. His master was only at Foundation Establishment Level 5. What was Yijiro doing here? Xiao Yu continued on his way to the inner hall of the Sect Affairs Hall. This must be reported. This wretched woman had undoubtedly come to seek out Bai Yue. Bai Yue's cave abode was filled with treasures that would incite envy in anyone who laid eyes upon them. If it weren't for Bai Yue's judgment value not being full yet, Xiao Yu would have already sought out those caves. No, this woman is far too formidable. Her sister, Yizime, already had an array of magical artifacts despite only being at Qi Refinement Level 8. If Yijiro's cultivation had increased even further, it indicated she had gained some tremendous advantage during Bai Yue's disappearance. Soon, Xiao Yu arrived at the inner hall and, upon seeing Zhang Xiling, respectfully acknowledged the surrounding disciples and elders. Disciple Xiao Yu pays respects to master and esteemed elders. Zhang Xiling smiled slightly. Well done, you have returned within a few days. I truly did not misjudge you. Xiao Yu bowed again, simultaneously conveying a message to Zhang Xiling. Master, a spy has infiltrated the sect at Foundation Establishment Level 8. Please do not display alarm. I suspect there are others here who are in cahoots with her. Zhang Xiling, now more composed than when she first arrived at the branch, did not overtly react to Xiao Yu's message. Looking at the surrounding disciples, she quietly stated, "You have performed admirably this time. Come with me to the study to receive your reward." Xiao Yu bowed and followed her, continuing to relay information about Yijiro through their mental connection. Zhang Xiling frowned upon hearing this. Upon reaching the study, she raised her hand to create a soundproof barrier. As Xiao Yu produced the ghost wolf chain crafted by the fire monk, he whispered, "Before I departed, I noticed many cultivators from the Xianling sect and Yunu sect carrying numerous storage bags to seek the fire monk for crafting magical artifacts. Moreover, on my way back, I scarcely encountered any righteous cultivators. I suspect they are plotting something. If it is not an attack on us, then they are likely preparing for a surprise offensive at the front line of the righteous and demonic conflict. Master, we must remain vigilant." Zhang Xiling nodded in response, stating, "Indeed. I have constructed a teleportation array in the west. Should we find ourselves at a disadvantage, we can retreat to our stronghold on Demon Island. My master will convey any news from the front lines, and should the information prove true, there shall be ample rewards. By the way, let us discuss the matter of Yijiro. Even if she has reached the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, her audacity is rather perplexing. Could it be that we possess something of great importance to her? It is quite unusual for someone of her stature in the Foundation Establishment stage to venture here alone." Xiao Yu pondered deeply, recognizing that mishandling this situation could lead to significant complications. Previously, when the system instructed him to judge Mei Chunlan, he had eliminated her without hesitation, as there were no repercussions to fear. However, dealing with Yijiro presented a formidable challenge. If he could not subdue her, annihilation would be the only option. Rewards mattered little in comparison to preserving one's life. If all else failed, he could always refine her remains into a puppet. After all, they were merely flesh. Zhang Xiling suspected that Yijiro intended to eradicate them completely, likely due to the recent raid by her master on the Jade Maiden sect, during which numerous magical artifacts and resources were seized. This woman harbored a grudge against them. Additionally, as the second disciple of the Jade Maiden sect's master, and with their own sect leader having slain her master, the animosity was compounded, fueling her desire for vengeance. With a serious expression, Zhang Xiling noted her own limitations, being only at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. In a real confrontation, she would have to rely on the assistance of the other 2 elders. Together, the 3 of them in the mid-foundation stage should be able to overpower Yijiro. Yet, she sensed something amiss, even if she bore animosity towards them. It was illogical for Yijiro to risk coming here alone. Furthermore, how did Xiao Yu discover her presence? Turning her gaze toward Xiao Yu, who had already reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, Zhang Xiling remarked, "My dear disciple, your rate of ascension is truly remarkable. It is likely that you will reach Foundation Establishment in no time. How did you ascertain that Yijiro had infiltrated our domain?" Xiao Yu stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and met Zhang Xiling's gaze without reservation. "For my master, I would brave fire and water. Once I reach the Foundation Establishment stage, I shall do my utmost to assist you in alchemy. Previously, I conducted an investigation within the sect for spies, scrutinizing the names, appearances, and backgrounds of all the senior and junior sisters. No woman, not even an elderly crone, could evade my discerning eye. Moreover, this woman carries a distinct scent of beast blood, a fragrance that only disciples of the Harmony Sect possess. Zhang Ziling's eyes narrowed with skepticism. What I inquire is how you identified her as Yi Zhiro. With your current cultivation, would you not risk detection in probing her? Xiao Yu bowed again. This matter, my master, you may have heard about. Many disciples within the sect have sketched the visages of the female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect in erotic art. Studying the features of Bai Yue, Yi Zhiro, and Shun Mingya, each exquisite in their own right, I, lacking in talent, perused these depictions previously, and thus remembered her face. Zhang Ziling was momentarily at a loss for words. Such indecency. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu approached her with earnestness in his eyes, stating, Master, did you not promise that upon my return, you would grant me one wish? Chapter 46. I love you. Please, take my life, Zhang Ziling uttered. Her gaze locked onto Xiao Yu's unabashed stare, instinctively tugging at her collar. As long as it does not overstep the bounds, feel free to speak your mind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu exhaled softly. He understood that Zhang Ziling held him in disdain, had his loyalty faltered. Any other man who dared to disrespect her would have likely met his demise. The 7 beauties of Hehuan, in essence, were the prized disciples of their sect, each a potential alchemical entity. Many, particularly women, often preserve their primordial yin to facilitate their alchemical transformation. Some women, upon breaking through their limits, experienced shifts in temperament which could hinder their cultivation, unless genuine feelings were involved. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu clasped his hands in reverence and spoke. I do not wish to overstep, and I am well aware of Master S' discerning eye, which finds my meager talents lacking. My only desire is that once I establish my foundation, Master might. As he trailed off, his voice grew faint. Just as he approached Zhang Ziling, she restrained him with her spiritual sense. Zhang Ziling turned her head slightly and laughed. Her demeanor markedly more astute than the last time they had met. Was your earnestness from the very beginning merely for this? As cultivators, if we are driven solely by romantic entanglements, we find it arduous to tread the path of immortality. It is but a fleeting storm. Do not let this cloud your resolve. Xiao Yu, resolute, stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Zhang Ziling's. If I cannot win Master S' favor, that would indeed shatter my resolve. Zhang Ziling's face flushed crimson as she pushed him away. Get away. Unfazed, Xiao Yu continued. I nearly perished on the journey for Master S' artifact. If there are no rewards forthcoming, then I shall. His gaze fell upon her crimson lips. But before he could draw closer, he felt an object pressing against his abdomen. Observing the scissors in Zhang Ziling's hand, he swallowed hard. With a disgruntled expression, she retrieved a storage bag. Within this lies a mid-grade defensive artifact and 2 foundational elixirs. I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully again, do not blame me for my actions. At her words, Xiao Yu blurted out, I love you. Please, take my life. Zhang Ziling's brows twitched in irritation. Get lost. She raised the scissors high, swearing that if he uttered another word, she would truly act. Why can't you simply fulfill your proper duties? Fearless, Xiao Yu declared, if loving someone is a sin, then I willingly embrace this error. If punishment is to be meted out, I would gladly relinquish something dear, without a hint of regret. As he boldly thrust his abdomen forward in a challenge, Zhang Ziling coldly inquired, have you harvested my disciple? Xiao Yu promptly released Wang Mei from the jade gourd, bowing earnestly as he proclaimed. Disciple harbors no ulterior motives towards senior sister Wang, treating her with utmost respect. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Upon seeing Zhang Ziling, Wang Mei hastily knelt and said, Disciple pays respects to Master and expresses gratitude for your mercy. Zhang Ziling cast a glance at Wang Mei, then turned her attention to Xiao Yu. You too, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, declaring, Disciple is unwaveringly loyal to the Master and has devotedly safeguarded the safety of senior sister. How could I dare to harbor any improper thoughts? Wang Mei nodded in agreement. Indeed, junior brother treats me with utmost respect. I am fully aware of my unforgivable sins and am willing to atone for them. If the Master requires anything of me, I shall not hesitate to face any peril. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu pondered, unsure of his Master-S intentions. Why inquire about his relationship with Wang Mei, yet refrain from taking action despite her scolding? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ziling spoke softly. I have received a reply from the fire monk. Next month, Wang Mei. You shall accompany Xiao Yu and the fire monk's grandson to the myriad demon's secret realm. Xiao Yu shook his head vehemently. Master, that is out of the question. Once the myriad demon's secret realm opens, the righteous will surely take action. I will not leave your side. I refuse to agree to this. I will not go to the myriad demon's secret realm. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. I require your assistance in retrieving a treasure. Only those in the qi refinement stage may enter that realm. You are now at the 6th level of qi refinement and one of my most valued disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu communicated telepathically. If I were to retrieve that item, would you be willing to meet with me in the woods, master? Zhang Xiling's eyes flickered. She recognized that Xiao Yu had brought Wang Mei along to serve as a shield. How audacious of him to perceive her predicament. Yet he continued, for you, I would willingly embrace death. Zhang Xiling retorted, then perish. Xiao Yu replied, if I die, who will serve you? Can you trust those others? Do you not believe that my affection for you makes you more at ease in assigning me tasks? Zhang Xiling admonished, cease your nonsense. Xiao Yu continued, had it been anyone else speaking such words to you, they would have been killed long ago. I am indifferent. Even if you were to discard me after using me, I would still love you. Xiao Yu added, whether it is the treasure of the myriad demon's secret realm or even the moon in the sky, I would fetch it for you. Meanwhile, Wang Mei knelt silently, her anxiety palpable. Why were the two of them so quiet? Were they not communicating telepathically? Was her master being toyed with? Did he dare to act so boldly? Why was her master also angry? Wang Mei vividly recalled the incident when a man from the Harmony Sect had spoken disrespectfully to her master, only to have his eyes gouged out in response. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yu led Wang Mei away. Zhang Xiling rested her chin on her hand, contemplating Xiao Yu's rapid progress in cultivation. She pondered deeply, suspecting he had acquired some treasure that accelerated his advancement. As his master, she had scarcely taught him anything. Perhaps she should leave him the qi concealment artifact. After all, he had risked his life for her. It was imperative to keep his extraordinary cultivation speed a secret. Zhang Xiling sighed gently, recalling the frivolous words he had spoken, a smirk forming within her heart. To aspire to be her Tao partner, mere charm and flattery would not suffice. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Mei had cast an odd glance at Xiao Yu earlier. Never mind, it was none of her concern. After all, they were both her disciples. What did it matter to her what Xiao Yu did? If he were to become involved with another woman, as his mentor, she ought to feel pleased. In such a case, should he begin to spout nonsense, she could confront him with it, effectively extinguishing any misguided hopes he might harbor. For now, her focus should be on dealing with Yizhiro. If all else failed, perhaps she could lure her away? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having returned to the alchemy chamber, was lost in contemplation. Just now, was Zhang Xiling using Wang Mei as a shield? It suggested that while Zhang Xiling still harbored some resistance towards him, it had certainly lessened compared to their last encounter. After all, this time he had embraced her, and she had not retaliated, merely uttering some harsh words. Given this, he could act with greater impunity next time. With time, they would inevitably reach a certain juncture. Lost in thought, he released Yi Zimei and the others from confinement. At that moment, Yi Zimei was being held by Huang Xiang and Li Qingyu. Contrary to his expectations, when Yi Zimei looked at Li Qingyu, her eyes sparkled with boundless affection. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Yi Zimei truly had a fondness for women. This made matters considerably easier. Li Qingyu, why haven't you poured some tea and prepared some food for Miss Yi? He inquired. Li Qingyu bowed in response. Yes, master. Upon witnessing this, Yi Zimei's brows quivered. She turned to Xiao Yu, scolding. How could you bring Miss Qingyu to the demon sect? What are your intentions? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. What intentions do I have? And what about you? What was that expression you had just now? Just then, Li Qingyu approached with her head bowed. After pouring a cup of tea for Yi Zimei, she settled into Xiao Yu's embrace, pouring tea for him. Yi Zimei's eyes quivered at this sight. Xiao Yu laughed gently. What is this? Do you wish to join us as well? Yi Zimei snorted coldly, taking a sip of tea before tilting her head and declaring, if you wish to kill me, then do so without further ado. Why would I kill you? I intend to keep you here willingly. He replied, Wang Mei, go and greet our esteemed fairy Yi. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei rose and walked directly toward Yi Zimei, although she would often scold Xiao Yu. The moment she laid eyes on the approaching maiden, her face flushed. Wang Mei, with a gentle and alluring demeanor, approached her and softly said, Greetings, Mississippi. Mayor is honored to meet you. Yi Zimei was momentarily taken aback. Pleased to meet you. In the next instant, She felt dizzy. Why did she feel so unwell? Looking at the tea she had just consumed, her pupils constricted sharply. Miss Qingyu, why have you betrayed me? Li Qingyu spoke softly. I merely wished for Miss Yi to remain here with us. Does Miss Yi not have feelings for Qingyu? Yi Zimei, in a panic, attempted to flee. But Wang Mei immediately wrapped her arms around her. Overwhelmed, she lost her composure entirely. At that moment, Xiao Yu also approached, wrapping his arms around Yi Zimei's waist. Instinctively, Yi Zimei rejected the touch, feeling disgusted. Don't touch me. Keep your distance. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu delivered a sharp slap. Yi Zimei's expression trembled. As she turned back, Wang Mei enveloped her in an embrace. Oh, Miss Yi, do not be so fierce. Mayor is here to keep you company. In truth, being a woman brings far more joy than being a man. You shall see shortly. Just as Yi Zimei intended to respond, a wave of dizziness overcame her once more. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly as he approached, wrapping his arms around her before closing the door behind them. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziling, having gathered the other two elders, wore a serious expression as he spoke. It is indeed true. Yi Zhiro is now the disciple of Shun Mingya. I implore both of you to lend me your strength. Let us act tonight at the hour of the rat. Chapter 47. Elder Ming and Elder Lu. The two elders below were Elder Ming, at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, and Elder Lu, at the 5th level. Elder Ming, stroking his distinctive red goatee with a smile, glanced at the somewhat effeminate Elder Lu, instinctively shifting his gaze away. Elder Lu, with a delicate demeanor, held a cup of hot tea daintily with his slender fingers, addressing Zhang Ziling. Elder Zhang, Yi Zhiro has reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Do you have a sound strategy to capture her? After all, she is in the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Despite our numerical advantage, if she were to go wild, breaking through our defenses, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Ziling, with a gentle countenance and respectful demeanor, replied, I will first activate the Misty Array, which should at least hold her for half an hour. Then, I shall use my heavenly fragrance body to confuse her mind. At that moment, I request both elders to flank her from behind. Even if Yi Zhiro possesses extraordinary abilities, she shall not escape. Upon concluding her plan, Zhang Ziling hurriedly clasped her hands together above her head, pleading, I beseech both of you to assist me. Any treasures obtained from the demise of Yi Zhiro shall not be claimed by me, but offered entirely to you both. Elder Ming, with a playful glint in his eye as he stroked his red goatee, chuckled, It is indeed our duty to assist the sect in eliminating foes. Any treasures belonging to Yi Zhiro shall naturally be submitted to our sect. We are merely acting as intermediaries. Elder Lu, with an amused expression, raised the lid of his teacup and exchanged knowing glances with Elder Ming before saying with a smirk, When shall we set forth? Zhang Ziling glanced at the time, a flicker of determination in her eyes. In half an hour. The night was dark and the wind howled fiercely. Within the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu was diligently enhancing his cultivation with the aid of Yi Zimei. With the impending battle, he had to hasten his progress. In the past, he would have taken a more measured approach, but Yi Zhiro was just outside. He must strive tirelessly to accelerate his training. Upon regaining focus, his cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement with Yi Zimei's assistance. The left protector, Wang Mei, had also reached the 6th level of qi refinement, while the right protector, Hua Yan, inexplicably found herself elevated to the 6th level of qi refinement as well. Xiao Yu, feeling a surge of impatience, lit a pipe. It seemed likely that tonight his master would make a move against Yi Zhiro. Yet, his own cultivation was only at the 7th level of qi refinement. Just then, Li Qingyan cautiously approached, carrying 2 bowls of soup. Xiao Yu grabbed the old duck soup with his left hand and drank heartily, followed by several gulps of ginseng soup. After finishing the soup, he took 3 golden pills and swallowed them. He then sat down to circulate his energy. Li Qingyun spoke softly. Master, Madam has sent me to call for you. It's time for the treatment. Sweat beads, the size of millet grains, trickled down Xiao Yu's forehead. This is bad. Han Qiushui's illness remains untreated, and Bai Yue has yet to eat. Xiao Yu first glanced at Bai Yue in the judgment chamber, who was now resignedly accepting her fate. No, after I just painted a bright picture for her yesterday, starving her today would undoubtedly backfire. With this thought, Xiao Yu directly handed 3 bottles of Huan Dan to Wang Mei, saying, Take these to Bai Yue for her meal. Wang Mei recoiled slightly. 3 bottles? Xiao Yu's gaze was resolute. You must understand that Huan Dan is crafted from spiritual herbs and can indeed stave off hunger. Go. With that, He sent Wang Mei into the judgment chamber. At that moment, Li Qingyun approached again. Master, should you not hide the gravestones of Miss Axiang and the others? Yi Zhiro is surely coming to find you. We must be on guard. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Indeed, I have already hidden them. You are truly thoughtful. Later, inform your mother that a significant event will unfold in the sect tonight. Healing cannot be rushed. Once I am finished with my tasks, I will ensure she receives proper treatment. If it is merely to fulfill a formality, her illness will never be cured. Li Qingyun nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. Master, I will go tell mother now. No sooner had Li Qingyun departed than a tremendous noise echoed from the Harmony Sect's branch, resembling a muffled thunder. Boom. The sound reverberated through the heavens. Xiao Yu instinctively looked up. The previously dark sky transformed into a cerulean hue. Initially, he thought dawn had arrived. But upon noticing the sudden emergence of a blue array around him, he swiftly gathered everyone into his gourd. Who would have thought the fight would commence so soon? At that moment, the sky was filled with Harmony Sect's cultivators, led by Zhang Xiling. Elder Meng stood to the left, stroking his red beard with a playful expression, while Elder Lu fanned himself with a somewhat effeminate demeanor. Behind them were hundreds of disciples from the Harmony Sect, and in front stood 3 women, with Yi Zhiro, a practitioner at the 8th level of foundation building, at the forefront. Zhang Xiling chuckled softly. Who would have thought that the esteemed disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, Taoist Yi, would deign to come to our humble place? Truly, it is a lack of hospitality on our part. Chapter 48. The encirclement of Yi Zhiro. Yi Zhiro's brows knitted in concern as she gazed at the prepared Zhang Xiling. She was utterly perplexed as to how her presence had been revealed. She possessed a concealment artifact. Unless a golden core cultivator were to investigate her, it was impossible for anyone to detect her. Moreover, she had arrived here for less than an hour. The demeanor of this group suggested they had been aware of her arrival all along. It is said that the enchanting Zhang Xiling of the 7 beauties of Harmony is extraordinarily beautiful. Seeing her today, I can confirm that she is indeed remarkable. Enough to stir the heart of any woman. Yi Zhiro spoke gently, needing to devise a way to buy time. This formation was not something she could easily break through. Moreover, if she were to directly reveal her trump card, the talisman, to break the formation, how could she then hope to seize an opportunity from these 3 individuals? It is imperative that she first finds a way to take one of them hostage. At that moment, Elder Meng, observing the situation, chuckled softly as he stepped forward. I have previously heard tales of a heartless female cultivator from the Jade Maiden Sect, who, in order to prevent others from leveraging her humble origins against her, returned home and killed her own parents. Her intent was to ensure that no one could use her mortal lineage to coerce her. I believe her surname is Yi. Elder Lu, with a playful flourish of his fingers, added with a smile. Oh dear, could this be the esteemed Taoist Yi before us? I perceive that Taoist Yi, much like a lotus in water, would not possess such a venomous heart, would she? Elder Ming grinned widely. But you may not be aware. Within the Jade Maiden Sect, the most malevolent heart belongs to this very Yi Zhiro. I dare say we of the demonic path appear as mere jesters in her presence. Previously, when she was injured and rescued by a couple of wandering cultivators, she exterminated their entire family simply because their son remarked that righteousness and demonic paths were not so different. Had it not been for the escape of a friend of that couple to the mountains, they too would have faced her wrath. Although the righteous sect has managed to suppress the incident, it is well known among our demonic circles. Hearing this, Elder Lu shivered, clutching himself in fear. Oh, how terrifying. To slay the family of one's saviors, truly a noble sect. Upon hearing her secrets being exposed, Yi Zhiro erupted in fury. Demonic scoundrels, do not provoke me further. If you dare, come forth. With that, she unleashed her signature artifact, the 3-leaf azure light sword. Elder Ming's expression turned serious as he instinctively retreated to stand beside Zhang Xiling, while Elder Lu, visibly anxious, summoned his fan. Elder Zhang, let us 3 join forces and ensure this villain is eradicated today. At Zhang Xiling's command, she activated her ghostly wolf chain, which coiled protectively in front of her, forming a series of barriers. Yi Zhiro raised her head and shouted, 3 leaves, no shadow, transform into 3,000. In an instant, a single 3-leaf azure light sword multiplied into 9, then 99, and subsequently 999, forming a layered sword formation behind her. Elder Ming, filled with trepidation, quickly produced his wind control seal to shield himself. Hurry, what are you waiting for? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiling began to manipulate the array disc in her hand. Yijiro suddenly felt the world spin around her, her vision distorted. The environment transformed into an endless desert, a sandstorm vortex barreling toward her. Coldly, Yijiro snorted, thrusting her sword. As hundreds of three-leaf azure light swords surged forth like living beings, piercing the sandstorm. The azure light blotted out the sky, shattering the desert illusion before her. A mere illusory maze. Do you think you can trap me? As Yijiro spoke, her two aides also unleashed their artifacts, one on each side, intending to dismantle the formation. Yet, at that moment, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air, exquisitely sweet. Yijiro felt her heart flutter, heavenly fragrance body. In that fleeting instant, she envisioned the dawn breaking, mist swirling around the mountains. A wisp of enchanting aroma drifted on the breeze, delicate as silk, ethereal as smoke, gently enveloping her senses and penetrating her very soul. As if drifting down from the heavens or emerging from the depths of a secluded valley. A fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit and allowing one to forget the worldly chaos. Upon the first whiff, it felt as though one was enveloped in a blooming garden, petals dancing lightly and the scent intoxicating. Yijiro was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inhaling deeply and savoring the aroma, which bore the subtle elegance of orchids, ethereal and refined. This fragrance was neither overpowering nor pungent. It tantalizingly teased the senses, inciting an irresistible desire to trace its origin. Yijiro had never encountered such a delightful scent before, losing herself in its allure. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the tranquility, jolting her back to reality. She swiftly positioned herself, brandishing her sword to block the ghostly wolf chain aimed at her face. Sparks flew as the magical artifact clashed against the attack. That was a close call. She had nearly fallen victim to that wretched woman. Yijiro forcefully swung her sword, deflecting Zhang Xiling's assault. Yet at that moment, Elder Ming and Elder Lu also joined the fray. In the distance, disciples from the Harmony Sect began to reinforce the formation, which shifted dramatically, transforming the environment into a frigid wasteland. A biting wind lashed against her face. Yijiro turned to look for her allies, but they had vanished from sight. How dare you ambush me, you scoundrels? Do not presume that I will let this slide. As she spoke, Yijiro raised her three-leaf Qingguang sword. Noticing this, Elder Ming quickly signaled Elder Lu, and both diminished their magical output simultaneously. In a single move, Yijiro repelled them. Frowning, she pondered why these two seemed intent on allowing her to fight. In the next instant, Zhang Xiling lunged forward, ensnaring Yijiro's left leg with the ghostly wolf chain. They became entangled in combat. Yijiro was alarmed by Zhang Xiling's skills. Had it not been for her celestial fragrance body, the opponent could never have lasted 3 exchanges against her. How audacious for a mere mid-foundation establishment practitioner to challenge her. Observing the retreating figures of Elder Ming and Elder Lu, Yijiro's gaze sharpened. Were those two planning to sell Zhang Xiling out? Surely they did not believe that if Zhang Xiling fell, they could easily subdue her? A smirk played on her lips. She was disinterested in their covert rivalry. If that was the case, she would play along with the fools. She began to feign weakness, engaging Zhang Xiling in a back-and-forth battle. As long as those two perceived her as lacking in strength, they would refrain from intervening. For good measure, she shouted, how infuriating. Were it not for this formation, how could I be restrained by you? This wretched illusory mist formation. Zhang Xiling grew increasingly emboldened, yet she sensed something amiss. How could she possibly dominate her opponent alone? Glancing back at the two, her expression trembled with realization. They dared to employ underhanded tactics. But she could not afford to relent. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, hidden at a distance, observed this scene with displeasure. Witnessing the two idlers, he muttered in frustration, damn it, are those two dogs? Chapter 49, Xiao Yu, everyone, form a line. Xiao Yu crouched in the distance, observing Zhang Xiling and Yijiro engaged in a fierce magical duel within the enigmatic maze. However, he could not discern the true nature of the environment conjured by the maze. Watching Zhang Xiling, who was embroiled in an intense battle with Yijiro, Xiao Yu's expression turned grave. How could Yijiro possibly be outmatched by his master? It seemed likely that the adversaries were feigning weakness, biding their time to break free from the predicament. Remain calm, remain composed. If he charged in to summon the other disciples for assistance, it was probable that those two old-timers would not intervene. Were they truly scheming to bring about his master's demise? Such treachery. It was infuriating. They likely harbored intentions to eliminate his master and subsequently deal with Yijiro. Did these two foolish individuals genuinely believe they could overpower Yijiro? Xiao Yu attempted to convey a message to Zhang Xiling, but the maze thwarted his efforts. His expression grew increasingly anxious. Entering the fray would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, if Yijiro caught sight of his face, the secret of his revival would be exposed. Was he truly prepared to abandon his master? What a farce. Observing Zhang Xiling ensnared within the maze, Xiao Yu's agitation escalated. Stay calm, stay composed. There must be a solution. There must be. Quietly, Xiao Yu summoned Wang Mei who, understanding the urgency, quickly mingled with the crowd and shouted, "Kill Yijiro! Come on, brothers!" Xiao Yu joined in the chorus, "Charge! Charge, brothers! She is all alone. What is there to fear? If we take her down today, we'll have our rewards." He then rushed to another side, shouting, "Attack! Attack!" Some disciples indeed took action. Elder Meng snorted, "Do not attack recklessly. What if Elder Zhang gets injured? She possesses the heavenly fragrance body, and dealing with Yijiro is well within her capabilities." Wang Mei paid no heed to his admonitions, continuing to unleash fireball talismans. Even if the formation was destroyed, it would incite chaos. Among the crowd, El Linger and El Rue joined the fray. Li Yunma unleashed wind blade talismans, shouting, "Kill her!" Suddenly, Xiao Yu spotted his former comrade Zhao Feiji. He called out to Zhao, "Come on, brother. If we win, we can have her." Zhao, who had been a furnace cauldron for a year, squeezed out a shout, "Kill." The scene descended into utter chaos. Xiao Yu, still masked, shouted, "Wait. Form an orderly line. Once we're organized, let us show her what real men are made of. Let us take her down." After his rallying cry, Xiao Yu stealthily retrieved a vial of flawless quality, mesmerizing smoke. This substance held a potency akin to the Hahuan pill. He fixated his gaze on the disciples surrounding Elder Meng and Elder Lu. If only this group could be influenced by the substance. He recalled a secret technique he had glimpsed in Elder Wu's Yin-Yang borrowing life technique, which could allow one to assume another's appearance, albeit for a mere incense stick's duration. As he observed the disciples outside the formation already launching their attacks, Xiao Yu hastily retreated to a distance, pricking his finger to transform into Yijiro's likeness. His figure was even more striking than hers, a sight that could only be described as extraordinary. Clad in nothing but a belly band, he stood exposed, ready to enact his plan. In order to prevent the two Foundation establishment elders from discovering him, Xiao Yu directly dispatched a puppet beast to attack the two elders. However, before it could reach them, the puppet beast was swiftly annihilated by Elder Meng. Instinctively, Elder Meng turned around and inquired, "Who is there?" Xiao Yu immediately took flight. Fleeing the scene, Elder Meng and Elder Lu swiftly rose to pursue, exclaiming in anger, "Scoundrel! Come back!" Just as Xiao Yu had fled, Wang Mei seized the opportunity to release a soul-stirring smoke. The onlooking disciples inhaled a couple of puffs and were instantly entranced. Wang Mei, with fervent excitement, shouted, "Master, run!" Zhang Xiling, trapped within the formation, hurriedly manipulated the arrayed disc, desperately attempting to escape. She disregarded the formation. If she did not flee now, she would be unable to withstand the impending danger. Yijiro also emerged from the formation, only to be confronted by a frenzied crowd of Harmony Sect cultivators charging towards her. "Form an orderly line. Ha! Everyone line up." Yijiro, visibly disgusted, unleashed her sword, dispatching 3 individuals in a single stroke. Zhang Xiling turned to activate the formation once more, but Wang Mei and Lu Linger urgently called out, "Run! They've gone mad." Zhang Xiling, witnessing the reckless determination of her fellow disciples, felt a pang of guilt. How could she prioritize her own survival at the expense of the lives of those within her sect? Observing Yijiro wreaking havoc and seeing the already fleeing elders Meng and Lu, Zhang Xiling raised her hand to bite her finger. It seemed today she would have to sacrifice her lifespan in a desperate battle against her foes. At that moment, in the distance, Xiao Yu, clad in a belly band and fleeing with a throng of men, was nearly out of breath from executing the thunderstep technique. Zhang Xiling, upon witnessing such a formidable woman, widened her eyes in astonishment. Seeing her emerge, Xiao Yu hurriedly transmitted a message, "Hurry! Master, those 2 old dogs are right behind us. Feed them the Hehuan pills. Quickly, I'm about to collapse." His legs felt as if they would give out. Were it not for his Juyang divine body and the thunder step, he would have perished long ago. Zhang Xiling quickly grasped the situation. While she could not contend with Yijiro, could she not handle these two? She raised her hand to cast the heavenly fragrance secret technique. Elders Meng and Lu, still in pursuit of Xiao Yu, became entranced by the alluring fragrance. What is that delightful aroma? Elder Meng wondered, covering his mouth and nose. This is bad. It must be the heavenly fragrance body. Zhang Xiling, you vile woman. Yijiro, glancing over with a smug smile, grinned. A dog bites a dog? Hee hee. How delightful. I was wondering what you all were up to. This way, I won't have to lift a finger. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, sprinting ahead in a belly band. She instinctively recoiled, eyes wide with disbelief. So big, so incredibly big. Just then, the entranced elders Meng and Lu, captivated by the heavenly fragrance body, fell victim to the soul-stirring smoke released by Zhang Xiling. Xiao Yu, skillfully dodging, took refuge behind a wall, lying next to a corpse, feigning death. The frenzied men charged straight towards Yijiro, exclaiming, "Ha! Beautiful lady! Mine! Mine!" Xiao Yu squinted from the ground, resigning himself to the unfolding chaos. From this point onward, it was no longer his concern. May fortune favor them all. Yijiro was still in pursuit of the individual who had just transformed into her. Regardless of her attempts to extend her spiritual sense, they proved futile. She had sensed the underlying issue at that moment. That individual was undoubtedly equipped with a treasure that concealed their aura. How dare they humiliate me? They shall rue the day they cross my path. With a swift strike, several people before her were instantly sent flying. Before she could regain her composure, the medicated Elder Meng and Elder Lu soared toward her. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The somewhat effeminate Elder Lu cast a flirtatious glance at Elder Meng, who, in the next heartbeat, brandished the wind control seal and charged at Yijiro. Elder Lu, wielding a fan of law, pursued Elder Meng, exclaiming, "Old Meng, I actually have feelings for you." Chapter 50. Besides spitting on my face, what else can you do? Yijiro, witnessing the antics of these elderly men, was utterly exasperated. Die. A single strike sent Elder Meng reeling and spitting blood. Upon witnessing his companion's injury, Elder Lu erupted in fury. "Ah? How dare you harm my man? You wretched harlot, you seek death." He immediately ceased hiding his true power, with his fan unfurled and the blood-boosting pill consumed. His veins bulged ominously as he ascended to the 7th layer of Foundation establishment. "You scoundrel, I shall take your life." In a frenzy, Elder Lu charged forth. Yijiro's brows quivered, and she turned to flee. These deranged old men. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiling, beside her, was left in a state of shock, unable to process the situation. It was inconceivable. Elder Lu was secretly infatuated with Elder Meng. Yet, she dared not act, for the disciples of the branch had all gone mad. A casual glance revealed men embracing women, women entangled with women, and men clinging to men. At that moment, Li Yunma had also wrapped his arms around Lu Rue. Nearby, Xiao Yu, feigning unconsciousness, instinctively swallowed hard. Although Lu Rue shared a connection with him, she belonged to Senior Brother Li. Xiao Yu was the type of person who would not mind if another man engaged with a woman, provided she was not his. He could only be green with envy towards his peers. His companions could not be unfaithful to him. Lu Linger's face had flushed crimson. She cowered in the corner, too frightened to move, ready to spring at the slightest disturbance. Observing Lu Linger alone, Xiao Yu contemplated approaching her. He could always claim to have been ensnared by the enchantment. Just as he stood up, a flamboyant figure suddenly rushed past him. Zhao Feiji seized a man, exclaiming, "Senior brother." They then settled beside Xiao Yu. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he instinctively clenched his fists. If these flamboyant individuals dared to touch him, they would soon learn just how scandalous the court of the East Factory could be. At that moment, Elder Lu in the sky suddenly let out a shriek. "How dare you harm my Meng Meng? You harlot! You have forced my hand." Raising his hand, torrents of water surged. With each flap of his fan, a colossal wave surged forth, threatening to engulf Yijiro. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiling unleashed the ghost wolf chain, binding Yijiro's ankle from behind. Yijiro's heart raced in alarm. Without hesitation, he decisively severed his own left leg. After swallowing a pill, he soared into the heavens. Elder Lu followed closely behind, with Zhang Xiling in pursuit as well. Since Elder Lu favored men, she felt no apprehension regarding his intentions. Xiao Yu, with a grave expression, swallowed hard as he observed Zhao Feiji, who had already finished. He felt momentarily bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to take 2 minutes? In the next moment, Zhao Feiji's companion rose abruptly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu remained hunched over, too frightened to stand, as the still engaged LV Ray and Li Yunma began to exchange heated insults. Their words were explosive, with LV Rue screaming in anguish. I refuse to continue with you. Boo-hoo. You worthless fool. I've been with you for 3 years. And I'd rather enjoy 3 nights with Xiao Shidi. What else can you do besides spit on my face? Get lost. Fortunately, Li Yunma was currently in a daze. Had he truly heard her, it might have ended tragically for him. Xiao Yu patiently waited, hoping to seize the chaos to find LV Linger. His cultivation had surpassed hers, allowing him to approach without fear of reprisal. He squinted, glancing around, when suddenly he noticed Zhao Feiji's companion striding toward him. In an instant, he rose and delivered a punch to her chest, rendering her unconscious. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Yu glanced at LV Linger in the corner, instinctively swallowing 3 times. Now, even if she screamed her throat raw, no one would come to her aid. Wait, his master was still up in the sky battling. This was rather inconsiderate of him. He looked up sharply, only to witness Yi Zhiro being propelled backward over 50 meters. Elder Lu had consumed 3 blood-boosting pills and ignited his lifespan. Just then, Elder Meng, having regained his senses, chased after Yi Zhiro, showering her with declarations of love and sweet nothings. Clearly, Elder Lu was feeling jealous. His cultivation had surged to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Xiao Yu had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Elder Lu was indeed a formidable individual. Should he now seek out LV Ling? What did it matter? Just a minute would suffice. As long as the first time was his, no matter how long it took, he would emerge victorious. Not just a minute, even a mere instant. As long as LV Linger's first experience belonged to him, that would be enough. Before he could dash over, he was suddenly seized by LV Rue. With a gaze full of emotion, she grasped his arm, smiling radiantly. Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled, glancing at the now rising Li Yunma. He hurried over and landed 2 punches, knocking him out before feeding him a forgetting worry pill. Just as he prepared to leave, he quickly returned to retrieve an entire bottle of forgetting worry pills, pouring them into Li Yunma's mouth. Suddenly, Wang Mei's voice rang out from behind. Master! Master! I found Elder Meng's daughter. Come quickly. Look! Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Before he could run over, LV Rue clutched him again, saying, I can't be with him anymore. Boo-hoo. I'll be yours from now on. I'll be done with him tonight. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yu immediately struck with a powerful punch, rendering Elder Meng unconscious, who then fell heavily, striking his head. Enough is enough, Xiao Yu thought, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. As he staggered to his feet, he suddenly discovered a sphere in his embrace. Cradling it with both hands, he realized it was none other than Elder Meng's severed head, blood oozing from 5 gaping wounds, lifeless beyond measure. A chill ran down Xiao Yu's spine, leaving him paralyzed with fear. At that moment, the celestial figure Yi Zhiro let out a cry of pain, prompting Zhang Xiling to charge forward once more. Anger contorted Yi Zhiro's features as she swiftly produced a golden talisman, exclaiming, You dare to challenge me? All of you shall perish. Instantly, the atmosphere around them transformed, suffused with a golden hue. Observing this, Zhang Xiling felt an ominous sense of foreboding and quickly took flight, yet still found herself caught in the talisman's aftermath. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she hurriedly retreated. Xiao Yu's expression was one of astonishment. A talisman? There are talismans involved? Such artifacts were crafted by golden core cultivators, capable of encapsulating a portion of a magical artifact's power, rendering them formidable beyond the reach of mere implements. Elder Lu, unfazed, rushed forward with a roar. Before he could approach, a golden dagger appeared in the sky, piercing through his brow in an instant. Zhang Xiling's heart raced with urgency. Disciple, flee. Chapter 51. The might of the talisman in the corner. El Linger stared blankly at the golden talisman above, her expression vacant. As she gazed at the ever-growing golden dagger, she realized, in a daze, that it had already expanded to several zhang in length, and it was still growing. The entire branch was enveloped in a brilliant golden electric light. When she looked up again, the transformed golden dagger obscured the moon above. In that moment, El Linger felt as though she was staring into the face of death, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yu intended to step forward, but hesitated upon recalling that this woman had a partner. Just then, Zhang Xiling transformed into a streak of violet light, racing towards the dazed El Linger. Observing this, Xiao Yu followed suit. Yi Zhiro surveyed the scene below, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With a pointed finger, she summoned the golden talisman, the dagger ascending into the sky amidst a cacophony of golden thunder. The surrounding world appeared enshrouded by this tempestuous display, instilling dread in all present. Zhang Xiling hastened as much as possible. Just as she grasped El Ling, Yi Zhiro's palms opened wide, forcefully descending from above. The golden dagger plunged through the clouds with ferocity. The air crackled with the tumult of raging lightning, a testament to the power of this strike. The crowd below scattered in fear. As Xiao Yu approached, Zhang Xiling burst forth from the fray. She glanced at the stunned Xiao Yu, urgently calling out, "Don't come any closer." Before he could gather his thoughts, Zhang Xiling turned to see Xiao Yu's eyes wide with horror. It seemed he was shouting something. Her left arm throbbed with pain. Turning back, she was met with a ghastly sight. "Master!" No sooner had Xiao Yu cried out than the golden dagger descended relentlessly. Zhang Xiling's left arm was severed at the shoulder. In her embrace, El Linger lay grievously wounded by the golden lightning, her purple attire stained crimson with blood. The blood that dripped from her lips splattered upon El Linger's face. Zhang Xiling, with all her strength expended, shielded El Linger as she desperately fled into the distance. The talisman in question, a superior-grade artifact, was astonishing. It was the golden scale cutter, one of the many treasures wielded by Bai Yue, the sect leader of the Jade Maiden sect. Indestructible in nature, it was said to be forged from a fragment of a golden dragon's horn, possessing immense power. Had it been an ordinary artifact, Zhang Xiling might have stood a chance to resist. Yet, facing this pinnacle-grade talisman refined in the late Golden Core stage, had she hesitated even for a moment, she would have surely met her demise today. With a thunderous roar, the golden scale cutter collided with the ground, unleashing a deafening shockwave that stirred clouds of dust, creating a circular crater. The Zhongwu Hall was obliterated on one side, littered with scattered, lifeless bodies. Silence enveloped the surroundings. In the sky, Yi Zhiro gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. The toll of unleashing such an attack was immense. Observing a strand of hair at her temple turning white, Yi Zhiro's brows quivered. She lifted her hand to retrieve 2 recuperation pills, swallowing them to heal her wounds before scanning her surroundings for Bai Yue's presence. Grasping a man's head from the ground, she extracted his soul. The mere thought of soon locating her long-admired master filled her with exhilaration. At that moment, Zhang Xiling had taken refuge behind a nearby building. Seeing El Linger severely injured by the talisman, she swiftly produced a healing elixir and protected El Linger's heart meridian. Xiao Yu and Wang Mei stood by, their faces painted with panic as they beheld Zhang Xiling, who had lost an arm. The talisman's power far exceeded Xiao Yu's expectations. She wondered about the true strength of Bai Yue in the Golden Core stage. Was there any difference from having a cheat? Xiao Yu's resentment towards elders Meng and Lu intensified. Had they not initially held back, how could Yi Zhiro have single-handedly challenged their branch? Just then, Zhang Xiling suddenly coughed up blood, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Wang Mei, panic-stricken, urged, "Master, let us flee. Did we not repair the teleportation array? You cannot exhaust your powers. You have injured your heart meridian, and you must not come to harm." Zhang Xiling gradually exhaled, consuming the healing pills, then looked weakly at Wang Mei. She cast a glance at Xiao Yu. "Disciple, you take your senior sisters and escape. I will hold them off for you." Xiao Yu approached, anger flaring in her voice. "What nonsense are you speaking? There is still a way. You lie still. I will help you elevate your cultivation. You are at the 5th level of foundation establishment, are you not? If I elevate you to the 7th level, can you not triumph?" Zhang Xiling smiled self-deprecatingly. She had been stuck at the 5th level for 2 years. Recently, due to matters within the sect, she had been unable to focus on her cultivation. Elevate her cultivation? With her heavenly fragrance body. If she reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, even if her opponent held a higher cultivation and a talisman, she would still possess the strength to fight back. As Zhang Xiling spoke, Xiao Yu directly consumed half a vial of blood-boiling pill, half a vial of harmony pill, and a vial of phoenix essence pill. Zhang Xiling's eyes widened in shock. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Xiao Yu's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and a flicker of terror flashed in his eyes. "My constitution is unique. I can assist Master in enhancing her cultivation," he coughed. Xiao Yu was acutely aware of his low cultivation level, and if he truly activated the blissful harmony technique alongside the 9 Suns divine body to assist her, it could very well lead to his demise. This time, he harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to heal Zhang Ziling's injuries and help her triumph over Yi Zhiro. Even if Yi Zhiro managed to escape or perish, it mattered not. The image of Zhang Ziling risking her life to save her disciples had solidified his resolve. Though consuming the blood-boiling pill was perilous and could lead to his own end, he could no longer afford to hesitate. "Master, I am here to assist you." At that moment, Xiao Yu's body began to tremble violently, his hands clutching his chest as if he were attempting to extract his heart. A low, pained cry escaped his lips, filled with anguish. His steps faltered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhang Ziling, observing the tangible yang energy emanating from Xiao Yu, instinctively swallowed hard, her face flushing as she averted her gaze toward the distance. Yi Zhiro was still there, extracting the souls of other disciples, extinguishing each one with a mere flick of her wrist. If this continued, their entire faction would be decimated by a single adversary. Such news would strike a devastating blow to the morale of the demonic path. Wang Mei had already positioned herself at the entrance, whispering, "Master, disciple shall protect you." Zhang Ziling glanced back at Xiao Yu, whose consciousness was evidently fading. It was clear he was not merely toying with her. He genuinely sought to help her. With a slow exhale, Zhang Ziling wrestled with her inner turmoil. After a moment, she gently removed the violet veil from her face and embraced Xiao Yu. Chapter 52. The mere Yuan Yin. At this moment, Zhang Ziling's previously stagnant cultivation finally began to rise. Remarkably, her cultivation soared to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, breaking through directly from the 5th to the 7th layer. Such a pace of advancement was unprecedented, utterly astonishing. How could one leap from the mid-stage to the late stage of foundation establishment? It was simply unfathomable. Suddenly, in a jolt of realization, Zhang Ziling found her cultivation escalating to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Gazing at her newly regrown left arm and the sudden surge of power, an endless battle spirit ignited within her eyes. This battle is destined for victory. Turning to look at Xiao Yu, she found him collapsed. A peculiar sensation washed over her. How could she feel such an unusual emotion? Xiao Yu lay on the ground, his vital energy ebbing like the tide, his complexion as pale as paper. His hands hung limply by his sides, his breath faint and nearly imperceptible, as if he might disperse into the wind at any moment. His eyes, dim and devoid of light, resembled withered wood, hanging by a thread between life and death. Zhang Ziling raised her hand to produce a healing elixir, channeling a thread of her magical energy to protect Xiao Yu's heart vein. "Mayor, come here and guard your junior brother Xiao." Outside the door, Wang Mei hurriedly rushed in, stumbling as she made her way toward Xiao Yu. Upon seeing his tragic state, tears streamed down her face. "What happened to you? Don't scare me, wake up." Wang Mei looked at Xiao Yu, devoid of vitality, and then at her master's suddenly heightened cultivation, piecing together the grim reality. Her voice grew increasingly frantic. Having lived for so long and been desired by numerous men, she had never felt love during her most unappealing moments. She wished fervently that the one lying on the ground was herself. She knew clearly that her affection for Xiao Yu was not a result of any judgment system. She simply could not bear to see him hurt or to witness anything unfortunate happen to him. Tears flowed unabated. If Xiao Yu were to perish, she, Wang Mei, would not wish to live on alone. Wang Mei wept inconsolably at the side. Zhang Ziling observed the tear-streaked face of Wang Mei and felt a heaviness in her heart. Could it be that her eldest disciple had feelings for Xiao Yu? What did her recent exchange of techniques with Xiao Yu signify? Suddenly, Zhang Ziling turned sharply, brandishing the ghost wolf chain as she charged toward Yi Zhiro, who still harbored intentions of causing harm. As the ghost wolf chain was unleashed, a massive black wolf head surged forth, aiming directly for Yi Zhiro's face. Yi Zhiro raised her 3-leaf azure light sword to shield herself, straining to resist. The moment the 3-leaf azure light sword made contact with the ghost wolf chain, Yi Zhiro's eyes widened in shock. How could you have reached the 8th level of foundation establishment? Zhang Ziling's heart was in turmoil. She remained silent, solely focused on directing the wolf head to continue its assault. Memories of Xiao Yu's kindness and the sweet words he had spoken to her flooded her mind. She was at a loss. Could it be that her disciple Wang Mei had feelings for Xiao Yu? But what about her own recent interaction with him? She dismissed such thoughts. She was a practitioner, after all, and how could she allow such matters to disturb her path? How many women had misplaced their true essence? Moreover, today, her purpose was not for romantic entanglements, but to protect the sect, let alone her essence. She would not hesitate to lay down her life to prevent Yi Zhiro from committing further evils. Zhang Ziling's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, imbued with a ferocity that knew no fear of death. Yi Zhiro found herself struggling against the onslaught. The three-leaf azure light sword was being forced back relentlessly by the ghost wolf chain. As a resounding wolf howl echoed through the night sky, a thin crack appeared on the blade of the three-leaf azure light sword. Yi Zhiro wished to counterattack, but she sensed a familiar, sweet fragrance lingering in the air, momentarily clouding her senses. Zhang Ziling's brows furrowed, her heart ignited by an unknown rage. Her strikes became ever more lethal, even at the risk of harming herself. She held nothing back. Thoughts of the women in Xiao Yu's alchemy room and Wang Mei's recent demeanor haunted her. Ultimately, her resolve remained unsettled. Wasn't it customary for disciples of the Harmony Sect to have maidservants and furnace cauldrons? Thus, she yearned to change all of this. Wang Mei was saved by Xiao Yu, and it is only natural for her to develop feelings for him. As her master, her prowess was inadequate, relying solely on the power of the nine-yang divine body. What does she desire? What is she truly contemplating? Across from her, Yi Zhiro watched the reckless Zhang Ziling with growing panic. In that moment, she took out the golden scale talisman. Madwoman, since you are so aggressive, I shall not hold back. As the talisman soared into the air, Zhang Ziling consumed a blood fury pill, her cultivation instantly reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Yi Zhiro's scalp tingled in fear. Ah, you insane woman. She dared not unleash the talisman, fearing that if her opponent evaded its assault, she would be left vulnerable and possibly perish. Yi Zhiro stowed the talisman and turned to flee, while Zhang Ziling pursued her, her unknown fury intensifying. Meanwhile, having just returned from the brink of death, Xiao Yu, with a look of urgency, spoke to Wang Mei, quickly. Upon seeing Xiao Yu awake, Wang Mei was overwhelmed with joy. Xiao Yu, nearly breathless from her embrace, urged, "Bring Elder Meng's daughter here." After a brief hesitation, Wang Mei rushed out. Xiao Yu attempted to circulate his qi for healing, but the depletion was too great. His energy had completely drained, and he felt on the verge of collapse. He hurried to Bai Yu's judgment chamber. Before Bai Yu could speak, Xiao Yu declared, "I need to borrow your innate." Half an hour later, rejuvenated by the innate, Xiao Yu rose with renewed vigor. "In light of your dedicated efforts, I shall grant you half a day's leave." Bai Yu's judgment value increased to 62. He then exited. As he glanced at the floor where El Linger lay, before he could finish his thoughts, a voice echoed from outside. "Linga? Are you in there?" Yi Haoyan had reached the door. "Linga? Are you there?" Xiao Yu turned pale. Before he could call out that no one was inside, El Linger suddenly stirred awake. Xiao Yu's brows quivered, rendered speechless. In the next moment, Yi Haoyan swung the door open, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he shouted, "Ah, I will kill you. Scoundrel, I will surely kill you." Chapter 53. This is an internal matter of our sect. Yi Haoyan's blood boiled, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual water splashed onto his face. Observing El Linger and Xiao Yu in that compromising position, the knife in Yi Haoyan's hand fell to the ground. He stood there, dumbfounded, as if robbed of his spirit. Regaining his composure, he howled as he picked up the fallen knife and swung it towards Xiao Yu's head. In that instant, Wang Mei returned with Elder Meng's daughter. Abruptly placing herself before Xiao Yu, unflinchingly raising her hand to shield him. "You dare. This is an internal affair of our sect. What business is it of yours?" Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan's cultivation surpassed that of Wang Mei, and with a single stroke, he severed Wang Mei's hand. Wang Mei, her face contorted with fury, gripped her whip tightly and stood defiantly before Xiao Yu, casting a dark glare at Yi Haoyan, who seemed poised to strike again. "What do you think you are? If it weren't for junior brother Xiao, our sub-branch would have already been annihilated. Just moments ago, Sister Linger was almost slain by Yunuzong's Yi Zhizhou. If it weren't for junior brother Xiao, Sister Linger would be dead. Where were you? Are we to stand idly by and watch Sister Linger perish here? If you dare to make another move, I will ensure Master eradicates you. Do you have the courage to step forward?" Yi Haoyan, undeterred and filled with rage, retorted, "Get out of my way. I shall slay this scoundrel. Ah, I will kill him. I must kill him." Wang Mei stood her ground. "This is a matter within our sect. Who do you think you are? Can you not see that Sister Linger is on the brink of death? In your eyes? Does her demise mean nothing? Is this your version of love, Yi Haoyan? What a farce. You are nothing but a waste, speaking empty words. The one who gravely injured Sister Linger, Yi Zhizhou, is outside. Why do you not pursue her? Instead, you flaunt your power here?" At that moment, Lu Linger, covering her face and donning her clothing, felt a deep despair. Yet she was acutely aware of her precarious situation. Gazing at her beloved Yi Haoyan, her face turned ashen. She turned away, covering her face, and began to weep. Xiao Yu then glanced at Elder Meng's daughter, walking over to her amidst the chaos. The expressions of those present were beyond mere distortion. Yi Haoyan's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, and the knife he held slipped from his grasp. Wang Mei, understanding the urgency, called out, "Junior brother Xiao just consumed half a bottle of He Huan Dan and Bao Shui Dan to save master, nearly losing his life. He is now delirious, and you would take advantage of his vulnerability? I dare anyone to try?" At that moment, two figures rushed in from outside. Li Yuma, accompanied by Lu Rue, hastily approached, witnessing Xiao Yu holding Elder Meng's daughter. Wang Mei continued, "Junior brother Xiao risked his own safety to consume those potent pills. I will not allow him to die. He is in a state of confusion and must dispel the effects of the drugs." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yunma released 3 puppets that charged toward Xiao Yu, exclaiming, "Do you dare harm my brother, Li Yunma? Just moments ago, Yi Zhizhou was here committing murder. Where were you? Can you not see that my junior brother is out of his senses? My junior brother has always been above board. How could he ever do such a thing? Today, should anyone dare to harm him, I, Li Yunma, will fight to the death." Hearing Li Yunma proclaim Xiao Yu's integrity, Lu Rue stepped forward as well, asserting, "Indeed, junior brother Xiao is our sub-branch's only alchemist. What is your intent in threatening his life? Our sub-branch has suffered tremendous losses in this battle and desperately needs elixirs. Or do you, Yi Haoyan, possess the means to provide such remedies? What are you even doing here, barking like a dog?" El Rue glanced at her disheveled sister, El Linger, and a chill washed over her heart. In that moment, it felt as though a heavy shackle had descended upon her spirit. Her sister had once again become entangled with Xiao Yu. Turning her gaze towards Yi Haoyan, El Rue's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury. "I dare anyone to harm my junior brother Xiao." Her voice resonated with a bitter resentment, piercingly mournful. Yi Haoyan, observing the multitude shielding that man, clenched the knife in his hand with palpable frustration. He turned and began to slash the ground wildly. How infuriating! How infuriating!" El Linger continued to weep. Her affection for Yi Haoyan was genuine, yet now she felt utterly shamed and unworthy of facing the world. Rather than endure such humiliation, she resolved to hurl herself against the nearby wall. Instinctively, El Rue rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, my dear sister, do not act foolishly." Despite the weight of despair in her heart, she could not stand idly by as her sister sought to end her life. Wang Mei's voice cut through the chaos. "Yi Haoyan, you claim to love Linger so dearly, yet is this how you demonstrate your affection? Should you not comfort her? What madness is this? Are you even a man? To you, does Linger's life hold less value than mere flesh? Speak, Yi Haoyan." In the background, Xiao Yu struggled to contain his laughter, bemused by the situation. Who said that a wicked woman was undesirable? With unwavering loyalty, she proved far more vicious than any ordinary woman. Look at Wang Mei, her shamelessness on full display, articulating such explosive words. She had already shielded him from harm more than once. Observing her severed hand, Xiao Yu silently vowed to reward her later. For now, he would feign confusion. Wang Mei had no qualms about it. She would permit her beloved to act as he wished. Anyone daring to lay a finger on Xiao Yu would surely face her wrath. What did dignity or morality matter? They were mere trifles. Turning to the taciturn Yi Haoyan, Wang Mei demanded, "Speak, you worthless fool." Yi Haoyan was engulfed in despair. The woman he adored was in such distress, and the remnants of their shared moments clung to his face like the lingering essence of a sacred spring. His heart felt as though it were being pierced repeatedly by a searing blade, the agony manifesting upon his features. Yet, upon hearing El Linger's sobs, he could not restrain himself from approaching her. With trembling hands, he called out, "Ling, are you all right? I have arrived late, too late." But before he could touch El Linger, she recoiled in panic, her face awash with fear. "Do not touch me." In that instant, Yi Haoyan's heart shattered, his expression freezing in disbelief. Chapter 54. No wonder she was labeled a wicked woman. Yi Haoyan could scarcely believe his eyes as he gazed upon his beloved. At that moment, it felt as though his heart had been trampled underfoot. Reflecting on the blissful times he had shared with El Linger, his expression was torn asunder. He still remembered the promises exchanged beneath the blooming flowers and the moonlit sky. "Linger, I, Yi Haoyan, vow that in this lifetime, you are the only one I will marry and love. Even if the seas dry up and the stones crumble, my devotion to you shall remain unwavering until death. Lu Linger, but what if I become unattractive in the future? Regardless of how you may change or what may transpire in the future, I, Yi Haoyan, will love you until my last breath. Will you marry me, Ling? That night, Lu Linger nodded. Observing her overwhelming embarrassment, Yi Haoyan's eyes reddened as he approached her. With immense tenderness, he embraced Lu Linger, whispering, it's all right, Linger. In his arms, Lu Linger began to weep, her cries becoming frantic. Yet, inexplicably, the face of Xiao Yu surfaced in her mind. She even entertained the thought of avoiding Yi Haoyan. How could she remain by his side in the future? She struggled with an emotional barrier that she could not overcome, and, for reasons unknown, she began to harbor resentment towards Yi Haoyan. Did he truly not despise her? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had already pretended to faint on the ground, was utterly stunned. Aren't you brothers? Are you certain of your feelings? Think it through. He was still concerned about his master and uncertain of how things were faring with Yi Zhiro. He would need to check on that shortly. Whether Yi Zhiro lived or died mattered little now. What was paramount was that his master remained unharmed. How many masters in this world would bravely protect their disciples? Many took on disciples purely for personal gain. He would need to find an opportunity to assist. At that moment, Yi Haoyan continued, Linger, it's all right. I have returned. In that instant, neither spoke. Clearly, even a normal man would find the situation unbearable. Yi Haoyan hesitated, his voice trembling. And no, it's all right, Linger. It's all right. I will take you away. We're going home. My love for you is eternal. Let us find a secluded place. I shall not allow anyone to speak ill of us. Even if you were to have a child, I would care for it. I love you. At that moment, Lu Linger's heart melted. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed up at Yi Haoyan, crying, Haoyan, I'm so sorry. Yi Haoyan disregarded the stares of those around them and took Lu Linger in his arms, intent on leaving. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu could hardly contain his disbelief. Aren't you brothers? Must you be so reckless? Are you truly that bold? If you have such courage and if your love is pure, I, Xiao Yu, will willingly step aside. However, Wang Mei, with her injured hand covered, coldly admonished, You fool. Our master is out there battling for his life, and you are thinking of fleeing? We have all devoted ourselves to the sect, while you only think of romantic entanglements. Our sect has declined because of worthless individuals like you. Linger, now that you have recovered, go assist your senior sister in aiding the master. Do not forget the debt of gratitude you owe him. If he had not rescued you from Yi Zhiro, you would have perished long ago. Wang Mei glared, her voice low and stern. Do you remember how our master lost his arm to that wretched woman while saving you? Wang Mei interposed herself before Yi Haoyan, declaring, a mere chatterbox. You dare to speak of love? If you possess any courage, go and slay Yi Zhiro. You think you can deceive your junior sister and me? You profess indifference now. But who knows if your heart will waver upon your return? Humph. Linger, rise and follow me to aid our master. One must act with integrity. Xiao Yu in awe remarked on Wang Mei's audacity, noting that her shamelessness and ability to distort the truth surpassed all. It was no surprise she was deemed a villainess by the system. What a wicked woman Wang Mei was, and today she would surely revel in her triumph. Yi Haoyan instinctively froze. How could he be expected to kill Yi Zhiro? Yet, at that moment, Lu Linger stood up. Her mind flooded with images of Zhang Xiling sacrificing her arm to save her. She could not simply abandon her, even if it meant facing death. She could not forsake her master, who had shown her immense kindness. Years ago, if Zhang Xiling had not taken her and her sister, Lu Rue, in, they might have faced unimaginable fates. Zhang Xiling was not merely her master, but also her savior and dearest elder. For so long, she had endured hardships to teach her the ways of cultivation. She would rather die than see harm come to her. At that moment, Xiao Yu feigned awakening, shouting, Master. Where is our master? In a display of feigned panic, he brandished his magical artifact and urged, Everyone, quickly, we must assist our master. She cannot withstand the effects of the blood-exploding pill for long. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu dashed forward, followed closely by Li Yunma. Wang Mei cast a sidelong glance at Lu Linger and chided, Why are you still sitting there? What are you waiting for? Your master has nurtured you for so many years. Wiping her tears, Lu Linger slowly clenched her fists and prepared to follow Wang Mei. Yi Haoyan, overwhelmed with anxiety, watched the unfolding scene in utter despair. He had no inclination to concern himself with Zhang Ziling's fate at that moment. As he observed Lu Linger heading towards the door, he tightened his grip on his sleeve, calling out, "Ling." Lu Linger glanced back at Yi Haoyan, exhaling slowly, and then resolutely followed Wang Mei and the others. Yi Haoyan remained rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as they departed. How could he stand alongside Xiao Yu? How could he even contemplate fighting? Wang Mei turned back with a cold gaze, sneering, "You profess love and lament your tardiness, yet when your junior sister seeks to rescue our master, you cower like a coward? Who cannot speak? You are utterly useless. Pack your things and leave. Today, you shall face my wrath when you return." Yi Haoyan instinctively wanted to follow, but as he reached the doorway, pain surged within him. His mind flooded with tormenting images, causing him to cry out in anguish. Ah. Chapter 55. Encounter with Lin Su. Lu Linger, with a heavy heart, followed Wang Mei towards the direction of Jiangliashan, remaining silent throughout the journey. El Rue continuously comforted her sister, fearful that she might entertain dark thoughts. She experienced a peculiar sensation herself, observing Xiao Yu fly silently ahead. El Rue felt a twinge of envy towards her sister. She understood that being with Xiao Yu was undoubtedly superior to being with Yi Haoyan. In her opinion, Yi Haoyan's affection seemed somewhat insincere. His anger was merely a reflection of his unwillingness to accept defeat. His words were nothing more than pleasantries. Now, as her sister endeavored to rescue their master, how could Yi Haoyan fail to offer assistance? Within the sect, who was unaware of Zhang Ziling's renowned fondness for her disciples? For El Linger, Zhang Ziling was the most cherished family member in her life. How could Yi Haoyan, fully aware of this bond, choose not to follow? El Rue cast a glance at Wang Mei, who had spoken harshly moments ago, yet her words contained a semblance of truth. Looking at her sister's still reddened eyes, El Rue softly urged, "Do not weep, dear sister, there is no shame in this. As cultivators, we must learn to cast aside romantic entanglements. Furthermore, I do not harbor affection for Yi Haoyan either. Your master has treated you with such kindness, yet he has not consented to your union. I find Xiao Shidi quite admirable. He is far more handsome than Yi Haoyan and is also an alchemist." As El Rue spoke, her heart felt a pang of discomfort. Yet she wished to prevent her sister from despairing. Beside them, Li Yunma chimed in, "Indeed. If you were to be with Xiao Shidi, we would all support you. He is an alchemist, after all. You would have an endless supply of elixirs. Moreover, you both are disciples of Elder Zhang. Is this not a win-win situation? And let us not forget how Xiao Shidi risked his life to save you during your previous ordeal. You have yet to repay him. Additionally, this marks the second time he has rescued you. May I inquire where Yi Haoyan was during your moments of peril?" El Linger's tears flowed uncontrollably. At that moment, she wished to disregard everything else. Her purpose for venturing out was to save her master, and she had no desire to concern herself with matters of the heart. As El Rue watched Xiao Yu glancing around, she couldn't help but reminisce about the moments spent with him. To be honest, her years with Li Yunma had been devoid of joy. Though he professed kindness, it was merely a facade. He was inherently selfish. She was aware that he often sought the company of other women, though she had chosen to remain silent about it. Her association with Li Yunma stemmed from her abilities as a puppeteer, crafting puppets for him. The only reason he regarded Xiao Yu as a brother was due to the latter's prowess as an alchemist. El Rue had never considered seeking another man until she experienced the bliss of human ecstasy. Now, she found herself incessantly yearning to seek out Xiao Yu and observe his puppets. She longed to become his puppet. Observing Xiao Yu's anxious demeanor, El Rue gently remarked, "Xiao Shidi, do not rush. We are all at the qi refining stage, and naturally, we cannot match your master's pace. Furthermore, battles among Foundation establishment cultivators can last for days and nights. Your master should be evenly matched with her opponent. You should pay attention to your injuries, Sister Wang." Upon hearing someone express concern for her, Wang Mei instinctively turned around. When she noticed that Lu Rue was not as beautiful as herself, a smile immediately spread across her face. "Sister Lu, your kindness is truly appreciated, but I'm perfectly fine." Xiao Yu continued to soar forward, fully aware that battles among foundation-building cultivators of the same rank could prolong for an extensive period. Some golden core cultivators, when engaged in one-on-one combat, could battle for several days. In life-and-death confrontations, the contest is not solely based on techniques or magical artifacts, but also on willpower, spiritual stones, and elixirs. During the skirmish, if one's magical energy is not replenished, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. The one who possesses more restorative elixirs and spiritual stones would hold the upper hand. Xiao Yu was particularly wary of this. No matter how wealthy his master was, he could not rival the immense resources of that wretched woman. Yijiro would go to any lengths, including murder and smuggling, and surely possessed high-grade spiritual stones and exquisite elixirs. While Xiao Yu was lost in thought, Wang Mei suddenly widened her eyes. There are people ahead. It's Lin Su from the Harmony Sect. Xiao Yu and the others swiftly halted midair, while Lu Linger, feeling the foundation-level cultivation of their opponent, appeared flustered and breathless. Li Yunma, noticing her distress, quickly produced a magical artifact. He's alone. We need not fear. Lin Su looked at the group of chi-refining cultivators before him with a puzzled expression, then raised his hand to draw his sword. What audacity! You dare to come to Jiangliashan? A bunch of chi-refining trash dares to stand in my way. Xiao Yu bowed his head in contemplation. The last time he encountered this individual, he was still at the chi-refining stage, and now he had rapidly advanced to foundation building. This exemplified the benefits of being affiliated with a major sect, as their resources were incomparable to those of ordinary individuals. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yu also withdrew his magical artifact. This was Jiangliashan, still under the control of the Harmony Sect. If they did not swiftly deal with this person, they risked attracting more trouble. Before Xiao Yu could make a move, Lu Linger charged forward with a fierce cry. Wang Mei quickly extended her whip to restrain her. Lu Rui shouted, and Li Yunma flanked her, unleashing several puppets to rush into the fray. Lin Su scoffed coldly. A bunch of first-tier puppets? How foolish. With that, he thrust his sword forward, and the blade transformed into 9 streaks of azure light, aimed directly at Li Yunma's forehead. Li Yunma momentarily found himself dazed. So fast. Lu Rui, witnessing her partner's impending peril, felt a surge of panic. Though she desired to be with Xiao Yu, she could not bear to watch Li Yunma meet his end. She stepped forward to shield him with her own sword. In the instant their swords clashed, Lu Rui's weapon shattered on impact. The shards pierced her abdomen, causing blood to flow incessantly. Li Yunma was instantly enraged, commanding all his puppets to assault their adversary. You righteous dog. Lin Su chuckled coldly. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him today. Encountering so many chi-refining cultivators at once would surely enhance his accomplishments. He raised his hand and unleashed a spell, sending out 3 earth spike talismans that erupted from the ground, forming 3 enormous earthen spikes aimed at the puppets. Wang Mei extended her whip in an attempt to assist, but it was futile. Lu Linger also produced her own magical artifact, attacking from a distance. Upon her initial move, an oddity struck her. How had her cultivation level ascended to the 6th layer of chi refinement? Her brother-in-law, Li Yunma, had only reached the 5th layer. Glancing at Wang Mei, who stood at the 7th layer of chi refinement ahead, Linger tightened her grip on her magical artifact, her heart racing with anxiety. When had her senior sister achieved such formidable prowess? In a moment of realization, Linger instinctively turned her gaze to the already approaching Xiao Yu, her face flushing crimson. Xiao Yu had unsheathed a long spear. Sister Wang, take Linger and the others away to assist our master. I shall remain here to confront him alone. Chapter 56. Am I despicable? Thank you for the compliment. Wang Mei's heart sank at Xiao Yu's insistence to face Lin Su alone. Yet, Xiao Yu coldly transmitted. This is an order. Wang Mei's lips trembled as she cast a sorrowful and indignant glance at Li Yunma, who was shielding Ru below. Li Yunma was already contemplating escape. After merely 3 exchanges, fear gripped him. As a 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator, he knew victory was beyond his grasp. Observing the severely injured Ru, he anxiously shouted, We must rescue Elder Zhang. Junior brother Xiao, I will leave a few puppets to assist you. With that, Li Yunma hastily carried Ru away. Li Yunma fled with great urgency, seeking an opportunity to return to the branch. If Lin Su was so formidable, what fate awaited him against Yijiro, who was at the 8th layer of foundation establishment? He needed to find a chance to escape. Witnessing this, Wang Mei ensnared Linger with her magic whip before hastily retreating. Lin Su snorted derisively. Huh? Do you think you can flee before me? Before he could advance, Xiao Yu thrust his spear forward. Lin Su was taken aback. The Qingye spear? How did it come to be in your possession? As Lin Su raised his gaze to Xiao Yu, the latter was already clad in resplendent armor. Lin Su's expression quivered, his murderous intent unmistakable as he recognized the familiar armor. What have you done to junior sister Yi? You scoundrel. I demand answers. Xiao Yu wore a playful smile. His eagerness to confront Lin Su stemmed from an unsettling sensation within his own body. Although his cultivation had not increased after aiding his master, a surge of cool spiritual energy was recklessly colliding with his meridians, causing him discomfort. He needed to expel this energy. Gazing at Lin Su, Xiao Yu's smile turned increasingly sardonic. With his right hand brandishing the spear forward, he slowly revealed a mesmerizing, entrancing smoke from behind him. I heard from Hualien that you seem to have made a lifelong commitment with her. Lin Su's veins bulged in response. Before he could take a step closer, Xiao Yu continued softly, do you not wish to hear about Hualien's whereabouts? You must know she is alive, for her soul lamp has not extinguished. I must say, her complexion is indeed radiant. Everyone at our branch adores her. Ha ha. By the way, let me show you this. You will surely appreciate it. As Xiao Yu spoke, he produced a pair of embroidered shoes and the token of love between Hualien and Lin Su from the maid's quarters. Upon seeing these items, Lin Su erupted in fury. Oh, I will take your life. Xiao Yu had long since prepared the thunder movement technique, soaring through the air while releasing enchanting smoke behind him. Lin Su remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the atmosphere, his eyes bloodshot, his mind consumed by thoughts of Hualien. She was the disciple of the sect leader of the Jade Maiden sect, her cultivation far superior to his own. After 3 long years of servitude, he had finally won her affections, only to have her snatched away by this despicable wretch. Before he could close the distance, Xiao Yu threw their token of love at his face, taunting, what are you shouting for? Look at you, so cowardly. Are you anxious because you cannot have her? Lin Su erupted in furious curses. Ah, you beast. Die. Giant sword technique. He summoned all his power, raising his sword into the air. The magical sword instantly expanded to a colossal length of over 20 meters. Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled, hastily releasing the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties diagram. The effects of the enchanting smoke began to manifest. Just as Lin Su attempted to bring his giant sword crashing down, he was suddenly captivated by a throng of ethereal maidens, each more breathtaking than the last. He stood frozen, his breath quickening at the sight of such exquisite beauties. This is bad. Lin Su could no longer afford to focus on the giant sword technique. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, employing acupressure to regulate his qi and blood flow. However, by the time he completed these actions, it was too late. He could distinctly feel the effects of some potent substance spreading throughout his internal organs, particularly affecting his kidneys. Gazing across at the mocking Xiao Yu, Lin Su's expression trembled with rage. You despicable dog. You conspired against me. Xiao Yu replied with a cold laugh. I, Xiao Yu, have always acted with integrity. Besides, is it not the way of war to employ cunning? Are you not the one being vile? As Xiao Yu stalled for time, the longer he delayed, the more advantageous it became for him. Once the drug's effects fully manifested, and as those celestial maidens gathered around Lin Su, his fate would be sealed. Lin Su, your Xianling sect is far more disgusting than the Hehuan sect. I passed through numerous trials only to be expelled for lack of talent, spirit stones, and background. And you? How exceptional is your spiritual root? You merely rely on your father to provide you with spirit stones and resources. Those resources were not obtained from other disciples. A sardonic smile curled on Xiao Yu's lips. Thank you for the compliment. I shall embrace my villainy. Now, you can rest easy and die. At this moment, Lin Su dared not respond. He had only recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage and had let his guard down. He had been so easily provoked. How could he succumb to such a lowly enchantment? This was intolerable. He could not accept it. So what if Hualien was lost? Why was he so agitated? He still had a bright future ahead of him. He could not allow himself to be slain by a mere qi-refining brat. Xiao Yu had already procured a fire talisman, preparing to give him a shocking surprise. But in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror as he beheld Lin Su suddenly brandishing something as he swung his sword. Alarmed, Xiao Yu hastily activated the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties diagram. Ah! Echoed Lin Su's anguished scream, a sound of sheer desperation. It seems as though something of great significance has been lost. Xiao Yu's expression shattered, for he had never witnessed such ruthlessness before. You dare accuse me of being despicable? Are you not despicable yourself? You think you can outmaneuver me with your underhanded tactics? Lin Su's leg was continuously dripping with blood as he raised his sword, his pale face directed towards the celestial maidens ahead. At this moment, he had entered a sage-like state, devoid of any reaction. Observing Xiao Dong as he continued to manipulate the enchanting image, Lin Su lunged forward with his sword. Just then, Xiao Yu unexpectedly released a figure, his beloved Hualien. Stay back. Quickly throw away the artifact. Otherwise, I shall break her neck. Xiao Dong shouted with fervor. The opponent was in the foundation establishment stage. It was no jest. Hua Yin feigned tears, calling out, "Brother Lin, save me." Lin Su's expression trembled, veins bulging once more. Without uttering a word, he raised his sword and struck, "Die." Giant sword technique. Hua Yin raised her brows. "You dare to kill even me? Is this your so-called love for me?" Xiao Yu attacked from both sides. No longer holding back, he lifted the Qingye spear and unleashed the divine light of ultimate bliss. Hua Yin recited the divine maiden's incantation, and a radiant light appeared. Lin Su's colossal sword shattered the attacks of both adversaries as if they were mere reeds. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, he witnessed Xiao Yu and Hua Yin vanish into thin air. They had simply disappeared. In the judgment room, Xiao Yu's expression was one of utter disbelief. Though he could contend with those in the mid-stage of qi refinement against late-stage adversaries, facing someone in the foundation establishment stage was considerably more challenging. No matter how powerful his 9 sons' divine body was, he dared not confront that massive sword directly. Outside, Lin Su continued to curse. Reflecting on Hua Yin's earlier words, he surmised that she had already been involved with that man. Whether willingly or transformed into a furnace cauldron, Hua Yin had lost her value to him. Nonetheless, today, he vowed to eliminate both of them. He could not allow anyone to uncover his disgraceful secrets. Suddenly, the space behind him tore open. Xiao Yu brandished the Qingye spear, now smeared with explosive talismans, and thrust it directly into Lin Su's already grievously injured groin. Boom. Chapter 57. Capturing Yi Zhiro alive. Lin Su howled in agony, the sword in his hand clattering to the ground. Instinctively, he reached out to summon his sword back, but as he extended his hand, Hua Yin struck down upon him with her own blade. In the chaos, Lin Su's storage pouch was seized by Xiao Yu. Fear gripped Lin Su. He had only just broken through to the first layer of foundation establishment. He could not die here. He summoned his magical energy once more, screaming as he prepared to counterattack. As he observed Hua Yin wielding her icy sword with a fierce determination, Lin Su's lips quivered. The worthless individual beside him could never hope to kill him in a higher realm. He could only inflict minor injuries. However, Hua Yin, the chief disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, had previously achieved great perfection in the foundation establishment stage, though she was now merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Her combat skills, innate talent, spiritual roots, and techniques surpassed anything Lin Su could match. Hua Yin, a daughter of celestial grace, found it effortless to extinguish life. "Liner, save me." Lin Su cried out in despair, his voice tinged with desperation. He could no longer feel his lower body, and the wounds on his hands began to freeze. Unmoved, Hua Yin unleashed a beam of icy light, cleaving down with her sword. In an instant, Lin Su's head was severed, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, frost enveloping him completely. He was dead beyond recovery. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu picked up Lin Su's magical sword and, after stowing Hua Yin away, turned to pursue Wang Mei and the others. The day's significant slaughter was largely due to Lin Su's impulsiveness. Had he been a more rational cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he would have sensed the soul-distracting smoke. Instead, he had attacked relentlessly, like a rabid dog. Devoid of reason, as Xiao Yu flew onward, exhaling heavily, he pondered how to assist his master. Before he could travel far, he spotted Wang Mei leisurely flying ahead with Lu Linger. It was evident that Wang Mei was slowing her pace. Her concern for his safety outweighed her worries for Zhang Xiling. Xiao Yu approached with a cold gaze. "Why have you only reached this point?" Wang Mei's expression brightened upon seeing Xiao Yu catch up. "We are searching for our master's whereabouts. We must not overlook anything." Xiao Yu glanced around, puzzled. "What of Li Yunma and the others?" Wang Mei scoffed. "That fellow, he claims Lu Rue is gravely injured and must return to heal." Xiao Yu said nothing in response. After all, that individual had never regarded him as a brother. This was perhaps for the best, as it freed him from any psychological burden regarding Lu Rue. Just then, Xiao Yu suddenly heard the sounds of battle emanating from the northern mountain peak. Lu Linger exclaimed excitedly, "It's master!" The trio hastily flew towards the commotion. Before they could approach, they beheld a colossal golden-scaled talisman hovering atop a distant peak, while a violet fairy apparition appeared behind Zhang Xiling, the nature of which was unknown. Yi Zhiro, panting heavily, urged the golden-scaled talisman, hesitant to act recklessly. If Zhang Xiling evaded her talisman, all would be lost. Yet, As she continued to exert her magical energy, a strand of hair at her temple turned white. This condition could not be sustained for long. She needed to devise a plan. Opposite her, Zhang Xiling wielded a ghostly wolf chain, accompanied by the violet fairy apparition and a shadowy wolf circling nearby. Fixating on the golden-scaled talisman above, Zhang Xiling's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. You killed many disciples of my branch and still wish to flee? Yijiro's expression grew frantic as she spotted Xiao Yu and the others approaching. Zhang, we bear no deep-seated enmity. Why not cease hostilities today? I am willing to bestow this golden-scaled talisman upon you. I, Yijiro, solemnly swear never to trespass upon your Harmony Sect again. I vow to transform our conflict into reconciliation. Xiao Yu coldly interjected. You are capable of turning against your own flesh and blood. The words of someone like you are worth less than the foulest of my master's flatulence. Attack. At his command, Wang Mei and Lu Linger unleashed a barrage of fireball talismans from behind Yijiro, who was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she summoned a defensive artifact. Zhang Xiling seized the opportunity. As the phantom wolf emerged, the wind howled and lightning flashed. In an instant, she closed the distance to Yijiro. Instinctively, Yijiro commanded her golden scales to strike at Zhang Xiling, exclaiming die. Ah! With fervor etched across her face, she screamed. A strand of white hair appeared atop her head, a clear indication that she was exerting her utmost strength. With a single blow, she cleaved Zhang Xiling in two. Yet, as reality dawned upon her, she realized her full-force attack had only struck an illusion. In the next moment, Zhang Xiling materialized before her. The air around them was thick with an intoxicating aroma, causing Yijiro to falter. As the phantom wolf chain ensnared her entirely, her talisman slowly descended, transforming into a drifting charm. Zhang Xiling deftly retrieved the charm, stowing it away in her storage pouch. Then, with a sudden yank on the phantom wolf chain, anguished cries echoed through the links. Blood oozed from the chain's crevices, causing Xiao Yu's eyes to glimmer with excitement. Yijiro, I've captured Yijiro, and she's still alive. My goodness, my master is truly formidable, like a cow swinging its tail, demonstrating astonishing prowess. How remarkable! With a face full of exhilaration, Xiao Yu rushed to Zhang Xiling, saying, Master, disciple arrives late, please forgive me. Wang Mei and El Linger chimed in, Master, we must leave quickly. Just now, Xiao Shidi killed Lin Su. The Xianling sect will soon arrive. As Zhang Xiling prepared to strangle Yijiro with the phantom wolf chain, the latter cried out in despair, Ah, fellow Taoist, spare my life. Have mercy. In a state of panic, Xiao Yu exclaimed. This wretch certainly cannot be allowed to perish so easily. I have yet to avenge Axiang's death. Master, please do not kill her. I have been studying the refinement of Foundation establishment pills. With Yijiro's heinous deeds, I could surely produce some if I bring her back. Wang Mei echoed, Indeed, Master. I am now in the late stage of qi refinement. This Yijiro is a malevolent fiend, having slaughtered so many of our disciples. Allowing her to die so easily would be a grave injustice. Unmoved, Zhang Xiling continued to grip the chain. Yijiro, at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, posed a significant threat if she were to revive and retaliate. Just then, Xiao Yu, with a dark expression, produced a vial of pills. Master, I possess second-tier spirit dispelling pills. Hearing this, the bound Yijiro screamed in terror, Kill me. Kill me. Zhang Xiling cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, harboring an unnameable fury within. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu quickly retrieved 3 spirit-dispelling pills, which Zhang Xiling coldly tossed into Yijiro's mouth. Yijiro trembled, and in that instant, it seemed as though her spiritual power had dissipated. She felt utterly powerless, as if she had become an ordinary mortal. Despite her cultivation still being at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, how could this be? No, no, no. What do you intend to do to me? My master will not spare you. In the next moment, she beheld Xiao Yu producing a jade gourd, and a realization struck her. Ah, if you dare, just kill me. How dare you, you insolent wretch? Chapter 58. The thoughts are not aligned. After Xiao Yu placed Yijiro into the jade girl gourd, he suppressed his inner excitement and, with reverence, presented Yijiro's storage bag to Zhang Xiling. Zhang Xiling cast a cold glance at Xiao Yu, then, after taking the storage bag, quietly inquired, What is your relationship with Wang Mei? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. What relationship? She is my senior sister. At that moment, Wang Mei knelt down, exclaiming, Master, I assure you that my relationship with junior brother Xiao is entirely innocent. We have not overstepped any boundaries. Please see through this. Meanwhile, Linger, keeping her head down, dared not speak. She knew that her relationship with Xiao Yu was far from innocent. Yet what woman would dare to admit such a thing? Zhang Xiling observed her 3 disciples before conjuring a flying artifact resembling a petal, lifting all 3 into the air. As they soared toward the branch, her brow furrowed. Behind them, Xiao Yu was impatiently yearning to return to the alchemy chamber. He intended to deal with Yi Zhiro slowly and meticulously. The memory of that wretched woman slaughtering Xiang's entire family ignited a desire for vengeance within him. He envisioned using a red-hot iron spike, or perhaps 2 scorching steel bars, preferably with barbs, to inflict excruciating pain. He fantasized about severing her limbs, ensuring she could not die, leaving her to starve, deprived of sustenance akin to what Bai Yue consumed. Such a vile creature deserved nothing less than to consume filth. With so many mouths to feed at home, there would be enough to sustain Yi Zhiro. He contemplated gouging out her eyes. Yet he realized it was imperative for this woman to comprehend her position. He would wait until they were in the judgment chamber to reveal his identity. For now, he could not afford to be careless. There was also Yi Zimei, who had yet to be brought to the judgment room. Once she was, he would savor the opportunity to toy with her. Xiao Yu, your contributions have been significant. Zhang Xiling spoke with a blank expression, her voice tinged with something unusual. Xiao Yu glanced at Linger and then at Wang Mei. Although Wang Mei could help him conceal the truth, Linger's situation would eventually come to light. It would be better to confess willingly. Master, I am guilty. After you departed, my medicinal power had not yet dissipated, and I inadvertently harmed the injured sister Linger. Upon hearing this, Linger's tears immediately began to fall, and she quickly turned her head aside. Zhang Xiling clenched her fist tightly around her skirt, gazing at the now-recovered Linger, slowly exhaling. It's all right. We are all of the same sect. You've saved Linger twice, which counts as merit. Support each other and avoid infighting. If I discover anyone daring to bully a fellow disciple, I will not spare them. As Zhang Xiling spoke, blood suddenly trickled from her lips, clearly a side effect of the violent blood pill. Xiao Yu instinctively looked up, but Zhang Xiling hastily turned her head away. Even though she knew that the exchange of their cultivation methods could heal her, she was unwilling to accept it. She had taken Wang Mei as her disciple out of pity, as her face had been disfigured. Zhang Xiling had hoped to guide her towards goodness. However, Wang Mei had always been a deceiver and likely harbored feelings for Xiao Yu. Furthermore, Linger was now also involved with him. Zhang Xiling felt a surge of blood rising in her throat, nearly choking her. In the next moment, she forcefully struck her chest, stifling it back. Xiao Yu, with a visage marked by concern, spoke earnestly. Master, I possess both the healing pill and the hemostasis pill. Zhang Xiling replied, I am unharmed. She then cast her gaze towards the direction of the sub-branch, lost in contemplation. What could she be pondering? As their master, she should not harbor anger towards Linger, who was merely affected by Xiao Yu's delirium. Moreover, Xiao Yu had successfully healed Linger. What reason was there for her ire? Yet, what was the true nature of Wang Mei's relationship with Xiao Yu? Had she realized this sooner, she would have acquiesced to Xiao Yu's advances from the beginning. After all, he was now in the late stages of qi refinement and would soon reach foundation establishment, placing him amongst her peers. How vexing. What was she contemplating? Had she not declared that she would seek a partner only upon reaching the golden core stage? Her 2 disciples had developed feelings for one another. Should she not be pleased as their mentor? Upon arriving at the sub-branch, Zhang Xiling unceremoniously ushered the trio into the alchemy chamber before silently soaring towards the partially ruined administrative hall. Xiao Yu, filled with apprehension, lifted his head. Wang Mei hastily conveyed through sound transmission, Master must be attending to her injuries. Her demeanor seems somewhat off. Xiao Yu discerned the underlying tension. Zhang Xiling was likely harboring resentment. Her willingness to sacrifice for her disciples indicated her deep sense of loyalty. With her yuan taken from her, it was probable that her Dao heart was troubled. Xiao Yu surmised that Zhang Xiling could not accept his association with another woman. Otherwise, her expression towards him would not reflect such turmoil. Gazing at the ethereal figure of Yi Zhiro within the jade girl gourd, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly. Before confronting that insufferable woman, he must first seek out Zhang Xiling. Take care of junior sister Linger. Ensure she does not act foolishly. I shall return shortly. With that, Xiao Yu soared towards the administrative hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiling, having returned to her residence within the administrative hall to circulate her energy for healing, found her mind inundated with images of Wang Mei's concern for Xiao Yu. Subsequently, visions of the maidens in the alchemy chamber flashed before her eyes. Confusion enveloped her. What was happening? Previously, she had found Xiao Yu's musings on love rather amusing, considering him merely a junior, a source of jest. However, ever since her Yuan Yin had been taken, her perspective had shifted. As she raised her hand to circulate her energy, spiritual essence began to flow through her damaged meridians, accompanied by an unprecedented wave of pain. With a sudden gasp, the blood she had previously stifled surged forth from her lips. What was amiss? Even with the blood-boiling pill, such severe repercussions were unthinkable. The unexpected turn of events drenched her forehead in sweat. As she resumed her circulation, attempting to stabilize her qi and blood, memories of Xiao Yu flooded her mind. In that moment of delirium, he had consumed countless blood-boiling and harmony pills for her sake. He had acted to save her, had he not? As a thread of spiritual essence lodged itself painfully at her heart, Zhang Xiling clenched the hem of her skirt in frustration. She was acutely aware that she might be succumbing to inner demons. Her thoughts were muddled. How absurd. It was merely Yuan Yin. He was just a junior, and she had no intentions towards him. Zhang Xiling, in a state of utter despair, clutched the hem of her skirt. As images of Wang Mei and Xiao Yu embracing replayed in her mind. At that moment, she felt as though she might lose her sanity. Once the seeds of doubt take root, her path to cultivation would be irrevocably hindered, just as she was on the brink of collapse. Xiao Yu unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Startled as if struck by lightning, Zhang Xiling hastily recoiled, exclaiming, "Don't touch me." Undeterred, Xiao Yu casually extinguished the light and approached her, saying, "Master, if you've consumed the blood-exploding pill, it may take a month or so to recover. If word gets out about your injury, our branch will be doomed. Surely, you wouldn't want anyone to know of your plight, would you? If you wish to avoid seeing me, I can cover my face, or you could knock me unconscious and manage it yourself." Zhang Xiling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Get lost. Get out of my sight this instant." Chapter 59, The Final Confrontation. With a furious shout, Zhang Xiling struck out with her palm. Xiao Yu, with a reckless bravado, raised his head to meet her attack. Zhang Xiling anticipated he would evade, while Xiao Yu believed she wouldn't genuinely strike. The result was a resounding slap that landed squarely on his crown, causing him to roll his eyes and collapse, blood oozing from all 5 orifices. Zhang Xiling's expression twisted in horror. How could you not dodge? Are you foolish?" Xiao Yu, his mind in disarray, genuinely thought she wouldn't harm him. Thankfully, he possessed the 9-yang divine body. Otherwise, that blow would have been fatal. But it was for the best. Let her panic. After all, he was now cradled in her embrace. Dying beneath the peony flower is still a form of romance. How delightful. Zhang Xiling hastily administered healing elixirs to him, while Xiao Yu, with a heartfelt gaze, professed, "If you truly despise me, even if you were to strike me dead, I would not hold it against you. For I genuinely care for you, Ling Er. Do you know why I call Lu Ling Shiji? It's because your name also contains the character Ling. I actually wanted to call you that, Xiling Ling Er." Zhang Xiling, momentarily irked, retorted, "You spend your days spouting nonsense. How many women do you think I don't know about? Are you awake? If you are, then hurry and leave." Xiao Yu, feigning weakness, looked up at her with open eyes. "I'm not awake." Zhang Xiling demanded, "Are you leaving or not?" Xiao Yu, with a resigned expression, replied, "You're injured, master. If a spy from the sect discovers your unstable aura tomorrow, the Xianling sect will launch an all-out attack, and our branch will suffer heavy casualties. I can serve as your furnace. Once I establish my foundation, I can assist you in condensing your golden core." Zhang Xiling raised her hand to strike again. However, upon noticing the blood at the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth, she abruptly stood up, declaring, "If you want to leave, then I will. Do not harbor delusions of becoming my Tao companion. You must eliminate all the women around you." Xiao Yu, taken aback, thought this was a challenge to his conscience. He responded, "Master, dawn is fast approaching. Are you certain you want to heal? By the way, what if you find yourself with child?" At this, Zhang Xiling instinctively glanced at her abdomen. Trouble loomed. It was indeed a possibility. The past few days had been perilous. Just then, a rooster crowed from a nearby rooftop. Breaking the tension, a ray of white light emerged in the east. Dawn was approaching. Xiao Yu let out a resigned sigh. "Since my master is so insistent, I shall take my leave." Zhang Ziling clenched her right fist tightly. Yesterday's battle at the branch had been fierce, resulting in the deaths of 2 elders. Today, the sect would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. If they discovered her injuries, it would be a calamity. If what Xiao Yu suggested was true, that a spy had informed the Xianling sect, then the situation was dire. Watching Xiao Yu prepare to depart, Zhang Ziling shouted in exasperation, "Come back. This is the last time. If you dare to speak of this matter, I shall expel you from the sect." Half an hour later, Xiao Yu returned to the alchemy room, wearing an air of arrogance. Upon his arrival, he intended to confront Yi Zhiro, but after some contemplation, he decided to complete his daily tasks first, feeding Bai Yue and assisting his mother-in-law, Han Xiaoshui, with her ailment. Once he had finished these tasks, Xiao Yu released Yi Zhiro. She appeared flustered, glancing around in a panic as if seeking an escape. However, having consumed the Sanling Dan, she was as vulnerable as an ordinary person. The alchemy room was now crowded with people. Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan had changed into fresh attire and were closing the door on either side. Hua Lian entered, carrying a large basin filled with water, its purpose unknown. Upon seeing Hua Lian, Yi Zhiro trembled. "Senior sister, you're alive?" Hua Lian smirked coldly. "Do you wish for my demise? I heard you've slain the other junior sisters. Haven't you?" Yi Zhiro shook her head vehemently. No. Senior sister, please listen to me." Hua Lian, uninterested in her excuses, pulled out 3 packets of Hihuan San, Lai Nu Yin, and Yin Feng San, pouring them into the basin. Yi Zhiro trembled at the sight, and when her gaze fell upon Xiao Yu, she suddenly froze. This man seemed familiar. Where had she seen him before? The memory eluded her. Xiao Yu smirked, gesturing playfully. Li Qingyun approached with a box of recording pearls. "Qingyun, make sure to position the recording pearls properly. The scene will be grand. Do not forget to capture it." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun placed a recording pearl on the table beside Yi Zhiro, then hung another on the bed curtain. After a moment's thought, she set 2 more recording pearls on the stool in front of the large basin. Yi Zhiro, now visibly panicked, exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Don't be reckless." Xiao Yu smiled mischievously. Though Yi Zhiro's appearance could not rival Bai Yue's, her figure was undeniably impressive. She had an alluring pear-shaped silhouette and legs reminiscent of a comic book heroine. Her hair was elegantly styled, brows like delicate strokes of ink. Her face resembled a peach blossom, lips like a touch of vermilion, and her posture was graceful, akin to drifting willow catkins, adorned in vibrant attire that flowed with the wind. Despite bearing the countenance of a cunning antagonist, her physique was remarkable. Observing the flustered expression on Yi Zhiro's face, Xiao Yu grinned. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my dear, I have been captivated. Will you be my partner on this journey?" Yi Zhiro cast a nervous glance at Xiao Yu, bewildered by his intentions. He couldn't have gone through so much effort to rescue her just to become her partner, could he? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "If you are willing to be my companion, I shall find the antidote for you. I will take you away from here. I have always admired the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect, which is why I saved Hua Lian. I find all of you women to be exceptionally unique. I have never encountered a beauty quite like you." Xiao Yu spoke with utmost seriousness, yet Yi Zhiro clearly did not believe him. Nevertheless, she laughed. "Is that so? Do you truly wish to become my partner? Then will you set me free?" Xiao Yu feigned impatience. "Well, it is not impossible, but many women are quite adept at deception. If you wish for me to release you, you must first entertain me for a while. As long as you keep me happy, I will set you free." Yi Zhiro awkwardly chuckled. As long as she could survive, she would not hesitate to accompany him for days and nights. What was dignity when her life was at stake? If it was merely this, she had no fear. "Is what you say truly sincere? What if you go back on your word?" Xiao Yu laughed heartily. "How could that be? I always conduct myself with integrity. If I deceive you, then I am not a good person. Now, put on this battle attire." Chapter 60. This place is truly a paradise. Yi Zhiro donned the exceedingly peculiar outfit with a look of intimacy. Soon after, she found herself embraced by Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan had been waiting patiently. Xiao Yu pointed at the recording crystal nearby and said, "Qingyun, why aren't you directing this recording crystal towards Miss Yi's face?" Li Qingyun hurried over. In that moment, Yi Zhiro realized his intention to capture a memory. If this recording were to circulate, how could she ever show her face again? She immediately stood up, but Xiao Yu grasped her firmly. "Fear not. Fear not. I wouldn't show this to anyone else. I simply enjoy collecting. How could I possibly let others see my woman? Remember to smile for the camera. Do not frown. It looks dreadful." Yijiro glanced at those around her, her expression trembling. Yet, she still embraced Xiao Yu. Soon, however, she sensed something amiss. Four Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan approached with a large basin, preparing to submerge her within it. Xiao Yu soothingly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I truly like you. This is simply how we express affection in our sect. It will be over before you know it." Yijiro, fearing Xiao Yu's wrath, forced an awkward smile. She sat in the basin, but the next moment, she realized what was happening and attempted to rise, only to be yanked back by Huang Xiang. Panic surged through Yijiro. She still did not trust Xiao Yu's words. If he captured her likeness, she would be at his mercy. Seeing her attempt to flee, Xiao Yu swiftly approached, grabbing her hair forcefully. "Didn't I tell you not to fear? Smile for me. Otherwise, I will end you." Yijiro managed a nervous smile. Now, as a mere mortal, she had no power at her disposal. Noticing her strained smile, Xiao Yu yanked her hair with one hand while the other slapped her face sharply. "I told you to smile. Smile at the recording crystal. Do you not understand? Do you wish to die?" Xiao Yu spoke as he brandished a cleaver, startling Yijiro, who quickly adopted a charming smile. "Please, don't kill me. I'm laughing. Holding the blade close to her face, Xiao Yu's tone turned chilling. "You better keep that smile. Or if you dare to frown or cease smiling, I will surely sever your arm. Go ahead, test me." With that, he traced the knife lightly against her arm. Yijiro nodded anxiously. Genuine fear etched on her features. For the next 2 hours, she maintained her laughter, perhaps too jubilant. By noon, Li Qingyun arrived with a meal. Xiao Yu and the others gathered around to eat, while Yijiro's powers were suppressed, though her cultivation remained intact. Xiao Yu's cultivation surged to the 9th level of qi refinement. Should he wish, he could ascend to foundation establishment today through Yijiro. However, vengeance was his foremost desire. First, he would finish the meal, then he would savor the moment. Yijiro, drained yet still smiling, longed for food herself. Watching the group indulge, her expression darkened with growing irritation. Those wretched scoundrels, using the recording pearl, had denied her a meal. How dare they treat her this way? If she managed to escape, they would know suffering beyond imagination. They were eating? Wait, if they were preoccupied with their meal, could she seize the opportunity to flee? Feeling a surge of anxiety, Yijiro swallowed hard. Glancing at her tattered black stockings, she instinctively clenched her fists. She had to escape. Seizing the moment while Xiao Yu and his companions were occupied, she dashed out. Her excitement caused her to stumble, a testament to her agitation. What brutes they were, depriving her of rest for 2 whole hours and recording her. What if someone saw those recordings? Never mind. She would simply claim that it was her doppelganger who had been disguised. As she fled, Yijiro suddenly spotted a familiar woman in the courtyard. Her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Yizime, who was anxiously watching Zhao Hongya express her feelings. "Sister." Yizime seemed oblivious to Yijiro's presence, her attention solely on the front. Since being captured by Xiao Yu, she felt utterly blissful. As long as she behaved and did not run away, the girls here treated her with kindness. This place was nothing short of paradise. She had longed for it in her dreams. "Hongya, I actually saw you once back at the Jade Maiden sect. Your father is Elder Zhao from the Xianling sect, right? We truly are fated," she said, presenting a flower to Zhao Hongya. Zhao Hongya, noticing Xiao Yu approaching nonchalantly with a group, frowned and remarked, "Didn't you just pursue Qingyun this morning? Why are you seeking me out again? You're full of nonsense." Yizime chuckled, wrapping her arms around Zhao Hongya. "I actually find you more adorable than Qingyun. May I place this flower on your hair?" Before she could reach for the flower, Yijiro strode over and slapped her across the face. "What are you up to?" Yizime was momentarily taken aback, instinctively kneeling upon the side of her sister. "Sister, why are you here?" she stammered. Yijiro's expression was icy, radiating a disdainful fury as she bellowed, "What are you doing? Huh? A dog can never change its nature." The primal fear coursed through Yizime, her face turning pale. Trembling as though confronted by a ghost, her visage marred by terror. Observing the scene, Xiao Yu stepped forward, seizing a metal rod, and struck Yijiro's teeth with a resounding crack, shattering 2 of her incisors. Yijiro glared at Xiao Yu with seething rage. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. "Is Miss Sime here to make friends, and that offends you? What an imposing presence." Upon witnessing her sister being struck down, Yizime's countenance turned frantic. "What is happening?" she thought, as Xiao Yu continued to wield the iron rod against Yijiro's remaining teeth, smashing them one by one. Without teeth, It's rather amusing, he mused. Initially, Yijiro cursed and glared, but soon she began to plead for mercy. Ah, I was wrong. Please stop. I truly regret my actions. Yizime, now in a state of bewilderment, questioned how her sister had been captured. Xiao Yu, still holding Yijiro, now toothless, turned to Yizime with a smile. What is the matter, Zime? Do you still fail to recognize your own errors? Acknowledge your faults, and I shall let your sister accompany you, if memory serves. She has always bullied you and even had a hand in the demise of your parents, hasn't she? Are you afraid of her? Do you not desire revenge? Why must you continually be oppressed by her? Suddenly, vivid memories of her sister's heinous acts against their parents flooded Izime's mind, distorting her expression in anguish. In the past, she had been powerless against her sister, but now the tables had turned. Upon entering this alchemy chamber, even a phoenix would have to bow low. All right, I admit my wrongs. I should never have taken lives. I was coerced by this woman, she declared vehemently. If you allow me to deal with her, I shall confess to all my sins. Detected Yizime's self-confession, she can be brought into the judgment chamber. Xiao Yu, seizing the opportunity, pulled Yizime inside. He then yanked Yijiro to her feet, dragging her by the hair as he moved backward. While I may allow others to confess, granting them a chance to harbor malice towards me, you are different. I wish for you to suffer in ways beyond death. As he spoke, Xiao Yu forcefully collided Yijiro's head against the gravestone of Ashiang. Yijiro's face turned ghostly pale, blood gushing forth from her forehead. Xiao Yu relentlessly struck her head against the tombstone, each impact causing blood to splatter. What follows will be an indelible memory for you. Prepare for a fate worse than death, you wretch. Chapter 61. I merely took the lives of a few mortals. Yijiro's head was repeatedly bashed against 3 gravestones ahead. The excruciating pain nearly rendered her unconscious. With each strike, she felt something within her head shift violently. Amidst the agony, she finally beheld the name inscribed on the gravestone, Ashiang. A fierce desire for survival filled her eyes as she finally recalled the identity of the man before her. How could this be? Wasn't he the one she had slain? No wonder he harbored such animosity towards her. She had severed his limbs and blinded him in both eyes. Right before him, she had taken the life of the woman he cherished. So this was the truth. But how had he managed to survive? She distinctly remembered shattering his skull. As Yijiro pondered this, Xiao Yu had already grasped her pinky finger. I will not allow you to perish, you wretched creature, he declared, twisting her pinky behind her. Panic surged within Yijiro, her pupils dilating. Please, I beg you, no, she cried. But scarcely had she uttered those words when a sharp, resounding crack echoed through the air. An intense pain surged through her, her pinky bent at an unnatural angle, hanging limply on the back of her hand. It's broken. Oh, my hand. It hurts so much. I was wrong, she wailed, unmoved. Xiao Yu seized her ring finger, applying pressure. Memories of Xiang's smile flooded his mind, recalling the beauty of the past. He exerted force again, snapping her finger amidst her agonized screams. Then he grasped her middle finger. Yijiro howled in torment. Rather than endure such suffering, death might indeed be a release. She struggled to rise and flee, but before she could escape, a sudden pain shot through her calf. Looking down, she realized she had collapsed. Her left foot severed beside her. Ah, it hurts. My foot. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should never have killed you. Help me, someone help me. Yijiro's desperate cries echoed in the air. Xiao Yu approached leisurely, brandishing a cleaver, a cold smirk on his face. Why are you crying? When you severed my limbs, I did not weep. Why is it unbearable now that the tables have turned? Did you not relish tormenting mortals? How exquisite does it feel today? Do not worry. I shall ensure you do not die. I will heal your wounds shortly and repeat the process. At his words, Yijiro broke down in tears, fear enveloping her. A chill coursed through her body, making her tremble. Observing her state, Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh, setting down the knife to lift her. After half an hour, her injuries healed remarkably due to the 9-yang divine body. Xiao Yu once more grasped her pinky. It was with this very hand that she had killed Xiang. No matter how he twisted it, he felt an insatiable urge for satisfaction. He then built a fire, placing her hand over the flames. Yijiro, in utter despair, cried out, "Kill me, please. Just kill me. I cannot bear this pain in my hand. I merely took a few mortal lives. Why must you treat me this way? Why?" Her face was a mask of devastation. She was truly terrified, fearing he would grasp her fingers once more, fearing that her adversary would wield the knife again. Slicing through her limbs with merciless precision, she contemplated the agony of being healed only to endure the torment once more. Should such a fate await her, she would prefer death. Why must you treat me this way? I merely took the lives of a few insignificant beings. To us cultivators, who truly cares for the lives of mere mortals? What is it that you desire? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression grew increasingly sardonic. Gazing at Yijiro, who was curled on the ground, wailing in despair, he coldly declared, "Every individual possesses the right to exist. If the strong can indiscriminately strip the weak of their lives, then is what I do to you not entirely justifiable? I fail to comprehend what mortals represent in the eyes of you cultivators. Are not your ancestors, if traced back through generations, also mere mortals?" Yijiro clenched her right hand in bitter defiance, terrified that her fingers might be broken as well. Mortals are evil, foolish. Once they acquire power and wealth, they treat their kind with extreme cruelty. In the eyes of those affluent mortals, the lower class are no more than swine or dogs. So why should we cultivators not regard them as mere ants? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, gradually grasping Yijiro's right hand. Panic washed over her as she gritted her teeth, desperately clenching her fist. Witnessing Xiao Yu slowly pry apart her fingers filled her with despair. I was wrong. Oh, I was wrong. Please, no more. I truly made a mistake. I am willing to be your furnace, to serve you from now on. I only wish to cultivate, to avoid being bullied. I truly understand my error. Spare me. Detected Yijiro's self-repentance. She may be received into the judgment chamber. Unmoved, Xiao Yu continued to twist Yijiro's fingers, methodically bending them backward with increasing force. The thrill of revenge manifested vividly on his face. As Yijiro began to wail once more, Xiao Yu forcefully stepped on her right arm and continued his relentless assault. Spare you? Who spared Xiang? Huh? You do not wish to be bullied? Is that a justification for the suffering of the innocent? I could consider sparing you, but only if you resurrect Xiang. Revive her, and I shall grant you mercy. Xiao Yu persisted in his ruthless endeavor. With a violent twist, Yijiro's head suddenly drooped to the side. The excruciating pain seemed to shatter her nervous system, leaving her in a daze, staring blankly at Xiao Yu. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she had lost her sense of pain. Perhaps it was the overwhelming agony. Or perhaps death had already begun to embrace her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as memories of a childhood afternoon flooded her mind. Back then, she was a mere mortal. A child, yet she was harmed by her own father and brother. She could not fathom why her kin would inflict such suffering upon her, as the physical torment left her spirit irrevocably scarred. On that fateful day, she wielded a hoe and shattered her brother's skull with her own hands. The notion that one must act for oneself, lest one face divine retribution, began to take root within her heart. She recalled her father, that wretched dog who deserved the utmost punishment. Ah, my dear daughter, your mother has returned to her family these past few days, and your father has brought you your favorite candied hawthorn. Chapter 62. The Secret Record of Alchemy. Yijiro vividly remembered her mother's reaction upon discovering her affair with her father. She chose to turn a blind eye, for her father had always held absolute authority in their household. If her mother dared utter a word of dissent, she would be met with fists and kicks. It was not long before she found herself with child. Desperate to rid herself of the abomination within, she contemplated escape multiple times. Yet that man, like a devil, imprisoned her within the woodshed. With her brother's death, the Yi family was left without an heir, and thus that man insisted she give birth. Yijiro resolutely refused, and one quiet night, she used a hatchet to remove the accursed child from her body. She no longer wished to live, but fate intervened, and she was rescued by her sister, Yizime. Together, they fled to the desolate outskirts. She still vividly remembers Yizime pushing a cart, proclaiming her intent to take her away. Misfortune befell the unfortunate, and soon they were captured by a female cultivator from the Harmony Sect. Yijiro, wounded and bloodied, managed to escape unscathed, while Yizime was taken away to a cave. From that moment on, her sister became as abnormal as she was. Eventually, the two joined the Harmony Sect. After mastering their spells, Yijiro returned to the place of her past, where she severed the heads of that man and her mother. Over the years, she had come to understand one fundamental truth: the weak are destined to be oppressed. Even if it means forsaking morality and humanity, the pursuit of strength is deemed righteous. Betraying one's master, harming one's kin, and the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent had become the norm. Reflecting on her past transgressions, Yijiro did not believe she had erred. Gradually, She closed her eyes, contemplating that perhaps if she died, her suffering would cease. Yet, before long, she regained consciousness. Gazing at her healed form, she leaned against the wall, her face ashen. Once again, she had been restored, uncertain of the torment that awaited her. Yijiro sat there vacantly, feeling utterly powerless. She contemplated the notion of biting her tongue to end her life, yet she knew this method would fail, for she had attempted it in her youth. Nearby, Xiao Yu began to cultivate. With Yijiro's assistance, he had reached the second layer of foundation establishment. He needed to adjust the spiritual energy within him. Raising his hand, he drew circles in the air, opening the pathways of yin and yang. A refreshing stream of spiritual energy flowed through his lower abdomen and gradually spread throughout his meridians. He first circulated the energy around his body, then gathered it in his dantian. Feeling the essence of his refined mana multiplying, Xiao Yu slowly focused his breath. During the qi refinement phase, the emphasis lies in drawing energy into the body and strengthening the meridians. Simple spells can be cast, though their power remains limited. Once one enters the foundation establishment stage, it signifies a true ascent into the realm of cultivation. Not only does this grant the practitioner access to a broader array of spells and talismans, but it also enables them to manipulate magical artifacts from a distance using their divine sense, even allowing for tracking and locating with precision. Xiao Yu raised his hand to release the magical artifact, the Jade Maiden Gourd. Sensing the elemental restrictions within, he directly projected his divine sense to extinguish the raging flames contained within. From this moment forth, the gourd would serve as a sanctuary for the other women, requiring no further suppression of spells. Subsequently, Xiao Yu retrieved Lin Su's storage pouch and extracted a mid-grade flying artifact, stepping onto it and ascending effortlessly into the sky. His speed exponentially greater than before. With a gleam in his eyes, he realized that he could now rightfully refer to himself as this seat. He had reached an equal standing with his master. In the time ahead, he merely needed to exchange insights with Yijiro a few more times, and his advancement to the mid-foundation establishment stage would be a mere formality. To be prudent, he contemplated directly promoting Hualien and Wang Mei to the first layer of foundation establishment, utilizing the 9-yang divine body to nurture them. Though the time required was somewhat lengthy, next month, he was to accompany the grandson of the fire monk to a certain secret realm and assist his master in seeking a treasure. Wait a moment. That secret realm seemed to only permit those in the qi refining stage to enter, and with his current cultivation, he likely could not gain access. Now that his enemies had been apprehended, perhaps the best course of action would be to retreat and solidify his progress for a time. Additionally, he wished to delve into the art of artifact forging. Gazing at the nearly incapacitated Yijiro on the ground, Xiao Yu raised his hand and summoned her into the judgment chamber. Prior to entering seclusion, he decided to examine the judgment rewards for these two women. Activating the judgment buttons for Yi Mei and Yijiro, 2 notifications promptly appeared before him. Successfully judged the wicked woman Yi Mei. Reward: Recipe Compendium, digital version. Successfully judged the wicked woman Yijiro. Reward: functionality to incorporate the Maid's Pavilion, allowing the host to have other non-evil female characters voluntarily enter the Maid's Pavilion. Xiao Yu's spirits soared upon seeing this. The Maid's Pavilion functionality meant he would no longer need to carry the Jade Maiden Gourd, as women like Li Qingyun and Zhao Hongye could also access the pavilion. This feature was indeed quite practical. The recipe compendium contained thousands of rare formulations, including 68 ancient recipes, notably the recipe for the dust-settling pill, which aids cultivators in achieving the golden core stage, a remarkable find. With a twinkle in his eye, Xiao Yu resolved to enter seclusion for the time being, as there was much to accomplish. At this moment, Wang Mei entered the chamber, visibly anxious. Looking at Xiao Yu, she whispered, "Master, Sister Linga mentioned she wants to return. Should you not try to persuade her?" It seemed that Yi Haoyan was in a precarious situation, and Sister Linger was concerned for him. Xiao Yu rested his chin on his hand, skeptical of Yi Haoyan's purported demise. Wang Mei coldly replied, "Master, Yi Haoyan is likely seeking to secure a spot in next month's secret realm. I have sensed his ulterior motives, and even Master has not consented to this union. In the face of extraordinary circumstances, one must suspect ulterior motives. Linger, my junior sister, has already lost her virtue, yet he continues to feign innocence. His intentions are dubious. I propose we seize an opportunity to eliminate him, thus sparing Linger from further deception." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Allow me a moment to contemplate. Upon finishing his statement, he produced a secret manuscript of alchemical formulas. He recalled glimpsing a particular elixir, a potion capable of unveiling the truth. Eureka! The truth serum. Crafted from the true spirit herb and the human speech herb, it compels one to speak only the truth for an entire hour. Have that scoundrel consume the truth serum, while I retreat into seclusion to cultivate my skills. I shall grant Lu Linger one final chance. I owe her nothing. Once I complete my alchemical work, I shall focus solely on my own training. Outside the Hall of Affairs, Xiao clenched his fists, his expression dark and brooding as he reflected on the events of the previous day, his brows quivering with agitation. That wretched woman dared to associate with another. He had indeed overestimated her. However, he was no fool. Today, the sect would dispatch a new elder, one of the 7 beauties of harmony. It was likely that Zhang Xiling would be replaced due to yesterday's incident. Regardless of the outcome, he could not afford to be at a loss. Lu Linger, being Zhang Xiling's disciple, had now formed a connection with Xiao Yu. Surely, it would not be unreasonable to request a vial of Foundation establishment pills? With Linger's simple-mindedness, a few flattering words from him would surely compel her to assist him. At that moment, Lu Linger approached timidly, her face etched with anxiety. Brother Yi. Chapter 63. The Truth Serum. Upon seeing Lu Linger, Xiao immediately donned a welcoming smile, approaching her with feigned concern. Linger, I have missed you dearly. How I have longed to see you. Just as he reached out, before he could touch Lu Linger, Wang Mei stepped in between them with determination. Lu Linger, startled, quickly sidestepped. Xiaoyan's expression darkened, and he glared at Wang Mei with murderous intent. You again, you venomous woman. When will you cease your meddling? Wang Mei smirked with disdain, her cultivation now at the 9th level of qi refinement, rendering her unafraid of Xiaoyan's fury. What do you mean by venomous woman? Anyone who stands between you and Linger in your eyes is a venomous woman? Is that why you failed to rescue my master when she was in danger? Do you consider my master a venomous woman? Xiaoyan's fists tightened in anger. It was indeed Wang Mei who had been the source of his frustrations. Had it not been for her incessant interference, Lu Linger would not have been so troubled. He had always deemed Wang Mei an insidious character, repeatedly sabotaging his endeavors. Who in the sect was unaware of Wang Mei's frequent bullying of Lu Linger? What good could she possibly be? With this thought, Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed. Wang Mei, you wretched harlot, will you never end this? Why do you persist in your schemes? I see your envy of Linger is palpable. What noble intentions could you possibly harbor? Wang Mei, refusing to engage further in empty dialogue, produced a truth serum and approached Xiaoyan. I shall not waste time with you. This is the truth serum. Consume it, and you will be compelled to speak only the truth. You claim to cherish Linger. Are you bold enough to take it? Xiaoyan instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze betraying a flicker of panic. Wang Mei cast a cold glance at the silent Lu Linger, mocking her. Even if you doubt my judgment, you must trust in your masters. The master's disagreement undoubtedly holds its own rationale. Junior sister, setting aside the past grievances between us, I do not wish for you to be deceived by those who can only engage in empty rhetoric. Xiao Shidi consumed the medicine for the sake of our master and the sect, and he has saved your life on multiple occasions. It is one thing to refrain from expressing gratitude. It is another to seek out such a despicable individual. Shall we wager? I assure you that Xiaoyan would never dare to consume the Xinyan Dan, for he does not truly love you. He merely seeks to exploit you. A man's words are the least trustworthy. Pay no heed to what he says, but observe his actions instead. Linger cast a nervous glance to the side, clearly hesitating. Her reluctance to speak to Xiao Yu stemmed solely from embarrassment. She could hardly bear to look at him, as doing so would conjure the image of her spitting in Xiaoyan's face. Noticing Linger's silence, Xiaoyan grew somewhat flustered. Observing the Xinyan Dan in Wang Mei's hand, he sensed something amiss. Wasn't the Xinyan Dan red? Why, then, was the one in her hand green? Indeed, the Xinyan Dan was a second-tier elixir. How could Wang Mei possibly possess one? She must be attempting to deceive him. With this thought, Xiaoyan grinned widely and said, I declare, Wang Mei, if I consume this Xinyan Dan, you shall never be permitted to appear before us again. Do you dare? Wang Mei responded with a cold laugh. What is there to fear? Xiaoyan smirked inwardly, thinking her pretense was laughable. He reached for the elixir to inspect it. As expected, it was merely a second-tier Huiyuan Dan. Did she think he was ignorant? Feigning panic, Wang Mei furrowed her brow, internally reveling in her cleverness. Her master had wrapped Huiyuan Dan around the Jinyan Dan. Without a moment's thought, Yi Haoyan swallowed the pill. Linger's eyes widened in alarm. She feared it might be poison that would harm him. Wang Mei wasted no time, looking at the confidently smiling Yi Haoyan and softly inquiring, "Do you truly love junior sister Linga?" Yi Haoyan answered without hesitation, "I do not love her. I merely wish to use her to access the secret realm. I intend to exploit her for elixirs. I want to spend her spiritual stones." Once he had spoken, he clapped a hand over his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? This elixir was problematic. Across from him, Linger stood frozen, gazing at Yi Haoyan, who was now covering his mouth in horror, her mind in disarray. Wang Mei pressed on with her inquiry. "Who is the woman you cherish most?" Yi Haoyan, about to answer that it was his second mother, clamped his mouth shut and attempted to flee. Wang Mei was prepared, ensnaring him with a spell. Yi Haoyan silently lamented, "This is the end." Wang Mei continued, her expression mocking, "Speak. Who is the woman you hold dearest?" Yi Haoyan's features trembled, hesitating to respond. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he involuntarily blurted out, I most adore my second mother. I even spied on her while she bathed as a child. I think my second mother S." Upon hearing this, Linger's previously remorseful expression gradually morphed into one of cold disdain. Yi Haoyan continued his ramblings, his eyes nearly bulging. But who was Wang Mei? She would not let him off so easily. Otherwise, she would not be called Wang Mei. With a swift motion, she produced the image pearl and activated it, directing it towards Yi Haoyan. "Yi Haoyan, pray tell, what manner of person do you consider yourself to be?" Yi Haoyan gazed at the image pearl in Wang Mei's hand, his expression unraveling in horror. He yearned to bite his tongue and end his misery. If this were to spread, I would be exposed as someone who delights in deceiving women for their money. I previously swindled 300 spirit stones from Elder Xuanyuan's female disciple. I have an infatuation for my second mother, and if given the chance, I would surely eliminate my uncle. I speak with utmost sincerity. I once tricked a female cultivator who loved me, stealing her superior grade magic tool, only to have my father assign her to another branch for combat. Then I met Lu Linger, using the superior grade magic tool to capture her attention. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger was instantly incensed, raising her hand to strike. Yet, upon seeing Yi Haoyan's countenance, she hesitated. Wang Mei chuckled coldly. "Is this what you conveyed to your master? A dragon among men? It appears you are merely a son of a phoenix. You even deceived others for their magic tools. You still hold back your hand. It serves you right to be duped. Strike him." At her command, Lu Linger acted swiftly, delivering a resounding slap. Yi Haoyan's face contorted with anger. He wished to deceive her further, but as he opened his mouth, the truth escaped. "Lu Linger, you shameless harlot. You just splattered my face. How utterly disgraceful." Once uttered, the trio fell silent. Yi Haoyan sought to clarify, but again the words tumbled out. "Am I mistaken? Are you not enjoying this? Dare you swear otherwise?" Lu Linger, her eyes twitching, raised her palm to strike again. "Perish." After delivering the blow, she departed, while Wang Mei retrieved the image pearl. "Behave yourself in the future. Should you stir trouble again, I shall release the content of this image pearl." With that, Wang Mei chased after Lu Linger, unable to contain her laughter. "Junior sister, let us converse. Do not leave." Hey! Chapter 64. Bai Yue assaults Yi Zhiro in the alchemy chamber. Xiao Yu was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Yi Zhiro found herself devoid of thought. Her fingers were intertwined with pain. She had truly grown weary of suffering. Even if Xiao Yu demanded she bow or serve as a beast of burden, she would comply wholeheartedly. Observing Xiao Yu, who had reached the third level of foundation establishment, Yi Zhiro, whose own cultivation had diminished to the 6th level of foundation establishment, dared not utter a word. At that moment, Xiao Yu was equally perplexed. Why had Yi Zhiro's cultivation waned? What of Bai Yue and Yi Zimei? Why were they unaffected? Could the issue lie solely with Yi Zhiro? Xiao Yu instinctively glanced at the nearly lifeless Yi Zhiro, inquiring, "How is it that your cultivation surpasses your sister's by such a margin?" Yi Zhiro dared not withhold her answer. Should she incite discontent in him, he would surely retaliate. Thus, she replied, "I report to you, my lord, that my cultivation exceeds my sister's primarily because I have consumed numerous deceptive elixirs since the Qi refinement stage. Most of my cultivation stems from the consumption of these potions." Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. His 9-yang divine body and the supreme joy harmonization technique could indeed enhance others' cultivation. This meant that Yi Zhirou's previous level was but an inflated facade, now rectified to its rightful state. It seemed she would continue to diminish. Regardless, as long as his own cultivation improves, her descent to the Qi refinement stage matters not. With the distant crowing of a rooster, the dawn of a new day arrived. Xiao Yu, with a contented expression, stretched lazily, ready to embark on his daily tasks. Observing the time, he promptly made his way to Bai Yu's judgment chamber. Though Yi Zhirou saw Bai Yue, she was stripped of her former pride and ambition, as if her very essence had been sapped away. With her head hanging low, she dared not utter a word. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu seized Yi Zhirou's middle finger. Terrified, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "I was wrong, I was wrong. Woe is me, my hand." Bai Yue paused her own activities, her ears catching a familiar sound. Listening more intently, she clenched her fists. "Yi Zhirou? The traitor who feasted with the enemy?" Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Indeed. Today, let us observe your performance. I shall refrain from initiating the judgment. Handle her as you see fit, just do not kill her." Bai Yu's expression hardened, her excitement palpable as she stood up, despite her blindness, and picked up a nearby iron rod. Advancing towards Yi Zhirou, she swung it fiercely at Yi Zhirou's arm. As she approached, she seized Yi Zhirou and struck her, shouting, "You wretched creature! Look at you now! Haha! Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your sins." Xiao Yu interjected urgently. "I told you not to kill her. Be cautious." Bai Yue nodded repeatedly and continued to strike. Yi Zhirou, dazed and unable to retaliate, realized that Bai Yue was indeed alive and had been captured by Xiao Yu. It seemed she had also suffered in this predicament. As Bai Yue relentlessly beat her, Yi Zhirou clenched her fists in reluctant defiance, smirking at the blind Bai Yue. "Master, you seem to be doing quite well here, don't you?" Bai Yue's brows furrowed in fury as she raised her fist and struck Yi Zhirou in the abdomen, shouting, "You filthy wretch! Dare you speak?" Yi Zhirou burst into manic laughter. "Ha! Master, the angrier you get, the more you resemble me. Look at you now, captured just like I was. Do you still think of yourself as the saintess? Huh, I spit on that. You call me a wretch? What of you?" Bai Yue's rage boiled over as she picked up a bowl from the ground and smashed it over Yi Zhirou's head. Each blow seemed to release the pent-up fury within her. Yi Zhirou, bloodied yet exhilarated, laughed, "Haha, even if I die, you shall not fare better. You are a wretch now too. What do you have to be proud of? When I asked you for spirit stones and tools, you refused. Do you still consider yourself the leader of the Bai Sect? I see you as nothing but a disgrace." Bai Yue, incensed, kicked out violently. Xiao Yu raised his hand and struck Bai Yue hard across the face, saying, "I told you not to kill her. Do you not understand?" Bai Yue quickly lowered her head. Yes, I was wrong." After this, Xiao Yu exited, intending to treat Han Xiushui's ailments after bringing her and Li Qingyun to the maid's quarters. Before the proceedings commenced, Han Xiushui remarked, "Xiao Yu, I can't shake the feeling that there has been no improvement these past 2 sessions. It seems ineffective." Xiao Yu promptly activated the Zhuyang divine body, asserting, "Ineffective? Surely, the time has not yet arrived." Once the treatment concluded, Han Xiushui appeared perplexed, exclaiming, "How curious. Why is today's results so remarkable?" With an air of pride, Xiao Yu responded, "This indicates that the treatment is indeed effective. This method entails minor treatments every 5 days and a major course every 30 days. Just wait a month. You will undoubtedly observe significant signs of improvement." Han Xiushui nodded thoughtfully. Before she could rise, an unexpected wave of nausea surged through her. In the next moment, she covered her mouth and rushed to the back. Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled, contemplating whether she might be afflicted. He initially intended to feign ignorance, but the next second, Li Qingyun appeared at the entrance, also clutching her mouth as she retched. Xiao Yu's expression contorted as he realized that his intention to heal had inadvertently led to chaos. After a brief moment, Xiao Yu summoned Huayan, who understood pharmacology. Upon her arrival, she quickly assessed the situation and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Congratulations, master. What splendid news. It is a joyful pulse." Hearing this, Xiao Yu collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. Han Xiushui and Li Qingyun were equally astonished. Han Xiushui gazed incredulously at her daughter, unable to regain her composure. After a prolonged silence, she questioned, "Isn't it said that childbirth is largely a matter of luck? Many modern young women go years without conceiving. How can it be that after just a few attempts?" Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale at the implications of impending fatherhood. Seeing her mother berate Xiao Yu, Li Qingyun hurriedly intervened. "Oh, mother, my husband is merely trying to treat your ailment. Please do not hold it against him. What does it matter? After all, father is no longer here. My daughter will not speak ill of him." Han Xiaoshui shot a disapproving glare at Xiao Yu, feeling convinced that he had acted with ulterior motives. "Xiao Yu, what do you propose we do now? I am still unwell." Xiao Yu swallowed hard, instinctively replying, "Well, it actually doesn't hinder the treatment." Han Xiaoshui's expression transformed, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "What utter nonsense." Huayan quickly interjected, "It truly does not affect the treatment. You may as well try it and see." Chapter 65. Surprised? Delighted? After Huayan's comment, she glanced anxiously at Xiao Yu, her face flushing with embarrassment. Xiao Yu found himself momentarily bewildered, as he had always perceived healing in a manner akin to past practices. Yet, noticing Huayan occasionally casting glances at Han Xiaoshui, he retrieved his pipe, a melancholic expression washing over him as he prepared the tobacco. Observing this, Li Qingyun hastily offered her assistance, lighting the pipe for Xiao Yu. As he lit it, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Han Xiaoshui. "Dear mother-in-law, regardless of whether you are with child or not, your son-in-law shall not be deterred from healing you." Han Xiaoshui had resided here for quite some time and had come to know Xiao Yu to some extent. Now that she was pregnant, she was determined to ensure the safe delivery of her child, refusing to consider any notion that might jeopardize the life of her baby for her own treatment. Even if it meant her own demise, she would bring the child into the world first. This was her resolution, indifferent to her own fate. The well-being of her child was paramount. Observing the enigmatic expression on Xiao Yu's face, Han Xiaoshui's demeanor turned unusually somber. "I seek nothing more than the safe arrival of my child. I will not entertain any misguided intentions. As a mother, I have experienced much. Do not overstep your bounds." Xiao Yu nodded obediently, contemplating his next move. He extinguished his cigarette, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in his mind, prompting him to speak. "I believe I have a solution that could assist you in your recovery while ensuring the health of the fetus. It is imperative that your ailment is treated before childbirth. A robust and healthy mother will undoubtedly benefit the child. We must avoid the risk of passing on any hereditary ailments." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoshui halted her teacup midair, struck by the gravity of the concern. "Indeed, that is a significant issue. But how do we proceed with the treatment?" Noticing her interest, Xiao Yu quickly signaled Li Qingyun to close the doors and windows. He then approached Han Xiaoshui, offering a gentle massage on her back. "You see, dear mother-in-law, your condition primarily stems from overexertion and the lingering chill in your body. This cold energy has accumulated in your lower abdomen." As he gestured toward her abdomen, he continued, "To eradicate this cold energy, mere medication will not suffice. We must seek a balance of yin and yang, drawing vital energy into your body. To dispel such extreme cold, we require pure yang energy." Han Xiaoshui furrowed her brow, contemplating her abdomen while reminiscing about the times Xiao Yu had treated her, invigorating her blood flow. Each session had left her feeling revitalized, almost euphoric. However, her heart ached at the thought of suffering befalling her child. A true parent must ensure their offspring's healthy arrival, otherwise, they would only bring forth suffering. The most selfish of parents are those who inflict their own burdens upon their children. Clenching her right fist, she implored, "Just tell me how to treat it. Are you certain it won't harm the child?" Xiao Yu continued his gentle ministrations, his expression softening as he reassured her. "Indeed, during our previous treatments, we witnessed the effects. The yang energy I harnessed truly interacted with your cold energy. Treating ailments is akin to navigating trade routes. If the front gate of a city is guarded, we can always find another way in, perhaps through the back entrance. All roads lead to Rome. As long as we can achieve healing, I am willing to set aside any personal reservations." He looked at Han Xiaoshui with earnestness, affirming, "Of course, firmly. The decision to heal ultimately rests with my esteemed mother-in-law. I merely present the means of treatment." Han Xiaoshui's brows trembled. She, the illustrious first talent of Jiangliacheng, had immersed herself in literature from a young age, embodying the virtues of propriety and integrity. Her heart, steadfast and pure, had been cultivated since childhood. To survive, she must resort to such measures. In the past, Li Qingyun's father had only dared to touch her twice. Did this Xiao Yu truly intend to cure her? Should she consider terminating the pregnancy? Yet, that would be profoundly unfair to the child. Now that it had come into existence, should she not strive for its sake? Beside her, Li Qingyun blushed furiously, gazing cautiously at her silent mother, and timidly suggested, "Let us proceed with the treatment, mother." Han Xiaoshui slammed her hand on the table. "Silence. Xiao Yu dared not utter a word. Is this the distinction between virtuous and wicked women? Had he broached such a topic with Wang Mei, she would have extinguished the lights long ago. Han Xiaoshui had been receiving treatment for some time, yet she still maintained her icy demeanor, replete with pride. Perhaps he had been too restrained. Many of his methods were not applicable. With women like Bai Yue, he could simply delegate. If Han Xiaoshui were displeased, she might resort to drastic measures. The troubling aspect was that he harbored some affection for the pair and did not wish to impose. Among these women, the most talented and kind-hearted were undoubtedly Li Qingyun and her mother. Observing Han Xiaoshui, who continued to speak incessantly with Li Qingyun, Xiao Yu sighed in resignation as he entered Bai Yue's judgment chamber. After all, this child was of his blood. He intended for Bai Yue, a seasoned alchemist, to check the pulse. If all else failed, he could take his time. Once the child was born, Han Xiaoshui would surely be amenable to him. Upon reaching Bai Yue, Xiao Yu noticed that the 2 buckets of water were already full. Bai Yue was still exclaiming, "Yizhiro, you treacherous wretch. I shall make you pay. I will cleanse the ranks." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "No need to shout. Yue, step outside and assist in checking the pulse." Bai Yue was momentarily taken aback. "Out? Out." In the next moment, she was released. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hastily added, "Esteemed mother-in-law, this is a golden core alchemist from the Harmony Sect. Her understanding of pharmacology exceeds our own. As your son-in-law, I am also concerned for your well-being, hence I have invited her to assist in checking your pulse, to explore alternative remedies." As he spoke, he subtly conveyed to Bai Yue, "You must emphasize that only yang energy can expel the cold. The more dire you make it sound, the better. She is pregnant and wishes to protect the fetus." Han Xiaoshui nodded in agreement. Having another physician's perspective would undoubtedly provide reassurance. At that moment, Bai Yue had become momentarily dazed. She had not breathed fresh air in what felt like an eternity. Feeling the gentle breeze outside, her heart seemed to lighten. After a brief contemplation, she began to check Han Xiaoshui's pulse. Bai Yue's brow furrowed, as if she had detected something. Though she could not see, she could catch a whiff of Xiao Yu's scent, familiar from their shared meals. Upon locating Xiao Yu's whereabouts, I hastily transmitted a message. "Master, it seems she is not pregnant. Could it be that she has consumed something unclean recently? It appears to be a gastrointestinal issue. Hence the retching." Leonor detected a slippery pulse, likely due to her indulgence in unsanitary food, leading to excessive internal heat and disturbance of the liver. Xiao Yu's expression turned to one of disbelief. "So it's acute gastroenteritis, then?" Chapter 66. "This place welcomes whomever it chooses," Bai Yue continued to convey. "Master, under normal circumstances, this Miss Han should not have been here for long. Moreover, considering her cycle, along with the previous void, it would take at least 2 months for any pregnancy symptoms to manifest, even under fortunate circumstances." Upon hearing that the other party was not pregnant, Xiao Yu resumed puffing on his pipe, startled by the revelation. Bai Yue, understanding Xiao Yu's sentiments, promptly went to check on Li Qingyun's pulse as well. The symptoms were identical. Observing Xiao Yu's mischievous grin, Bai Yue relayed, "Master, you truly ought to be cautious regarding the gastrointestinal health of these 2. Unlike us alchemists, who can forego meals after consuming a fasting pill." Xiao Yu instinctively squinted. The absence of a child startled him. Bai Yue, comprehending his thoughts, quickly turned to Han Xiaoshui, stating, "You are experiencing chills. You must acquire pure yang energy. I am unable to assist you. However, I can reassure you that the fetus within you is healthy. Thanks to prior treatments, it can be said that Master Zhao's yang energy has shielded the child from the cold." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoshui's expression grew increasingly melancholic. Since the child was healthy, she had to fulfill her role as a mother. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Yu withdrew Bai Yue, while Li Qingyun slowly exited the room to prepare a meal. Half an hour later, just as Xiao Yu was about to escort Han Xiaoshui to the maid's quarters for a meal, he suddenly heard some commotion from the boiler room. It seemed there was a quarrel occurring. Approaching to investigate, he discovered Yi Zimei harassing Li Qingyun within. "Qingyun, do you not yet comprehend my feelings for you? You are carrying the master's child. I would not hold it against you. My intentions are sincere." Li Qingyun's expression turned to one of amusement. "Girl, please do not jest. The master is about to have a meal, and I have yet to prepare it. All your fault." Yi Zimei stepped closer with a warm smile. "Indeed, it is my fault. Qingyun, you are truly beautiful. from the moment I laid eyes on you." As she spoke, she began peeling a boiled egg, her eyes brimming with affection. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled. "Yizime, have you settled down here? Close the door. Release Wang Mei." He promptly shut the door to the boiler room. Yizime, taken aback by Xiao Yu's anger, hurriedly explained, "Master, you did say I could seek out Qin Yun." With his left hand, Xiao Yu summoned Wang Mei, and with his right, Zhao Hongye, declaring, "I must reclaim you." "So, you've taken up residence here, have you?" Upon seeing the smiling Wang Mei, Yizime was overwhelmed with fear, tears brimming in her eyes. "Master, I was wrong. I shall no longer disturb Qin Yun. I promise." Xiao Yu sat nearby, smoking a cigarette, accompanied by Yizhiro, who was nursing her recently healed fingers. Yizhiro had learned to be more compliant. She understood that to avoid having her fingers broken, she must learn to appease Xiao Yu. Mustering the courage to speak, she queried, "Master, why is there such a stark difference between grinding mirrors and severing sleeves?" Xiao Yu, surprised by her audacity, immediately snapped her ring finger. Yet this time, Yizhiro gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Observing the tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Yu smirked. This woman cannot inflict any real harm on another woman. Yizhiro, biting her teeth with great effort, realized that to cease his torment, she had to be exceptionally obedient and compliant, making him feel that breaking her fingers was futile. With determination, she clutched her broken finger and declared, "Master, you are truly well informed. I am willing to follow you through life and death. Should you have a need, I will lure other women from the Jade Maiden sect to you. I will do anything for you. If you fancy that girl Xiang, I shall devote all my energy to cultivation. Once I grow strong enough, I will surely find a way to resurrect Sister Xiang." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face while she held her injured finger. At that moment, Zhang Lan, responsible for cleaning outside the alchemy room, called out from behind, "Master, a disciple from within the sect is seeking you. They say a new elder has been sent to take charge here, and you are to pay your respects." Xiao Yu was taken aback. Had his master been replaced? How could this be? Was it due to the deaths of the two elders, Meng Chong and his companion here? Resting his chin on his hand, he reflected on the events of the past few days. Even if the chaos caused by Yijiro's offensive had resulted in significant casualties, the sect's response was alarmingly swift. His master surely would not have reported directly. That would be inviting trouble. There should have been some effort to manage the information before reporting it to mitigate the consequences. In the sect, if an elder's mismanagement resulted in the deaths of numerous disciples, they would undoubtedly face inquiries. Xiao Yu felt that something was amiss. The sect's response was too quick. Was it aimed at his master? Had someone leaked information, embellishing the events? Who could it be? At this moment, the identity of the informant was irrelevant. There were already eyes from the sect present. If his master had been replaced, this place would no longer be safe for him. He needed to devise a plan. "Please wait a moment. I shall be there shortly." Wang Mei from the maid's quarters, watching Xiao Yu outside, instinctively clenched her fists. If her master were to be dismissed, Xiao Yu would undoubtedly encounter trouble as well. They might even face repercussions together. "Master, quickly gather your belongings. If necessary, we must flee. I suspect there are eyes from the sect here." The last incident resulted in at least 70 to 80 deaths, including 2 at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, some of the deceased had relatives within the sect. Caution is paramount. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Whether from the righteous path or the demonic sect, many connections were interwoven through familial ties. If all else fails, we shall retreat and hide. Let this place welcome whom it will. For prudence's sake, we should first seek out our master. His nature is gentle and pure, and he may fall victim to treacherous individuals. After releasing Hualyan and Wang Mei, the group commenced organizing the alchemy room's supplies with haste, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 67. Yi Haoyan's soft life. Xiao Yu's countenance darkened as he dismissed everyone from the alchemy room. Contemplating the situation, he decided to gather the elixirs and herbs as well. Observing the nearly tidied alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu shifted his gaze towards the Xuanwu array. Now that the sect had replaced his master, it was clear that he could no longer remain here. Sooner or later, his secrets would be uncovered. He pondered where his master might have gone and resolved to follow him, or perhaps depart altogether in search of a stable haven for his growth. Bai Yue's judgment value was nearing its zenith, alleviating any fears of her mischief. He could then strategize regarding the previous lair of Bai Yue, which housed countless treasures sufficient for his cultivation. Yet, he wondered about his master's current state, likely unwilling to accompany him. He would decide later. After dismantling the Xuanwu array, Xiao Yu made his way to the administrative hall. The hall had undergone renovations, yet remnants of the gaping wound left by the golden scales were still evident. On the walls and beams stood 7 or 8 newly arrived cultivators, wielding formation flags, seemingly engaged in arranging some sort of formation. Xiao Yu kept his head down as he approached. Before reaching the administrative hall, he noticed Zhao Feiji in a rather intimate exchange with a man at the roadside, appearing exceedingly affectionate. "Oh dear brother, mind your influence, don't let others see." Xiao Yu gazed with a melancholic expression at the beaming Zhao Feiji. Could it be that this fellow had truly strayed from his path? Hadn't he previously urged him to flee? As Xiao Yu continued walking, he encountered numerous couples, each face radiating joy. Never before had he witnessed such harmony within the Harmony Sect. Previously, male cultivators walked about wielding their artifacts, fearful of being ensnared, lest they be captured and dealt a crushing blow. Why was it now so harmonious? This was decidedly amiss. Momentarily stunned, Xiao Yu hastily activated the vision of the maidservant pavilion. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Huayan and Wang Mei were equally taken aback. Surely, this was not a matrimonial event. How had so many couples suddenly appeared? Wang Mei, instinctively biting her fingernail, mused, could it be? Xiao Yu hesitated to advance, sensing an unsettling aura. In the past, several elders would have approached him for conversation. What is with this crowd? Wang Mei queried uncertainly, observing the throng. Master, it must be due to the enchanting incense you released that day, allowing many to connect with one another. Xiao Yu's eyelid twitched. Indeed, he had unleashed an entire bundle of enchanting incense to assist his master. It seemed certain individuals had found their true love. Xiao Yu exhaled deeply, covering his face before stepping into the hall of sect affairs. What did it matter to him? If questioned, he would feign ignorance. Indeed, it was none of his business. Surely, the newly arrived elder would not seek to hold him accountable, would they? A sense of trepidation washed over Xiao Yu. If Wang Mei were to cause chaos within the sect, for instance, by employing soul-distracting smoke, what punishment would she face? Wang Mei furrowed her brow. A severe penalty. Possibly being assigned to an elder as a furnace for atonement, or worse, imprisonment with her bones displayed, enduring confinement for over a decade. As soon as Xiao Yu entered the hall of sect affairs, he hesitated, retracting his steps. Goodness, should he flee? But what of his master? Never mind. He decided to run. Who knew what abilities the new elder possessed? Just as Xiao Yu turned to leave, he caught sight of an elder, Yi Haoyan, who radiated confidence. Beside him stood a female cultivator from the Harmony Sect, at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, clearly a new romantic interest. Ah, if it isn't Master Xiao? Yi Haoyan mocked with an arrogant grin. Why has Elder Lu been searching for you without success? Where are you off to? The female cultivator chuckled softly, leaning against Yi Haoyan's arm. Is this the Master Xiao you mentioned? Yi Shidi? Not all that impressive, is she? Just a 7th layer Qi refiner. Xiao Yu, donning the Qi concealing pearl, raised an eyebrow at the female cultivator before him. One had to admit, Yi Haoyan did have a discerning eye. He had managed to charm yet another companion. Had he forgotten the humiliation he had faced? Did he believe he could don the green hat more than once? Did Yi Haoyan truly think that by courting a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, Xiao Yu would be intimidated? How foolish. Noticing Xiao Yu's silence, Yi Haoyan turned to the woman beside him. Sister Tang, this is the one who undermined my efforts. I never imagined Sister Lu would engage in secretive dealings with him. All my efforts wasted. His master is Elder Zhang, leaving me to suffer in silence. But at least I have you. Sister Tang responded with a cold smile. I expected something more substantial, but he is merely a first-tier alchemist at the Qi refinement stage. Truly a disgrace. Rest assured, Yi Shidi, I will inform my master of his attempts to steal another's partner. My master is far more discerning than some. Upon hearing his master mentioned, Xiao Yu erupted. Who are you talking about? Do you dare to challenge me? Sister Tang laughed derisively. Oh, your cultivation may be lacking, but your bravado is notable. Do you wish to fight me? With your skills? You should take a good look at yourself. As she spoke, Sister Tang produced a high-grade offensive artifact. In response, Xiao Yu ostentatiously revealed a low-grade artifact, saying, Yi Haoyan, are you living off a woman now? You claim to love Linger, yet here you are, relying on her? I must say, this arrangement doesn't impress me. Yi Haoyan smirked, convinced that Xiao Yu was merely envious, desperate over his inability to enjoy similar privileges. Xiao Yu. Sister Tang is a disciple of Elder Lu, who has already reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Moreover, There exists a spirit serpent comparable to the 6th level of foundation establishment, far surpassing your master, of whom you are still unaware that his position has been relinquished. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, pondering whether the order had indeed been issued. Where had his master gone? Yi Haoyan, with a smug grin and raised eyebrows, taunted, "What do you have to be so arrogant about? Do not presume that your clandestine liaison with that vixen, Lu Linger, grants you the liberty to act as though you are above others. Do not underestimate anyone. Today, we shall settle both old and new grievances together." As Yi Haoyan spoke, Xiao Yu had already produced the recording pearl. Instantly, Yi Haoyan clenched his fists, recalling the moment when he had unwittingly spoken the truth after consuming the truth pill, a scene that had been captured by Wang Mei. Without further ado, Xiao Yu activated the recording pearl. The image revealed Yi Haoyan exclaiming, "I've liked my second mother since childhood." Tang Shiji was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the figure in the recording, clearly bewildered. Yi Haoyan had anticipated this reaction. "Huh? Do you think you can simply disguise someone to resemble me and use a recording pearl to deceive? If the person in that recording is truly me, I would rather dash my head against the wall. Stop trying to fool people." Xiao Yu had encountered many shameless individuals, but never one as audacious as this. "I see you are eager to wear a second green hat. Tang Shiji, is it? Very well, I shall remember you." Chapter 68. The 7 Beauties of Harmony, Lu Pinger. Tang Shiji, with a disdainful expression, wielded her magical artifact, her gaze dripping with scorn. How dare he flaunt himself before her, Tang Tian. Everyone knew the prowess of her master. Among the 7 Beauties of Harmony, her master, Lu Pinger, ranked among the top 3, while Zhang Xiling barely made it to 6th place. Even Zhang Xiling would address her master as senior sister upon meeting. How could this Xiao Yu, a mere 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator, dare to provoke her? If she were to strike him today, it would be justifiable. For Xiao Yu had stolen her companion, Yi Haoyan. At that moment, Lu Linger entered the scene. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and Yi Haoyan, she instinctively sidestepped. Yi Haoyan chuckled coldly. "Ah, the dog and woman have gathered. Tang Shiji, you must advocate for your junior brother. This Lu Linger deceived me out of 1,000 spirit stones. She professed her love for me, only to betray me for my spirit stones and pills. How utterly lawless." Lu Linger, who had just stepped away, widened her eyes in disbelief. Looking at the lecherous Yi Haoyan before her, she questioned whether she had mistaken him for someone else. Was this truly the man she had once admired? How had he so quickly entangled himself with another woman? Xiao Yu scoffed coldly. "You claim Lu Linger deceived you? How shameless. Dare you swear by your Dao heart?" Yi Haoyan's expression erupted in outrage. As a man of honor, how could I wrongfully accuse someone? Who doesn't know that Lu Linger was with me all along? I must have been blinded by foolishness to believe her words. Swear? Why would I hesitate? "Ah, Yi Haoyan, solemnly swear, Lu Linger deceived me of my spirit stones and is now consorting with Xiao Yu. Should I utter a falsehood, may I be struck by heavenly lightning. I swear by my Dao heart." "Xiao Yu, dare you swear by yours? Do you dare to claim that you have no involvement with LV Lingyu?" The surrounding disciples turned their gazes toward them. Listening to Yi Haoyan's vehement oath, everyone instinctively believed that it was LV Linger who had betrayed him. LV Linger was so enraged that she was on the verge of tears. How could she possibly explain herself? She was already in the wrong, having indeed had a relationship with Xiao Yu. Now that her master had been dismissed, how could she defend herself? Xiao Yu, observing Yi Haoyan swearing with such fervor, was momentarily at a loss. Was this foolish man truly daring to swear an oath? Did he no longer wish to pursue immortality? How shameless could one be? Sacrificing dignity for a life of ease? At that moment, Xiao Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You are so noble and remarkable. You truly frighten me." Unfazed, Yi Haoyan raised his fist and shouted, "What do I fear? I am innocent at heart. If my sincerity is akin to feeding dogs, what do I have to fear?" As their argument unfolded, a group of individuals approached the stage. All the disciples retreated to the sides, silenced by the presence of authority. The woman on stage cast a cold glance at Xiao Yu and LV Linger, her voice low and menacing. "Is this the alchemist of the branch sect? Is this how your master has taught you? To seize the partners of others within the sect?" Xiao Yu looked up at the woman on stage, then glanced at the smug Yi Haoyan, and a realization dawned upon him. Yi Haoyan's father was an elder, likely manipulating matters within the sect. The dismissal of his master was certainly linked to Yi Haoyan. Noticing Xiao Yu's silence, the woman on stage barked, "Why do you not pay your respects upon seeing me? You possess no sense of decorum. I shall have your eyes plucked out." Xiao Yu couldn't contain his amusement. He raised his gaze to meet the woman's. The next moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. New villain detected. Lu Pinger, please adjudicate promptly. Name, Lu Pinger. Age, 26. Cultivation level, Foundation establishment. 7th layer. Appearance, beauty rated at 95. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Talent, serpent demon, supreme with spiritual root. Personality, naturally malicious, ruthless. Willing to employ any means to ascend. Background, one of the 7 beauties of Huan, hailing from the demon clan. Out of love, turned to hate. She murdered her sister out of jealousy for her partner and was expelled by her kin. Crimes, consumed thousands of mortal cultivators for her own gain. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. A serpent woman? Was no one else aware? Just then, 2 female cultivators descended from the stage, raising their hands to gouge out Xiao Yu's eyes. Prepared for a bloody conflict, Xiao Yu thought that if they wished to force him into rebellion, they would not escape retribution. Wait! A sudden roar echoed from outside. Zhang Xiling rushed in, her expression grim as she beheld Lu Pinger attempting to punish Xiao Yu. My disciple, Zhang Xiling, is not for others to dictate. Lu Pinger smirked disdainfully, her lips curling in mockery. Ah, is that not Zhang Shimi? It has been a while. You have grown quite formidable. You dare converse with your senior sister in such a manner? No wonder your disciple lacks decorum. It seems she has learned from you. Zhang Xiling stood resolutely in front of Xiao Yu, her demeanor dark and determined, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly on the stage. I declare that Linger is my disciple. I have never consented to the union between her and Yi Haoyan, for I have long since betrothed her to Xiao Yu. Matters concerning my own disciples are not to be meddled with by outsiders. Sister Lu, having endured a long journey, surely does not intend to take issue with her junior the moment she arrives. Moreover, Xiao Yu is the only alchemist in my branch. Lu Pinger, grinning widely, retorted, It seems my junior sister has forgotten that I am already a second-tier alchemist. How can a mere first-tier alchemist be deemed worthy of the stage? What is this? Are you intentionally provoking me today? Let us not forget, it was your negligence that led to the tragic demise of Elder Meng and his companion. Had you been more vigilant, would the scoundrels of the Yunu sect have infiltrated our ranks? Instead of acknowledging your transgressions and seeking forgiveness from our sect, you dare to flaunt your power here? How outrageous! Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist, her expression one of indignation. This branch had been forsaken. Had it not been for her guidance, it would have been obliterated by now. To be accused of negligence is an affront. Is this the reward for her diligent efforts? Were it not for her, the branch would have perished long ago. Xiao Yu was on the verge of losing his temper when Zhang Xiling hastily conveyed through their bond. Do not act impulsively. Restrain yourself. You cannot match her strength. Her spirit serpent has already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Yu replied, Master, we must flee. The Harmony Sect is beyond salvation. At your command, I would gladly carve a bloody path for you, even if it meant my demise today. Chapter 69. The Oath of Allegiance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling swiftly turned to Xiao Yu, pondering his willingness to fight for her. The last to speak such words was her father, and in that moment, memories of her childhood resurfaced. Now, Xiao Yu stood as a fellow cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Did he truly harbor sincere feelings for her? Yet, what of Wang Mei and those maidens? Zhang Xiling felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly sent him a message. Stay composed. Do you understand the consequences of causing chaos within the sect? Once targeted by the sect, no other demonic sect would accept us. Even if we sought refuge among the righteous sects, we would be branded as demonic thieves, reduced to wandering cultivators without resources or opportunities. Do not act recklessly. Xiao Yu, now holding the card of Bai Yue, a key to wealth and fortune, clearly looked down upon the rewards offered by the Harmony Sect. In the past, he lacked strength and cultivation. However, circumstances had changed. Wang Mei and Hua Lian were nearing the foundation establishment stage, and he felt capable of contending with Lu Pinger on equal footing. If his master could restrain Lu Pinger's formidable spirit serpent, there would be a chance for their escape. Yet, the branch's formations were rather troublesome, and to flee would require a significant price. As Xiao Yu pondered his strategy, Zhang Xiling stepped forward, her gaze resolute. Sister Lu, the frontline battles are pressing. Our sect has dispatched you here precisely because of the strategic significance of this branch. This is a critical time for employing talent. Why not grant my junior sister an opportunity to redeem herself? I am willing to lead my disciples to assault Mount Jianglu and establish a forward outpost. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping'er furrowed her brow and disdainfully remarked, Mount Jianglu is fortified with the stronghold of the Xianling sect, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Are you attempting to deceive me, junior sister Zhang? Surely, you do not intend to be a coward? Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. Naturally, senior sister Lu also wishes to carve out a realm for our sect. If that is the case, I humbly request an opportunity for my disciple to serve as the vanguard. I am willing to pledge my commitment. Should we fail to seize Mount Jianglu or perish upon its heights, I shall accept the consequences. As you have just arrived, if you manage to capture Mount Jianglu, our sect will undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. Yi Haoyan interjected, Elder Zhang, do you take us for fools? The Xianling sect has 200 disciples at the Qi refinement stage stationed on that mountain, not to mention Linsa's father overseeing them. What do you intend to accomplish? Zhang Xiling met Lu Ping'er's gaze directly. I will require some assistance from senior sister Lu. If you could provide me with 50 Qi refinement disciples, I assure you, within 3 days, I shall conquer Mount Jianglu. Yi Haoyan burst into laughter. 50 against 200? How audaciously you boast. They have a misty formation. They only need to station 20 individuals to guard the stronghold, and you shall find it impossible to enter. I suspect you wish to flee. At this, Lu Ping'er raised her hand. How dare you speak to Elder Zhang in such a manner? Step back. Yi Haoyan instinctively swallowed hard and hesitated before retreating behind Tang Tian. Lu Ping'er, having spoken, regarded Zhang Xiling with a bemused expression. The current Mount Jianglu is no longer as it once was. Previously, there were no fortifications or formations. But now the Xianling sect has established a base of 200 personnel on the mountain's peak. Once the misty formation is activated, it becomes virtually impenetrable. As long as the enemy remains steadfast, Zhang Xiling has no recourse. However, since the adversary seems intent on self-destruction, she could exploit this situation. Once the Xianling sect's attention shifts to Zhang Xiling, she could lead her forces to attack the Xianling sect itself. Even if she cannot capture the Xianling sect, she can strike when Zhang Xiling falters. Securing Mount Jianglu for her entire army presents itself as an opportunity not to be overlooked. With someone willing to take the lead, such chances are rare. Since junior sister Zhang is eager to contribute to our sect, I, as her senior sister, cannot be unreasonable. After all, we of the 7 sisters of the Hardy Union are highly favored by the sect leader, and we have always shared a bond akin to siblings. Yet, Lu Ping'er feigned reluctance as she chuckled softly. She then lifted a fan and began to wave it. 50 individuals may indeed be excessive. You are aware of the significant losses sustained by our sub-branch last time. Moreover, I have not brought many disciples with me this time. Most are engaged in battle on the front lines. I can only allocate 30 disciples to you. However, I can provide you with a fine mid-grade magical artifact. With this artifact, you shall surely demonstrate your prowess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to express his disdain. Did this woman intend to send them to their doom? And a mid-grade magical artifact? How audacious of her to even suggest it. Zhang Xiling bowed her head and said, 30 against a few hundred is a bit daunting. Lu Ping'er, with a bright smile, waved her fan with great enthusiasm. Junior sister possesses the heavenly fragrance physique. Against merely 200 opponents, you shall undoubtedly prevail. Should you succeed in capturing Jiang Lushan, remember to credit me for the first victory. Xiao Yu, on the verge of rebuke, was silenced by Zhang Xiling's telepathic message. Do not act rashly. I have my own plans. Then, she clasped her fists and addressed the stage. In that case, I would like to personally select the 30 individuals. Lu Ping'er replied, no problem at all. I shall await your triumphant return, junior sister Zhang. After the meeting adjourned, Zhang Xiling took Lu Linger and Xiao Yu to her study. Upon entering, Lu Linger immediately knelt on the ground, her face filled with indignation. With clenched fists and tears glistening in her eyes, she lamented, it is all my fault for trusting that scoundrel Yi Haoyan. Master, I have brought you shame. It must be that Yi Haoyan reported me to the sect. I am truly sorry. Xiao Yu, resting his chin on his hand, regarded Zhang Xiling with displeasure, wishing he had dealt with Yi Haoyan earlier. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly and, after regaining her composure, spoke, Xiao Yu, do not act impulsively. I know your talent is extraordinary. In less than a decade, you shall achieve great heights. Do not jeopardize your path to immortality over such trivial matters. What does it matter if you win by force? Consider the consequences. Even if we fled, where could we go? Never utter words of betrayal against the sect again. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. I will make Lu Ping'er kneel one day. And that Tang Tian. This is the first time I have felt such anger. Master, your restraint is commendable. 30 against 200. Isn't that courting death? Zhang Xiling surveyed the room with a grave expression. Our initial plan is merely a feint. I have received word that Lin Su has perished, and his father, Lin Tianhai, is amassing troops for a large-scale assault on the branch sect in the coming days. We shall strike Jiang Lushan while they attack the branch. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. When did his master become so astute? Was she suggesting that they prepare to flee? Get ready. Tonight at midnight, we depart for Jiang Lushan. Chapter 70. Yi Haoyan's mother. Upon concluding her statement, Zhang Xiling summoned Lu Rurei, Li Yunma, and even Zhao Feiji, gathering all those she trusted. Although none were particularly formidable. Lu Linger appeared despondent upon seeing her sister Lu Rurei. As Lu Rurei approached, she spotted Xiao Yu and swallowed hard, as if recalling a vivid memory. Xiao Yu remained silent. Since his master had a plan, he too could begin to contemplate their next moves. If Lu Ping'er dared to challenge them, he would not hold back. Currently, he may not be able to contend with Lu Ping'er, but that Tang Tian was certainly within his grasp. The thought of Yi Haoyan, who swore deceitfully with his very essence, tightened Xiao Yu's grip on his pipe. That scoundrel had genuinely startled him today. To swear on one's essence for a life of luxury was truly ruthless. With that in mind, he decided to seek out Tang Tian before midnight. To turn the tables on Yi Haoyan, he would ensure that Yi Haoyan bore an additional burden. From now on, no matter whom he sought as a partner, Xiao Yu would seize them for himself. One by one, they were seizing their opportunities. At that moment, Li Yunma suddenly exclaimed, "This is truly outrageous. That Yi Haoyan is utterly despicable for daring to toy with us. I just saw someone from the Yi family arrive. It appears to be Yi Haoyan's mother. It infuriates me. Is this how Elder Yi treats our branch? Why are those old dogs hiding in their sect, not facing us on the front lines? How infuriating." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. "What did you say? Yi Haoyan's mother is here? What is her purpose?" Li Yunma replied, "What else could it be? Naturally, she is here to see if her precious son has been wronged. Such nepotism is truly repugnant." Xiao Yu wore a contemplative expression, casting a glance at Zhang Xiling before hastily lowering his head in thought. I need to return to the alchemy room to tidy up a bit. You all carry on." Zhang Xiling, fearing that Xiao Yu might stir up trouble, quickly transmitted a message to him. "Do not kill Yi Haoyan. His father is about to break through to the Golden Core stage and has a very close relationship with the sect leader. If he dies, we will all be implicated. Our sect will definitely send someone to investigate us." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I absolutely will not kill him." With that, Xiao Yu dashed away, grinning widely. "Yi Haoyan's mother is here. Ha! This rascal is asking for trouble, isn't he? Then he should not blame Xiao Yu for treating him harshly. Yi Haoyan's father is formidable. Is he? I cannot kill him, you say? Then let Uncle Xiao teach him a lesson on how to behave." In a flash, Xiao Yu arrived at the mission delegation office beside the sect affairs hall. Wang Mei and Hua Lian in the maid's pavilion had already guessed Xiao Yu's intentions and were unable to contain their laughter. Wang Mei, with a mischievous grin, covered her mouth and said, "Master, Yi Haoyan's mother must be around 60 this year. Are you certain?" Xiao Yu's expression was resolute. "I am certain that it doesn't matter who shows up today. By all means, I must assume the role of his elder. I shall insist that he call me stepfather. Whether she is 60 or 80, I am not deterred. Why should I care? It is all the same once the lights are out." As Xiao Yu spoke, he began to survey his surroundings. Before he could locate Yi Haoyan, he encountered Tang Tian. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Tang Tian grinned broadly. "I was wondering who it was. So it is junior brother Xiao. What brings you here? Seeking to plead for mercy?" Xiao Yu, observing Tang Tian's lackluster demeanor, had lost much of his interest. His foremost objective was Yi Haoyan's mother, and he intended to take her away tonight. Noticing that Xiao Yu was ignoring her, Tang Tian felt a surge of anger. Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists and said, "Sister Tang, I apologize for my past wrongs. Here is a bottle of cleansing essence elixir for you. In truth, Sister Tang should already understand Yi Haoyan's motives. I bear no enmity towards her. Some matters I truly have no desire to explain. I believe you are a good girl, and I sincerely apologize for the previous incident." After bowing his head in respect, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Yet, upon seeing the entire bottle of cleansing essence elixir, her expression shifted. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she quickly stashed it away. "Your thoughtfulness is indeed commendable. In the future, refrain from saying what should not be said. Tang Tian hurriedly departed, wary of others noticing her benefiting from the exchange. Xiao Yu smirked, pondering if he was indeed digging a hole for himself. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly spotted Yi Haoyan following a woman into the Mission Commission office. His eyes widened in astonishment. The woman, adorned in splendid attire, resembled a wealthy matron. Her garments were resplendent, exuding an air of nobility with every graceful step. The intricately embroidered fabrics, interwoven with threads of gold and silver, radiated an aura of grandeur. As she moved lightly, the tinkling of her accessories sounded like celestial music to the ears. There was an undeniable authority in her demeanor, yet her smile conveyed warmth, evoking both reverence and familiarity. On her finger sparkled a magnificent gemstone ring, which Xiao Yu instantly recognized as a rare storage ring. This woman was none other than Zhang Honglu, the mother of Yi Haoyan. Detected new villain. Name, Zhang Honglu. Age, 62 years. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Appearance, beauty rated at 90. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 103 gene. Talent, possesses 3 elemental roots, gold, wood, and water. Personality, extremely protective of her child, indulges her son, domineering and unreasonable, often leveraging her age for authority. Background, Madam of Elder Yi of the Harmony Sect. Malfeasance, in her quest to aid her son, Yi Haoyan, she has suppressed other disciples and harmed over 30 individuals. Upon seeing her visage, Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened. Although she had reached the venerable age of 60, she appeared to be in her 40s. Her figure could only be described as remarkable. Her hair, though graying, suggested she had endured considerable worry over Yi Haoyan. Strangely enough, Xiao Yu found himself viewing Yi Haoyan in a somewhat more favorable light. It was indeed curious, as the saying goes, do not hold grudges against children. At that moment, Zhang Honglu directly handed a mission scroll to the disciple at the consulate, declaring, "This is a new task I have issued. Procure 10 flawless cleansing essence pills for my son, along with 3 foundation establishment pills." The disciple felt a wave of awkwardness. Madam Yi. Given the current urgency of the war, Elder Lu has instructed that no private tasks be assigned to disciples. Zhang Honglu's expression hardened. What? Is my son not fighting for the war? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The disciple quickly lowered his head. No. It's just that we do not possess cleansing essence pills. Only Master Xiao has them. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoyan's eyes brightened. Yes, mother. Xiao Yu is nearing his end. Why not acquire some pills from him? I know where that brat's alchemy chamber is. Let us go. Xiao Yu had already hastened back to the alchemy chamber, setting up formations and preparing second-tier mesmerizing potions. Come forth, my dear son. Chapter 71. Yi Haoyan's ambitions at this moment. Zhang Honglu followed Yi Haoyan towards the alchemy chamber. Yi Haoyan, still brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Mother, this scoundrel was the one who undermined me and stole Linger away. That woman, LV Linger, even deceived me out of my spirit stones. It's infuriating. Mother, you must stand up for me. Zhang Honglu's expression darkened. Fanning herself with a paper fan, she replied, Naturally. Who dares to bully my son, Zhang Honglu, is courting death. Upon receiving your message, I rushed here without delay to support you. They shall pay for their insolence. Zhang Xiling, that audacious woman, dared to incite her disciple to harm my family S. Haoyan. Her days are numbered. Yi Haoyan wore an expression of exhilaration, walking with a buoyant step. How dare they oppose him? That group of individuals surely does not comprehend who the 7 beauties of Haoyan are. Aside from the sect leader and a few honorary elders at the Golden Core stage, the next in line are the law enforcement elders. His father is among them, overseeing all matters of the Harmony Sect, including tasks, personnel, resources, promotions, and punishments. Even the 7 beauties of Haoyan were appointed by the sect leader and the law enforcement elders. Furthermore, his father is on the verge of reaching the Golden Core realm. Once he attains that level, he will ascend to the rank of honorary elder, second only to the sect leader. To dare to covet Yi Haoyan's woman? They are simply courting death. At that moment, Zhang Honglu quietly inquired, Haoyan, this Xiao Yu is a first-grade alchemist, correct? His cultivation is at the qi refinement stage? Yi Haoyan replied, yes. He seems to be at the mid-qi refinement stage. He was previously a disciple of Elder Wu and has likely been able to concoct first-grade elixirs since before reaching the qi refinement stage. He must have quite a number of elixirs in his alchemy room. Mother, Please fetch some for me later. Zhang Honglu paused, her paper fan gradually coming to a stop, her expression showing slight shock. He can concoct first-grade elixirs at the body refinement stage? Are you certain? Yi Haoyan, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Yes, I have inquired thoroughly. Is there any issue? Zhang Honglu's eyes sparkled, her lips curling into a subtle smile. That implies he possesses a natural talent for alchemy. Haoyan, I think it would be better not to kill him. Let me place a soul-binding curse on him, ensuring he will forever concoct elixirs for you. What do you think? Yi Haoyan looked reluctantly at the alchemy room ahead. Just as they were nearing it, he wondered why his mother had changed her mind. Before he could respond, Zhang Honglu quickly said, Don't be foolish. Lu Linger is merely a dispensable harlot. You must not let small losses lead to greater ones. I believe Zhang Xiling took him as her disciple because she recognized his alchemical skills. Do not forget, she never accepts male disciples. This indicates his proficiency in alchemy must be considerable. What purpose would it serve to kill him? It would be far better to cultivate him as your own, turning him into your slave to concoct elixirs for you for eternity. Zhang Honglu grew increasingly assertive. Later, when you reach the foundation establishment stage, you will need foundation establishment elixirs. Let him concoct them for you. If he fails, then we shall castrate him. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Zhang Honglu continued with a sinister smile. Do not let small losses cloud your vision. Consider the long term. Each elder in the sect has connections with alchemists and artifact masters. You must cultivate your own loyal subordinates in advance. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will devise a way for you to become a law enforcement elder. With Xiao Yu assisting you in alchemy, you can gather more followers with elixirs. The more Yi Haoyan listened, the more sense it made. Indeed, what was Lu Linger even worth? If she left, so be it. If he became a law enforcement elder, he could even summon Zhang Xiling. Wasn't she opposed to his relationship with Lu Linger? Let her come and see for herself. Yi Haoyan has begun to envision a splendid future, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, mother, you are truly my wonderful mother. I almost missed a significant opportunity. The alchemy room is right here. Let us hurry inside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Honglu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before whispering. Haoyan, you harbor a grudge against Xiao Yu. To avoid any gossip, you shall wait outside. I will enter alone, and you must keep watch. No one is permitted to enter. Just tell them I am here to inventory the elixirs, to prevent anyone from hiding anything. Yi Haoyan, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and hastily took his position at the door, gripping his magical artifact. His mother had already reached the second layer of foundation establishment. Dealing with a mere Xiao Yu would be as easy as snapping one's fingers. At that moment, he would call for LV Linger, allowing Xiao Yu to witness firsthand how he exacted his revenge. With that, Zhang Honglu stepped into the alchemy room, her head held high, surveying the arrangement within. There were the herb garden, the boiler room, the shelves for herbs, a bedroom, and a study. Her gaze soon fell upon the alchemy chamber, emitting a plume of gray smoke. As she approached, the fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted toward her. They are actually concocting a cleansing marrow elixir? Such a fragrance must indicate a flawless quality. Zhang Honglu had previously questioned why Zhang Xiling would take a man as a disciple, as it was entirely contrary to her usual conduct. Indeed, this Xiao Yu possesses a talent for alchemy. At that moment, Xiao Yu, who was still engrossed in his concoction, noticed her arrival. Having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he was confident in handling Zhang Honglu without difficulty. However, to err on the side of caution, he decided to remain prudent. After all, she was the wife of a sect elder and undoubtedly possessed means of self-protection. If he failed to eliminate her swiftly and she managed to escape, it would spell trouble. Today, he was resolute in becoming Yi Haoyan's stepfather. Even if it required him to feign humility or sacrifice his own limbs, he must release this pent-up frustration. He had no regard for Zhang Honglu's status. Xiao Yu, you dare not pay your respects upon seeing me? Zhang Honglu's voice was frigid, her gaze imposing as she looked down at Xiao Yu. Feigning panic, Xiao Yu tossed a second-grade enchanting smoke into the alchemical furnace. Ah? Lady Yi, esteemed senior. What brings you here? He then bowed deeply, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Disciple Xiao Yu greets you, esteemed senior. I beg your forgiveness for my lack of proper welcome. Moments ago, I was engrossed in studying the formula for the foundation establishment elixir, and I momentarily lost focus. Please forgive me, esteemed senior. Zhang Honglu's eyes lit up at his words. Oh, The formula for the Foundation Establishment Elixir? Such bold claims. How is your research progressing? Xiao Yu was fully aware of her intentions, undoubtedly considering her son's future. It is progressing well. Given me another 6 months, I should be able to concoct a slightly flawed Foundation Establishment Elixir. The success rate should be around 30%. Zhang Honglu's brows raised in surprise, not expecting that this small branch would harbor a budding alchemist. Today, she must impose a soul-binding restriction upon him. Oh, is that so? Come here. Let me have a look at you. Chapter 72. Xiao Yu and Zhang Honglu. Xiao Yu feigned reverence as he walked forward, keeping his head bowed and his fists clasped before him, fearing that the other party might detect the intoxicating scent of the soul-dulling smoke, which had been refined by Bai Yue and bore a resemblance to the washing marrow pill. Xiao Yu knew that it was not yet time for its effects to manifest. He had to lower the other guard. Before approaching, Xiao Yu suddenly knelt on the ground with a look of panic, exclaiming, "Disciple has committed a grave offense. I implore Senior Zhang to spare me. I truly had no intention of stealing Sister Langer. This was all orchestrated by our venerable master. I beseech you to see the truth in this matter. I am but a humble disciple in the Qi refining stage. How could I dare to covet Brother Ye's partner? I am compelled by circumstances, Senior. How could I ever defy the master's orders? I ask for your understanding." Zhang Honglu, with a dismissive smile, raised her fan and began to fan herself gently, saying, "Oh, is that so? When did I claim to come here for that purpose? Why are you in such a fluster? I merely represent our sect to inspect the alchemical stock of this branch, to prevent any spies from pilfering." Xiao Yu continued to plead from the ground, "Senior Zhang, I beg you to see reason. Please spare me. I am willing to heed any of your commands. I am being coerced." Zhang Honglu chuckled coldly and slowly approached Xiao Yu, her eyes filled with mockery. She had no intention of discerning whether his words were true or false. Even if they were, what did it matter? The fault lay in having offended the wrong person. Zhang Honglu then lowered her fan and extended her right hand toward Xiao Yu's forehead, with his head bowed and lips pursed. Xiao Yu wondered why the effects had not yet taken hold. Suddenly, Zhang Honglu shook her head, her vision blurring. She inhaled deeply, and her expression changed as she looked at Xiao Yu. In an instant, Xiao Yu raised his hand and unleashed a burst of ecstasy divine light. Zhang Honglu trembled, instinctively raising her fan to defend herself. In a mere exchange, her mid-grade magical fan was obliterated by Xiao Yu's single strike. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, Zhang Honglu gasped, "Sixth layer of Foundation Establishment. Who are you? What is your purpose within my Harmony Sect?" As she spoke, she began to feel disoriented. "Oh no, I've been poisoned. The soul-dulling smoke?" There was no time to think further. Zhang Honglu turned to flee. A single strike could destroy a mid-grade magical item. She was certainly no match for such a formidable opponent. Before she could escape the alchemy chamber, a green formation suddenly arose around her. Zhang Honglu's brows furrowed as she gazed at the newly erected Xuanwu formation, her complexion paling. She hurriedly pressed her fingers against the acupoint on her neck, then produced a copper mirror to shield herself, demanding, "Who are you?" Xiao Yu, with a playful smile, replied, "Who am I? I am your long-lost husband, and the future father of your son, Yi Haoyan. I had my suspicions about which rascal dared to harm my master, and it turns out to be your wretched offspring. However, I currently have no desire to engage in trivial disputes with him, for I find it beneath me to bicker with a child." Upon concluding his remarks, Xiao Yu wasted no time and unleashed the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties diagram. With a single flash, Zhang Honglu let out a series of anguished cries. At that moment, Wang Mei and Hua Lian also dragged Yi Haoyan into the fray. As Yi Haoyan beheld the unfolding scene, his legs turned to jelly. "Xiao Yu, how have you reached the 6th level of Foundation Establishment?" he gasped, realizing the dire situation. Zhang Honglu, her consciousness fading, looked at Xiao Yu and understood that her fate was likely sealed. "Xiao Yu, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I am the wife of the Law Elder. If you slay me, you will be hunted down by the Harmony Sect. The entire demonic realm will be after you. Your master will also be implicated. You are still young. Your future is long. Do not act impulsively." Xiao Yu grinned. "When did I ever say I wanted to kill you, dear? I feel for you. The sensation of being poisoned is rather unpleasant, isn't it? I now present you with a choice. Will you enter my artifact? Or would you prefer to witness your son perish before your very eyes?" Upon hearing this, Wang Mei brandished a knife, pressing it against Yi Haoyan's neck. Terrified, Yi Haoyan cried out, "Mother, save me, please." Zhang Honglu's expression trembled as she beheld her beloved child in peril, her composure unraveling. Xiao Yu, if you dare to lay a finger on my son, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. In response, Wang Mei swiftly struck her, leaving Yi Haoyan dazed and confused. He could not fathom how Xiao Yu had two formidable assistants at the peak of their qi refinement stage. Zhang Honglu's heart shattered at the sight of her son being assaulted, her face filled with defiance. Release him. Whatever you desire, take it out on me. At 60 years of age, she did not believe that Xiao Yu would actually harm her, especially with his two exceptionally beautiful accomplices. What could he possibly do? Surely, he was merely attempting to extract some advantage. Xiao Yu coldly chuckled, raising his hand to rest upon Zhang Honglu's forehead. Dare to flee, and I assure you, your son's head will roll. Zhang Honglu instinctively lowered her gaze, confident that he would not dare to act against her. Should she perish, her soul lamp would extinguish, and her husband would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. The entire branch would face ruin. Xiao Yu attempted to draw her into the maid's chamber, but she resisted. Infuriated, he struck out fiercely, "You wish for death, do you? Wang Mei, castrate Yi Haoyan." At once, Zhang Honglu cowered. "No, no, no. I will enter your artifact." Meanwhile, Yi Haoyan, utterly terrified, wept inconsolably, his spirit shattered. He watched as Xiao Yu absorbed his mother into the artifact, uncertain of her fate. Inside the maid's chamber, Zhang Honglu sensed something amiss. What is this place? Xiao Yu, gazing at Yi Haoyan, smirked as he took 3 forgetting worry pills and fed them to him. "Oh, my dear son, just stay home obediently. My desire to slay you diminishes with each passing moment." He then unceremoniously tossed Yi Haoyan to the entrance of the alchemy room. At the stroke of midnight, he followed Zhang Xiling to Jiangliashan. Zhang Honglu, in the maidservant's quarters, could never have imagined that Xiao Yu would dare to provoke her. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel, may you meet a dreadful fate. I shall not let this go unpunished. Just wait." Upon witnessing this, Wang Mei struck out again. "You old harlot. What do you think you're barking at?" Outside, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Now tell me, am I not the father of Yi Haoyan?" Chapter 73. The bewildered Yi Haoyan. Zhang Honglu's expression was one of furious indignation as she glared menacingly at Xiao Yu and his companions. How dare they administer her the scattered spirit pill? Such an elixir is notoriously difficult to concoct and exorbitantly priced. Did he truly invest so much? Do not think that by capturing me, you can threaten my son. I assure you, if anything were to happen to me, his father would not spare you. Look at your pitiful state. Beyond these petty actions against me, what else can you accomplish? Do you think I am like those young girls who would crumble at such trivial matters? Huh, what a joke. You dare to act insolently before me. As she spoke, Zhang Honglu exhibited a face of utter disdain, her left lip curling in contempt, her eyes scrutinizing Xiao Yu with derision. She even waved her sleeve dismissively, as though unfazed by the situation. Hualien watched, her eyes twitching. What did she mean by comparing him to those young girls? Was this a veiled insult? How audacious of this woman to speak in such a manner. Xiao Yu, observing her extreme disdain, felt an exhilarating thrill. "Lady Yi, it seems I have underestimated you. You are truly remarkable, well-versed in the ways of the world, as one would expect from a woman of your beauty. I can only imagine the research you have conducted. However, you have grossly overestimated my boundaries and depravity. Did you think this was the end?" As he spoke, Xiao Yu gestured for the 4 nuns of Lingxin to bring forth 3 large vats filled with the intoxicating spirit of the fierce maiden. Zhang Honglu regarded them with a face full of disdain. What did they think they were doing? Just pouring liquor? Could they truly drown her? What was there to fear? These wretches would undoubtedly not dare to kill her. If her soul lamp extinguished, everyone in this branch would perish alongside her. Zhang Xiling would not survive either. Unless Xiao Yu were a fool, she had nothing to worry about. Moreover, her original plan had been to seek out her husband in 3 days. Once she failed to appear, he would undoubtedly come looking for her. At that moment, these people would face dire consequences. With this thought, Zhang Honglu's confidence surged. "I thought you were going to do something significant. Is this it?" Before she could finish her taunt, she noticed the nuns of Lingxin changing the orbs nearby. When she saw them replace several of the recording orbs, realization struck her that this room had long been rigged with surveillance. This meant that her previous actions had already been captured. "You scoundrel, destroy those orbs immediately. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you even know who my husband is? Are you truly seeking your own demise?" Xiao Yu chuckled coldly, directly seizing a large bowl of wine. The 4 nuns from Lingxin hastily restrained Zhang Honglu upon witnessing this. Zhang Honglu's expression turned frantic as she gazed at the new recording pearls. If such items were to circulate and come to her man's attention, even if he sought vengeance on her behalf, the Yi family would undoubtedly refuse to accept a woman so degraded as their lady. The Cultivation families have always held their reputation dear. You dare. I refuse to drink. Let me go. This is an additional crime. Before she could finish her protest, Xiao Yu pinched her nose and forced the wine down her throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The contents of the bowl visibly diminished. Zhang Honglu's face flushed with anger. Having just finished one bowl, Xiao Yu presented another. I won't drink. Yet she found herself compelled to continue. Gradually, her mind began to swirl. I can't drink anymore. She managed to protest, only to be met with yet another bowl. After 3 large bowls, her vision had grown hazy. Something seemed to burrow into her mind. An unsettling sensation. There was something in the wine. She had overindulged, her anxious gaze fixating on the pearls before her. The initial panic on her face deepened into unease. This man intended to use the recording pearls to coerce her. His initial target was never her son, Yi Haoyan, but rather her. Everything here was meticulously tailored for her. As Zhang Honglu swayed in her inebriation, her rosy complexion glimmered like a blush of twilight, her cheeks vibrant as if ignited. Her eyelids drooped heavily, and she realized she must not lose consciousness. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. What do you truly desire? Is it spirit stones? We can discuss this, she implored, her voice laced with a hint of desperation. I am the wife of Elder Yi. You must consider your master, she added. As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Yu presented yet another large bowl of wine. I still prefer the disdainful expression you wore earlier, Lady Yi. Finish this cup, and there shall be more. He beckoned her. Since you wish to have a proper conversation, first, you shall self-punish with 3 bowls. Zhang Honglu, flustered, adjusted her hair, her lips quivering. When she looked at Xiao Yu again, her eyes still held a trace of indignation. Observing this, Hualien swiftly struck her. Slap. The sting of the blow left Zhang Honglu's face burning, her head spinning. In the next moment, Xiao Yu pressed the bowl of wine against her face, the edge digging into her chin painfully. I want tea drink. I can't drink anymore. Yet gulp, gulp, gulp. She found herself downing 3 more bowls. Zhang Honglu collapsed to the ground like a lifeless fish, belching incessantly, her thoughts consumed by the events that transpired. As the hours passed, she remained oblivious to what had occurred. The following morning, outside the alchemy chamber, Yi Haoyan, having been fed the forgetting worry pill, lay soundly asleep. With the sweet melody of chirping insects resonating nearby, Yi Haoyan slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he stretched luxuriously, stifling a yawn. I slept so well yesterday. Confused, he glanced around him. The alchemy chamber? How did I end up here? Puzzled, Yi Haoyan stood up, his expression one of bewilderment. Gazing at the alchemy chamber behind him, Yi Haoyan found himself momentarily bewildered. He vaguely recalled attending Elder Lu's meeting the previous day and seemingly sought out his mother afterward. It appeared he had intended for her to eliminate Xiao Yu and capture El Linger, perhaps as a means of avenging past grievances. How did he end up here upon awakening? Puzzled, Yi Haoyan pondered for a moment before heading toward his mother's dwelling. Upon nearing the door, he called out, Mother? Are you awake? Mother, are you there? After several unanswered calls, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he noticed a storage bag on the table. Could it be a gift from his mother? Upon opening it, he discovered it contained exactly 666 spirit stones, along with a letter, My dear son. Circumstances have compelled me to depart hastily. Do not worry. Yi Haoyan scrutinized the contents of the letter, feeling a twinge of confusion. His mother still referred to him affectionately as dear son? How amusing. He had initially hoped she would teach that pair of scoundrels a lesson. But since she had pressing matters, he would let it go. Perhaps she was preoccupied with affairs at the front lines? No. It was likely related to the upcoming secret realm, which was set to open soon. She must have been assigning tasks to him. With a grin, Yi Haoyan mused. Once I enter that secret realm, I shall have my own spirit beast. As he spoke, he settled onto his bed, leisurely sipping from a cup of tea. The tea was unexpectedly cold, causing him to set it down. In that case, shall I personally summon Sister Tang to seek out Xiao Yu and his band of cannon fodder? If they hesitate in battle, I will need to oversee their efforts. He thought, I am truly a genius. Indeed, that group would undoubtedly shy away from attacking the mountain. I shall simply employ a strategy of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, keeping a close watch on them. Should they dare to flee, I would promptly report them to our sect and capture them all. The more he contemplated, the the more exhilarated he became. He felt as if he were indeed a prodigy. He was born to be a strategist. Had he been in command at the front lines, he would have vanquished the righteous faction long ago. A broad grin spread across his face as he hastened out. Arriving at Tang Tian's residence, he softly called out, "Sister Tang, are you awake?" Tang Tian, who was about to step outside, paused in surprise upon seeing Yi Haoyan approach. "What is it, junior brother Yi?" Yi Haoyan quickly stepped forward, saying, "I suspect that Zhang Xiling and her group may flee in fear of punishment. Should we not go and investigate? Furthermore, if they truly intend to attack Jiang Lushan, we will need intelligence." Tang Tian chuckled softly. "Junior brother Yi, you are quite astute. My master has already assigned me a task to oversee the battle. Shall we proceed together?" Yi Haoyan was elated, his excitement palpable as he followed Tang Tian into the skies. They soared forward like a streak of lightning. An hour later, they discovered a cluster of tents belonging to Zhang Xiling and her companions at the northern valley of Jiang Lushan. With a sardonic expression, Yi Haoyan remarked, "Look at this. They've barely made any progress, and yet they set up camp here. They are clearly afraid to advance." Meanwhile, having toiled through the night, Xiao Yu stretched outside his tent, yawning just as he caught sight of Yi Haoyan in the sky above. At that moment, he broke into a broad grin, his mind awash with images of Zhang Honglu. What set this woman apart from all others was her remarkable vigor. Indeed, she was full of life. Now, she had already been summoned to the courtroom to face justice. It would not be long before Yi Haoyan could claim another brother. Xiao Yu had previously been reluctant to have offspring, but this time he resolved to transform himself. Once Zhang Honglu's trial was complete and she had fully surrendered, he would welcome her and her unborn child into the Yi family. He would then find an opportunity to incapacitate Yi Haoyan, ensuring that the child within Zhang Honglu would one day become the head of the Yi family. Yes, a direct assault on the birthplace of the opponent would uproot the Yi family from its very foundations. When Yi Haoyan observed Xiao Yu smiling upon their encounter, he felt a surge of amusement. He believed that Xiao Yu had come to recognize his prowess and was thus intimidated. "Xiao Yu, what brings you such joy?" Upon hearing Yi Haoyan speak to him with a smile, Xiao Yu reciprocated with laughter. "I am genuinely delighted to see you, senior brother Yi." Yi Haoyan instinctively presumed that Xiao Yu was attempting to curry favor with him, for who in the sect was unaware that his father was the law elder? Previously, Xiao Yu had likely shown him little respect out of ignorance, not realizing the gravity of the situation. His mother, Zhang Honglu, had commanded respect even from Zhang Xiling. Clearly, Xiao Yu had received a stern lesson from his master, which had subdued him. With a proud tilt of his head, Yi Haoyan looked at the beaming Xiao Yu and declared, "We are here to oversee the battle, to prevent any from shirking their duties. Should I catch anyone defying military orders, I shall not spare them." Xiao Yu laughed heartily. The more he looked at Yi Haoyan, the more he found him likable. Just yesterday, Zhang Honglu had proclaimed that Xiao Yu was more of a man than Yi Haoyan's father, even referring to Xiao Yu as her husband. In that moment, Yi Haoyan appeared to Xiao Yu as nothing more than a child. Why should an elder be angered by a child? Tang Tian observed Xiao Yu for a moment without speaking, before directly heading to Zhang Xiling's tent with the command token. Yi Haoyan proudly raised his chin and taunted Xiao Yu once more. "So now you recognize my strength? My mother is not to be trifled with. Can your master surpass her prowess? This is the consequence of crossing Yi Haoyan. From now on, you shall address me as senior brother Yi and pay your respects. Otherwise, you shall learn the true might of my mother." Xiao Yu smirked, raising his thumb in a display of feigned admiration. "Your mother is indeed formidable. It was my folly to underestimate her." Yi Haoyan snorted disdainfully. "Humph, I shall settle the score with you later." With that, he entered the large tent. Xiao Yu gazed at Zhang Honglu, clad in a full-body suit. Within the courtroom, his emotions stirred. Yi Haoyan was truly a remarkable son. He had even brought Tang Tian along early in the morning. Just as he was contemplating how to alleviate his boredom, he now had a task at hand. After a moment's thought, he followed into the large tent. Upon entering, he overheard Zhang Xiling stating, "We must indeed launch an offensive, but not at this moment. Before we attack, we must certainly send scouts. I cannot simply order all disciples to charge in and meet their demise, can I? Since we are here, I must take responsibility for those below." Tang Tian's expression darkened. "My master is currently the head of this branch, and she issued me a stern order this morning. Your assault team must attack Jiang Lushan before sunset. Otherwise, it would mean defying the sect's command. Furthermore, it would also be a violation of military orders. You understand the implications of this matter." Zhang Xiling clenched her fist tightly on the armrest. She could hardly believe that Lu Ping'er had actually sent someone to monitor her. Did she wish for her demise? Zhang Xiling was already contemplating withdrawing from the sect. She recalled the words Xiao Yu had said previously. The sect is fully aware of everything. They merely choose to turn a blind eye. They allow those beneath them to bully the weak. The sect has treated them as cannon fodder more than once or twice. Even if there is an opportunity, it is exceedingly difficult to grasp. Opportunities are not all created equal. Favorable chances are not afforded to them. Only high-risk opportunities come their way. If they were to achieve any merit, the credit would ultimately belong to those above. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. Could it be that the Harmony Sect was truly beyond salvation? Upon noticing her silence, Tang Tian raised her token. Today, I shall oversee the battle here. Whether you send scouts or launch an ambush, it is of no concern to me. By sunset, I expect to see your full-scale assault on Jiang Lushan. Otherwise, you shall come to our sect to atone for your sins. Chapter 75. Endurance has its limits. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly, observing the aggressive Tang Tian below. She realized she was in a precarious position. Initially, she had planned to wait for Lin Tianhai to attack the branch before making her move. Yet, Lu Ping'er had sent someone to watch her. This was troublesome. Just then, Zhang Xiling caught sight of Xiao Yu entering from behind. Upon seeing Xiao Yu's sinister smile, she felt a sense of foreboding. She hurriedly communicated with Xiao Yu, saying, "What are you doing? Do not act recklessly." She has a token. Behind them, Wang Mei had already closed the tent entrance, standing at the door with a serious expression, guarding it. At that moment, Tang Tian in the tent also sensed something was amiss. Why was Zhang Xiling constantly looking behind her? Was there an issue back there? As she turned around, she saw Yi Haotian had fainted, seemingly struck down by some form of magic. Tang Tian instinctively widened her eyes, clutching her token with fury. Outrageous. In the next moment, she felt Xiao Yu's formidable spiritual power. Foundation establishment, 6th layer. Could it be the 6th layer of foundation establishment? Wait, a 4th layer of foundation establishment as well? Observing Wang Mei guarding the entrance, Tang Tian's expression trembled. How could this woman, who was previously at the Qi refinement stage, suddenly reach the 4th layer of foundation establishment? Among this group, 3 were at the mid-foundation stage. They had been concealing their cultivation all along. What are your true intentions? Do not think that by killing me you will be free from worry. My master will not let you off. Xiao Yu firmly grasped Tang Tian's hand. Why would I kill you? I certainly will not. Master, this woman has bullied us repeatedly. Let me interrogate her thoroughly. Zhang Xiling watched as Xiao Yu took action, her expression darkening. This rascal acted without a thought for the consequences. Xiao Yu, however, was well prepared. No worries, master. I have concocted the forgetting pill. We can simply feed it to her later, or even toss her onto the territory of the Xianling sect. Who would know? Huh? After feeding her the forgetting pill, we can just leave her outside. Tang Tian's expression trembled. This fellow had the audacity to stoop so low. As Zhang Xiling listened to Xiao Yu's words, she instinctively frowned. Perhaps we shouldn't throw her outside. How about this? I recall that you have the ability to assume another's appearance, right? Coupled with the concealing pearl I previously gave you, no one should be able to detect you. Xiao Yu, just knock them both unconscious and administer some sleeping medicine, letting them sleep until tomorrow afternoon. And don't forget the forgetting pill. Lin Tianhai will likely mobilize his forces against our branch tomorrow, so we must lay low today. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's expression quivered. Zhang Xiling, do you even know what you're doing? Smack. Before she could finish, Xiao Yu slapped her hard across the face, causing her to see stars. She could scarcely believe that with the token in hand, these people dared to play tricks on her. To wield the token was akin to being in the presence of the sect master. It was no different from betraying the sect. I will make you regret this. I will ensure you regret this. She shouted vehemently. Zhang Xiling, you traitorous wretch, how could someone like you exist within our sect? Do you honor the cultivation the sect has bestowed upon you? As Tang Tian continued to shout, Zhang Xiling's anger intensified. A traitor? If everyone in the sect were as dedicated as her, how could they have fallen to such a state? How could she be labeled a traitor? Fuming at Tang Tian's nonsensical accusations, Zhang Xiling stormed over. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Oh no, is master really going to? In the next moment, Zhang Xiling began to slap Tang Tian, one blow after another. This was her first time striking someone, especially someone she despised. To her surprise, it was somewhat exhilarating, even thrilling. Calling me a traitor? How dare you? After berating her, She delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian stood no chance against the blow from a foundational cultivator and nearly collapsed. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly fed her 2 recovery pills. Master, you can't do this. You mustn't strike them. You can't leave any marks or clues. You need to be cautious, otherwise, we will be exposed. Zhang Xiling, upon hearing this, found merit in his words. She swiftly drew out a 10-centimeter-long silver needle. Xiao Yu immediately thought of the infamous Rong Momo. Was her master truly so ruthless? Why hadn't he thought of using a needle before? Such a weapon, if used, would hardly leave any visible wound. A few pills would suffice for healing. Clearly, Zhang Xiling was incensed by the accusations. To be called a traitor? To be told she had betrayed the sect? Gazing at the unscrupulous woman before her, Zhang Xiling had never felt such fury. She even felt tears welling up. After years of hard work for the sake of the sect, she now found herself reduced to mere cannon fodder. A junior cultivator in the Qi refinement stage approached, brandishing a token with an air of arrogance. She had never endured such humiliation before. Seizing Tang Tian's arm, she thrust a needle into her side with great force. With that single prick, Tang Tian cried out in pain, overwhelmed by the intensity of the agony. She was rendered motionless, unable to stir. Zhang Xiling, with a furious expression, withdrew the silver needle and menacingly gestured towards another side of Tang Tian's body. Terrified, Tang Tian exclaimed, Elder, I was wrong. Please, don't stab me. I truly realize my mistakes. Behind them, Xiao Yu and Wang Mei dared not utter a word. Witnessing Zhang Xiling's ruthless demeanor, Xiao Yu suddenly felt he had underestimated her. This woman was formidable beyond comparison to any man. In the next moment, he saw Zhang Xiling brandishing the silver needle, aiming at the delicate flesh beneath Tang Tian's fingernail. Goodness, master, must you be so merciless? You might drive her to madness. And then the forgetting worry pill would be useless. Zhang Xiling paid no heed, recalling the myriad grievances she had suffered. Pressing the needle against Tang Tian's nail bed, she shouted, I am a traitor? I have wronged the sect? If it weren't for me, our branch would have been annihilated long ago. I risked my life to save so many disciples. If Elder Meng and the others hadn't conspired against me, they wouldn't have met their demise. I have devoted myself to the sect, and this is how you repay me? You wish for my death, do you? Tang Tian, her face a mask of terror, screamed. Elder, I truly repent. Please do not stab me. My master will kill you. At these words, Zhang Xiling trembled, her murderous intent evident upon her countenance. Whether I live or die is inconsequential. Today, you will not escape unscathed. I have endured your torment for far too long. Enough is enough. With that, she plunged the needle once more. Xiao Yu winced in sympathy, exclaiming, Quickly, set up a soundproof barrier. We must not let anyone overhear. Chapter 76. The Master and Disciples in a Frantic State. Wang Mei and Xiao Yu hurriedly arranged the soundproof barrier and concealment array, anxious that outsiders might overhear. Meanwhile, Yi Haoyan remained lost in a blissful dream, seemingly hearing distant cries of anguish. Were those the screams of Xiao Yu and Lu Linger, the 2 infamous lovers? I was wrong. Please, don't stab me, Elder. I truly repent. My hand, woo. Yi Haoyan, even in his unconscious state, could not suppress a smirk. Who dared to challenge him? This was the consequence. Zhang Xiling, in her first bout of madness, was exhilarated beyond measure. How exhilarating it was to exact revenge. If she had known her disciple possessed the forgetting worry pill and various despicable elixirs, would she have allowed herself to be bullied to such an extent? Observing Tang Tian writhing and wailing on the ground, Zhang Xiling's expression quivered. She directed yet another prick towards Tang Tian's lower garments. Xiao Yu, unable to watch any longer, thought to himself, Goodness, even I, Xiao Yu, would not resort to such cruelty. What kind of injustice has my master endured to unleash such wrath? Meanwhile, Wang Mei, with an excited whisper, urged, Master, do not injure her face. Do not use sharp instruments. They will leave scars. If you find this unsatisfactory, Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow. She was, after all, a good person. How could she possibly engage in such morally reprehensible acts? Just then, Yi Haoyan, who was nearby, suddenly awoke. He recalled the cries he had heard, and, upon opening his eyes, saw Zhang Xiling with one foot on Tang Tian's back, one hand gripping Tang Tian's arm, and the other holding a glowing silver needle, poised to strike. Upon noticing Yi Haoyan had regained consciousness, Xiao Yu swiftly delivered another slap, rendering Yi Haoyan unconscious once more. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiling, with an expression of righteous indignation, proclaimed, "This matter must not reach the ears of others. It would tarnish my reputation." Xiao Yu hastily clasped his fists in respect, assuring her, "Rest assured, master. This matter shall remain a secret. We have always been the good ones." Wang Mei nodded fervently. "Indeed, among the 7 beauties of Huan, our master is the kindest. Who does not know of our master's benevolent heart?" Zhang Xiling instinctively swallowed hard. The thrill of avenging herself was undeniably exhilarating. "Yes, this must be kept confidential. Remember to administer the forgetfulness pill generously. Xiao Yu, you are prudent in your actions. I entrust this matter to you. You must not reveal any signs." Xiao Yu responded with fervor, "Not even a hint, not even a feather." With that, Xiao Yu ensconced Tang Tian and Yi Haoyan within the Jade Girl gourd. He then transformed his appearance to resemble Yi Haoyan using the yin-yang borrowing life technique and soared towards the branch. Along the way, he faced no obstacles. Everyone he encountered respectfully addressed him as Brother Yi. He returned to Yi Haoyan's residence, released Tang Tian, and brandished a needle to intimidate her. "In a moment, I shall take you somewhere. If you wish to avoid a prick, you best be compliant. Do you understand?" Tang Tian trembled in fear, genuinely afraid. Observing her state, Xiao Yu promptly transported her to the maidservant pavilion. Noticing her demeanor, he wasted no time in removing his shoes. Surprisingly, Tang Tian was exceptionally obedient. Clearly, compared to this ordeal, the threat of a needle was akin to hellish torment. Tang Tian glanced at the reflective pearl nearby, realizing her predicament. Even if she regained the memories lost to the forgetfulness pill, they held leverage over her. This group was composed entirely of Foundation establishment cultivators. If they chose to confront her master, they likely stood a chance of victory. Xiao Yu, with an air of arrogance, looked at Tang Tian on the table and smiled. "In truth, your looks are rather mediocre. In terms of appearance, you pale in comparison to our Liener, and in figure, you are outshone by Wang Mei. My sole purpose in this is to place a second hat upon my good son. What do I care for the rest?" At that moment, Tang Tian's resentment towards Yi Haoyan reached its peak. Was it truly because of him that she endured such treatment? The realization that she would consume the forgetfulness pill, only to awaken and be manipulated by Yi Haoyan once more, shattered her spirit. She was acutely aware that once her memories faded, her inherent nature would compel her to seek trouble with Xiao Yu and his companions. They would undoubtedly resort to pricking her with needles again. She had no recourse. Rather than face such a fate, she gazed at the reflective pearl across from her and, in a display of utter vulnerability, knelt on the ground, exclaiming, I was wrong. I will obey you from now on. I do not wish to be used by Yi Haoyan any longer. May I join you? I truly recognize my mistakes." Xiao Yu gazed at the other person, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He bit his own finger and pressed it directly onto Tang Tian's forehead. Instinctively, she lowered her head, aware that he intended to impose a restriction upon her soul. Yet, she did not flinch, for she wished to avoid an ambiguous demise in the future and did not want to be exploited by Yi Haoyan any longer. Xiao Yu was taken aback by Tang Tian's apparent fear of death. It was almost too easy for him to place a restriction on her soul. With a mere thought, he could bring about her demise. However, this endeavor carried risks. What if Tang Tian, in a moment of desperation, revealed their secrets to others? Even in death, she could cause them trouble. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu had a sudden inspiration and swiftly produced a Foundation establishment pill, placing it before Tang Tian. "Since you are willing to follow me, you shall henceforth be my woman. Unlike that scoundrel Yi Haoyan, I offer more than mere words. I provide tangible benefits." As he spoke, he revealed a mid-grade magical artifact and 1,000 spirit stones. Tang Tian's gaze remained fixated on the Foundation establishment pill, an item she had yearned for. One she had persistently requested from her master, who had always refused, claiming that she must demonstrate merit to avoid inciting jealousy among her peers. As she was on the verge of a breakthrough, the pill represented everything to her. Noticing her growing interest, Xiao Yu produced 2 more Foundation establishment pills and said, "Call me master, and in the future, I will provide you with pills, spirit stones, and magical artifacts. If you fail to establish your foundation, you may still come to me for another pill. How you proceed depends on your performance." Tang Tian's eyes blazed with fervor as she beheld the additional pills. "Master, your servant pays homage and is willing to brave any peril for you." That evening, Yi Haoyan, feeling somewhat drowsy, scratched his face. It seemed he had dreamt of his mother giving birth to a brother, one that bore a striking resemblance to that insufferable Xiao Yu. With a grimace, he opened his eyes, struggling to comprehend the dream. How could he have such a dream? Perhaps it was due to having seen Xiao Yu's unattractive visage daily? Upon fully waking, he found himself bewildered. Why was he lying here? Wasn't he planning to seek out his mother to eliminate Xiao Yu? Didn't he intend to capture Lu Linger to avenge past grievances? Why had he fallen asleep again? Rising once more, he searched for his mother, but found her absent. How strange. Then he noticed a storage bag left on the table by his mother. Has mother left me another storage bag? What could this be about? Chapter 77. What? Yi Haoyan has a grandmother? With a proud demeanor, Yi Haoyan picked up the storage bag and examined its contents. Upon seeing the 666 spirit stones inside, he could hardly contain his delight. Huh, who dares to compete with Yi Haoyan for women? They are truly oblivious to their own mortality. Once his mother finished her tasks, she would undoubtedly return to him. At that time, he would settle the score with Xiao Yu. He intended to make Xiao Yu's life a living hell. Even the sect leader would be of no consequence. He meant what he said. There is also Lu Linger, who must be dealt with in front of Xiao Yu. How dare that wretched woman treat him in such a manner? She surely no longer wishes to remain in the Harmony Sect. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having returned to the front lines, was interrogating Zhang Honglu in the judgment chamber. They were heading towards Yi Haoyan's birthplace. Speak. Does Yi Haoyan have any sisters? Are there any women he holds dear? Who in the Yi family shares a close relationship with him? Speak up. Following his command, Xiao Yu struck Zhang Honglu again, leaving her face swollen and her spirit shattered as she cried out. Make Wang Mei stop. I will tell you everything. Behind her, Wang Mei wore a sinister smile. Dare you retort? She was about to strike when Xiao Yu quickly raised his hand, exclaiming, Wait a moment. Wang Mei snorted in disdain and slowly set aside her weapon. Zhang Honglu trembled with fear, realizing these individuals were far from ordinary. Death seemed preferable to enduring this torment. When would this nightmare end? How could she possibly escape this place? What fate awaited her? Xiao Yu, with an amused smirk, approached Zhang Honglu and seized her hair. No longer daring to utter a word of defiance, she was left to contemplate the dire consequences of her actions. Had she known better than to provoke Xiao Yu? Had she chosen a more compliant path, perhaps she would not be here now. Reflecting on her former arrogance within the sect and the heinous acts committed for her son's sake, sorrow washed over her. This was retribution. In her quest to secure resources and opportunities for her son, she had caused the deaths of no fewer than 20 disciples of the Harmony Sect, many of whom were promising talents with kind hearts. All because their fates interfered with her son's prospects, they had fallen victim to her schemes. Was this truly retribution? She was acutely aware that if Yi Haoyan's father were to see Xiao Yu's recording orb, her life would be irrevocably shattered. Her husband's mother had always held a grudge against her, constantly arguing with her. She had never been fond of her. Should this information reach the Yi family, her fate would only worsen. Tears streamed down Zhang Honglu's face as she gazed at Xiao Yu. I will tell you everything. I beg you. Do not let this matter spread. If I am cast aside, my son will be ruined too. His father has several wives and sons. Xiao Yu replied coldly. Do not speak to me of men. Tell me, which women have shown kindness to Yi Haoyan? Does he have any sisters? Any elder sisters? Or perhaps a betrothed? Zhang Honglu instinctively swallowed hard, her throat constricting with pain. There is his grandmother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled. Wang Mei, enraged, stomped on Zhang Honglu's abdomen. Old harlot, are you serious? Zhang Honglu cried out in agony, her face full of grievance. I am not lying. His grandmother has always treated my son the best. I swear, I am telling the truth. Wang Mei raised her weapon, ready to strike, but the next moment, Xiao Yu trembled and raised his hand, saying, Wait. The four nuns beside him, Huo Yin and Ling Xian, were left in stunned silence. As everyone turned to look at Xiao Yu in bewilderment, Xiao Yu wore a melancholic expression as he softly inquired of Zhang Honglu. Pray, tell me about his grandmother. What does she look like? How old is she this year? Zhang Honglu's lips quivered as she responded. The old lady is 120 years old. Yet she began her cultivation quite early. She commenced at the tender age of 7 or 8. Her appearance suggests she is merely in her 40s. And she has reached the 9th layer of foundation building. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled lightly. He had previously heard tales of certain immortal families with profound lineages, where children commenced body tempering at a young age, reaching the qi refinement stage by their teens. If one begins cultivating early, their youthful visage may well be preserved. After all, being 120 years old isn't unfeasible. She is indeed decades younger than Bai Yue. Zhang Honglu continued. His grandmother, Yin Xiao, has cherished Hao Yin as her heart's delight, granting him whatever he desires. If I were to mention my son Heier in her presence, the old lady would become displeased, even remarking on my shortcomings as a mother. She currently resides in the Yi family of our sect. If you wish to summon her, I can devise a means. Xiao Yu's expression brightened with excitement. This was no longer merely an attack on their birthplace. It was a direct assault on their very essence. If that wretched boy sought to bring about his demise, he would not hold back. Perhaps it would be best for Yi Haoyin to address him as grandfather henceforth? Nearby, Hualien suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, "Does Yi Haoyin have a great-grandmother?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning around. Zhang Honglu shook her head. His great-grandmother passed away last year. Unable to advance to the nascent soul stage, her lifespan fully consumed. Xiao Yu sighed in regret. What a pity indeed. Very well, draft a letter and summon his grandmother. Write it now. I shall observe as you compose it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Honglu quietly pleaded, "Master, could you refrain from disclosing my affairs? I shall serve you wholeheartedly, like a devoted servant." Wang Mei, having listened to their exchange, raised her hand, startling Zhang Honglu into closing her eyes tightly. Xiao Yu, well aware of the cunning nature of such a woman, understood that if she had begun to submit, it was time to entice her further. Noticing her judgment progress had reached 68, he adopted a benevolent demeanor. "It seems unlikely that you will break through within the Yi family. Should you choose to follow me, I shall ensure your advancement to the Golden Core stage within a year. You wouldn't wish for any harm to befall your son, would you?" Zhang Honglu was immediately filled with trepidation. Zhang Honglu's judgment progress rose to 75. "Master, as long as you spare my son, I would face 1,000 deaths rather than oppose you. I beseech you to spare Haoyin." Zhang Honglu's judgment progress rose to 78. Xiao Yu wasted no words, delivering a few slaps as a prelude to sweetness. Half an hour later, Zhang Honglu gazed in astonishment at her cultivation, now elevated to the 5th layer of foundation building. How has my cultivation suddenly improved? Could it be due to Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu gently reassured her. "I have a fondness for intelligent women, and I have already bestowed upon you a boon. You know what is expected of you." Overwhelmed with astonishment, Zhang Honglu knelt before him. This man possessed such remarkable abilities. Henceforth, these women would undoubtedly transform into exceptional experts. This was a fortuitous opportunity, a monumental chance indeed. Zhang Honglu, with a trial progress reaching its zenith, earnestly approached her master, ready to brave any peril for him. Upon realizing that Zhang Honglu's trial value was at its peak, Xiao Yu could not suppress a grin. This Yi Haoyin had not only harmed him on multiple occasions, but had also sought to usurp his beloved Linger, and even conspired against his mentor. He was resolute in his intention to eliminate him, though not just yet, for he had not yet exhausted his enjoyment of life. He yearned for Yi Haoyin to truly experience the depths of existence. Overwhelmed with anguish upon hearing Xiao Yu's intent towards her son, Zhang Honglu's heart twisted in pain, tears streaming down her face. Throughout her life, she harbored but one desire, for her son to be safe and well. Yet, she understood that Xiao Yu would likely not spare him. At that moment, Xiao Yu gently caressed her hair, asking, "Why do you weep? If he dies, we can always have another, can't we?" Zhang Honglu continued to sob, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head, pleading, "Master, I am willing to do anything. Just please do not kill Haoyin. This is my only request. I am prepared to divulge all the secrets of the Yi family, to lure out those women." Hualien was about to chastise her, but Xiao Yu interjected. "Secrets? What secrets does the Yi family possess?" Wiping her tears in a flurry of anxiety, Zhang Honglu exclaimed, "In the soon-to-be-unveiled Wanyao secret realm lies a supreme treasure, the 9-turn life and death herb. I know that his father possesses a magical artifact capable of locating this treasure." Upon hearing the mention of the 9-turn life and death herb, Hualien and Wang Mei's expressions froze in astonishment. Xiao Yu, too, noted their sudden change in demeanor, instinctively furrowing his brow. Hualien, her voice trembling with disbelief, inquired, "The 9-turn life and death herb, the miraculous plant that can resurrect the dead? It is said that the recently deceased can be brought back to life through this herb, and it can even summon the souls of the departed. How could such a thing exist in the Wanyao secret realm when the Tsangyue continent has not seen a celestial herb in a millennium?" Upon hearing of the ability to summon the souls of the deceased, Xiao Yu immediately thought of Xiang. Is it certain that it can summon the souls of the dead? He pressed. Hualian nodded earnestly. My master once informed me that herbs aged a century are merely mundane, while those over a century are classified as spiritual herbs. Beyond that, there are 1,000-year spiritual herbs, and for every millennium, their potency multiplies. If a spiritual herb reaches 10,000 years, particularly those nurtured in locations rich in natural essence, it may transcend to become a celestial herb. Moreover, only one celestial herb appears every 10,000 years. A millennium ago, someone ascended from the foundation establishment stage to the Yuan-Ing stage by consuming the Tongtian herb, awakening an extraordinary physique. If the 9-turn life and death herb truly exists, it is absolutely possible for the master to resurrect the maiden Xiang. With her remains in hand, her soul could be summoned back, and later, by seeking the treasure that can flesh out bones, Xiang could be completely revived. Wang Mei chimed in, indeed. And certain celestial herbs can grant spirit roots to those who originally possessed none, transforming them into divine beings. It is said that such items have fallen from the celestial realm. Just how powerful they are, I cannot say. If such a thing truly exists, the forthcoming Wanyao secret realm will surely be drenched in blood and chaos. Countless sects are vying for supremacy, with descendants of fallen ancestors undoubtedly seeking ways to resurrect their forebears. Xiao Yu's expression turned grave as he clenched his right fist tightly. The legendary 9-turn life and death herb, if such a thing truly exists, he would certainly strive to obtain it. In this lifetime, the only person he felt he had wronged was Xiang. That girl had once regarded him as a beloved elder brother, even revealing her heartfelt sentiments to him. As he reminisced about the days when Xiang had cared for him during his injuries, his emotions surged, rendering him restless. Just then, a thought struck him. Zhang Xiling had previously mentioned that the secret realm of 10,000 beasts contained something she desired. Could it be the 9-turn life and death herb? Turning to Wang Mei, Xiao Yu asked with a hint of melancholy, Wang Mei, does master also seek this herb? Wang Mei hesitated, shaking her head uncertainly. It should not be the case. Master likely does not know that there are divine herbs there. I once overheard her mention a desire to find a fox demon as a spiritual pet. It seems related to master's Tianxiang physique. She is unlikely to be after the herb. Xiao Yu nodded, glancing at Zhang Honglu, who had already pinned a letter home. He raised his hand and led Zhang Honglu outside. Zhang Honglu's judgment value was already full. She could not betray him again. You shall return to the branch and have a disciple deliver this letter. Then keep an eye on Lu Ping. Once you finish, clean yourself up and come find me in a beautiful outfit. Zhang Honglu, brimming with excitement, stood up and looked at Xiao Yu, quickly lowering her head. Master, may I see my son? Xiao Yu replied with a cold smile. Do as you wish, but let me make this clear. If he dares to confront me again, I shall not grant you a second chance. Overjoyed, Zhang Honglu hurriedly took the letter and departed. Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, turning back to the tent, contemplating whether to seek out Zhang Xiling for further inquiry. Upon entering the tent, he found Zhang Xiling already clad in defensive armor. Upon noticing Xiao Yu, her face flushed red, and she quickly averted her gaze. Xiao Yu, perceiving the change in Zhang Xiling's demeanor, stepped forward and embraced her. Surprisingly, she did not shy away, merely gazing blankly at the man before her. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and she lowered her head, unable to conceal her shyness. Her delicate hands brushed against her skirt, fingers trembling slightly, as though her heart was stirred by ripples. When he looked again, her face resembled a blooming peach blossom, her cheeks tinged with a gentle crimson, akin to petals caressed by the spring breeze. Zhang Xiling's eyes fell, unable to meet Xiao Yu's gaze. She would occasionally lift her head, only to quickly lower it again, like a startled fawn. She herself was unsure of what had come over her. Perhaps this feeling had been brewing within her for a long time. Xiao Yu gazed at Zhang Xiling in surprise, asking, Master, what troubles you? At the sound of his voice, Zhang Xiling hurriedly withdrew, her expression flustered as she moved aside. The blush on her face visibly deepened, and soon her entire countenance resembled a ripe apple. The previous day, when Xiao Yu returned to the branch, she had found herself consumed by thoughts of him during her cultivation, fearful of the dangers he might encounter on the road, worried he might not return, and anxious that he would act impulsively as he had in the past. She felt as though she had awakened a heart demon. If he were not by her side, she would find it impossible to concentrate on her cultivation. I'm fine. I've already received news that Lin Tianhai has mobilized his troops. He will attack the branch tomorrow morning. Zhang Xiling exclaimed as she prepared to leave. Xiao Yu swiftly grasped her arm, asking, Master, does this mean there is nothing of great importance tonight? Zhang Xiling's heart raced, and she hurriedly whispered, Who said there isn't? As Xiao Yu chuckled while closing the door, he replied, If I say there isn't, then there isn't. Chapter 79. Purely voluntary. Zhang Xiling felt a surge of panic, her gaze instinctively wandering elsewhere. The moonlight streamed through the tent, casting a pale glow upon her face. Ever since she resolved to no longer endure the oppression from others and occasionally vent her fury, it seemed a certain chain within her heart had been broken. When she had pricked Tang Tian with a needle, a thrill coursed through her. She had never before acted thus towards someone she despised. The exhilaration was indescribable. Simultaneously, something deep within her began to stir. It had been quite some time since she could enhance her cultivation through practice. No matter how she absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth or the potency of medicinal pills, she struggled to break through. Her heart's path had become tarnished, clouded by Xiao Yu. How could a woman like her not care about her own primal essence? How could she remain indifferent? Ever since that incident, her self-control had waned even further. As she watched Xiao Yu approach her, her complexion grew increasingly flustered. The moment he embraced her, she quickly fled, her thoughts drifting to the other women in his life. A hint of melancholy surfaced on her already flushed face. Don't touch me. Why do you come to me when you have other women? Xiao Yu paid no heed to her thoughts. He stepped closer, firmly grasping her hand and softly murmuring in her ear, I seek you out because you are the most important to me. Zhang Xiling shot him a sidelong glance, unsure whether to feel pleased or enraged at his audacity. What did he mean by her being the most important? Did that imply the other women held significance as well? Xiao Yu continued to whisper intimately in her ear, Master. Zhang Xiling raised an eyebrow. How can you still call me Master? Xiao Yu chuckled. How about we each have our own titles? I'll call you Master, and you can call me Husband? Zhang Xiling rolled her eyes, exasperated. You wish. Stop trying to charm me. Do you think I'm a little girl? Xiao Yu seized her arm and intertwined his fingers with hers, pulling her closer. In my heart, you will always be a little girl. If it doesn't work, I'll call you Master during the day and wife at night. Zhang Xiling tightened her grip around his fingers, causing him pain between his knuckles. Very well then, Master, you can call me disciple during the day and husband at night. How does that sound? Zhang Xiling huffed. You seem to be the one getting the better deal. Don't try to fool me. If you wish to be my partner, you can only have eyes for me, without distractions. You must send away all those unrelated women. Otherwise, I would never join you, even in death. As soon as Zhang Xiling finished speaking, her face flushed crimson as she turned her head aside. What on earth was she saying? Has her master gone mad? Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the already smitten Zhang Xiling. He leaned closer to her left ear, whispering softly, Master, my heart is utterly devoted to you alone. There is no other woman in my thoughts. I only love you. I have no affection for any other woman. They bear no significance to me. My heart has always belonged solely to you. One could only wonder if Zhang Xiling believed him. With a look of disdain, Zhang Xiling turned her head to glare at the ramblings of Xiao Yu, wanting nothing more than to slap him twice. Yet, women are, after all, women. There is no woman who does not enjoy sweet nothings, especially when whispered right into her ear. If Xiao Yu merely stood across from her professing his affection, it would have had little impact. He was now quite adept, fully aware of what women relish hearing. The same declaration of love, when whispered intimately, holds an entirely different effect. You claim you do not love those women, so why do you seek them out? Do not attempt to deceive me. You know well what you have done with them. Do not think I am easily fooled. I will never agree to this. Do not dream of reversing the natural order. Do not presume I am an easy target. Zhang Xiling continued to insist. Before she could finish, Xiao Yu kissed her. In that instant, Zhang Xiling panicked, instinctively reaching to strike Xiao Yu's shoulder. However, upon making contact, she was utterly astonished to discover that Xiao Yu's cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, his aura was even more formidable than hers. The 9-yang divine body, Xiao Yu's strength was now nearly on par with her own. How long had it been? While Zhang Xiling was still processing her shock, she found herself being kissed for what felt like an eternity. Once she regained her composure, fury surged within her, and she bit down fiercely. Xiao Yu's brow quivered, yet he showed no sign of retreat. Blood filled his mouth, but he paid it no heed. Zhang Xiling was at a loss for words. This man was utterly insane. 2 hours later, Zhang Xiling sat at the edge of the bed, dressed, and realized she had truly lost her mind. If the first time was driven by a desire to defeat Yi Zhuro, and the second time was for healing, what could this third time be classified as? Their actions this time were purely consensual. And the most astonishing part was that Zhang Xiling's cultivation had now reached the peak of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core realm. In stark contrast, Xiao Yu's cultivation had regressed to the mid-foundation establishment stage, at the 5th layer. With a proud demeanor, Xiao Yu declared earnestly, "My cultivation is intertwined with yours. My dear, once a master, forever a wife. For no other reason than your initial willingness to protect me, to allow me to use the alchemy chamber for my training, and to accept me as your disciple, I have fallen deeply in love with you. How could any other woman compare to my master? They are merely handmaidens. As long as my master stays with her disciple, she will undoubtedly be the grand lady." Zhang Xiling pouted, clearly displeased as she fastened her apron. "Which one is the second wife?" Xiao Yu replied promptly, "Whichever you wish to be the second wife shall indeed be the second wife." Zhang Xiling was rendered speechless. This man was doing it on purpose. He had deliberately bestowed his cultivation upon her. He must be aware that her heart had been tainted, and that she could no longer elevate her own cultivation. Thus, it was all intentional. "Master, if you don't speak, I shall take it as your agreement. From now on, you shall be my wife. Rest assured, by day I will call you master, and by night, I shall address you as my wife." Zhang Xiling instinctively shook her head. "I do not agree." Xiao Yu grinned. "My mother always taught me that when a woman says she doesn't agree, it actually means she does." Zhang Xiling responded, "Then I agree." Xiao Yu laughed heartily. "Since you agree, shall we proceed to the wedding ceremony?" Zhang Xiling was momentarily stunned. "A wedding ceremony? Right now?" Chapter 80. I only need half a stick of incense. Zhang Xiling was clearly flabbergasted by Xiao Yu's series of antics. "A wedding ceremony? Here?" As she watched him take out 2 wedding garments, she was so startled that she stood up abruptly. Xiao Yu held a fire starter in his left hand and a red candle in his right, lighting it with a knowing look directed at Zhang Xiling. She had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Her expression could only be described as dumbfounded. A wedding ceremony? How could it possibly be so hastily arranged? Even if he wished to marry her, it would require her master's consent. Did he think it was as simple as a farmer bringing a pig to the altar? Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows, considering his master's intelligence. Did he really think he could outsmart him? "Oh, so you're implying that, master, you consent to marry me? But you merely wish for a grand wedding ceremony that requires your master's and family's approval, correct?" Zhang Xiling straightened her neck. "When did I ever agree? Stop with these nonsensical games." As she spoke, she attempted to leave, feeling that if she conversed with him any longer, she would be deceived into a foolish predicament. What was happening? What was this sensation? If someone had spoken to her like this in the past, she would have been furious. Yet now, how was it that she felt this way? With her heart racing uncontrollably, Zhang Xiling began to panic. Was this what it meant to like someone? When you have feelings for someone, does your heart race? But he has women. If they were merely maids, would that be acceptable? Even mortals may have multiple wives, surely. A cultivator from the Harmony Sect could have more attendants. Moreover, he was the 9-yang divine body, destined for greatness. Even if he did not end up with her, he would certainly have no shortage of women. Yet, she needed to ascertain whether his feelings were genuine or if he was merely after her celestial physique. She needed to confirm his sincerity. Glancing at the time, it was still dark, and there was time. Zhang Xiling turned back and said, "You claim to like me. Yet you have so many women. Naturally, I cannot trust your words. Unless you are willing to prove your resolve with your life." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu brandished a knife and slashed at his left wrist. Zhang Xiling was momentarily taken aback, stunned and bewildered, as Xiao Yu wielded the blade, striking with relentless precision. Regaining her composure, she was horrified, tears brimming in her eyes. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." As she approached, she discerned that the weapon in Xiao Yu's hand was merely a soft beast bone, resembling a knife. Xiao Yu's hand was unscathed. Realizing that Xiao Yu was merely toying with her, Zhang Xiling felt a surge of indignation. Enough of this nonsense. "I'm ignoring you." She then made her way to the door. Just as she reached it, Xiao Yu pressed her against the door, exclaiming, "This time it's real. You wished to see my sincerity, didn't you? So here it is." As he spoke, he pinned her right hand behind her back. Zhang Xiling was utterly speechless. This insufferable man was relentless. Before Xiao Yu could conclude his antics, a female disciple rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "This is bad. Elder Zhang, Lin Tianhai has led a group to attack our branch. They've arrived 2 hours earlier than anticipated." Elder? Zhang Elder? Zhang Xiling's expression turned anxious as she hurriedly shoved Xiao Yu aside, exclaiming, "This is so annoying." The disciple outside looked puzzled. "Elder Zhang?" After a moment, a voice echoed from within the main tent. "Cough, cough. I understand. Instruct all disciples to assemble and launch an assault after a stick of incense." The female disciple responded with a salute. "I will relay the order." Zhang Xiling was about to exit when Xiao Yu called out from behind. "Didn't you say to gather and attack after a stick of incense? I only need half of that." Zhang Xiling's brow twitched. This man was truly troublesome. Half a stick of incense later, Xiao Yu followed Zhang Xiling, brimming with arrogance, as they reached the front of the assembled troops. Zhang Xiling surveyed her comrades and instinctively cleared her throat, sensing a slight discomfort. "Cough, cough. Fellow disciples of the Harmony Sect. The Xianling sect has oppressed our sect for too long, inflicting countless grievances upon our disciples. Today, it is time for us to redeem our honor. They have established a stronghold on Jiangliashan and are currently lax in their defenses, with their main forces advancing toward our branch. This is a fortuitous opportunity. I implore you all to join me in seizing the enemy's key positions. Let us depart swiftly." With that, she raised her sword, gazing ahead with resolute determination. Speed is of the essence in warfare. We shall triumph in this battle. Upon her command, the group surged forward, ascending into the skies. Xiao Yu remained at her side, while Wang Mei was also released. Zhang Xiling cast a sidelong glance at Wang Mei, then at Xiao Yu. Her right fist clenched tightly. This scoundrel had directly implicated all three of them. If word got out, they would be severely criticized. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow anyone to discover the nature of her relationship with Xiao Yu. Just then, Zhang Xiling's party soared above the clouds, descending towards Jiangliashan below. Each member brandished pre-prepared explosives, such as fireball talismans and thunderbolt talismans. As they beheld the Xianling sect stronghold beneath the clouds, Zhang Xiling took the lead, commanding, "Attack." With the dawn breaking, dozens of Harmony Sect cultivators spread their wings and soared into the air, swords pointed at the enemy encampment. As colorful talismans streaked across the sky like vibrant rays of light, hundreds upon thousands of talismans fell like shooting stars, colliding with the defensive array below. The thunderous roar resounded deafeningly, flames soaring to the heavens. Not good. An enemy attack. Quick, defend against them. The southern array is about to crack. Hurry. Send for reinforcements. The base below was thrown into chaos. The disciples under Zhang Xiling unleashed their various powers, intertwining flying swords, magical artifacts, and spiritual symbols into a dazzling tapestry of battle. In the next moment, several cultivators followed Zhang Xiling as they soared on their swords to the southern side of the base. With a swift gesture, Zhang Xiling summoned a radiant brilliance that illuminated the skies in a riot of colors. Some disciples conjured purple lightning, others unleashed fireballs, while some wielded blades of water and wind, launching attacks like a torrential storm. The southern array shattered instantly. Zhang Xiling's eyes sparkled. "The array is broken. Follow me into the fray to slay the enemies." Xiao Yu observed the array being so effortlessly breached, his expression grim. Was the opponent composed of fools? How could they only send such a small force for defense? The array fell too swiftly. He sensed something amiss. Watching Zhang Xiling already dispatching several enemy soldiers within the base, Xiao Yu chose not to join her. Below, Zhang Xiling too sensed that something was off. Why were there still cultivators in the base at the refinement stage? Mere cannon fodder? Just then, the previously breached array suddenly flared with brilliance. A colossal golden formation adorned with sacred beasts rose abruptly. Zhang Xiling's expression trembled. Retreat. Chapter 81. Even Lu Ruoyan has arrived? Before Zhang Xiling could take flight, the surroundings were sealed by the new array. Her face grew solemn as she gazed at the four sacred beasts depicted on the array. A sense of dread washing over her. What a grand design. The Heavens Gang 4 Symbols Array. At that moment, a troop of over 100 appeared above the clouds. Led by Lin Tianhai, Lin Si's father. Upon seeing Zhang Xiling trapped within the array, Lin Tianhai's expression turned furious, his brows visibly furrowing. Zhang Xiling. Today, I shall demand your life in exchange for my son. Zhang Xiling turned to the voice, her brows trembling. The female disciple who had just delivered the warning stood at Lin Tianhai's side. Had she infiltrated her ranks? Damn you, Wuku! I have been nothing but generous to you. How dare you betray me? The woman in the sky, upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, seethed with anger. As she pulled off her human skin mask, she murmured, evil and heretical paths deserve to be eradicated. I am no Wuku. Your disciple has long since perished. As Zhang Ziling beheld the woman's true visage, her brows quivered. Lu Ruoyan? When did you? Upon hearing the name Lu Ruoyan, Xiao Yu raised his brows in surprise. What the? He gazed with reverence, realizing that such a name belonged to an extraordinary individual. As he looked up, he was utterly captivated. Her beauty resembled the morning dew on peach and plum blossoms, ethereal yet untouched by the mundane. Her eyes sparkled like stars, clear and profound, as if harboring countless shooting stars within. She was breathtakingly radiant. Clad in a flowing white gown that danced with the wind, she bore no trace of dust. Especially her face, imbued with an air of maturity and grace, epitomizing the essence of a refined woman. Among all the women in Xiao Yu's life, only Bai Yue can truly be considered a mature woman. Han Xiaoshui embodies the essence of a domineering rich lady, while Zhang Honglu resembles an older aunt. The rest exhibit a certain degree of youthful innocence. Lu Rian, the Empress of Smoke, received Xiao Yu's admiration as he stroked his chin in praise. Although there are many individuals in the heavens, only two have reached the foundation establishment stage, Lin Tianhai and Lu Rian. Observing Lu Rian's striking figure and demeanor, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Huayan from the maidservant pavilion gazed at the woman outside with a somber expression. Lu Rian, the law elder of the Xianling sect. It is rumored that she is exceptionally skilled in manipulation and deception. She has likely infiltrated the Harmony Sect as a spy, and they are aware of every move we make. The stronghold at Jiangliashan is merely a trap. Lin Tianhai's initial target was Zhang Ziling, and he never intended to divide the sect. Nearby, Yi Zhiro, who was eating on the ground like a dog, quietly inquired, why does the master refer to her as the Empress of Smoke? Xiao Yu replied with a playful smile. It is said that she is the pinnacle of the heartbreaker realm, with no fewer than 1,000 romantic partners. Over 700 of them are merely fleeting loves, and her childhood friends number in the hundreds as well. She has experienced poverty, wealth, materialism, cunning, and even the green tea persona, yet she has never been deemed unattractive. Is it not fair to call such an extraordinary woman an empress? Xiao Yu regarded her with intrigue, pondering why the system had not issued an evil woman designation. Perhaps Lu Rian truly is a good woman? It seems she has not taken many lives. If she were merely a heartbreaker, perhaps the system would not classify her as such. She has managed to remain concealed beneath Zhang Ziling for so long without being discovered. Surely, she possesses some treasure that conceals her aura. In the heavens, Lin Tianhai's face twisted with anger as he beheld Zhang Ziling, sword raised, shouting, Zhang Ziling, you murdered my son when he ascended the mountain, and I shall avenge this blood feud today. Everyone attack. Whoever kills Zhang Ziling will be rewarded with a superior magic artifact. With that, all those in the heavens descended. Lu Rian also drew her magic sword and joined the fray. In the chaos, everyone overlooked Xiao Yu, the king of charm. Outside the formation, Huayan, Zhao Hongya, Yi Zimei, and Yi Zhiro from the maidservant pavilion began to change their clothes, each veiling their faces. Zhao Hongya glanced at the disciples of the Xianling sect outside, her face displaying unease. She truly did not wish to engage in combat against her fellow sect members. Observing her reluctance, Xiao Yu permitted her to withdraw. He then summoned Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang, both at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As he watched the battle unfold outside, he softly commanded, Huang Xiang, Zhang Lan, this is your first time in battle as mother and son. Simply stand behind me and guard. Everyone else, capture Lu Rian alive. A handsome reward awaits whoever succeeds. Upon hearing of the significant reward, Yi Zhiro excitedly touched the dog bell around her neck. Just as Lin Tianhai led the charge against Zhang Ziling, Xiao Yu brought forth a group of massed foundation establishment cultivators. In a single encounter, they dispatched over 10 adversaries. Lin Tianhai was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Lu Rian, too, was stunned, her expression growing increasingly alarmed as she spotted the massed foundation establishment cultivators behind her. This is bad. Reinforcements have arrived. Lin Tianhai hastily raised his sword and shouted, everyone, shift from offense to defense. Quickly, form the formation. Within the formation, Zhang Xiling observed as Xiao Yu summoned an overwhelming number of women, her expression darkening immediately. The intent to kill became vividly apparent on her face. What left her utterly speechless was the realization that these women were all at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As she noticed an opponent charging towards her, Zhang Xiling swiftly unleashed a lethal strike. With a single move of the ghost wolf chain, she eliminated 7 or 8 adversaries in an instant. Lin Tianhai, who had just entered the formation, was struck with fear at the sight. Foundation establishment, great perfection. How could it be? Lu Rian. Why didn't you tell me she had already reached great perfection? Lu Rian, surrounded by Yi Zhiro and others, was equally bewildered. What is happening? She was clearly at the 8th layer of foundation establishment before. How did she suddenly attain great perfection? Before she could gather her thoughts, a frenzied Yi Zhiro unleashed her sword. Wretched girl, take this. Xian N's evil extermination sword. Lu Rian was truly terrified. She hurriedly raised her hand to release a thunderbolt, attempting to counter Yi Zhiro's assault. As a thunderbolt exploded in front of her, dust and smoke filled the air. Yi Zhiro's arm was severely injured in the blast, yet she seemed unfazed, howling as she charged towards Lu Rian. Lu Rian's face turned pale. You lunatic. You're insane. Yi Zhiro had only one desire in her mind. Xiao Yu's reward. Nothing else mattered to her. What was a severed arm compared to the pain her master could inflict by bending her fingers? A mere fatal injury was trivial. As long as she captured this seductive woman for her master, he would surely heal her. Seeing Yi Zhiro charge madly forward, Yi Zimei followed suit, eager for a reward of her own. Unlike Yi Zhiro, Yi Zimei sought a different prize. Ever since she learned that her master, Bai Yue, was imprisoned in the judgment hall, she had been restless. She had yet to experience her master's prowess. After all, she was the holy maiden of the righteous path. Today, even if it cost her half her life, she would witness Bai Yue's abilities. In that moment, Yi Zimei burned her lifespan. No one dare compete with me. Chapter 82. Xiao Yu. If I hadn't sought so many women as servants, we would have perished today. The instant Yi Zimei ignited her lifespan, Yi Zhiro also shrieked as she began to burn hers. Hua Yan's expression trembled. She understood that Yi Zimei must be seeking her master, Bai Yue. This wretched, depraved creature, reduced to this state, still harbored such thoughts? No one could bully her master